Would you rather be a hero for 3 minutes or A? Have you not seen the Emperor's River? In the heavens, a man casually hummed a trial lyric, and it caused a heavenly. All the demon clan was startled. The system also unlocked the infinite summoning. Any historical figure with written records can be summoned, even including Xu Chen, originally the top scholar of the Huaxia dynasty, unexpectedly transmigrated into a world of demons and monsters, becoming a useless scholar. In this perilous world, his frail body, coupled with his lack of martial arts, made him utterly worthless. To survive, he had to sell some books. Little did he know, the girls of this world had a peculiar taste. Not a single book was sold, and he was even mocked for his delicate features. Fortunately, he was well-read and skilled in calligraphy. He even presented his prized possession, the art of war, as collateral. Surprisingly, the bald man didn't accept it. He adored romance novels and wanted Xu Chen to act out scenes with him. Xu Chen, having no martial skills, not only drew the bald man's attention but also remembered he couldn't fight and turned to flee. Suddenly, a giant rock fell from the sky, trapping Xu Chen. The city's residents were terrified. It turned out to be a demon clan sneak attack. Fortunately, the city's array mags reacted swiftly. Both sides were prepared for a major battle. The array mags and the demon clan faced off in a proper battle. The sudden appearance of the monster was no match for the disciplined mags. The long-awaited peace was shattered, reaching a critical point. Hundreds of millions of ferocious demon soldiers charged towards the city. The bald man stepped forward and stood before Xu Chen. It turned out he was truly protective. Have you subscribed yet? Before Xu Chen could finish, the bald man was blasted away without even a single exchange, directly earning a tomato award. Too strong. Run. Seeing the bald man's physique was no match, Xu Chen fled without hesitation. Good, you're not planning to escape, are you? Watch this tail attack. Several tails struck Xu Chen heavily. He was about to die. A golden light flashed, and everyone was engulfed by the energy. A portal appeared. System detected host is in mortal danger. Activating automatic protection. In the next second, he entered the infinite system summoning space and was instantly stunned by the scene. It contained all recorded mythical, magical, scientific, heroic, and other figures from human civilization. However, these required literary points to activate. Literary points could be earned through completing tasks or making contributions. He also received a novice reward. A random experience. Xu Chen sighed in relief, finally gaining some power. Congratulations on obtaining the Emperor experience. The system recommends the host. Use it now. With infinite energy flooding him, Xu Chen started to chant. Have you not seen the Emperor's River? This single line caused a heavenly. A giant blade descended from the heavens, as if the world itself would kneel. The oppressive aura made the demons tremble. As the blade was about to fall, the demons scattered. The demon army's leader was shocked. Seeing such power in the city, I will avenge my fallen sisters. As the battle ended, the experience card's time ran out. Xu Chen felt utterly drained, more exhausted than ever. He collapsed and fainted. Meanwhile, the imperial city also sensed this. Ministers were explaining the celestial phenomenon to the emperor. It's a sign of literary prosperity. However, the emperor ordered, capture him. If he resists, make him chant again. Have you not seen the Emperor's River? In the heavens, the man casually hummed a line, and it caused a heavenly. It also unlocked the infinite summoning. Any historical figure with written records can be summoned, even including. After using the experience card, Xu Chen fainted. He awoke in Ning City. Following the system's prompt, after the demons retreated, Ning Patriarch took him in. Just as Xu Chen was about to thank him, the system issued a warning. The commotion had attracted the Emperor's attention. If captured now, he would be tortured to death. Seriously. This is ridiculous. It's getting more and more ridiculous. Xu Chen was furious. I don't even know him. Capture me. The system alliance interferes, stating there's a solution. The scholar's advantage is flexibility. There's always a solution. I'm still on your side, just overdid it a bit. Any suggestions? The system provided 3 options. Seeing the choice between death or slavery, any fool would choose the third. Why make it so complicated? You could have just given me the easy way out. Seeing a path to survival, Xu Chen set off to meet the Ning Patriarch. He saw the bald man and the second brother there. After their explanation, the Patriarch charitably suggested participating in a literary competition. The chosen one would also receive a reward. Such a good opportunity. Although penniless, indefinitely not doing this for the 100 gold coins. Soon, the Ning City selection began. A beautiful hostess, Mo Qingqing, walked out and introduced herself. The crowd below erupted in cheers. However, Mo Qingqing stated the selection was only for citizens. Non-citizens could go home. Citizenship is essential anywhere. Xu Chen wasn't about to give up. This was his chance to survive. If this competition is about citizenship, I have nothing to say. But if it's about literary skill, I'm willing to participate. Hearing Xu Chen, a mere bookworm, wanted to participate, the surrounding scholars mocked him. Seeing their elder brother mocked, the bald man and second brother immediately beat up 2 scholars and collected their protection money. The hostess announced, she'd give the trio a chance to compete. The topic was couplets. The scholars scoffed. Compared to their brilliance, it was suicide. The first student presented his proud work, filled with arrogance. The serious hostess couldn't say a word. The other 2 students also recited their works, but the hostess was unimpressed. Disappointed, Xu Chen was about to leave when everyone gasped. Several butterflies danced around him as if about to land. Mo Qingqing stared at Xu Chen in surprise. Seeing her hesitation, Xu Chen seized the opportunity, using the emperor's experience, and recited, white clouds, peach blossoms, the imperial court, the jade rabbit, and the cunning wolf. Zhuge Liang's 100-foot strategy. As the fan unfolded, his charm intensified. Winning over this little hostess was a piece of cake. Peach blossoms fall into the deep pool, not as deep as my love for Ning City. The illusory tree's roots run deep. Mo Qingqing was captivated. In the heavens, the man casually hummed a line, and it caused a heavenly. It also unlocked the infinite summoning. Any historical figure with written records can be summoned, even including falling flowers, stone flowers, love's petals, the emperor's wind. A melody filled the air, a dazzling light illuminating the sky. The participants recalled their first love, the taste of lost youth. My life is a blank slate. Mo Qingqing, enchanted, felt Xu Chen was extraordinary, possessing amazing literary talent. Xu Chen confidently closed his fan. Miss Mo, you can announce the results. It's a draw. Both of you, go home and sleep. We in Ning City don't need trash. Mo Qingqing haughtily declared. Xu Chen easily won the competition. The bald man and second brother congratulated him. A system notification arrived. A stage reward. The Eye of Discernment, an advanced observation technique, especially effective on living targets. However, it requires interaction with the target. Xu Chen was surprised by the quick reward. Suddenly, Ning City began to tremble. Were the demons attacking again? 2 figures appeared. One, incredibly skinny, carried a massive hammer, forcing everyone to dodge. The hammer landed beside Xu Chen, who watched speechlessly. If the hammer wasn't terrifying enough, the other man casually used a fan to destroy it. He then said, I thought Ning City had talented individuals, but it seems everyone here is a weakling. The Ning patriarch retorted, literary prowess is true strength. Dust filled the air. Xu Chen couldn't understand what was happening. He activated the Eye of Discernment. The 2 revealed their true forms, monstrous figures beneath human disguises. Seeing their power, the frightened onlookers fled Ning City. Xu Chen asked the system, should I use the emperor experience? Receiving confirmation, Xu Chen decided Miss Ning wasn't worth the risk and prepared to leave. Mo Qingqing grabbed him. Don't you have any courage? Everyone else left, but you're still here. She thought, my orders are to find someone with talent. I can't let him go. She ordered the 2 monsters to attack. Once again, the trio caused chaos in Ning City. The 2 monsters were toying with Xu Chen. With the Eye of Discernment, Xu Chen knew their plan. Sensing danger, he pushed Mo Qingqing aside and fled. Come back. Despite running far, Xu Chen couldn't find the exit. With his passive skill, he ended up in a courtyard. Suddenly, a voice called out, Xiaoqing, is that you? Please bring my clothes. It's Miss Ling inside. Xu Chen froze, fearing discovery. Miss Ling called again. He had to deliver the clothes. Fortunately, he was experienced in such matters from his past life. He grabbed the clothes and headed towards the room, hoping Miss Ling wouldn't notice. To his surprise, Miss Ling was nearsighted. She turned and asked, who is that? Realizing she couldn't see him, Xu Chen prepared to leave the clothes and go. Seeing he hadn't replied, she grabbed him. Xu Chen was startled. Miss Ling realized this wasn't her maid. In the Qingju Kingdom, within the Yi clan territory, the Yi clan elders were holding a meeting in the ancestral hall. The Grand Elder announced, from this moment forth, due to Yi Xian's lack of talent, the position of heir is transferred to Yi Lang. The crowd cheered. A frail voice suddenly echoed, brother is fighting for the family's minds, and you use a false excuse to strip him of his title. Everyone turned. The speaker was a 4-year-old girl, Yi Ling, Yi Xian's younger sister. Hearing about her brother, she came despite her illness. Yi Ling glared. This is unfair. He fought for the family for so many years. This is unfair. A guard approached and slapped Yi Ling. Yi Lang, standing beside the Grand Elder, sneered. Disrespecting elders. Drag her out and give her 30 lashes as a warning. Understood. The guard grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. A roar echoed, stop. How dare you touch my sister? A figure rushed in, kicking the guard away. You dare touch my family, Yi Xian. How did he get here? I sent people to kill him. Yi Xian looked up. Your men. He stepped on the guard's face, crushing it. The Grand Elder's face darkened. Insolent. You dare attack the clan elders. Yi Xian, you were stripped of your title. How dare you kill someone in the ancestral hall? He punched Yi Xian, who countered with his own punch. A loud bang echoed. Yi Xian was pushed back several steps. Everyone was shocked. The Grand Elder was a genuine expert, while Yi Xian was talentless. Yet, he only retreated a few steps. The Grand Elder was also surprised by Yi Xian's strength. Yi Lang sneered, a discarded heir. It seems the Grand Elder is getting old. The Grand Elder scoffed. Yi Lang is the awakened chosen one. He is the rightful heir of the Yi clan. Yi Xian was stunned. A chosen one was a rare talent, less than 10 in the entire Jiang kingdom. He pointed at Yi Lang. Since Yi Lang is the new heir, he must accept challenges. I challenge him. Yi Lang's eyes narrowed. A death match. Do you dare? The crowd gasped. Within the Yi clan, irreconcilable conflicts were resolved on the death stage. Yi Xian sneered. Why not? Let's go. Yi Lang was secretly delighted. Was this kid suicidal, or did he think he could win? He said, in a month, when the clan leader returns, we'll fight. He can witness our battle to ensure fairness. Fine. 1 month later, we'll take your life. Yi Xian left with Yu Ling. The Grand Elder looked at Yi Lang. Has been training outside, his strength isn't weak. Are you sure you can win? Yi Lang smirked, a murderous glint in his eyes. I've just awakened. My soul hasn't fully merged with my body. In a month, you won't be a match for me. Yi Xian carried Yi Ling back to his room, gently placing her on the bed. He stroked her bruised cheek. Does it hurt? Yi Ling shook her head, tears welling up. No, but what? You shouldn't have challenged Yi Lang to a death match. Are you sure you can win? Yi Xian smiled. Don't worry. I will win. He'll protect you. I won't let them bully you again. Yi Ling shook her head, tears streaming down her face. I'm useless. I can only be a burden to you. Yi Xian comforted her. Sleep now. Half an hour later, Yi Ling fell asleep. After tucking Yi Ling in, Yi Xian sat down and lifted his robe. A long gash on his abdomen was still bleeding. Fighting for the mine, he battled 12 Li clan members. He was ambushed by a mysterious figure. Though he killed the attacker, he was also severely wounded. His dantian was almost crippled. He now suspected the Grand Elder was behind the ambush. He fought for the clan, only to be betrayed. How pathetic. Suddenly, Yi Xian remembered something. He took out a ring with inscriptions. It was his mother's. Holding the ring, Yi Xian's resolve hardened. He would protect his sister. He gripped the ring tightly, his injured hand bleeding. The blood was absorbed by the ring. The next moment, Yi Xian found himself in a vast starry sky. Before him, stood a 12-story black tower, suspended in the void. For massive black chains bound it. 3 broken arrows were embedded in its top. The tower exuded an ancient, desolate aura. Suppressing his shock, Yi Xian looked at the entrance on the first floor. 2 crimson characters were inscribed above it. Trials. On either side of the entrance were 2 lines of crimson characters, forming a couplet. Defy heaven, defy earth, defy gods and demons and enter trials, quiet the heart, conquer human desires. Yi Xian forced himself to calm down, opened the tower gate, and walked in. He was greeted by the sound of crying and a rusty sword. Underneath the sword, there was a message. Trapped in this tower for years, I know death is inevitable. I leave my legacy to those who come after. If you have the courage, please accept my inheritance. This technique is so powerful. If I can master it, I will definitely defeat Yi Lang, Yi Xian thought. Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed, with a broken dantian, you cannot cultivate this technique. Yi Xian was startled by the sudden voice. Who's there? A mysterious woman appeared, muttering, a destroyed dantian and a zero-root physique. It's a miracle He's still alive. Your talent is good, but with a destroyed dantian, you need other methods to cultivate this technique. I have a cultivation method. If you cultivate it, you can use your body as a dantian. If successful, you can control all weapons. Do you want to learn it? Yi Xian looked at the woman, puzzled. Senior, why are you helping me? The mysterious woman stared at Yi Xian. Because you are the new tower master. You need to retrieve the scattered laws of the path. By retrieving each law, your strength will increase greatly, and you can control the powerful beings sealed within this tower. Otherwise, when the seal breaks, those powerful beings will emerge, and you, being so weak, will will be the first to die. Yi Xian looked at the 3 swords in the tower. So, this is both a blessing and a curse. Can I use that rusty sword to practice? The woman replied, those 3 swords represent the 3 ultimate paths. You can try, but don't blame me if you die. The mysterious woman pointed at the rusty sword beside the crying inscription. This sword has been imprisoned for years. Its power has diminished by almost, making it suitable for you now. But absorbing it with a broken dantian is still dangerous. What is your choice? Yi Xian clenched his fists. Do I even have a choice? Even if it's a life or death situation, I won't give up. The woman looked at Yi Xian reassuringly. Don't worry. I'll guide you. You won't die. Then, she gently waved her hand. A white light enveloped Yi Xian and the rusty sword. Soon, information flooded his mind. Invincible body technique. Use your body as a vessel, refine all weapons to nourish your body, and achieve immortality. A beam of light shot out from the rusty sword and entered Yi Xian's body. In an instant, Yi Xian's eyes widened, and his face contorted in pain. I have to succeed. For Linga, I cannot fail. Inside the Yi residence, the Great Elder smirked. Although our assassins failed, the Li family witnessed Yi Xian's dantian being destroyed. Perfect. The second elder exclaimed joyfully. With a broken dantian, he dares to enter the Tower of Life and Death. This is a perfect opportunity for Yi Lang. As for his sister, leave her to me. The two burst into laughter. Back in his bed, Yi Xian stirred. It's true. I can summon weapons with my body. I'm already at the 6th level, 7th stage. Yi Ling entered. Brother, you finally woke up after 3 days. Yi Xian noticed a red handprint on Yi Ling's face. His eyes turned icy. Who did this? Tears welled up in Yi Ling's eyes. It was the kitchen steward. He gave us spoiled food and insulted you. I couldn't stand it, so he hit me. Yi Xian's face darkened. He stood up, grabbed Yi Ling's hand, and stormed out, heading straight for the Yi residence kitchen. Soon, they arrived. A fat man, the steward, emerged with Elder Yi Ku. Oh, it's the former young master. Elder Yi Ku was just about to betroth your sister to me. Suddenly, Yi Xian appeared before the steward and slapped him hard. I haven't even dared to hit Linga, yet you dare to. The steward coughed up blood. Elder Yi Ku roared, Yi Xian. You dare to kill in front of me. Kneel. He attacked Yi Xian. Yi Xian was furious. You dare to betroth my sister to this scum. You are the one who should kneel. Yi Xian and Yi Ku clashed. Yi Ku was sent flying. Yi Xian stepped on Yi Ku's face. You are too weak. I'm ashamed of you. Die. A shout echoed from the distance. Stop. Ignoring the shout, Yi Xian stomped down. The Great Elder arrived with other elders and guards. Yi Xian, you dare to murder an elder. What do you have to say? Yi Ling rushed to Yi Xian's side, tugging at his sleeve. Brother, the Great Elder is here. Don't mind me. Let's go. It's okay, Yi Xian reassured her. He looked at the Great Elder. I was just getting warmed up. Do you want to fight too? Do you want to fight me right here, right now? At that moment, Yi Lang arrived. Step aside, this fight is mine. I am the one who should fight him. The Great Elder looked at Yi Lang in disbelief. You've reached the 7th level in just a few days. The others were also shocked. 7th level already. His cultivation speed is unprecedented in the Yi family. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Lang nodded slightly. It only took me about 10 days to reach the 7th level. Nothing special. Yi Xian glanced at Yi Lang and chuckled. Since you're not fighting, let's not waste time. He turned and left with Yi Ling. Yi Xian, you, the Great Elder roared. Yi Lang stopped him. Let him go. I'm about to break through to the Jade Qi realm. If I fight him now, people will say I'm afraid of him. The Great Elder sighed in relief. All right then. Yi Lang looked up at the sky, a smirk playing on his lips. I'll let you live a few more days. This trash is still useful to me. Yi Xian and Yi Ling returned to their courtyard. Yi Ling looked worried. Brother, they say Yi Lang is already at the 6th level, 7th stage. Yi Xian chuckled. Are you worried I can't beat him? No? Yi Ling trailed off. Brother, you are the strongest in the world. It's all my fault for dragging you down. I know you gave up the position of young master to Yi Lang so you could use the resources to cure me. Yi Xian interrupted her. Linga, remember, you are my family, not a burden. I will cure you and see you happily married. Yi Ling shook her head. I don't want to marry. If I do, I'll only marry you. Yi Xian burst into laughter. Inside the tower, Yi Xian addressed the mysterious woman. You mentioned a hidden spirit realm between the Qi transformation and Yuan Qi realms. The woman nodded. The spirit realm cultivates the physical body, tripling your strength. Most people don't know about it. Just circulate the sword Qi within your body, and let it temper your limbs and bones. Yi Xian immediately began cultivating, and at that moment, a beam of light shot up from the Yi residence, piercing the sky. The mysterious woman looked at Yi Xian, sighing. A natural Tao body. Just a spirit realm breakthrough can attract heavenly intent. But you are still too weak to expose yourself. Within the Yi residence, the Great Elder led everyone in bowing to the sky. Thank you, heavens, for blessing our Yi family and our Yi Lang. Yi Lang looked up at the heavenly intent, frowning. I'm only at the spirit realm. Why would this attract heavenly intent? If not me, then who? Yi Lang sneered. With this heavenly intent, Yi Lang, will surely shine on the battlefield. Inside the tower, Yi Xian clenched his fists. He felt a surge of power coursing through his body. Even without a dantian, his strength was immense. The mysterious woman patted Yi Xian. The spirit realm is about building a foundation. A strong foundation is crucial for future growth. Suddenly remembering something, Yi Xian asked, Senior, my sister suffers from a strange illness. Can you help her? The mysterious woman fell silent for a moment. I can, but you haven't retrieved any laws yet. You can't bring anyone here. I'm powerless to help. Yi Xian lowered his head, muttering, damn it. I need to find a way to the Earth's core after dealing with Yi Lang. Back in his room, Yi Ling entered, looking dejected. Brother, while you were cultivating, everyone was praising Yi Lang. He even attracted heavenly intent. Yi Xian smiled. Even if the heavens themselves came, I would still win. Come, let's go for a walk. Yi Xian took Yi Ling for a stroll through the city. A figure watched them from above, muttering, that girl is really strange. Dusk fell. A woman in a green robe rode into the city, a silver spear strapped to her back, its tip gleaming like a cold star. She had sensed the heavenly intent. Yi Xian and Yi Ling were walking down the street, chatting and laughing. This is delicious. Yi Ling giggled, and Lanxiu, the woman in green, entered the city, drawing everyone's attention. And Lanxiu, the Jian Kingdom's top genius, youngest national scholar, the first student personally invited by the Kanghua Academy's dean, the fastest to reach the void traversal realm among the younger generation. No one had ever been able to withstand her spear. She must be here for Yi Lang. Yi Xian sighed inwardly. This is more attention than my fight with the Li family disciples, on horseback, and Lanxiu sensed Yi Xian's hidden strength. He must be the one who attracted the heavenly intent. She pointed her spear at Yi Xian. You are Yi Lang, right? Take my spear. Faced with an Lanxia's challenge, Yi Xian hadn't even. Yi Ling giggled. Sister, you've got the wrong person. But we are from the Yi family. I can take you to Yi Lang. Yi Xian knew from her expression that she was up to no good, and Lanxiu paused. It doesn't matter if you are Yi Lang or not. You are worthy of fighting me. Come forth. Yi Xian momentarily paused, then lowered Yi Ling from his back. And Lanxiu, in 2 days, you and I shall duel. Unfazed, and Lanxiu slightly tilted her head. You'll be frank, although you're not bad, you aren't qualified to make me wait 2 days. Yi Xian felt a pang of annoyance. He grabbed a cucumber from a nearby food stall and casually pointed it at An Lanxiu. An Lanxiu, caught off guard, dodged the attack, but a strand of hair on her left side was severed. Yi Xian caught An Lanxiu's severed hair. Using the cucumber as a makeshift sword, he faced An Lanxiu. The cucumber stall owner was nearly in tears. My cucumber. Yi Xian felt a bit awkward and returned the cucumber to him. An Lanxiu's eyes were filled with surprise. Using a cucumber to cut my hair, this kid is actually a sword cultivator. Yi Xian looked at the hair in his hand, marveling. This young lady's hair is so soft. Beside him, Yi Ling, witnessing this scene, instantly turned into a little fan, praising Yi Xian's prowess. An Lanxiu's eyes narrowed. I underestimated you. So young, yet a sword cultivator. I retract my previous statement. You are qualified to make me wait. Yi Xian brought An Lanxiu to the Yi family's main gate. An Lanxiu nodded slightly. Your Yi family having 2 geniuses, one of whom even caused a celestial phenomenon, is quite impressive. Yi Xian smiled faintly without saying anything. Thus, the siblings brought An Lanxiu back to the Yi residence. An Lanxiu's arrival caused a stir. The Great Elder personally led a group of elders to greet them. Seeing Yi Xian and Yi Ling, the Great Elder frowned. You 2 disgraceful things. What are you doing here? Get out. Yi Xian glanced at the Great Elder. None of your business. He continued walking with An Lanxiu, ignoring the Great Elder's outburst. and Lanxiao frowned slightly. What's going on here? Yi Lang, holding a teacup, said, Listen, you don't know. This Yi Xian is hopelessly mediocre. He previously boasted about challenging me on the death stage. It's laughable, and Lanxiao was slightly surprised. You say he's mediocre. And you are. The great elder hurriedly introduced him with a smile. Listen, this is the Yi Lang you're looking for. He's a chosen one, blessed by the heavens. Yi Lang looked at Lanxiao with arrogance. Only someone of my caliber is worthy of your beauty. Why don't you be reborn and marry me? And Lanxiao raised her spear, pointing it at Yi Lang. She addressed the great elder. I thought someone who caused a celestial phenomenon would be a genius. But this chi condensation realm trash, whose cultivation is as fragile as a bubble, is the chosen one. Are you mocking me? Hearing these words, Yi Lang flew into a rage. Listen, you, what do you mean? And Lanxiao interrupted, her expression cold. You're not qualified to speak to me. This was the first time Yi Lang had been ignored since he was born. Under everyone's gaze, his fist shot towards Lanxiao. The great elder's face drastically changed, almost scared to death. That's Lanxiao. Just then, Lanxia's spear swung, pointing directly at Yi Lang. An invisible pressure rushed towards him. Yi Lang's expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is sword intent. She comprehended sword intent at such a young age. He froze, unable to move. The disdain on Lanxia's face deepened. If you dared to attack, I might have thought more of you. But sadly, you hesitated. No wonder you had to be reborn. How utterly disappointing. Her words were filled with scorn. She glanced at the Yi family and the neglected Yi Xian and Yi Ling, shaking her head slightly. The Yi family's leadership is truly a group of fools. You'll come find you in 2 days, Yi Xian. She turned and left. Inside the tower, Yi Xian cultivated while asking the mysterious woman about her opinion of Lanxiao. The mysterious woman chuckled softly. Average. You and your sister are no worse than her. Especially your sister. She's even better. Yi Xian was startled and moved closer to the mysterious woman. Yi Ling is better than Lanxiao. What do you mean? The mysterious woman chuckled. Her face flushed slightly as she pinched Yi Xian's cheek. Don't get so close. He'll tell you later. Getting close to me has no benefits for you. Her expression then turned serious. Right now, your own strength is the most important. I can teach you a sword technique of the mortal realm, profound realm, earth realm, heaven realm, and divine realm. The divine realm is one of the 5 realms, divided into the heaven grade, earth grade, spirit grade, mystic grade, human grade, and mortal grade. Even the best sword technique of the Yi family is only at the mortal grade. The human world is the outer world. The outer world is a type of Ji. It is divided into the heaven street, the earth street, the forest street, the mysterious street, the human street, and the common street. The best Ji of Yijia is nothing more than the human world. Thank you. Thank you. Yi Xian repeatedly expressed his gratitude. The woman continued, this technique is called One Sword Decides Life and Death. Yi Xian was puzzled. Senior, why doesn't it have a grade? The mysterious woman explained, this sword technique you could say it's heaven grade, you could say it's mortal grade. Its power depends entirely on your comprehension of the sword. Hearing this, Yi Xian was overjoyed. Wow, that's amazing, Senior. I love you. He tried to give the mysterious woman a hug. She dodged backward, looking at the overly enthusiastic Yi Xian. She said, bringing him back down to earth, don't get too excited. Without enough cultivation, this sword technique is very difficult to master. Yi Xian nodded seriously. I will work hard. In 2 days, I won't disappoint you. 2 days later, the day of the life and death duel between Yi Xian and Yi Lang arrived. The Yi family constructed a large arena several hundred meters wide. The Yi family's intentions were clear to those who cared to notice. They intended to establish Yi Lang's authority. Yi Lin was very dissatisfied with this. They are disrupting the peace of our city. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, the city lord, the Zhong family head, and the Li family head are here. Yi Xian, holding Yi Ling's hand, also went to watch. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the city lord Jiang Nian, the Zhong family head Zhong Lai, and the Li family head Li Yuji arrived. The great elder led Yi Lang and a group of elders to welcome them. Yi Lang felt someone staring at him. He pointed at Yi Xian. You're courting death. Yi Xian rolled his eyes at Yi Lang. Yi Lang almost rushed to fight him, but thankfully the great elder held him back. He still declared that he would kill Yi Xian in the arena later. After a while, the great elder stood on a high platform and announced, today, thank you all for witnessing the life and death duel between my Yi family's heir, Yi Lang, and the unfilial descendant, Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian calmly walk towards the arena, Zhonglai nodded slightly. This Yi Xian's composure and courage are indeed impressive. No wonder he once made those youngsters in my Zhong family suffer. Li Yuji nodded in agreement. This person's decisive and resourceful. A truly remarkable individual. It's a pity the Yi family can tolerate him. Otherwise, with Yi Lang managing internal affairs and him managing external affairs, the Yi family's rise to prominence wouldn't be a dream. City Lord Jiang Nian said, this Yi Lang is the Great Elder's grandson. That man is narrow-minded. He won't allow anyone to threaten Yi Lang's position. The more he thinks this way, the less likely the Yi family will become a prominent clan. True power lies in merit and reputation. Zhonglai nodded slightly. Indeed. With the Great Elder's announcement, the life and death battle began. On the stage, only Yi Xian and Yi Lang remained. Yi Lang looked at Yi Xian and sneered. Next year on this day will be the anniversary of your death. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian's fist landed squarely on Yi Lang's face. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Yi Lang was knocked down in the first round. The Great Elder was so angry he started cursing. Yi Xian, you shameless scoundrel. You actually resorted to a sneak attack. Yi Xian retorted provocatively, old fool, the life and death duel has begun. Do I still need to listen to your nonsense? City Lord Jiang also nodded. I also heard the Great Elder announce the start. Where's the sneak attack? The Zhong and Li family heads echoed his sentiment. Well said. The Great Elder gritted his teeth. How can you all collude with Yi Xian? On the death stage, Yi Lang's expression suddenly turned serious. He snarled, now we'll show you the difference between a genius and trash. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from within him. Hes released his chi. Hes actually at the chi condensation realm. How terrifying. Yi Lang is only 18, a true genius. Yi Xian is doomed. The crowd exclaimed. Yi Lin worriedly shouted, brother. Yi Lang stomped his foot and shot towards Yi Xian like a gust of wind, a powerful aura swirling around him. Facing him, Yi Xian remained expressionless. He clenched his right fist, and a power like a surging wave built up within him. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian charged towards Yi Lang. Their fists collided. A loud bang echoed, and a figure flew backward. Everyone was stunned because the person who flew out wasn't Yi Xian, but Yi Lang. Yi Lang spat out blood, his face full of disbelief. In the Chosen One, how could this? City Lord Jiang and the heads of the Zhong and Li families were also shocked. Yi Xian, he actually hid his strength. Seeing Yi Lang severely injured, the Great Elder flew down from the viewing platform, caught him, and roared, Yi family guards, seize Yi Xian. He cheated and harmed a fellow clan member. Kill him. Yi Lin stopped the Great Elder. Brother didn't cheat. How can you be like this? Others also voiced their disagreement. If you can't accept defeat, don't compete. Hearing this, the Great Elder's face turned livid. You bunch of ignorant fools, shut up. Guards, what are you waiting for? Attack. Suddenly, a voice interrupted him. Hold on. Everyone turned to see that it was the family head, Yi Kang. Yi Kang twirled two orbs in his hand and said calmly. Yi Xian and the Great Elder had an agreement. And you, Great Elder, are still an elder, while he is still the heir. Let this matter rest. The Great Elder was about to object, but Yi Kang interrupted him with a stern look. Yi Xian looked at their performance and chuckled. So, all this was orchestrated by you, family head Yi Kang. Using the Great Elder to suppress me, then using me to suppress the Great Elder, all to consolidate your position as family head. I'd rather not be part of your Yi family. Yi Kang flew into a rage and crushed the orbs in his hands. You dare disobey me? Then Yi Xian is hereby expelled from the family. You'll personally deal with him. Just then, a spear descended from the sky, carrying an overwhelming momentum, and landed between Yi Xian and Yi Kang. At the same time, a voice echoed through the arena. The Yi family's internal strife is truly an eye-opener. City Lord Jiang Nian, upon hearing this voice, immediately flew down to greet Lanxiu, and Lanxiu nodded slightly. Move aside. Don't interfere with my business. She pointed at Yi Xian with her spear. The spear in the ground flew back into her hand. Yi Xian, 2 days have passed. Are you ready for our duel? The crowd erupted in excitement. Great Elder was in a daze. Listen, why do you want to challenge Yi Xian this? And Lanxiu turned to look at the Great Elder, her eyes like knives. If you say one more word, I will cripple you. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian looked at Lanxiu. Then please, listen, make your move. As her voice fell, she spread her palm open. In an instant, a sword appeared in her palm. The head of the Li family on the viewing platform changed color. Could this Yi Xian be a sword cultivator? The head of the Zhong family laughed even more heartily. Wow, the Yi family actually let a sword cultivator genius leave. Hilarious. City Lord Jiang was also surprised. Looking at Yi Ling beside him, he said, I didn't expect your brother to be a sword cultivator. I think the celestial phenomenon that day must have been caused by him. Yi Kang, the head of the Yi family, was also filled with regret. Looking at the great elder, he roared, it's all your fault for driving Yi Xian away. As a sword cultivator, the Yi family will be ruined in your old dog's hands. The great elder was also unwilling to admit defeat. Didn't you also agree to expel Yi Xian and revoke his trial position? Yi Kang flew into a rage. You say that again. The great elder hurriedly smoothed things over. Head, don't be angry. As long as we capture Yi Xian's sister, Yi Ling, we can still turn things around. Yi Kang pointed at Jiang Nian beside Yi Ling. Are you blind, old man? Didn't you see that Jiang Nian has already taken Yi Ling under his protection? Come on. At this moment, on the life and death stage, Yi Xian and An Lanqiu began to fight. An Lanqiu thrust her spear forward. This thrust directly targeted Yi Xian's sword. The spear came straight at Yi Xian. The ordinary sword in Yi Xian's hand was CFA. The spear brushed past Yi Xian's ear. Yi Xian shouted, good spear. He grabbed it with his right hand, and pulled An Lanqiu closer with his left hand. Then, sword, Yi Xian lowered his voice. Missen, forgive me. Then he roared and slammed her down. A bang was heard, the two of them crashed to the ground together. The entire life and death stage trembled slightly, but in the next moment, a figure flew out. This figure flew directly out of the life and death stage. That person was Yi Xian. Outside the life and death stage, Yi Xian slowly climbed up. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at An Lanqiu. Missen, I didn't mean to offend you just now. An Lanqiu shook her head at Yi Xian's words. I'm not that arrogant. You are very strong. That last move, I only won because of my advantage in realm. Yi Ling rushed over and hugged Yi Xian. Brother, you're all right. That's great. Yi Xian quickly comforted her. Silly girl, you're still injured. Don't worry, An Lanqiu nodded. Remembering something, she said, if you have nowhere to go, you can go to the Earth's Core Academy. We'll meet again later, Yi Xian said startled, Earth's Core Academy. That's not a place I can enter. At this moment, An Lanqiu gave Yi Xian a token, and said, take this. Earth's Core Academy will accept you. After saying that, she turned and left. Yi Xian's expression was moved. He didn't refuse because he really needed to join Earth's Core Academy. For his sister's treatment, the great elder, whose face was ashen, said, since he's going to the Earth's Core Academy, I'm finished. Yi Kang immediately gave the order to cripple the great elder and imprison him in the water dungeon. Yi Lang sat on the corridor, his face grim. Yi Xian, this isn't over. Yi Lang, will return this tenfold, or it'll never rest. A single sword light flashed, and Yi Lang's shoes. On a rooftop, An Lanqiu watched this scene and asked the deep-robed old man beside her, Elder Lin, what do you think of this Yi Xian? Elder Lin thought for a moment. Decisive killing methods. Has a good talent. But he and Miss are clearly from two different worlds. They don't match, An Lanqiu chuckled. Elder Lin, you think too much. There's no one in this world who can make my heart flutter. 3 days later, Yi Xian was driving a carriage. Beside him was Yi Ling, clinging tightly to his arm. Yi Ling rubbed her eyes and asked, are we there yet? Yi Xian smiled. Earth's core is still far away. We're almost at Thousand Mountain City. We can take the cloud ship from there to get to Earth's core. Yi Ling's eyes lit up when she heard about the cloud ship. Is the cloud ship the kind of city that flies in the sky? Yi Xian patted Yi Ling's head. That's right. It's windy outside. Come inside, don't catch a cold. Suddenly, a voice came from Yi Xian's right. You're really close to your sister, huh? Yi Xian turned his head and was startled. Whoa? Why are you? The mysterious woman said, don't make a fuss. This is just an illusion. No one but you can see it. Yi Xian was curious. Does this illusion have a physical form? He reached out to the mysterious woman. What are you doing? The mysterious woman snapped. If you keep touching me, you'll see how we'll train you next time we cultivate. Yi Xian quickly apologized. Sorry, senior. I was just curious. Finally, the mysterious woman pointed at Yi Ling's forehead with her illusory finger. Don't just think about your sister. Her second layer of seal has loosened. If you don't find the Tao child, no one will be able to save her. Yi Xian's face was filled with anxiety. I'm also worried. But you have to tell me, where is this Tao child? The mysterious woman chuckled. If I knew, would I still need you? In Thousand Mountain City, Yi Xian drove the carriage slowly, finally finding a merchant and selling the carriage for gold coins. See you later. Yi Xian took Yi Ling sightseeing. Continued. The streets were crowded. Yi Xian bought many snacks. Then, Yi Xian saw a stall and the mysterious woman's voice rang out, go buy the purple ring on the stall to your left. Yi Xian stopped in front of the vendor. The vendor saw a customer and asked, brother, what would you like to buy? Yi Xian picked up the purple ring and examined it. The vendor said it would only cost 10 gold coins. Yi Xian was overjoyed and was about to pay. Just then, a voice suddenly came from the side. Wait a minute. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a little girl, about the same age as Yi Ling, walking towards him. The little girl looked at the vendor. This ring, you'll offer 20 gold coins. Yi Ling was a little angry. My brother has already paid for it. How can you still try to snatch it? The little girl turned her head. Her expression changed from anger to surprise. She grabbed Yi Ling's hand and asked, beautiful, what's your name? Yi Ling was a little embarrassed. My name is Yi Ling, what's wrong? Yi Xian pulled his sister into his arms. You little pervert, don't you dare touch my sister. The little girl ignored Yi Xian and took out a palm-sized red stone, giving it to Yi Ling. Here, this is for you. This is a skyfire warming jade. Keep it on you. And it can temporarily suppress the cold energy in your body. I have to go. Bye-bye. She then glanced coldly at Yi Xian. For your sister's sake, I'll let you have this ring. After saying that, she looked at Yi Ling again, then turned and disappeared. Yi Xian thought, what realm is this little girl? How did she disappear just like that? The mysterious woman said, you and her are not on the same level. But she shouldn't have any ill intentions towards your sister. Yes, that broken stone is usable, but it's of no benefit to you. Yi Ling held the skyfire warming jade, a happy expression on her face. This stone is so warm. It's so comfortable to hold. Seeing that his sister was all right, Yi Xian was also happy. Good that it's comfortable. See, I told you, your cold energy can definitely be cured. Yi Ling nodded repeatedly. In a certain corner, the little girl walked to the corner of a wall. As soon as she stopped, a black-robed person silently appeared behind her. The black-robed person knelt down and asked, my lord, do you want to take in that? The little girl slowly closed her eyes. Such a pure yin constitution. Unexpectedly, this small Jian country actually has such a physique. If it weren't for the Tao child left behind by the founder of the Kang realm being too important, I would want to take her in now. The black-robed person nodded. Then, remembering something, he asked, my lord, what about that little girl's brother? Can you take him in? The little girl shook her head. His foundation is decent, but his dantian is broken, his physique is mediocre, and his spiritual roots are ordinary. What use is taking him in? A waste of food. His life or death doesn't matter. The key is that girl named Yi Ling. After saying that, she turned and left. Inside the training tower, a sword light, like a dazzling lightning crescent moon slash, suddenly stabbed at the tip. A bottomless crack appeared on the ground. Yi Xian looked at the sword mark, gasping for air on the ground. One sword decides life or death. I finally mastered it. Before Yi Xian could be happy for long, the mysterious woman appeared. If you want to become a sword Dao Grandmaster, you need to comprehend your own sword heart. You haven't reached the Qi refinement realm yet, so you're suffering from skill backlash. This sword mark is just a manifestation of the sword itself. It's not real at all. Yi Xian used the sword to support his body. Even so, I feel that if I use one sword decides life or death after reaching the Qi refinement realm, Illinois. The mysterious woman chuckled. You underestimate this sword technique. You can even use it to fight in the air. She took out the purple ring. I've already unsealed this ring for you. This sword is called the Shadow Thunder Sword. You can activate the ring's formation to draw the power of lightning. You can also use it to Yi Xian's eyes lit up when he heard this, and his eyes shone with golden light. Your eyesight is so good. Why don't we specialize in tomb raiding in the future? We'll definitely make a fortune. The mysterious woman gave Yi Xian a headbutt. Dream on. Go have your daydreams. She then kicked Yi Xian out of the training tower. Yi Xian woke up from the bed, complaining, I was just joking, why hit me? He looked at the ring on his finger, and quickly took it off. This thing is too precious. I'd better put it away for now. Just then, Yi Ling's voice came from outside the room. Let me go. Little girl, don't be so stubborn. No way. I'm not giving in. Yi Xian rushed out of the room. He saw Yi Ling being cornered by a vulgar-looking man. Against the wall, Yi Xian went up and punched the man, then put Yi Ling behind him. Linger, you all right? Yi Ling looked a little scared. I'm fine. I went to fetch water, and this man kept pestering me, not letting me leave. The vulgar-looking man clutched his chest and shouted angrily, Who are you? How dare you attack someone on the Zuictionless cloud ship? Do you want to die? Apologize to me now, and I won't pursue this matter. Yi Xian pointed his sword at the man. Say another word, and I can't guarantee my sword won't. He'll go get another bucket. The vulgar-looking man turned and ran. Help. Murder. Help. Soon, a large group of people rushed out and surrounded Yi Xian and Yi Ling. The leader shouted, Fighting is prohibited inside the Zuictionless cloud ship. Yi Xian looked at the strength of these people. 3 were at the Void Realm, and 6 were at the Jade Qi Realm. This Zuictionler was quite powerful. He's going to kill us. Help. Yi Xian yelled as he saw the frozen men being dragged away. A dignified woman wearing ornate eyebrows appeared. I'm Han Xiangmeng, manager of Supreme Fragrance Tower. The rules of Cloud Ferry are absolute. Even if you are a sword saint. It makes no difference. Jump yourselves, or I'll throw you off. One of the men begged for mercy, but the woman remained impassive as he was pulled away. Han Xiangmeng looked at Yi Xian. The rules of Cloud Ferry are absolute. Even if you are a sword saint, it makes no difference. Will you jump, or shall I throw you off? This thing went to bed first. There was a pair of things that were lost. I knew that yesterday our 2 folks left. If you want to try it in the news, please replace it with. I hope there is a part with. Hi son please. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Being a sword saint makes no difference. I wonder if being a great sword saint will break your little game. As he spoke, he gripped his sword tightly. A faint shimmer of sword energy flickered around the blade. Han Xiangmeng was momentarily doubtful, but seeing the sword energy, she didn't question further. Therefore, someone arranged a special room for Yi Xian. The World Health Organization's acting younger brother and sister arrived at the special room. After entering, they were completely Linger stared wide-eyed. Brother, this room is so big, and the floor is so soft. Yi Ling exclaimed. Yi Xian chuckled. Linger, you've never seen anything like this before. You'll get you an even bigger and better place someday. This matter is really an editor. Rolling on the bed, it felt truly soft, making even Yi Xian envious. Han Xiangmeng led Yi Xian to a dining table and invited him to eat. While she spoke, Han Xiangmeng felt a gust of wind beside her ear. Yi Xian had already started devouring the food. The 2 then exchanged pleasantries. Yi Xian, with a chicken leg in hand, complimented Han Xiangmeng. You're so young and already managing such a large establishment. Truly impressive. Han Xiangmeng smiled faintly. You flatter me, young Master Yi. You are the impressive one, a great sword saint at such a young age. May I ask where you hail from and who your master is? Faced with Han Xiangmeng's questions, Yi Xian felt a little nervous. Finally, Yi Ling came over and, looking at Han Xiangmeng, said, Miss Han, if you have something to do, please attend to it. Don't mind us, we'll make ourselves at home. All right, Han Xiangmeng replied, understanding the underlying message. I won't disturb you then, young Master Yi. She then turned and left the room. Han Xiangmeng thought to herself, this great sword saint is quite strange. He didn't reveal any information. Outside the room, an elderly man appeared behind Han Xiangmeng. Miss, you arranged the special room for them. Elder Gu will be furious. Han Xiangmeng smiled slyly. Isn't that perfect? He can help us deal with this troublemaker. The elder worried, Miss, this scheme of yours is playing with fire. How could you put a great sword saint next to Ji Yushin? The sky was clear and bright. The cloud ferry was already high in the air, hundreds of meters above the ground. On the deck, Yi Ling excitedly pointed into the distance. Brother, look. The mountains are so small. Yi Xian smiled and patted Yi Ling's head. Just then, a shrill voice reached Yi Ling's ears. What a country bumpkin. Yi Ling turned and saw a young boy, about his age, dressed in extravagant clothes. The boy was quite plump. His eyes almost squeezed shut by his fleshy face. He walked up to Yi Ling and, after sizing him up, scoffed at Yi Ling's patched clothes. Look at your attire. You can't even afford decent clothes. Yi Ling replied indifferently, clothes are just for wearing. It's fine as long as I have my brother. The boy pointed at the jade ornament on his clothes, boasting. This top-grade spirit jade is worth a fortune. Let's go, Yi Ling said, pulling on Yi Xian's sleeve. Brother. The boy sneered. My father is Lu Xiaoran, the city lord of Thousand Mountain City. What's so great about your brother? Yi Ling glanced at the boy and retorted. My brother says that one should be modest, or it's easy to get bullied outside. The boy just shook his head. They wouldn't dare bully me. My father said I'm not fat, I'm strong. Yi Ling shook his head, looking at the boy with pity. Your father is really. Yi Xian stroked Yi Ling's head. Is this your new friend? Seeing this, the boy scoffed. He ran to a middle-aged man chatting nearby. Dad, teach him a lesson. Inside Han Shangmeng's room, a plainly dressed elder stared at her. I heard you put an unknown boy in the special guest room. Han Xiangmeng feigned innocence. Yes, there is such a thing. Elder Ji Yu, that young man is a great sword saint. Is there a problem with that? The elder chuckled. A great sword saint. A 17 or 18-year-old boy. You might as well say Hezhen Lanqiu, the national scholar. Han Xiangmeng pouted. Elder Ji Yu, it seems you're determined to oppose my brother. Elder Ji Yu sneered. How dare I, Miss Han, I'm simply doing my duty. If you disagree, you can complain to the family. He thought, you want to recruit people. I won't let you. Please continue speaking. If the third miss wants to make a fool of herself, then he'll have to personally handle it. With that, he slammed the door and left. After Elder Ji Yu left, the previous elderly man appeared again. Miss, scheming against that young man, and Elder Ji Yu is playing with fire. Han Xiaomeng looked thoughtful. This is an opportunity. The family sent me to my brother's territory to isolate me. If I do nothing, you'll never control the business in Thousand Mountain City. Elder Ji Yu brought the guards to the deck and tossed Yi Xian and Yu Ling's luggage in front of them. He sneered, the special rooms of Supreme Fragrance Tower aren't for poor trash like you. Yi Ling tried to explain, it was Miss Xiaomeng who let us stay there. Elder Ji Yu scoffed, did you pay? Do you own the Cloud Ferry? The plump boy, seeing this, urged his father, Dad, they are bullying people. The middle-aged man shook his head. Let's see what happens. Yi Xian picked up their luggage, and put it on his back. So this is how Supreme Fragrance Tower does business. You'll remember this lesson. Since we're not welcome, well leave. Elder Ji Yu sneered, no tickets. I think you're just thieves trying to sneak into the special rooms. Seize them and throw them off the Cloud Ferry. The guards rushed towards them. Seeing the guards approaching, Yi Xian shielded Yi Ling. Suddenly, spiritual energy surged from his body, and sword intent filled the air. The approaching guard was instantly killed. A mysterious woman watching was shocked. He's actually a sword master. The middle-aged man next to the plump boy exclaimed in surprise, how is that possible? City Lord Nianxin was shocked. He anxiously asked, Dad, what's a sword master? The middle-aged man replied, why don't you ever read? Only by comprehending sword intent can one become a sword master. Currently, there's only one sword master in the entire Jiang Kingdom. This young man has a bright future. Yi Xian shielded his sister. Touch my sister, and he'll make you pay. Elder Ji Yu, enraged, retorted, you dare. Who do you think you are? Green light flickered in his hand as he attacked. From afar, a voice cried out, no. That Elder Ji Yu is a spirit void realm cultivator. Even if that boy has comprehended sword intent, he won't win. Inside Han Shangmeng's room, a servant rushed in. Miss, it's bad. Yi Xian has comprehended sword intent. Elder Ji Yu is losing. Han Shangmeng's face paled, and she dropped the teacup in her hand. Comprehended sword intent. How is that possible? The elderly man urged, we must stop Elder Ji Yu. We can't afford to lose a future sword master. Han Xiangmeng nodded. All right, it's time for me to make an appearance. On the deck of the Cloud Ferry, Elder Ji Yu was kicked to the ground by Yi Xian. Elder Ji Yu, face contorted in rage, threatened, I'm an elder of Supreme Fragrance Tower. If you touch me, they won't let you off. Yi Xian's sword energy intensified. Whether Supreme Fragrance Tower lets me off or not isn't your concern. You won't live to see tomorrow. Just then, Han Xiangmeng appeared before Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, please calm down. Supreme Fragrance Tower will certainly compensate you for this. Han Xiangmeng's voice abruptly stopped as Yi Xian grabbed her wrist. His expression was cold. Miss Han, your timing is impeccable. You're involved in this as well. The surrounding guards were terrified. Young Master, please let go of Miss. Elder Ji Yu struggled to his feet. Of course she's involved. She wanted to use you to deal with me, then gain your favor. She miscalculated. Sigh. Han Xiangmeng hurriedly explained, no, that's not it, young Master Yi. Ignoring her, Yi Xian's sword energy intensified in his hand. Elder Ji Yu was instantly knocked unconscious. Lu Xiaoran was also shocked. Sword master. This kid is a great sword master. No wonder he's so strong. Yi Xian threw Han Xiangmeng aside. Yi Xian, repay kindness and revenge. You served me and my sister a meal, so we'll spare you this time. Don't appear before me again. Just then, a voice boomed from above. What impressive skill. Startled, everyone looked up. Standing on the back of a flying crane was an elegant middle-aged man holding a white jade fan. He looked at Yi Xian with interest. Such talent in our Jiang kingdom. May I ask which faction you belong to? I'm curious what power allows you to kill people from Supreme Fragrance Tower. Facing the Tower Lord's question, Yi Xian smiled. So, if my backing is powerful enough, I can kill as I please. The Tower Lord laughed. Are you dreaming? I'm wondering if I should eliminate your backing along with you. Lu Xiaoran spoke up cautiously. Tower Lord Han, could you give me some face and let this matter go? Tower Lord Han scoffed. City Lord Lu is surprisingly benevolent. But this is Supreme Fragrance Tower's business. I advise you to stay out of it, Lu Xiaoran said softly, bullying two children. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed, Tower Lord Han? Suddenly, Han Ru appeared behind Lu Xiaoran and warned, you'll say it again. This is Supreme Fragrance Tower's private matter. I don't care whose face it is. Yi Xian bowed to Lu Xiaoran. Thank you for your kindness, City Lord. Supreme Fragrance Tower wants to bully people, let them. There's no point reasoning with them. Indeed, Han Ru sneered. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Supreme Fragrance Tower will bully whoever we want. Any objections? Since you won't reveal your backing, I assume you're acting alone, of course. Yi Ling hugged Yi Xian. No? If you want to kill someone, kill me. Don't kill my brother. In the afternoon, Han Xiangmeng and the white-haired old man, Tower Lord Han roared furiously, shut up. Go plead with the family head yourself when we land. He then looked at a nearby elder. Hang their bodies from the cloud ferry. Let everyone know that Supreme Fragrance Tower bullies whoever we want. If they are not happy, let them come. Just then, a woman appeared on top of the cloud ferry. The mysterious woman exclaimed, well said, well said. Yi Xian, watch closely. Today, we'll teach you what true strength is. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. What's going on? Senior, could you come out? The mysterious woman shouted. With a flick of her wrist, the river below suddenly. As everyone watched in astonishment, the river water converged into a giant hand. Sword. The river below was almost instantly emptied. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the arena was. Master Han Ru was drenched in cold sweat, unsure of what would happen next. The mysterious woman wasted no time. The watery energy in her hand transformed into a streak of sword light, flashing across the arena, charging straight at Master Han Ru. All right, Master Han Ru cried out. Not good. Without hesitation, he slammed his hands together. A golden light instantly appeared around him. Simultaneously, his hand swiftly formed a hand seal. 10,000 Mountain Seal. As his voice fell, a golden energy disc materialized before him. Under everyone's gaze, the mysterious woman's watery sword, still some distance from the golden disc, caused the disc to suddenly shatter, transforming into golden energy that scattered across the sky. As the light dissipated, Master Han Ru collapsed on the ground, a large crack appearing in the earth around him. The mysterious woman looked at Yi Xian. That was a life or death situation just now. Understood. Yi Xian scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. That was too fast. Could you, Senior, do it again? The mysterious woman was speechless. Finally, she looked at Master Han Ru, playing dead. Get up. If you don't, I won't hold back. Master Han Ru looked up at the mysterious woman with a wry smile. Senior, this time it was my fault. Before he could finish speaking, a beam of light struck the ground between Master Han Ru's legs. Master Han Ru screamed, Senior, mercy. The mysterious woman's face was expressionless. No more nonsense. I'm sparing your life to show you what real strength is. Now, call your strongest person here. Master Han Ru nodded repeatedly. Just then, a black dot suddenly appeared in the sky. It rapidly grew larger, accompanied by a booming laugh. I am the 8th Master of the First Tower. Who dares to cause trouble for the First Tower? Seeing the 8th Master of the First Tower arrive, the mysterious woman's hand extended forward. With a flick of her wrist, the watery sword shot into the sky towards the distant clouds. Following that, a scream echoed from the clouds. Then, a withered old man's head fell from the clouds. Trembling, Master Hanru turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. At that moment, a grey-robed elder mysteriously appeared in the clouds. The grey-robed elder ignored everyone. He looked at the mysterious woman, then spoke respectfully. "Greetings, third master of the first tower. Please calm your anger. Don't make things difficult for our juniors." The mysterious woman chuckled. "Make things difficult? This ninth master of your first tower wanted to hang my disciple's corpse on the prow of this ship. That's what makes things difficult for me." The third master glanced at Master Hanru and cursed, "It's all your fault." Master Hanru trembled with fear. Trembling, he walked to Yi Xian and bowed deeply. "Young master, the first tower has offended you greatly. We sincerely apologize. Please forgive us and spare our lives." Yi Xian sighed. "You should ask my master." The third master immediately ordered someone to hang Master Hanru's body from the ship's prow as an apology to Jianxian and Xiaolu. Master Hanru pleaded desperately. Ignoring him, the third master had the ninth master taken away. Then he apologized to the mysterious woman. "Senior, you satisfied with this?" The mysterious woman chuckled and waved her hand. The watery sword flew down and landed in the dry riverbed. Instantly, the river reappeared, and the spiritual energy within it increased significantly. The elder's eyes widened, his heart filled with shock. The mysterious woman gradually faded, her voice echoing again, "Consider this a lesson. The first tower's actions are unacceptable." "I understand." Waking up, the third master looked at Han Xiangmeng. "For your grandfather's sake, we'll spare you. Go home and reflect on your actions. You no longer have any authority in the first tower." Han Xiangmeng nodded repeatedly. The white-haired elder sighed. "Miss, it's fortunate that Jianxian didn't hold a grudge. Otherwise, we wouldn't have escaped death." Han Xiangmeng also felt regretful. "But I've also lost the opportunity to recruit her." He regained his composure. The third master approached Yi Xian and gave him a purple card. "Young master, as compensation, please accept this VIP card of the first tower." Yi Xian didn't refuse. He took the card and bowed slightly. "Thank you. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." Just then, a voice echoed, "My dear, was the mysterious woman's appearance just now an illusion?" Yi Xian wrapped his arm around the mysterious woman's neck. "Ha ha ha. That was so satisfying. Senior, how are you still here?" The mysterious woman blushed slightly and grabbed Yi Xian's arm. "Yi Xian, could you teach me that?" "I'll let you, considering you protected my sister. A cultivator should help other cultivators." The mysterious woman's tone suddenly changed. "However, there's a price for this outing. The wind barrier on the second level will disappear in 4 months. You know what will happen then. If you can find a solution, you'll die." After some time, the ship's staff reminded passengers to remain seated until the ship landed safely. The ground grew closer and clearer in everyone's view. The city wasn't very large, with a population of around 1 million. It had an ancient appearance, clearly with a long history. However, it exuded a vibrant atmosphere. The ship slowly descended, finally stopping at the landing point. Yi Xian and his sister started to disembark. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Big brother." Yi Xian and Yulin turned around. It was the chubby boy they had met earlier. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled and asked him, "What's up?" The chubby boy looked nervous, clenching his fists. I want to become." Yulin grabbed Yi Xian's arm and said to the chubby boy, "If you call my brother big brother, then you should call me big sister." The chubby boy was embarrassed and reluctant, but he mumbled, "Little sister." Yulin then smiled. At this moment, Lu Xiaoran approached and greeted Yi Xian. "The bond between you siblings is truly enviable." Yi Xian cupped his hands towards Lu Xiaoran. "Thank you for your help on the ship." Lu Xiaoran waved his hand. "Don't mention it. I didn't do much. By the way, since you've just arrived in Didu, you probably haven't found a place to stay yet. Why not come to my residence as guests?" Yi Xian initially wanted to refuse. He had planned to go directly to Kangmo Academy, but he couldn't resist Lu Xiaoran's enthusiasm and agreed. Han Xiangmeng stomped her foot in frustration. Lu Xiaoran ordered his servants to prepare a meal and drinks to celebrate with Yi Xian. The chubby boy, holding a chicken leg, said, "Uncle Lu, stop drinking. I still need Big Brother to teach me how to cultivate. Don't delay your son's path to becoming a powerful cultivator." Lu Xiaoran glared at his son. "Even a beating can't stop your mouth. Do you think becoming a cultivator is that easy?" Yi Xian looked at the chubby boy, smiling. "It's not impossible for you to become a cultivator, but there's a condition. You have to lose weight first." Upon hearing about losing weight, the chubby boy dropped his chicken leg. but I'm still growing. Just then, a servant came to report, Master, the Crown Prince is holding a banquet tonight and invites you to attend. Lu Xiaoran looked at Yi Xian. Perfect timing. Yi Xian and little Yi are also here. If you don't mind, let's go together tonight. How about it? Yi Xian asked, if it's the Crown Prince's banquet, can we? Lu Xiaoran explained, every year, talented individuals come to Didu to attend the Kangmo Academy entrance exam. This banquet is meant to welcome everyone. Your admission to Kangmo Academy is guaranteed. This is a good opportunity to get acquainted with everyone beforehand. Connections are very important in Didu. Yi Xian thought for a moment and nodded. Lu Xiaoran's words made sense. Moreover, since talented individuals from all over would be there, someone might know how to cure Yi Lin's cold poison. Yi Xian gratefully accepted the invitation. However, Yi Lin, who was sitting beside him, was feeling sleepy and didn't want to go to the banquet. Yi Xian stroked his sister's head. All right, you can rest well later. You'll be back soon. The streets of Didu were brightly lit at night, bustling with pedestrians. Lu Xiaoran brought Yi Xian to a restaurant in the city center. The restaurant's name, ironically, was First Tower. Lu Xiaoran led them inside. A charming woman approached. Master Lu, the Crown Prince has arranged some entertainment. Would you like to? No need, Lu Xiaoran interrupted calmly, just take us to the Crown Prince directly. As you wish. The three followed the woman. Yi Xian asked, Uncle Lu, what entertainment was she talking about just now? Lu Xiaoran looked embarrassed. What entertainment? You must have misheard. I didn't hear anything. Having entered the restaurant, they proceeded inside. The first tower was incredibly spacious and luxuriously decorated, with gold and jade everywhere. Even the waitresses serving tea and water were exceptionally beautiful. Soon, the woman led them to a room. Lu Xiaoran turned to Yi Xian and Lu Ming. Young master, wait here for me. You'll go see the Crown Prince and be back shortly. Lu Ming looked at the thin layer of dust on the ground with a grimace. Big brother, even the dust here is probably worth a fortune. The first tower is even richer than our family. Just then, a young man approached. He bowed slightly to Yi Xian. I am Yu Bo, the young master of the Chuancheng Yu family. May I ask your name, brother? Yi Xian replied, Yi Xian of Qingcheng. A loose cultivator. The young man was slightly taken aback. Then his eyes lit up. Yi Xian. His expression turned cold. Excuse me, he said, turning away. The young man walked to the side and whispered to another man, I am Yu Bo, the young master of the Chuancheng Yu family. May I know your name? The man replied. Mo Xiao, the young master of the Yu Cheng Mo family. Greetings, brother Shu. The first young man's eyes immediately widened. The Mo family that owns dozens of gold mines. The other man nodded. Indeed. The first young man grabbed the other's arm, smiling. Brother Mo, we hit it off at first sight today. Let's have a few drinks together. Witnessing this, Yi Xian and Lu Ming exchanged glances. Lu Ming clenched his fists. Big brother, this guy has terrible judgment. Should I teach him a lesson? Yi Xian looked at the chubby boy and shook his head with a smile. It's normal for people to have different values. The chubby boy was about to say something when a voice interjected, well said. You must be Master Lu's guest. A handsome young man approached. Lu Xiaoran stood up. The surrounding people were startled upon seeing the young man. Look, it's the Crown Prince. This person must be extraordinary to have the Crown Prince's attention. Yi Xian looked at Lu Xiaoran, who quickly introduced, Young Master Yi Xian, this is His Highness, the Crown Prince Jian Nianshou. Yi Xian bowed slightly. Greetings, Your Highness. The Crown Prince looked at Yi Xian, slightly displeased. Master Lu is truly senile. This person is merely at the Qi transformation realm. Does he deserve such attention from me? No, wait. Master Lu is a cunning old fox. He wouldn't do this without reason. This must be his trick to make me appear discerning in public and attract talented individuals. This Yi Xian must be. The Crown Prince turned to Lu Xiaoran, thinking, you're always playing these little tricks. Lu Xiaoran looked confused. The Crown Prince isn't even trying to recruit Yi Xian. What a waste. Just then, an excited voice rang out, Mo Suiqin has arrived. The Crown Prince, ignoring Yi Xian, said to Lu Xiaoran, Master Lu, I suddenly have some urgent matters to attend to. You'll leave for a moment. You'll be back soon. Lu Xiaoran was dissatisfied. Wait, Your Highness. Young Master Yi Xian is still here. The Crown Prince ignored him. All right, I know what you're trying to do. However, Miss Mo's status is extraordinary. He'll come back to play along with you later. He turned and left. Yi Xian, slightly confused, looked towards the distance. He asked Lu Xiaoran beside him, Uncle Lu, who is Mo Suiqin? Even the crown prince is so eager to greet her. Lu Xiaoran smiled. She's no ordinary person. She's known as the most beautiful woman in Di. Yi Xian was surprised. The most beautiful woman. Is she even more beautiful than Anlanxiu? Lu Xiaoran was so shocked that he almost choked on his wine. After he recovered, he explained, Anlanxiu is famous for her martial prowess, not her beauty. Mo Suiqin, on the other hand, is renowned for her appearance. Moreover, she's from the Mo family, an ancient and influential clan that even the royal family treats with respect. Now, all the princes want to form an alliance with her to contend for the throne. Yi Xian sighed. It seems being a prince isn't easy either. Lu Xiaoran swirled his wine, a thoughtful expression on his face. Perhaps I should tell the crown prince about Yi Xian's background. I was worried it might displease young master Yi Xian. But judging by the crown prince's attitude, he doesn't seem to care much about him. So, Lu Xiaoran decided to wait and see. Director Yu Zi, a carriage stopped at the front. A woman walked out. The woman, about years old, wore a fiery red dress. Tall and slender, her features were incredibly delicate, with a flawless face as white as honey, skin that looked like it could be broken by a touch. Especially captivating were her large eyes, like stars in the night sky, seemingly able to draw anyone into their depths. Truly beautiful. Is the crown prince here yet? The crown prince. I walked up to Mo Ruqing with Yu Chen and said, Haha, Miss Mo, your presence at my banquet will surely cause a stir tomorrow. Mo Ruqing's lips curved slightly. I'm here solely for business with you. It's fine. Just then, Han Xiaoming approached, her gaze fixed on Mo Ruqing's jewelry. She whispered, if you say it like that, I fear the crown prince will hold a grudge. Mo Ruqing frowned slightly. So, Han Xiaoming, anxious to avoid trouble, quickly pulled Mo Ruqing away. Let's go inside. The man beside the crown prince was furious. She shows no respect to his highness. Miss Mo is too ungrateful. You personally welcomed her, and she acts like this. Calm down. The crown prince sighed. You don't understand. Taming a woman like this is the real thrill. Watching Mo Ruqing ignore the crown prince, Han Xiaoming handed her a glass of wine. That crown prince was practically devouring you with his eyes. Mo Ruqing chuckled, accepting the wine glass. He's not worthy. Then, with a playful glance, but enough about me, Xiaoming. When you came in, you kept staring at that young man. Could it be? Han Xiaoming blushed slightly, embarrassed. No, I wasn't. I'm not blind. Mo Ruqing observed her expression, a strange look on her face. Xiaoming, are you really interested in him? Stop it. She suddenly warned, men are merely tools for us to gain power. A little flirting is fine, but don't get attached. Besides, his presence here likely means he wants to curry favor with the crown prince. Han Xiaoming looked thoughtfully at Yi Xian. Perhaps. He's just a man. Let's not bother with him. A mysterious smile played on Mo Ruqing's lips. Provoke interesting word. I like it. My dear sister, she continued, pulling Han Xiaoming along, today I'll teach you how even the most mysterious man can't resist my charm. Han Xiaoming's face flushed slightly. Qing, if you must go, please be polite. He's not what? Mo Ruqing approached Yi Xian, her eyes sparkling. How may I address you, young master? And from where do you hail? Yi Xian, seeing Han Xiaoming as well, assumed Zui Xianlu had come for revenge. Faced with Mo Ruqing's questions, he simply replied, Yi Xian. A rogue cultivator, a rogue cultivator. Mo Ruqing raised an eyebrow. A rogue cultivator wouldn't have an invitation. How did you get in? Yi Xian, annoyed by her attitude, retorted. Who are you? Why do I need to explain myself? Lu Xiaoran quickly pulled Yi Xian aside and whispered, young friend Yi Xian, this is Miss Mo Ruqing. Mo Ruqing looked at Yi Xian, her mind racing. Just a gold-digging brat, nothing special. Beauty is truly in the eye of the beholder. But no man in this world can resist my charm. Boldly, she smiled. Young Master Yi, don't misunderstand. I merely wish to befriend you. Perhaps you join me at my table. Yi Xian politely declined. I'm sorry, Miss Mo, but my friends are here. Perhaps another time. He knew this woman was trouble and wanted to avoid any entanglement. The surrounding onlookers were stunned that Yi Xian had rejected the most beautiful woman, their jaws dropping. Han Xiaoming, remembering the rumors of Yi Xian's power, quickly tugged at Mo Ruqing's sleeve. Qing, let's not force him. Let's go back. Mo Ruqing, feigning tears, said, does young Master Yi look down on me just because I'm a woman? Seeing the damsel in distress, the surrounding men began to criticize Yi Xian. Mo Ruqing was inwardly delighted. Facing the pressure of public opinion, let's see what you'll do now. Yi Xian again politely declined. I'm sorry, Miss Mo. Please return to your seat. Mo Ruqing was surprised he refused again. Suddenly, a burly man from the crowd shouted, you brat. How dare you speak to Miss Mo like that? Everyone turned to see Kang Qi, a genius of the Kang clan, rumored to have been accepted into the Kang clan academy. Fatty Lu Ming banged the table. Pointing at Kang Qi, who the hell are you, dog, to talk to my brother like that? Enraged, Kang Qi was about to attack. You little. He raised his large hand to strike Lu Ming, but Yi Xian intervened, catching Kang Qi's hand mid-swing, and with a swift move, sent him flying into a tree. Kang Qi crashed into the tree, teeth flying from his mouth. Everyone in the hall was shocked. Yi Xian turned to Mo Ruqing. Miss Mo, I choose my friends based on their character. Such petty tricks are best avoided in the future. Seeing Yi Xian's displeasure, Han Xiangmeng quickly explained, young Master Yi, please don't misunderstand. Kang Qi has nothing to do with us. Mo Ruqing, observing Han Xiangmeng's behavior, thought, Xiangmeng is actually defending this man. Could she really be? Just then, the Crown Prince's voice boomed, what's going on here? Do you think this is a marketplace? Everyone turned to see the Crown Prince. Lu Xiaoran, looking at the Crown Prince, thought, this is a perfect opportunity to win Yi Xian's favor. Be careful. Mo Ruqing glared at the Crown Prince. What nonsense are you spouting? Are you calling me a market vendor? The Crown Prince quickly backpedaled. Oh, it's Miss Mo. A misunderstanding, truly. Who dared to upset you? Mo Ruqing glanced at Yi Xian. I merely wish to invite this young master, but he seems to look down on me and even injured Kang Qi. The surrounding people chimed in, pointing at Yi Xian. Yes, Your Highness. Such a crude person is unworthy of our company. You should have him removed, lest he further offend Miss Mo. The Crown Prince's eyes fell upon Kang Qi, lying on the ground like a swollen pig. He ordered Kang Qi to be carried away, and then turned to Yi Xian. The Crown Prince glowered at Yi Xian. You insolent wretch. Come here and apologize to Miss Mo. The Crown Prince smiled reassuringly at Mo Ruqing. Don't worry, Miss Mo, I will ensure you receive justice. Lu Xiaoran spoke to Yi Xian. Young friend Yi Xian. Yi Xian interrupted. Uncle Lu, this has nothing to do with you. Lu Xiaoran, seeing Yi Xian's expression, thought, it's over. The Crown Prince has completely offended Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned to the Crown Prince. Clever move, Your Highness. Winning hearts and minds, truly impressive. The Crown Prince pointed at Yi Xian with his jade fan. Enough talk. Kneel, or you won't leave Sui Xianlu alive. The Crown Prince was inwardly gleeful. Just a rogue cultivator defying Miss Mo. This is too easy. Lu Xiaoran stepped forward. Please, Miss Mo, give me some face and let this matter drop. Mo Ruqing refused. Master Lu, I only wished to befriend young Master Yi, but he offended everyone. What good is your intervention? Nothing. Lu Xiaoran was embarrassed by her disrespect. Yi Xian, watching the scene, burst out laughing. Mo Ruqing was furious. You pretty boy, what are you laughing at? Yi Xian chuckled. I'm laughing at your inflated ego, fueled by a pretty face. It's amusing to watch these fools fight over your every glance and word. Very entertaining. Entertaining. You'll regret this. Even if you stripped naked and begged, I still wouldn't befriend you. Mo Ruqing flew into a rage. Damn you. She attacked, her palm radiating a powerful aura like a fierce wind. Yi Xian snorted, his right hand shooting out to firmly grasp Mo Ruqing's wrist. Mo Ruqing struggled. Glaring at Yi Xian, not bad, but let's see how many more moves you can take. She attacked again. Han Xiangmeng suddenly stepped in front of Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, although this wasn't my intention, it was because of me. Please accept Qing's apology. Mo Ruqing was furious. Xiangmeng. Whose side are you on? Whose side? Han Xiangmeng pleaded, Qing, please, give me some face. Mo Ruqing scoffed. Face. He insulted me. How can I just let it go? The Crown Prince joined in. Exactly. You can't let it go, Miss Han. Don't worry, with me here, no one will. I will make him pay for insulting Miss Mo. Just then, a voice echoed from above. Such arrogance, Your Highness. Everyone looked up. A woman looked down from the upper floor. It was An Lanxiu, the imperial guardian of Jiang country. The Crown Prince paled. Everyone quickly bowed. Greetings, Guardian An Lanxiu. looked down at the Crown Prince and scolded, "Talented individuals are rare in Jiang country. Your Highness' actions today are truly disappointing." The Crown Prince's face fell. This Yi Xian is but a rogue cultivator who insulted Miss Mo and injured Kang Qi. And Lanqiao interrupted, "Do you think him blind, Your Highness?" The Crown Prince stammered, "No, that's not." And Lanqiao stared at him coldly. "If you have nothing else to say, then resign from your position as welcomer of new students. You are forbidden from holding that position for the next 5 years." The Crown Prince was aghast. "What? This Yi Xian is just a rogue cultivator. Isn't this punishment too severe?" And Lanqiao remained expressionless. The Crown Prince pleaded, "Guardian and, please, for my father's sake." And Lanqiao was unmoved. "Then 20 years. The Crown Prince clasped his hands. "Fine. As Guardian and wishes. 20 years, enough." And Lanqiao looked at Mo Ruqing. "Miss Mo, as a representative of the younger generation of the Mo family, you should refrain from such childish behavior. Do you understand?" Han Xiangmeng tugged at Mo Ruqing's sleeve. "Qing, this is Guardian N. So, and Lanqiao, are you resentful that you failed, or are you simply..." As her voice fell, a powerful aura suddenly surged from Lanqiao, sweeping outwards. In an instant, Mo Suiqing, who was some distance away, felt as if a mountain was pressing down on her, making her gasp for breath. Han Xiangmeng pleaded, "Esteemed N, I know I was wrong. Please, for the sake of the Mo family." And Lanqiao withdrew her aura. "Fine. Go back and tell the Mo family head that Mo Xiong is my friend. If anyone from the Mo family causes trouble again, don't blame me for being unkind to the Mo family." She then turned and walked towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian glanced at the unconscious Mo Suiqing. "Miss N, you're quite imposing. But is she all right?" And Lanxia's lips parted slightly. "She's fine. Just think of it as her fainting from anger." She then pulled Yi Xian's arm. "Let's go. This place is too vulgar." With that, Yi Xian was dragged away. At this moment, everyone present was truly shocked. Some were even extremely jealous. How could this kid be so close to Esteemed N? The first prince grabbed Lu Xiaoran. "Lu Xiaoran, you must help me. If I offend Esteemed N, my throne." Lu Xiaoran was speechless. "You had your chance and you blew it. You deserve to lose the throne. If Jian Guo had you as emperor, it would have been destroyed 100 times over." Ignoring the first prince, and Lanqiao and Yi Xian walked into a small pavilion. Under the moonlight, and Lanqiao appeared even more beautiful. Yi Xian leaned against a pillar, slightly exhausted. "Miss N, I almost died back there." And Lanqiao handed Yi Xian a handkerchief. "Here, wipe your sweat. From now on, just call me Xiao and that's what my friends call me. What should I call you?" Yi Xian accepted the handkerchief. "Isn't this a bit too familiar?" And Lanxia's face was calm. "Do you think I have ulterior motives towards you, like that Mo Suiqing? Don't want to be friends?" Yi Xian quickly waved his hands. "Of course not. But still," and Lanqiao smiled playfully. "Fine. I'll call you Xiao Xuanzi then." Yi Xian was instantly speechless, and Lanqiao looked at Yi Xian. "I didn't expect Xiao Xuanzi to comprehend Jianqin in just a few days." "Impressive." Yi Xian was puzzled. "How did you know I comprehended it?" And Lanqiao explained, "It's because my eyes are special. I can see a person's true nature." Seeing Yi Xian's misunderstanding, and Lanqiao added, "Not the nature you're thinking of. You'll really get angry if you keep thinking like that." Yi Xian laughed. "I know. I wasn't thinking anything. Actually, my cultivation hasn't even reached the human feather realm. I almost..." And Lanqiao patted Yi Xian's shoulder comfortingly. "Realm doesn't mean everything. Strength is what matters. I think even a typical zero void realm cultivator might not be your match." She changed the subject. "Xiao Xuanzi, tomorrow is Tsangmu Academy's enrollment day. Don't forget." Yi Xian nodded. "Don't worry, I will definitely get into Tsangmu Academy. Then we can." At the same time, Yi Ling was lying in bed, asleep, exhaling cold air, her body shivering. A crack appeared on the skyfire warm jade hanging from her neck. Lu Xiaoran and his son returned home. A servant hurriedly reported, "Sir, you're back. This room is covered in ice." Lu Xiaoran's expression changed drastically. "Ice? Quickly, take me there." They rushed to Yi Ling's room and pushed the door open. Inside, the cold air was intense. A small, shivering, chubby boy muttered, "So cold." Lu Xiaoran checked Yi Ling while explaining, "This is Han Qi. If it continues, Linga will be consumed by it." Responding to Lu Xiaoran's touch, an ice bird suddenly woke up. Before Lu Xiaoran's attack could land, the ice bird slapped his hand away. The chubby boy asked anxiously, "Father, is your hand all right?" Lu Xiaoran looked at his hand, which was emitting Han Qi. A minor injury. But I didn't expect Linger's internal Han Qi to be so potent. He then ordered his servants to find Yi Xian. Lu Xiaoran instructed the chubby boy, "Have them bring more hot water and blankets. We must keep her warm." On the streets at this time, there were very few pedestrians. The mysterious woman looked at Yi Xian, complaining, "Couldn't find that place, yet you have the mood to chat with others." Yi Xian coughed awkwardly. He laughed dryly. "I didn't expect there would still be people around so late." A voice came from a nearby alley. "So, the little guy noticed me." An old man emerged from the alley. "No wonder you caught our young miss attention. You're quite perceptive." Yi Xian looked at the old man, puzzled. "This old sir." The old man's aura turned hostile. "Boy, I'm here to warn you. Don't have any wicked ideas about our young miss, or you'll die a terrible death." The old man slowly ascended into the air. "Boy, don't hate me. Remember, our young miss is not from the same world as you." Yi Xian was bewildered. This old man was spouting nonsense in the middle of the night. Was he crazy? The mysterious woman suddenly appeared. "Look who you've offended now. They've even come looking for you." Yi Xian felt wronged. "Senior, you know everything I do. Even when I took a bath last time, you were watching." The mysterious woman exploded. "Who would peep at you taking a bath? Don't spout nonsense." Yi Xian chuckled. "Senior, calm down, calm down. I didn't mean that." Two sharp blades suddenly appeared in the mysterious woman's hands. Suddenly, someone bumped into Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned to see a familiar face. It was the young maid from before. She said anxiously, "Young Master Yi, I finally found you. Second miss has had an accident." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed instantly. The mysterious woman sighed. This kid's encounter with Linger is truly unfortunate. She recalled the past. Decades ago, Yi Xian returned to the Lu residence and saw the chubby boy directing servants to bring hot water and blankets to Yiling's room. Yi Xian looked at Yiling, who was covered in cold air, and anxiously asked the mysterious woman if there was any way to save Linger. The mysterious woman saw the crack on the Skyfire warm jade. "Since there's a crack, have Yi Xian take the jade to the refining pagoda and see if it can be repaired." Yi Xian held Yiling's hand tightly and whispered, "Linger, hold on. Once I get into Tsangmu Academy tomorrow, the Academy's physicians should be able to cure your hand poison." In the north of the Earth Poison region lies a grand mountain called Tsangmu Mountain. Standing halfway up the mountain, one can overlook the entire Earth Poison region. Atop this Tsangmu Mountain sits Tsangmu Academy. Yi Xian, along with his sister Yiling and Lu Xiaoran and his son, quickly arrived at Tsangmu Academy. The place was already crowded with people. Yi Xian was shocked by the crowd. Lu Xiaoran laughed. In Qingju, Tsangmu Academy, like the first tower, has existed through countless dynasties, a true behemoth. Yi Xian asked, "Are there other Tsangmu Academies elsewhere in Jiangguo?" Lu Xiaoran nodded. "Of course. It's said that the main Tsangmu Academy is located in the central divine continent, a very distant and mysterious place." He shook his head and smiled, then looked at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, if you have the chance one day, you must leave Jiangguo, leave Qingju, and see the wider world. It would be a shame not to experience it." Yi Xian smiled. "Master Lu, you're thinking too far ahead. The present is what matters most." The chubby boy, Lu Ming, chuckled. "It's just the main Tsangmu Academy. Xiao Yi and I can go there too in the future." Lu Xiaoran immediately gave Lu Ming a knock on the head. "You brat. Do you think getting into the main academy is easy? Even getting into this branch took your father a lot of connections and favors." Lu Ming grumbled, "Father, Yi big brother is still here. You could at least give me some face." His voice trailed off. Lu Ming looked at Yi Xian. "It's all right, chubby. Big brother will take us there in the future." Lu Ming nodded vigorously. At this moment, the gates of Tsangmu Academy slowly opened. Yi Xian and the others quickly turned to look. An old man appeared at the gate and announced, "I am Pang Zhong, an elder of Tsangmu Academy's outer courtyard, in charge of today's enrollment. Today, we will accept 20 students through 3 trials. If more than 20 pass, they will compete against each other until only 20 remain." The crowd erupted at these words. There were at least 1,000 people present, but only 20 spots meant that would be eliminated. The old man's voice boomed again. "The first trial. Ascend the mountain. Those who cannot reach the halfway point will be immediately disqualified." Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then looked at Lu Xiaoran. "Master Lu, is that Tsangmu Academy's assessment really this simple?" Lu Xiaoran shook his head. "It's not simple. The mountain has a suppressive formation. This trial is meant to weed out those with unstable cultivation. Although most have reached the required realm, many are not truly solid in their cultivation. Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian with worry. Brother, Yi Xian patted his sister's head reassuringly. Don't worry. I want to get in on my own merit. If I really can't, Esteemed and gave me a jade pendant. I'm sure I can get in with that. Lu Xiaoran looked at Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, the academy gates are open. Let's go to the starting point and prepare. Lu Ming suddenly wanted to use the restroom and tugged at Lu Xiaoran's sleeve. Yi Xian and the others walked to the starting point and looked ahead. There was a path lined with many broken flags. Looking up, they saw stone steps leading upwards. The mysterious woman appeared beside Yi Xian. I didn't expect Sangmu Academy to set up such a disgusting formation. Interesting. Yi Xian looked at the flags. Senior, you said this is a formation. The mysterious woman nodded. Indeed. It has no offensive or defensive capabilities, but it's extremely disgusting. Yi Xian was puzzled. He looked at the mysterious woman questioningly. The mysterious woman explained, this formation seals the last resentments of those who died here. It's usually used to torture opponents. I didn't expect to see it here. Yi Xian chuckled. Sangmu Academy has this kind of formation. Aren't they afraid of ghosts? The mysterious woman looked at Yi Xian. Ghosts? With this formation, even ghosts would avoid this place. Yi Xian was about to speak when a loud voice boomed, begin. All participants rushed towards the steps. Those who can reach the top and stand before me will pass. As the voice fell, the crowd surged forward. Yi Xian turned and patted Yu Ling's head, then looked at Lu Xiaoran. Master Lu, please look after my sister. Lu Xiaoran smiled. Yi Ling softly said, Brother, be careful. Yi Xian smiled back, then turned and joined the crowd, disappearing amongst them. Yi Ling smiled faintly, but soon, her body trembled, and she turned pale as ice, her breath frosty. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoran exclaimed in alarm and rushed to her side. Let's go back. Yi Ling shook her head. Master Lu, I'm fine. I have the warm jade. I just want to see my brother entered Sangmu Academy. Lu Xiaoran looked at Yi Ling with pity. Why do you put yourself through this? Yi Ling looked up at the distance and whispered, my brother has suffered so much for me. If he can join Sangmu Academy and have some support, I can rest easy. After the first round of the steps trial at Sangmu Academy, more than 90% of the participants were eliminated. Yi Xian, after much effort, finally reached the top. Pang Zhong looked at those who passed and announced, this year, 42 people passed the first trial, more than last year. He then looked at Yi Xian, his eyes narrowing. Yi Xian was confused. Then, Pang Zhong's voice boomed again, you brat, stop looking around. I'm talking to you. Yi Xian stepped out of the crowd and looked at Pang Zhong. Elder, what is it? Pang Zhong looked at Yi Xian disdainfully. Sangmu Academy's minimum requirement this year is the human feather realm. And you're only at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. Yes, Yi Xian replied, but there was no mention of a realm requirement during registration. Although I haven't reached the human feather realm, I passed the first trial. Pang Zhong sneered, I say there is. Even if you pass the first trial, it's meaningless. According to the rules, you should receive 100 lashes and be expelled from Sangmu Mountain. Yi Xian stared at Pang Zhong, puzzled. Strange, I don't think I've offended this old man. Why does he seem to have a grudge against me? Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He suddenly remembered something. Pang Zhong, Pang Qi, could there be a connection? He then asked Pang Zhong, who is Pang Qi to you? Pang Zhong casually replied, Pang Qi is my grandson. His expression suddenly changed. You bastard. You, Yi Xian chuckled. I didn't expect a respected elder of Sangmu Academy to be so biased. At this moment, a man suddenly stepped forward. Yi Xian, you're truly foolish. Yi Xian turned to look at the man. He recognized him. This was the man who had constantly defended Mo Suiqing during the assessment, named Li Feng. Li Feng smirked inwardly. And thank you for giving me this opportunity to impress Elder Pang. Pang Zhong stroked his beard. This student is right. I was merely upholding the rules. Yi Xian, don't blame me. Yi Xian sighed. If Elder Pang insists on expelling me, then so be it. He then suddenly took out a jade pendant. You'll stop pretending. I'm here through connections. Yi Xian presented the jade pendant. It was the Kang State emblem, and Lanxia's jade pendant. I was recommended by Esteemed to come to Sangmu Academy. Everyone was shocked. Esteemed AN's recommendation carried significant weight. Seeing Pang Zhong's silence, Li Feng panicked. Without thinking, he angrily pointed at Yi Xian. Insolent. A mere chi transformation realm trash like you could never obtain esteemed ANS recommendation. This pendant must be fake. At that moment, Yi Xian vanished and reappeared in front of Li Feng. In full view of everyone, Yi Xian slapped Li Feng across the face. Shut your damn mouth. Li Feng was sent flying by the slap. Everyone was stunned. This guy dared to hit someone at Sangmu Academy. Pang Zhong, witnessing this, was enraged. His aura surged, and he shouted, Yi Xian, you dare assault someone here. Esteemed and is an honorary mentor of Sangmu Academy, and I believe even she wouldn't tolerate your behavior. Someone, seize him. As his voice fell, 2-0 Void Realm cultivators charged towards Yi Xian. Seeing the situation turning sour, Yi Ling was about to rush towards Yi Xian. Lu Xiaoran stopped Yi Ling. Wait. Young Master Yi will be fine. He was also furious. Are these people at Sangmu Academy blind? Can't they see the talent in young Master Yi? Seeing the two cultivators approaching, Yi Xian's expression hardened. He knew things couldn't end peacefully. Since that was the case, he would fight. At that moment, Yi Xian's body emitted a powerful aura. To avoid excessive damage, a powerful pressure erupted from Yi Xian. The 2-0 Void Realm cultivators were instantly pushed back several steps. Seeing this, Pang Zhong's eyes flashed with disbelief. His expression gradually turned cold. Genius. Sangmu Academy doesn't need geniuses who can't be controlled. He must be eliminated. Pang Zhong clenched his right fist. A powerful airflow suddenly appeared around Yi Xian. Yi Xian felt his body stiffen. Then, Pang Zhong punched out, sending Yi Xian flying into a tree. Damn it. Yi Xian stabilized himself, gasping for breath. He realized that Pang Zhong wasn't just a 0 Void Realm cultivator but someone at a higher realm. If not for his strong physique, that punch would have pulverized him. Pang Zhong sneered. You managed to withstand my punch. Not bad, but still, just a bit lacking. Yi Xian flipped Pang Zhong off. So much talk. He then turned and walked towards a nearby building. Pang Zhong laughed. Boy, that's the 9 Palaces formation. Without my guidance, anyone who enters will die. You're practically courting death. The moment Yi Xian stepped onto the 9 Palaces platform, the platform trembled, and a beam of light shot into the sky. Pang Zhong sneered. The 9 Palaces formation, let alone a mere chi transformation realm cultivator, even I would be instantly obliterated inside. You're saving me the trouble. Yi Ling's face was pale with worry. Master Lu, the 9 Palaces formation. Lu Xiaoran sighed. Legend has it that the 9 Palaces formation was created by the founder of Sangmu Academy. Anyone under 20 who can break through it must be accepted as a direct disciple by the Academy head. No one has succeeded in 50 years. Yi Ling lowered her head. What happens if he fails? Lu Xiaoran shook his head. All those who failed have disappeared, without a trace. Li Feng walked up to Pang Zhong. Elder Pang, Yi Xian has a younger sister down here. Shall we bring her up to witness her brothers? Pang Zhong's face darkened. Fine, bring her up. I want her to see how her brother dies. Li Feng nodded. As you wish. Meanwhile, inside a room in Sangmu Academy, a middle-aged man was meditating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Unexpectedly, someone entered the 9 Palaces formation. Seems like we have some interesting youngsters this year. Yi Xian entered the 9 Palaces formation and saw rubble and broken pillars. Yi Xian wondered, what is this place? A voice suddenly echoed, the 9 Palaces formation trial begins. Yi Xian was confused. 9 Palaces formation trial. Is this the second trial? If I pass, maybe I can attract the attention of other elders and still get in. Suddenly, rumbling sounds echoed around the room. The rubble began to shift, and 9 stone golems wielding spears appeared. Yi Xian was stunned by the sight. Holy crap, these stones can move. One of the stone golems suddenly thrust its spear at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was hit by the spear and cried out. So fast. However, something unexpected happened. The moment the spear touched Yi Xian's chest, it shattered. Yi Xian sat on the ground, stunned. It broke. Yi Xian clutched his chest, dumbfounded. Senior, what happened? Did you do something? The mysterious woman's voice rang out. Dummy, you cultivate the invincible sword body. Any sword weaker than your body's essence will break upon contact. Understand? Yi Xian's eyes widened. So that's how it is. Then I have nothing to fear. Yi Xian stood up and pointed at the remaining stone golems. You piles of broken stones, watch me smash you all. Meanwhile, outside the 9 Palaces formation, Li Feng was ordering people to take Yi Ling away. Lu Xiaoran's expression was grim. Stop. How dare you act like this before me? Li Feng bowed to Lu Xiaoran. Master Lu, Yi Xian barged into the Nine Palaces formation and is about to die. We're just taking his sister to witness his final moments. Is that a problem? Lu Xiaoran was furious. What did you say? At this time, Yi Ling spoke. Master Lu, you'll go with them. Lu Xiaoran looked at Yi Ling with concern. No, Linger, you can't go with them. Yi Ling's voice was firm. Master Lu, I believe my brother will be fine. I want to wait for him outside the Nine Palaces formation. Lu Xiaoran, deeply worried, decided to accompany Yi Ling. They quickly arrived at the Nine Palaces formation. Pang Zhong looked at Yi Ling with hostility. So you're Yi Xian's sister. Watch closely how your brother dies. Yi Ling snorted. A broken formation like this. My brother will definitely break through. Pang Zhong sneered. Ignorant. No one has cleared the Nine Palaces formation in decades. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Pang Zhong. So, Sangmu Academy is nothing more than this. A simple broken formation like this, and no one can clear it. Pang Zhong's face was filled with disbelief. Impossible. How did you clear the Nine Palaces formation? How did you cheat? Facing Pang Zhong's accusations, Yi Xian chuckled. Cheat? Do you have proof? Pang Zhong roared, proof? A mere chi transformation realm cultivator like you could never clear the Nine Palaces formation. You must have cheated. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared. Pang Zhong, you're being presumptuous. Greetings, Dean Li Xiao. Yi Xian was overjoyed. Finally, someone important showed up. Finally, someone who can control this old fool. Li Xiao glanced at Pang Zhong. Elder Pang, you're dismissed from your enrollment duties. Go to the back mountain and reflect on your actions. Pang Zhong's face turned pale. He bowed and quickly retreated. Li Xiao walked up to Yi Xian with a smile. Although I don't know how you cleared the Nine Palaces formation, your foundation and combat strength qualify you to join Sangmu Academy. He paused, his smile fading. However, I noticed something. He looked at Yi Xian intently. What's going on? You don't have a Dantian. Everyone fell silent. You have no Dantian, meaning you can't cultivate past the Xiantian realm. The academy won't waste resources on someone without a Dantian. Therefore, you can't become a student. However, your foundation is good. You can stay as a servant. Servants were low-level workers who served the students and mentors. Yi Xian's face darkened. He looked at Yi Ling and asked Li Xiao, if I become a servant, can I ask at Sangmu Academy physician to treat my sister? Yi Ling's tears flowed. No, brother, don't. You can't become a servant. I don't need treatment. Yi Ling suddenly swayed and almost collapsed. Yi Xian quickly caught his sister, who was now burning with fever. He looked at Li Xiao pleadingly. Dean Li Xiao, if Sangmu Academy is willing to save my sister, I, Yi Xian, am willing to become a servant, serving Sangmu Academy for life, even unto death. Li Xiao shook his head. Sangmu Academy only has 3 physicians, and they can't be easily dispatched. Yi Xian was about to speak when Yi Ling in his arms cried out in pain, no. Don't, brother, get up, don't beg them. Tears streamed down Yi Ling's face. Tears that were ice blue. Yi Xian sank to the ground, holding his increasingly cold sister tightly, trembling all over, crying like a child. I'm sorry, brother is useless. Yi Ling looked at Yi Xian, a faint smile on her face. Don't cry. To die in my brother's arms. I'm already very happy. After I die, keep my ashes with you. I want to be with you forever. And, live well, you must live well. Her eyes slowly closed, her breath weakening. Brother, in the next life, will still be your sister. Lu Xiaoran looked at Li Xiao indignantly. How can Sangmu Academy treat talented individuals like this? Aren't you afraid of discouraging scholars all over the world? Yi Xian picked up Yi Ling and said to Lu Xiaoran, let's go. Don't waste your breath on them. If they are unwilling, I won't force them. I don't believe Sangmu Academy is the only place that can save Linger. He then turned and walked down the mountain. Pang Zhong sneered, brat, you injured my grandson. Even if you know esteem them, I won't let you. Just then, an old man silently appeared. Yi Xian turned around. An old man with messy hair and tattered clothes stood before him, reeking of alcohol. The old man looked at Yi Xian and his sister. He sized up Yi Ling and then blurted out. If you join my Kanglan Academy, I can save her. Yi Xian, clutching his dying sister tightly, glared at the old man. Old Ji, you're on Sangmu Academy's territory recruiting students. Do you have no respect for us? Yi Xian's expression softened. As long as you can save my sister, Linga, I'll go anywhere. Even if Kanglan Academy is hell, I'll go too. The old man stood up and patted the dust off his clothes. You won't be going to hell, kid. From now on, you're a student of Kanglan Academy. Lu Xiaoran walked up to Yi Xian and said softly, Yi Xian, Kanglan Academy used to rival Sangmu Academy, but it has long since declined. Think carefully. Yi Xian replied firmly. Thank you, Uncle Lu. As long as Linga can be saved, you'll do anything. Good. The old man looked at Yi Xian without speaking. A flame appeared in his right hand. As the old man channeled his energy, the flame grew larger, gradually transforming into a fiery lotus. With the appearance of the lotus, the surrounding temperature dramatically increased. A voice echoed, what a pity. Such a precious fire spirit, and you're using it to save a waste. What a waste. Under everyone's gaze, the old man gently flicked his finger, and the fire spirit enveloped Yi Ling. Yi Xian, feeling the intense heat, couldn't help but exclaim. It hurts. Lu Xiaoran's face was filled with shock. He shouted at Yi Xian, be careful. The fire spirit had transformed into a large lotus platform, with Yi Ling sitting right in the middle. Seeing this, Yi Xian became anxious. Don't worry, the old man reassured Yi Xian, grabbing his arm. The fire spirit is fighting the cold poison. Your sister will be fine. Yi Xian was startled. The old man had appeared beside him without a sound. This old man is incredible. I didn't even see him move. Time passed, and the fire spirit began to shrink. Gradually, Yi Ling opened her eyes. A faint flame mark appeared on her forehead. Yi Ling looked around in confusion, then rushed towards Yi Xian. Brother. It's all my fault. Even you are dead. But at least we can be ghosts together now. Yi Xian was speechless. Then, he burst into laughter. Linga. You're not dead. You're alive. I am. Yi Ling was puzzled. How am I still alive? Yi Xian gently comforted her. Silly girl, don't say such things. As long as your brother is here, I won't let anything happen to you. The old man spoke. The fire spirit can suppress the cold poison in her body, but I don't know for how long. Yi Xian helped Yi Ling up and bowed deeply to the old man. Thank you. I, Yi Xian, am forever grateful. The old man nodded slightly. Good. Since my fire spirit has saved her, you can call me Ding Ji from now on. Let's return to Kanglan Academy. Yi Xian nodded. Yes, Ding Ji. Yi Xian turned to thank Lu Xiaoran. Uncle Lu, thank you for your care these past few days. If there's anything I can do for you in the future, please don't hesitate to come to Kanglan Academy. Yi Xian added shyly, Uncle Lu, please drink less alcohol and take care of yourself. All right. Lu Xiaoran was deeply moved. He embraced Yi Xian and Yi Ling. You too. Come visit me and that rascal Lu Ming when you have time. He'll miss you both. Just then, Kang Zhong suddenly appeared. He sneered, Kanglan Academy has fallen so low that it takes in trash discarded by Sangmu Academy, and even wastes a fire spirit on them. How laughable. Ding Ji looked at Kang Zhong, remaining silent. Then, he suddenly turned and roared, Scram! Kang Zhong was sent flying by the force of his voice. Kang Zhong wiped the blood from his mouth and said coldly, just you wait. Sangmu Academy won't let you off. He glared at them. A bunch of blind fools. He then fled back towards Sangmu Academy. Kang Zhong's actions left Yi Xian and the others stunned. Yi Xian and the others arrived at the foot of a small, barren mountain with some sparse vegetation. Soon, led by the old man, they reached the summit. The sight that greeted them nearly made Yi Xian and his sister turn and run. The Kanglan Academy sign was casually discarded. The buildings were dilapidated, with peeling paint and large cracks in the walls. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds and littered with rubble. The old man, seemingly unconcerned, lay down by the entrance. Rest, he said. Yi Xian was shocked. Dean, you sure this is our academy? Ding Ji waved his hand dismissively. Do you think I'd lie to you? Find a room and settle in. There's no one else here anyway. He then promptly fell asleep. Yi Ling looked at her brother helplessly. Brother, what should we do? Yi Xian awkwardly patted her head. You'll find a clean room. Linga, wait here for me, he'll be back. Yi Ling nodded eagerly. Then he'll clean up this Kanglan Academy. After all, this is our home now. A loud boom echoed across the sky from the direction of Sangmu Academy. Buildings collapsed, sending dust and debris flying. Kang Zhong lay buried in the rubble, pleading with An Lanxiu across from him. Mercy. An Lanxiu held a long spear, her voice filled with anger. Sangmu Academy, you're quite arrogant. Even those under my Jujian clan's protection are not safe. Under everyone's gaze, and Lanxiu looked towards the Kang mountain peak. Li Xiu, get down here. As her voice fell, she gently tapped her foot, leaping into the air. Simultaneously, her spear crackled with lightning. Linga, watching this scene, thought, it's over. Mrs. really angry. Li Xiu quickly appeared before An Lanxiu, his expression grave. He bowed slightly. Greetings, Miss, and may I ask what has happened to incur your wrath? An Lanxiu glared at Li Xiu. Let's talk. Her voice dropped, and she shot forward, her spear flashing like a bolt of lightning. Li Xiu's pupils constricted. He dared not underestimate her. He took half a step back and thrust his right hand forward, then swept it in a circular motion. The surrounding wind rushed towards him, forming a swirling vortex. Within the vortex, countless thin, almost transparent blades appeared. At this moment, the spear struck the vortex. The vortex shattered instantly, scattering countless wind blades. A figure was sent flying backward. It was Li Xiu. He retreated dozens of feet before stopping, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His entire right arm was covered in bloody cuts. Silence fell over the scene. An Lanxiu had single-handedly defeated a vice dean of Sangmu Academy. An Lanxiu casually tossed down a token. From now on, Jujian clan has no connection with Sangmu Academy. Consider this a warning. She turned and left. Yi Xian walked into a courtyard and looked around. This courtyard isn't bad. It's quite nice. There are even some flowers and plants. I like it, Yi Ling agreed. Yi Xian walked to a small house and tried to open the door. He froze. Inside, a woman was bathing, her back to him. The woman turned around. Time seemed to stand still. Yi Xian quickly apologized and retreated, closing the door behind him. He sat down heavily, breathing heavily. That was close. Didn't the dean say these rooms were empty? Why was someone there? Suddenly, a blade pierced through the door behind him. Yi Xian yelped. The woman, named Jiangji, pressed the blade against Yi Xian's neck. Who are you? Yi Xian stammered, I am a new student. Jiangji narrowed her eyes. A man watching a woman bathe. In an instant, the blade at his neck moved closer. Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief as the blade retreated slightly. It was an accident. If there's nothing else, you'll just leave. Jiangji kicked open the door, startling Yi Xian. Yi Xian stood up, annoyed. Hey! What are you doing? Your bathwater splashed on my clothes. Jiangji stared at Yi Xian, seemingly confirming her suspicion that he liked men. So? She asked. Yi Xian backed away, his face filled with disgust. My name is Yi Xian, a new student. What's that awful smell on you? It's so strong. Jiangji retorted, it's not poison. Why are you so dramatic? A man who likes men dares to criticize my scent. Yi Xian quickly left, muttering to himself, she's crazy. Meanwhile, back at Sangmu Academy, Hu Mu listened to Li Xiu's report and said in a low voice, Vice Dean Li, since you provoked An Lanxiu, you will confine yourself to the reflection cave until the dean emerges from seclusion. Hu Mu suddenly stood up, his voice full of anger. That Yi Xian, even if he is a genius, refusing Sangmu Academy is his loss. If we had recruited Li Xiu, we would be the laughingstock of everyone. Li Xiu raised his injured right arm, agreeing with Vice Dean Hu Mu. We must let everyone know that no matter how talented he is, in front of Sangmu Academy, he is nothing but trash. Hu Mu made his final decision. It's settled. Sooner or later, we will make Yi Xian, and all of Kanglan Academy, regret their decision. Lin Hufen paced back and forth in his room at Sangmu Academy, consumed by rage. In Kanglan Academy, a table was laden with fragrant food. Yi Ling waited eagerly for Yi Xian to return. When Yi Xian arrived and saw the food, his eyes lit up. It smells delicious. Linga, where did you find all this? Yi Ling beamed proudly. He. I found some vegetables while I was cleaning and cooked them. Yi Xian ruffled her hair affectionately. Linga, you're the best. Just then, Ding Ji barged in and sat down at the table without a word, joining the meal, leaving Yi Xian and his sister speechless. Jiangji then appeared, asking hopefully for another night together. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. When did she get here? After dinner, Yi Xian leaned against the table and asked Ding Ji, Ding, since this is Kanglan Academy, where do we study? Dean Ji picked his teeth with a toothpick and replied casually, "Our academy's educational philosophy is freedom and self-discovery. No restrictions." Yi Xian continued, "So, what does that mean?" Dean Ji put his foot on the table, pointed to the sky with his left hand, and put his right hand on his hip. He declared, "Self-study." Yi Ling was so shocked she spat out her food. She looked at Yi Xian with wide eyes. Yi Xian lay on the roof, staring at the sky, lost in thought. No wonder Uncle Lu said Kanglan Academy was. Suddenly, a mysterious woman appeared. She looked at Yi Xian. How will he cope with this? Yi Xian gazed into the distance. I have no regrets. I can only level up by absorbing components. Where are they? Meanwhile, Lanxiao arrived at Kanglan Academy. Elder Lin greeted her and asked, "Miss, why have you come to Kanglan Academy tonight?" Lanxiao was bathing in the dark blue rust spring when Xiao Xuanzi suddenly showed up. As your best friend, how could I not come to greet you? The next morning, Ji Yuan's Hang's voice echoed outside Yi Xian's room. Stinky brat, wake up. Someone's here for you. Xiao Xuanzi, yawning, walked down the path. Who is it, disturbing my sleep so early? Lanxia's voice rang out, did I interrupt your sweet dreams, Xiao Xuanzi? My apologies, seems I came at a bad time. Yi Xian chuckled. I was having a good dream, but seeing Xiaoan, it's like the dream never happened. Lanxiao, since when did you become so courteous? He nudged Yi Xian playfully. Just then, a rugged-looking man approached, carrying a black iron rod and walking with a slight limp. When the man saw Lanxiao, his eyes lit up. Yi Xian suddenly stepped in front of Lanxiao and looked at the man. You're ugly. The man glared at Yi Xian. Brat, you calling me ugly? So what? Wanna fight? The classic exchange followed. Try making me say it again. Try it, I dare you. Fine, fine. Then called out, come in. Ji Yuanzhong suddenly appeared behind the two. He grabbed both of them. We're all students of the same academy. We need to be united and show some love. Yi Xian, confused, gestured towards the stranger. Yuanzhong is also from our academy. I thought it was just us two. The man, Mo Yunqi, looked surprised. Old man, Hanlan Academy only has. Ji Yuanzhong appeared behind Mo Yunqi, clapping him on the shoulder. With you, that makes 3. And one more is coming. Then we'll have. Mo Yunqi was furious. Old man, you said Hanlan Academy was similar to Tsangmu Academy. Look at me facing Mo Yunqi's accusations. Ji Yuanzhong winked. I didn't lie to you. Both are in the Earth Province, both are academies. Mo Yunqi was stunned. After a while, he turned to leave. I'm going to Tsangmu. Ji Yuanzhong calmly looked at Mo Yunqi. Horizontal heaven rod technique, lower stance. Mo Yunqi stopped, turned back, and looked at Ji Yuanzhong. After a moment of silence, he grabbed the scroll. Fine, for the sake of the rod technique. Then he asked Ji Yuanzhong, old man, do you know Lanxiao? Yi Xian's gaze sharpened. You're looking for Lanxiao. Mo Yunqi grinned, of course. I heard he's the Jiang Kingdom's #1 genius. Now that Mo Yunqi, am here, Lanxiao is nothing. Just wait, you'll crush him tomorrow. Yi Xian and Ji Yuanzhong burst into laughter. Yi Xian laughed, this guy has dreams. Ji Yuanzhong added mockingly, I've seen many people who want to die, but you're the first to do it so dramatically. Check the data. Lanxiao punched Mo Yunqi, sending him flying. Mo Yunqi flew through the air. This continued for a full hour before he finally crashed onto the ground. Lanxiao, looking menacing, approached Yi Xian and Ji Yuanzhong, who were standing together, laughing. Lanxiao glared at Yi Xian. Do you think he has? Yi Xian quickly shook his head, denying it. No. I think he's just daydreaming. Mo Yunqi struggled to his feet. Just you wait. No matter who you are, if I don't crush you, I'm not a man. Ji Yuanzhong appeared beside Mo Yunqi, whispering, he is Lanxiao. Mo Yunqi froze. In an instant, his head lolled to the side, unconscious. Lanxiao snorted, then pulled Yi Xian towards a nearby path. Ji Yuanzhong kicked Mo Yunqi. Stop playing dead. Get up and fight. Are you a man or not? What's so great about Lanxiao? Beat him. Mo Yunqi didn't move. On the path, Yi Xian and Lanxiao walked side by side. Lanxiao said, I heard about what happened at Tsangmu Academy. I never thought you'd join Hanlan. Yi Xian shook his head. They didn't want me. It's fine, though. Just a waste of your efforts. Lanxia's tone turned sharp. Those fools are blind. He took out a jade pendant and offered it to Yi Xian. Looking at Anlanxia's beautiful face, Yi Xian blurted out, "Beautiful." Anlanxia looked puzzled. "What? Okay," Yi Xian tried to explain. "No, I meant, the pendant is beautiful." Anlanxia handed the jade pendant to Yi Xian. North of Jian Kingdom, near Liangjie City, they discovered ruins in the mountains. They've been excavating them and will open to the public in a month. This jade pendant is an entry token. My father sent it to me. Yi Xian wanted to return the pendant. "You should have said so. This is too valuable. I can't accept it. You should go yourself." Anlanxia explained, "I cultivate spear techniques. The ruins are of no use to me." He winked. "Besides, they say the ruins are in a volcanic area. There might be something there that could help Linga, and we're friends. If you don't accept it, we'll be truly offended." Yi Xian nodded. "Fine, we'll take it." Anlanxia smiled. "That's right. You need to become stronger. Then I can finally leave Jian Kingdom without worries." Yi Xian was startled. "You're leaving?" Anlanxia nodded. "Yes. I came to say goodbye." He took a step forward. "That's great. Your cultivation has improved. There's no need to stay in Jian Kingdom anymore." Anlanxia turned, expecting Yi Xian to congratulate him. "It's a shame. I finally made a friend, and now I have to leave." Yi Xian interrupted him. "You won't be able to see me anymore. Trust me, we'll catch up to you. And then he'll surpass you." Anlanxia's face lit up. "All right. But I'm moving fast." And so, they made a promise. Back at Hanlan Academy, Yi Xian, Ji Yuanzhong, and the others sat around a table, having a meeting. Yi Ling fed Mo Yunqi some snacks. Mo Yunqi banged on the table. "Old man, what's so important that you called us all here?" Ji Yuanzhang's expression was serious. "This concerns the life and death of Hanlan Academy." Seeing Ji Yuanzhang's serious demeanor, Mo Yunqi asked, "Is Sangmu Academy attacking us?" Ji Yuanzhong was exasperated. "You idiot. I said it's a matter of life and death. It's more than just Sangmu Academy. Do you underestimate me?" He looked at Yi Ling. "Linga, you explain." Yi Ling nodded, then took out a ledger, her voice filled with worry. "According to my calculations, we're running out of food. And the academy has no more funds." Mo Yunqi was furious. "Just for this little thing, you called us all here?" Ji Yuanzhong glared at him. "This is no small matter. If we don't solve it, well all." Yi Xian suggested, "Doesn't our academy have any spiritual artifacts or weapons? We could auction them off and have enough food for years." Ji Yuanzhong stroked his chin. "There is a martial arts hall in the back of the academy with quite a few of those." Mo Yunqi's eyes lit up. "There's such a place. Why didn't you take us there earlier?" Ji Yuanzhong looked embarrassed. "Well, you should ask Yuanzhong. He's in charge of it." Ji Yuanzhong looked even more embarrassed. I traded them all away." Mo Yunqi almost fainted. Yi Xian sighed. "There's no point blaming Yuanzhong now. The urgent matter is to solve this problem. Linga, do you have any suggestions?" Yi Ling thought for a moment. "Since we're all living together now, how about we pool our money and buy some groceries?" Yi Xian nodded. "That's a good idea. How about Linga and I each contribute 20? Everyone stared at him. "You want us to pay for food too?" Yi Xian was speechless. "It's fine if you don't want to contribute. We can each cook for ourselves." Ji Yuanzhong shuffled over to Yi Xian. "I only have 9 coins on me. And in the ding. How can you ask me to pay?" Yi Xian reassured him. "Yuanzhong, used your spirit fire for Linga. This small matter of food, will cover it." Ji Yuanzhong beamed. Good. You're a good lad." Suddenly, Yi Xian shivered and turned to see Ji Yuanzhong staring intensely at him. Yi Xian, feeling his scalp tingle, quickly offered to pay for him too. Seeing Ji Yuanzhang's success, Mizuri Yunqi thought, maybe I should try that too. He stared intently at Yi Xian. Yi Xian slammed the table. "What are you looking at? Pay up or get out." Mo Yunqi immediately caved and handed over all his money. Seeing the problem resolved, Ji Yuanzhong announced something else. He called out, "Come in." A bald young man, about 18 or 19, walked in. He was incredibly muscular, much larger than Mo Yunqi and Yi Xian. He wasn't wearing a shirt. His muscles rippling menacingly. He had large scars across his chest. Ji Yuanzhong clapped the young man on the shoulder. This is our new student, Bai Zi. Everyone except Ji Yuanzhong stood up when they saw Bai Zi. Bai Zi pointed to himself. Hello everyone, I'm Bai Zi, from the north. Mo Yunqi grinned. I'm going to test this newcomer. Yi Ling was worried. Ji, will he be alright? Yi Xian nodded. This Bai Zi is not simple. I think Mo Yunqi will be in trouble. Mo Yunqi walked up to Bai Zi. Kid, the rule in our academy is that newcomers have to pay a protection fee. Got it? Bai Zi whispered, but I don't need protection. Without warning, Mo Yunqi reached out with his right hand, grabbing towards Bai Zi and complaining, this kid's no fun. Bai Zi's eyes widened. Guan Yining swiftly grabbed Mo Yunqi's hand. Seeing that it was Yining, Mo Yunqi immediately withdrew his hand and apologized. It was a misunderstanding. Yi Xian stepped forward and grabbed Bai Zi's shoulder, playfully jostling him. All right, brother, I just wanted to test your skills. He was somewhat surprised. His own disciple was actually no match for Yi Xian. Bai Zi released Mo Yunqi, and Yi Xian also let go. Bai Zi looked at Yi Xian. You're very strong. I've never met anyone stronger than me, who's also older than me. Ji Laoqiu looked at Yi Xian and introduced him to Bai Zi. His name is Yi Xian. He's a great martial artist, but, just then, Mo Yunqi suddenly turned around. He looked at Yi Xian in shock. Big brother, you wouldn't happen to be that guy Sangmu Academy rejected, would you, you little? Yi Xian glared at Mo Yunqi. You're the reject. I'm not making you dinner anymore. Mo Yunqi's face twitched. He lightly slapped his own cheek. He forced a smile. Little miss, yes, it's me, Yi Xian. Please don't be angry. Bai Zi looked at Mo Yunqi and asked Ji Laoqiu, who is he? Ji Laoqiu replied, his name is Mo Yunqi. He's quite skilled, but now I'm starting to think he might be a little slow. Both Yi Xian and Bai Zi expressed their agreement. Ji Laoqiu looked outside. Since everyone's acquainted, why don't we go for a stroll in the market and get to know each other better? The sun was shining brightly as Yi Xian and the others arrived at the market. Mo Yunqi chewed on a blade of grass, humming an unfamiliar tune, looking somewhat carefree. To Yi Xian's right, Bai Zi walked with his head down, silent as usual. Yi Xian looked at the bustling market and sighed. It would be nice if Linga and the others were here too. Mo Yunqi leaned against Yi Xian's shoulder. Speaking of which, Linga is really cute. I like her quite a bit. Noticing Yi Xian's expression, Mo Yunqi quickly explained, I just admire her as a friend, nothing more. Finally, he turned to look at the towering Bai Zi. Big guy, how did you get tricked into coming here? Bai Zi hesitated, then said, Ji Laoqiu said I possess extraordinary talent, once in a lifetime martial arts prodigy. He said the future peace of the Ji kingdom rests on my shoulders. Mo Yunqi stared blankly for a moment, then said, I believe you. Bai Zi glanced at Mo Yunqi, then nodded. I believe you too. Hearing Bai Zi's words, Mo Yunqi shook his head. There are still such innocent people in this world. Suddenly, Bai Zi asked, am I not a martial arts prodigy? Mo Yunqi gave Bai Zi a thumbs up. Yes, you truly are. Yi Xian and the others arrived at Zuixianlo. An elderly man greeted them respectfully. Welcome to Zuixianlo. What can I get for you? Mo Yunqi whispered to Yi Xian, Big brother, what are we doing here? You think this is a grocery store? Yi Xian glanced at Mo Yunqi. Shut up. If we don't come here, you won't get your stuff later. Ignoring the others, Yi Xian addressed the old man. I need gin of rice, chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and oil. Enough for 500 people. Everyone present was stunned. The old man in front of Yi Xian was slightly annoyed. Young man, you here to cause trouble? Yi Xian chuckled and casually took out a purple card. Can you sell it? The old man's expression immediately changed upon seeing the VIP card. He bowed deeply. Of course, of course. You'll go prepare it right away. Yi Xian took out a wad of money and gave it to the old man. This should be enough. Have the goods delivered to Kanglan Academy. The old man nodded hastily, repeatedly assuring him that everything would be taken care of. After leaving Zuixianlu, Yi Xian strolled down the street. Mo Yunqi whistled. Impressive, big brother. You even have Zuixianlu's VIP card. The look on that manager's face was priceless. Yi Xian chuckled. You weren't so bad yourself. Who was pretending to be uninterested just now? Just then, a shout rang out. The Tang Kingdom envoy is here. Make way. The Tang envoy's flag depicted a grey wolf. The envoy rode arrogantly through the streets, scattering the crowd. Among the crowd, a small girl was knocked to the ground. Without hesitation, a member of the Tang envoy pointed at the fallen girl and said to a large grey wolf beside him, "Dahui, that Jiang Kingdom brat is yours. Rip her head off for me." The little girl trembled in fear as she stared at the ferocious wolf. The grey wolf lunged towards the girl with its claws outstretched. The girl's situation was dire. Suddenly, a figure flashed past and struck the grey wolf, sending it flying. It was none other than Yi Xian. The little girl looked up and saw Yi Xian. He declared, "You dare act so savagely in my Jiang Kingdom." Mo Yunqi rushed to Yi Xian's side. "You're too impulsive. Attacking the Tang envoy will have serious consequences." Bai Zi also appeared worried. "What about the Tang Kingdom? They were bullying our people." Yi Xian took out a white cloth and bandaged the little girl's wounds. "Don't be afraid. It's all right now." The little girl quickly thanked him. "Thank you, kind sir." Seeing his wolf severely injured, the Tang envoy roared, "Damn you, brat. You dare attack Dahui. Brothers, attack. Avenge Dahui." The rest of the Tang envoy charged towards Yi Xian and his companions. Yi Xian said to Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi, "Take the child to safety. I'll handle this." He turned to face the leader of the Tang envoy. The two locked eyes. The Tang envoy glared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian punched him in the face, sending him flying. Then, with a swift kick, he sent the injured wolf soaring. Mo Yunqi watched this scene with excitement. Beside him, Bai Zi suddenly leaped into the air, leaving behind a single sentence. "I'll leave this girl to you. I'm going to help." Mo Yunqi cursed, "Damn you, Bai Zi. You set me up." He sighed and calmed himself down, turning to take the little girl to safety. Meanwhile, the fight between Yi Xian and the Tang envoy continued. Yi Xian had the absolute advantage, quickly overpowering them. However, one of them tried to attack Yi Xian from behind while he was distracted. Bai Zi descended from the sky and slammed the attacker to the ground. Bai Zi muttered, "How could you leave me out of the fun?" Yi Xian laughed heartily. "Good brother. Today we'll show these Tang dogs that our Jiang Kingdom isn't to be trifled with." Just then, heavy footsteps approached from all directions. A group of students from Sangmu Academy arrived. Seeing the scene, they were shocked. A member of the Tang envoy ran to them and pleaded for help. "We came to Jiang Kingdom as envoys, seeking friendship, and this is how your people treat us." The leading Sangmu student said reassuringly, "Don't worry. We'll investigate this matter thoroughly and give you a satisfactory explanation." One of the students pointed at Yi Xian. "Senior brothers were Li, that's the trash Yi Xian." Zhuo Li sneered. "That's the garbage Kanglan Academy expelled. They are really scraping the bottom of the barrel. Taking in such a waste." Bai Zi roared, "Say that again." Yi Xian held Bai Zi back and addressed the Sangmu students. "Does this street belong to Sangmu Academy? What business is it of yours if I fight someone? You don't understand." Zhuo Li retorted. "We, Sangmu Academy, tasked by the emperor to maintain the peace and security of this land." Yi Xian was furious. "Where were you when those bastards were bullying the citizens? Now you show up. Who are you protecting, Jiang Kingdom or the Tang Kingdom?" Zhuo Li scoffed. "Nonsense. Today, I'll teach you a lesson, you waste." He lunged at Yi Xian with his spear. Yi Xian leaped into the air, spun around, and delivered a powerful kick, sending Zhuo Li crashing to the ground, skidding several feet. He struggled to get up. Zhuo Li wiped the blood from his mouth, filled with rage. Why was Yi Xian so strong? Wasn't he supposed to be trash? This wasn't right. Yi Xian clenched his right fist and unleashed a barrage of punches. Blow after blow rained down on the helpless Zhuo Li. There was no technique, just pure brute force. Finally, Zhuo Li collapsed unconscious. Yi Xian glared at the remaining Sangmu students. Fear crept onto their faces. The next moment, they grabbed Zhuo Li and fled. "Just you wait, Yi Xian. Sangmu Academy won't let you get away with this." The Tang envoy, seeing his reinforcements retreat, cursed angrily. "Come back, you cowards. I order you." As we returned, he suddenly sensed something behind him. This Bai Zi appeared in the Tang Kingdom when the envoy's back. "Lu Zhengning, you scoundrel. Even if the Heavenly King himself were here today, I'd still make you understand what inside the Jiang Kingdom's imperial palace Within the Hall of Nurturing Heart, a middle-aged man, Yin Linshan, meticulously examined the honey snake in his hand. As he gazed, he abruptly snapped to his senses. He looked towards a corner of the hall. Had the national teacher, Kudai, just been there? A group of women appeared, seemingly supporting a figure in a wheelchair. Within the wheelchair sat a young, strikingly beautiful woman, her hair, however, completely white. The white-haired woman softly inquired, "Is the esteemed Lord Yin available?" Yi Xian felt a surge of impulsiveness, yet was still restrained, like a wild horse with a bridle. The white-haired woman smiled faintly. "Rather than impulsive, I'd say." "Unfounded," the middle-aged man interrupted calmly. "My men have investigated his background. Aside from an association with the Yin Kingdom, nothing noteworthy has been found." The white-haired woman embraced a small bear plush. "Does the esteemed Lord Yin recall the incident at Zuixianlu a few days ago?" The middle-aged man paused, then spoke with intrigue. "And Guosha. Impressive. I didn't expect him to be involved in that as well. This truly is unexpected. Let's go." He then issued an order. "Inform Feng Yes Hui it's time for action tonight." "Wait," the white-haired woman suddenly interrupted. "My lord, allow me to handle this personally." The middle-aged man smiled. "Very well. It's rare for you to show such interest. I grant your request." At Sangmu Academy, the group who had fought with Yi Xian earlier rushed through the gates in a panic. "Someone! Quickly! Teacher Xiao! Teacher Xiao! Teacher Xiao!" A healer arrived hurriedly and immediately began tending to Zhuo Li. Li Xiao looked at Yi Xia and asked, "How is it? Can Zhuo Li be saved?" "He will live, but his spirit is broken. He will be a living corpse." Hearing this, Zhuo Li's fellow disciples slammed their fists on the ground, weeping. "Damn it! A reject from Kanglan Academy dares to act so arrogantly. Elder Ji, you must avenge senior brother Zhuo Li." Li Xiao snapped. "Enough. Kanglan Shuiyue, Yi Xian, this debt will be repaid sooner or later." Meanwhile, within Tanglan Hall, Ding Ji was berating Yi Xian and Bai Zi. "You brats. All you do is cause trouble." He glared at Yi Xian. "You never learn. Can't you just lose once in a while?" Ding Ji, feeling words couldn't express his anger, threw his straw sandal at Yi Xian. Yi Xian caught the flying sandal and retorted, "I only know that if someone bullies you, you have to fight back until they are afraid. Only then can you live in peace." Bai Zi chimed in, "Just like when I encountered that wild boar in the Mang Mountains. The more you run, the fiercer it gets. You just have to be fiercer than it, and those beasts will. Just like when I met a guy with a backache in Mangshan, the more you run, the more ferocious he gets. As long as you are better than him, those beasts will fuck you." Suddenly, Ding Ji's other sandal flew across the room, hitting Bai Zi squarely on the head, leaving him dazed. "Shut up!" Ding Ji roared. "Do you think I don't understand this simple principle? Do I need you brats to lecture me, boss?" Seeing the old man's genuine anger, Yi Xian hurried forward to massage his shoulders. "How could we dare lecture you, Ding? So, what now? Should we relocate for a while? Come back after we've leveled up?" Ding Ji scoffed, "Look at your cowardly suggestion." Just then, another voice chimed in. "Indeed, going against Tang Kingdom and Sangmu Academy is no match for Elder Ji." Everyone turned to see the white-haired woman being wheeled in. The white-haired woman greeted Ding Ji. "Elder Ji, long time no see. You're still as lively as ever." Ding Ji narrowed his eyes. "National Teacher Lu, you represent Sangmu Academy and the Tang Kingdom." "I'm here on neither Sangmu Academy's nor Tang Kingdom's behalf," the white-haired woman interrupted, her gaze fixed on Yi Xian. "I'm here for him." Yi Xian looked puzzled. "I don't know you. Why are you looking for me?" The maid behind the white-haired woman approached Yi Xian and presented him with a token. "National Teacher Yi, this is from His Majesty. My lady has been instructed to. I am here on His Majesty's orders to bestow upon you the title of National Teacher." Yi Lin exclaimed, his jaw dropping. "Heavens! National Teacher. My brother has been appointed National Teacher." "National Teacher." Yi Xian grabbed the white-haired woman's hand. "Who are you kidding? Let me guess. If I'm not mistaken, the royal family doesn't want Sangmu Academy to monopolize power in Jiang Kingdom. Because the stronger Sangmu becomes, the more it threatens the royal authority. So now, you see Kanglan Academy as a potential counterbalance to Sangmu, and you want to empower them so both academies are under your thumb. How dare you?" The white-haired woman's maid hurled a flying dagger at Yi Xian, hissing, "Show some respect to my lady." At that moment, Ding Ji's blade intercepted the dagger, halting it inches from Yi Xian's neck. "Stand down, you! Tanglan Academy, don't move." Yi Xian and the white-haired woman were locked in a tense standoff. The white-haired woman's lips curled slightly. "Yi Xian, you are more perceptive than I anticipated." Ding Ji, exasperated, shouted, "Enough of this nonsense. Whether it's a polite conversation or a brawl, just get on with it." This outburst caused everyone to burst into laughter. The white-haired woman regained her composure. "Yi Xian, His Majesty does have such considerations, but his intentions are not malicious. Be it academies or families. We are all citizens of Jiang Kingdom. Sadly, many have forgotten this." She took Yi Xian's hand. "One who holds the nation in their heart can be called a national teacher. This title is for the benefit of Jiang Kingdom. Furthermore, you will gain access to national resources throughout the land." Yi Xian pondered. Having official backing did seem advantageous. He nodded. "All right, I'll accept this title. But not for the Jiang Kingdom, but for myself." The white-haired woman smiled. "Then it's settled. I look forward to your future contributions, National Teacher Yi." She turned to Ding Ji. "Now that this matter is concluded, I won't disturb your teaching, Elder Ji. Farewell," Ding Ji replied casually. "Safe travels, National Teacher Liu." After leaving Kanglan Academy, the white-haired woman instructed her maids, "Remember, the news of his appointment must remain confidential. He cannot bear too much attention yet." The maids nodded in agreement. Inside Tanglan Hall, Yi Xian held the token and addressed Ding Ji. "Dean, now that His Majesty has appointed me national teacher, does that mean Kanglan Academy and Tang Kingdom won't fight anymore?" "I wouldn't worry too much about that," Ding Ji said, heading towards the exit. "Let's forget about it for now. Tonight, you join me for a drink. I have something to discuss." Looking up at the sky, he muttered to himself, "Strange, why do I feel like something is missing?" Elsewhere, in a tavern, Mo Yunqi was drinking merrily with a man. Apparently, the man was the father of the little girl Mo Yunqi had saved earlier that day. Later that night, under the bright moon, Yi Xian arrived at Ding Ji's residence, swatting a persistent mosquito. This old man lives in such a... Suddenly, he overheard a heated discussion between Ding Ji and Ji Anji coming from the nearby bushes. "Grandpa, regarding the agreement between Kanglan and Sangmu academies. I can handle it alone." "There's no need." Yi Xian leaped onto a tree for a better view. Ding Ji argued, "Anji, I don't want you to bear this burden alone. The burden of Sangmu Academy is too heavy." Yi Xian was shocked. Ji Anji was Ding Ji's granddaughter. Startled, he accidentally made a sound. Ji Anji spun around, drawing her blade and aiming it in Yi Xian's direction. Yi Xian reacted swiftly, dodging the blade. However, in his haste, he lost his footing and fell out of the tree. Yi Xian landed on the ground with a groan. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his. Looking up, he saw Ji Anji standing over him. Yi Xian scrambled to his feet, complaining, "You have such a fiery temper. Lucky it was me. Anyone else would accuse you of attempted murder." "You?" Ji Anji glared. "First you peeped on me while I was bathing, and now you're eavesdropping. I really want to slice you to pieces." Yi Xian's face paled. "Ah, what beautiful weather we're having. The sun is so bright." He stammered, trying to change the subject. Ding Ji, standing nearby, spat out his wine. He pointed at Yi Xian. "You brat. You dare peep on our Anji, huh?" Yi Xian panicked. "Dean, master, wait. You've got it all wrong." He tried to explain. Ding Ji, enraged, ignored him. Yi Xian turned to flee. At the same time, Bai Zi was carrying a large bundle towards Ding Ji's residence. Yi Xian, running for his life, yelled, "Brother, move. Get out of the way." Bai Zi tried to stop, but the momentum was too great. Yi Xian crashed into Bai Zi, sending the bundle flying. The bundle landed on the ground. The furious Ding Ji was closing in. He reached Yi Xian, fist raised, ready to strike. Yi Xian pleaded for mercy. Just then, the bundle exploded, and Mo Yunqi crawled out, grumbling, "Which idiot wrapped me up?" Before he could finish, Ding Ji's fist connected with his face. A chorus of cracking bones echoed through the forest. At Sangmu Academy, Yi Qin was soaring through the sky. A student reported to a man holding a fan. "Brother Chen Yangsha, I've learned that the Yi Xian who injured Sua Li is the cultivator favored by Nguosha. Should we really?" Chen Yangsha waved his fan dismissively. "Relax. I have this divine revelation fan now. With this, I'm invincible. What's a mere Yi Xian to me? Once I kill him, the Vice Dean will promote me to core disciple. Then, even Nguosha won't be a problem." The student below praised him. As expected of senior brother, Chen Yanshi's eyes gleamed. "Yi Xian, don't blame me when you're dead. Blame yourself for offending the wrong person. Be a stepping stone for my core disciple promotion." Back in the small forest of Kanglan Academy, Yi Xian, Ding Ji, and the others had calmed down. Mo Yunqi glared at everyone sullenly. Yi Xian, embarrassed, tried to change the subject. Dean, I overheard you and Anji talking about Sangmu Academy earlier. Dean Ji sighed and closed his eyes. Very well. It's better you know sooner than later. During the previous dynasty, Sangmu Academy and Kanglan Academy had a devastating war. Kanglan Academy not only lost their heritage, but their top disciple's soul was sealed within the wooden arrow formation as a form of humiliation. Yi Xian thought, could that be the one I saw at Sangmu Academy? Ding Ji paused. Mo Yunqi asked impatiently, then what? So, after Ji Anji took over, to appease the souls of our deceased disciples, we made a pact with Sangmu Academy. Every 3 years, we hold a competition. If Kanglan Academy wins, the souls of those disciples will be released. But, speaking of Ji Anji, could he have passed away? With those big eyes of his? Yes. The previous war drained the academy. All our resources were seized by Sangmu Academy. In the end, only a few of us remained in Kanglan Academy. Mo Yunqi was slightly surprised. So, we're going to compete with Sangmu Academy now. Ji Anji's expression was serious. No. Just Yi Xian alone is enough. In telling you this so you can make your choices early. Leave now if you want. I would have left Sangmu Academy long ago. Besides, the headmaster saved Linga. Yi Xian, won't forget this kindness. I won't leave. Bai Ziyi and Mo Yunqi gave the same answer. I won't leave either. Headmaster Ji looked at his granddaughter. See, Anji. My judgment of character isn't wrong. I told you they would choose to stay. Naturally, Ji Anji turned to look at the small group. A bunch of fearless fools. Headmaster Ji looked at Yi Xian and the other two. These children may seem cold, but they are warm-hearted. Yi Xian's parents died at the hands of Sangmu Academy. He's actually worried about implicating us. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Mo Yunqi approached Headmaster Ji. Hey, old man, since we're participating in such a dangerous competition for the academy, do you have any secret techniques to share? Headmaster Ji smiled deeply. Don't worry. From now on, we'll personally train you. The next day, Yi Xian, Bai Ziyi, and Mo Yunqi arrived at the back mountain. There was a wide waterfall cascading down, the current extremely swift. Old Man Ji was already waiting there. Mo Yunqi asked, Old Man Ji, are you going to teach us some secret technique? Old Man Ji whistled, and a giant black wolf suddenly rushed out from the distance. The wolf was as tall as a tree, its fur like sharp swords, its eyes emitting a chilling blood-red light. Mo Yunqi exclaimed, Holy crap! Old Man Ji, what kind of creature is this? Bai Ziyi looked wary. This is a netherworld direwolf. Old Man Ji chuckled, looking at Bai Ziyi. Kid's pretty knowledgeable. Must have gained it from sparring, eh? Too bad, it's not for you. He put his hand on Mo Yunqi's shoulder. Little Mo, you like to run, right? This direwolf's speed is about the same as yours, but you definitely can't outlast it. So, I brought it here to train you. Surprised? Excited? Mo Yunqi nervously gripped his staff. Old Man Ji, what do you mean by this? The old man lowered his voice. This is all for your own good, little Mo. If you don't run, I'm afraid there won't be enough food for you at the Kanglan Academy dining hall. The netherworld direwolf charged towards Mo Yunqi. It was so fast that even Yi Xian could only see a blur. Damn it, Old Man Ji. What are you doing? Mo Yunqi turned and ran. He was fast, matching the direwolf's speed, but he knew he couldn't match its stamina. Yi Xian and Bai Ziyi watched Mo Yunqi's desperate escape, a hint of amusement in their eyes. Lucky it's not me. Suddenly, Old Man Ji grabbed Bai Ziyi's shoulder. I know you've been sparring by the waterfall every day, so I figured you wouldn't mind some water training. Under Yi Xian's stunned gaze, Old Man Ji tied a thick rope around Bai Ziyi's ankles. Then, he lifted Bai Ziyi and tossed him into the waterfall. Bai Ziyi was swept up by the powerful current, tumbling head over heels. At first, he was fine, but after being repeatedly tossed around, groans of pain echoed from the waterfall. Not bad, not bad. Old Man Ji watched Bai Ziyi dangling upside down from the rope. Climb up, flip over the waterfall. Your physical body will become much stronger than ordinary cultivators. Old Man Ji then looked at Yi Xian, who felt a twitch in his eyelid. This old man's training methods were a bit unorthodox. Old Man Ji sized up Yi Xian. Your turn. Look at your unrefined form. Your foundation is solid, but aside from that innate sword intent, you're average at best. Yi Xian responded respectfully, thank you for your praise. Headmaster, but I'm just ordinary. Ordinary. Old Man Ji pondered for a moment. What's your most proficient technique? Yi Xian replied, crushing palm. Just a low-level technique. Old man Ji pointed at the small mountain nearby. Use your crushing palm to hit this mountain. Keep hitting it until it crumbles. Yi Xian was stunned. 3 days later, Yi Xian was still at the foot of the mountain. The ground was covered in rubble, his fists were bruised and blooded. He sat down heavily after throwing a punch, panting, damn it. It's been 3 days, and I haven't even chipped the mountain. How did old man Ji come up with this crazy idea of punching a mountain? He looked at his wounded fists. It seems even with a spirit realm body, I can still feel pain. Is this method really useful? Suddenly, he had an idea. I should ask Senior. Yi Xian went to the spirit nurturing pagoda and shouted, Senior. Are you there? I have a question. There was no response from the mysterious woman. Yi Xian called out twice more, but the mysterious woman remained silent. Yi Xian frowned. Where did she go? She's usually here. Suddenly, the entire pagoda began to shake. Yi Xian became nervous. Is that you, Senior? Don't joke around. This is creepy. Suddenly, a loud bang came from above. Yi Xian looked up. From the second floor, a giant blood red eye peered down. The door to the second floor cracked open slightly, and the enormous blood red eye stared out. Yi Xian looked at the blood red eye, a chill running down his spine. Senior said the being sealed on the second floor isn't benevolent. If it gets out, can I stop it? Just then, a red piece of paper floated down from the second floor's entrance. Yi Xian took 2 steps forward. The paper floated towards him. On the paper was a frowning face with 2 small round prints below it, resembling cat paws. Yi Xian looked up at the second floor. Do you want me to release you? Another piece of paper floated down, landing in front of Yi Xian. This time, it was a smiling face, also with the 2 small paw prints below. Yi Xian thought, it really does want me to release it. But how can I, judging by its appearance? It must be a powerful monster. With my current cultivation, I'm no match for it. He spoke softly, I understand your situation, but I don't know who you are. If I release you and you cause chaos, you'll be in big trouble. So, I can release you right now. But don't worry, when I'm strong enough. Before Yi Xian could finish, an evil aura erupted from the second floor, blasting him out of the pagoda. Outside, Yi Xian sat up abruptly, covered in sweat. It kicked me out. It was definitely the right decision not to release it. Yi Xian sighed in relief. I have to tell Senior about this and also hurry up and find your Yi Xian. 3 men approached from behind, their voices cold. Yi Xian turned around and saw 3 men wearing Sangmu Academy uniforms. The leader was Chen Yang, one of the top 3 outer court geniuses of Sangmu Academy. Yi Xian sighed. Sangmu Academy, how did old man Ji let them in? He stood up, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, and faced Chen Yang. Chen Yang smirked. So you're Yi Xian. I want a duel. A duel. Let me see how much you're worth, daring to challenge our Sangmu Academy. Chen Yang gathered his spirit essence, leaped into the air, and charged towards Yi Xian with incredible speed. Like a grey falcon, Yi Xian's expression changed slightly. This young man, not even 20, was already at the spirit realm. Such a young genius. He didn't dare underestimate him and began gathering his strength. Preparing to use his crushing palm. He punched the air. The next moment, Chen Yang, along with his sword, flew backward. Chen Yang was stunned. This kid can actually use crushing palm against my sword. Seeing his attack was effective, Yi Xian thought, it seems the headmaster's training method worked. My crushing palm is indeed stronger. He looked at Chen Yang mockingly. Is that all you've got? And you dare to provoke me? Suddenly, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. A sword, seemingly out of nowhere, silently pierced his back. The sword was incredibly fast, and Yi Xian had no time to react. He could only let it pierce him. Yi Xian collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Shameless. That Sangmu Academy disciples laughed. We only care about the result, not the process. You're such a naive fool. Yi Xian glared at them coldly. Shameless, yes. In the next moment, he activated his invincible sword body. The sword in his back transformed into specks of energy that flowed into his body. As the energy was absorbed, a terrifying aura erupted from him. Chen Yang's face was filled with disbelief. How Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. He grabbed Chen Yang by the throat. Didn't expect that, did you? He kicked Chen Yang away. Chen Yang crashed into a tree with a loud thud. His two companions rushed forward to check on him. Chen Yang was barely conscious. One of the men stared at Yi Xian. A sword that turns into energy upon entering the body. Impossible. Could it be the legendary Heart Realm? He laughed. Not just at the innate sword Heart Realm. At the same time, a spirit-imbued sword appeared in his hand. Yi Xian's own Ling Xiao sword materialized, also imbued with spirit energy. He shouted, "Let's do this." Yi Xian leaped into the air and swung his giant sword at the Sangmu Academy disciples. His single attack sent all three flying. A deep fissure was left on the ground. The three Sangmu disciples landed scattered around. Chen Yang's face was pale. "Yi Xian. If you kill me today, Sangmu Academy will flatten your Kanglan Academy. 100 years of history will be erased." Yi Xian always believed in eradicating weeds at the root. He whispered, "Really? You won't have a chance to see this new trick." As he spoke, Yi Xian prepared to attack. Facing the aggressive Yi Xian, Chen Yang was drenched in cold sweat, his back stiffening in fear. "Help!" At this moment, Elder Ji appeared in front of the formation, blocking Yi Xian's attack and shouting. Seeing the headmaster, Yi Xian's expression changed. He looked at Elder Ji with confusion. "What are you doing?" Elder Ji asked. "Stopping you from causing carnage, of course." "Put away your sword, Yi Xian. You're impressive," Yi Xian said, turning to Chen Yang and the others. "Go back and tell your headmaster, Li Zunkang, that if he wants to fight Kanglan Academy, he should do it openly and honorably. Don't resort to these underhanded sneak attacks." "My fault." A small voice whispered behind him, "Run." Chen Yang and the others scrambled up and fled without hesitation. Yi Xian seemed puzzled. "Headmaster, why spare them? Aren't you letting the tiger return to the mountain?" Elder Ji looked at Yi Xian. "Do they look like tigers to you? You're the tiger. Kanglan Academy is currently consolidating its strength. There's no need to antagonize Sangmu Academy. We'll inevitably clash eventually." Yi Xian sneered. "You'll remember this grudge against Sangmu Academy." It was dusk as the two walked back, chatting. Elder Ji teased, "I didn't think you were so vengeful." "Oh right, you might need to leave early for Two Worlds Mountain tonight." Yi Xian pondered. "Are you worried Sangmu Academy will intercept me?" Elder Ji nodded. "You know them too well." At the gates of Kanglan Academy, Yi Xian was bidding farewell to everyone. Yi Ling was reluctant to part with her brother, her eyes welling up with tears. Yi Xian quickly comforted her. "Don't cry." Stroking his sister's head, he said, "You'll find a cure for Xian's illness on Two Worlds Mountain. Take care of yourself at the academy. Don't bother with chores if you don't want to." Jian Angji chimed in, "Don't cry, linger. You won't look pretty if you cry." Yi Ling wiped her tears. "You'll be good, brother. Come back soon." Yi Xian asked Elder Ji, "Headmaster, will my sister be safe here?" Elder Ji assured him, "Anyone who tries to harm her will have to go through me first." Bai Ziyi and Mo Yunqi also promised to protect Yi Ling. Yi Xian bowed. "Thank you." He turned and walked away. Mo Yunqi shouted, "See you next time." "Likewise," Yi Xian replied. Yi Linzi snorted, "You definitely can't beat my brother." After descending the mountain, Yi Xian went straight to the cloud ship base. He needed a cloud ship to reach Two Worlds Mountain. Hours later, he boarded one. Once the cloud ship started, Yi Xian went to his cabin. A grating voice suddenly reached his ears. "What bad luck. Running into you again." Yi Xian turned to see the woman in red, Mo Suiqing, with whom he had a previous encounter. Beside her stood a handsome, richly dressed man. The man glanced at Yi Xian, assessing him. Yi Xian briefly met the man's gaze before looking away. What a coincidence. Ignored, Mo Quicken's face turned cold. She walked up to Yi Xian, grabbed his arm, and said sarcastically, "What? Does the poor dog cower before the rich?" Yi Xian retorted, "If I'm a poor dog, what does that make you? A rich bitch who bullies others." Mo Quicken's face flushed with anger. She pointed at Yi Xian. "You dare insult me? It'll make you regret this." Yi Xian stared at her, unfazed. "Let's see if you have the ability." "I'm always ready." He looked away. "And I really dislike you. Stay away from me." Mo Suiqing was furious. She swore to make Yi Xian's life miserable. 2 days later, the cloud ship began its descent towards Two World City. The crew announced, Please gather your belongings and prepare for disembarkation. We hope you enjoyed your trip. Yi Xian got off the cloud ship and looked around, impressed by the bustling city. I must bring Linga here sometime. He took out the map Elder Ji had given him, locating the Jianghu auction house. It's quite a distance. I'll buy supplies in the city first. It'll be quicker. And I can buy Linga some souvenirs. He was about to leave when a hand touched his shoulder and a voice said, "You." He turned to see a woman in a dark dress with a golden scimitar at her waist. She held a painting. In the 9th princess of Jiang country, and Lanxia's sister. Is this you? Yi Xian felt awkward, but admitted, yes, it seemed so. The 9th princess scrutinized his face and sighed in disappointment. The portrait made you seem like a cute boy. Never mind. She tossed the painting aside and invited Yi Xian to go with her. Yi Xian also took out the jade pendant and Lanxiao had given him. The 9th princess confirmed its authenticity. Let's go. The auction isn't just for Jiang country. There are geniuses from other countries and famous disciples. We'll lose our spot if we're late. He suddenly asked, is Tsangmu Academy also sending people? The 9th princess glanced at him. Yes, and they're top experts, too. 2 hours later, they arrived at Two Worlds Mountain, standing before the Jianghu auction house. The 9th princess reminded him, remember, you're here to seek opportunities. Her face turned serious. So don't cause trouble in my Jiang country, or else. Yi Xian nodded. Understood. A voice interrupted them from behind. Yi Xian and the 9th princess turned around. The man who had sneered at them earlier leered at the 9th princess. I love seeing Jiang country women get angry. Yi Xian stepped forward protectively. The man from Tang country roared in fury. The man was sent flying. The 9th princess landed gracefully. She pointed her scimitar at the man. How dare you? The Tang country man's head was severed from his body. Yi Xian was impressed. Worthy of being called Jiang country's twin prodigy alongside An Lanxiao. Her swordsmanship is remarkable. The 9th princess suddenly shouted, look out. She engaged the man who had attacked them earlier. Bei Chen, how dare you try to steal from us? Bei Chen laughed. We're all here for treasure. One less competitor means a better chance for us. He forced the 9th princess back. And don't try to use your princess status on me. I only answer to Tsangmu Academy. Yi Xian supported the 9th princess. Are you alright? She shook her head. Don't let Bei Chen get ahead of us. Yi Xian summoned the Ling Xiao sword and prepared to fight Bei Chen. Suddenly, the building behind them exploded. They quickly dodged. As the dust settled, they saw the auction house entrance was open. A voice echoed from within. It's been a long time. Come in. The Ling Xiao sword in Yi Xian's hand glowed. The 9th princess and Bei Chen didn't hesitate. All three entered the auction house. Inside were hundreds of wooden statues of a young man. Each statue had a wooden arrow at its waist. Yi Xian froze. The arrows were identical to the Ling Xiao arrows. More importantly, they were inscribed with the characters for Ling Xiao. What's going on? He wondered. He suddenly turned to see a long-haired woman carving a wooden statue in a corner. Her white hair trailed on the floor, and she worked with intense focus. After all these years, she murmured, you've finally come to see me. The three newcomers stared at her. The woman looked at Yi Xian and shook her head. Yi Xian was confused. Senior, do you know me? You're not her, she replied, then pointed behind her. If you're seeking treasure, go to the small bamboo house behind the main hall. There are things she left behind. The 9th princess tried to pull Yi Xian away, but he resisted. Annoyed, the 9th princess went to the bamboo house. Yi Xian approached the woman and showed her the Ling Xiao sword. This sword's spirit has dissipated. Does senior recognize it? The woman gazed at the sword. Only a fragment remains. Tears streamed down her face. Ling Xiao. Is he dead? Yi Xian was silent. He now knew that the architect mentioned by the first elder was this woman. The woman said, I made this sword for him. He told me to wait for him here, and he would return. I waited until my hair turned white, but he never came back. It's good that he didn't, though. At least I had hope. And now, even that hope is gone. She looked at Yi Xian. Are you his disciple? Yi Xian thought for a moment. I suppose so. The woman stood up, straightened her clothes and hair, and looked at Yi Xian. Although he never gave me a name, and strictly speaking, I wasn't his wife. Would you call me? Yi Xian bowed deeply. Master Mother. The woman smiled, tears in her eyes. She gently caressed his face. You're just like him, a handsome young cultivator. If you find someone you love, don't let her down. She opened her hand, and a black sword materialized above them. It flew down and landed in her palm. This sword is called Ling Yu. I haven't nurtured it, so it's just a spirit sword now. It's a pair with Ling Xiao. They can be fused or separated. Fused, they become a divine sword, raising their power by a rank beyond even spirit swords. Their growth depends on your nurturing and the bond you forge with them. She handed both swords to Yi Xian. He hesitated, then accepted them. He felt a connection between the two swords. The woman's voice began to fade. He bid farewell to Yi Xian. My twin swords have reappeared. I should go find him too. I didn't spend the best time of my life with the one I loved most. But this time, we won't be parted. Yi Xian watched this scene, his heart pounding. Princess Ju grabbed Yi Xian's waist. Let's run. She held a book in her hand. Bei Chen chased closely behind. Damn it. Give back my earth rank skill and weapon, you shameless bastard. Thus, Yi Xian and Princess Ju ran in front, with Bei Chen pursuing them. Princess Ju even teased provocatively, if you want it, come and catch me, little sister. Bei Chen was furious upon hearing this. I'll slice you to pieces. Yi Xian was speechless. These two women. Soon, the three ran out of the building. After a while, all three had stopped. Yi Xian breathed heavily. I think we can sit down and talk. Personally, I'm very willing to cooperate with you. Bei Chen leaned on her sword. I think you might be crazy. Princess Ju, standing beside her, nodded in agreement with Bei Chen. Suddenly, an attack came. The ground in front of the three exploded, and countless pieces of rubble flew. A strong man slammed a giant axe into the ground. Princess Ju of Jiang country, you are quite famous. And this must be the Prince of Ning country. He even has 2 followers. The Prince of Ning country narrowed his eyes. I have a good eye for beauty, and you're quite beautiful as well. So, if you don't want to die under my axe, hand over the weapon obediently, and I might mercifully spare your life. What do you say? Princess Ju drew the golden scimitar from her waist. She looked at the Prince of Ning. You want to take it from me? Dream on. She swung her scimitar, a sharp whistling sound filling the air. The Prince of Ning was slightly surprised. Not bad, a decent blade technique. Truly rare, but in front of me, it's just child's play. He raised his giant axe to meet the blade. Princess Ju staggered back, wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. This bastard is strong. Suddenly, Yi Xian's expression changed, and he shouted, Careful! The Prince of Ning had appeared behind Princess Ju, raising his giant axe. Yi Xian charged forward. Gathering his strength, he kicked off the ground and flew. He slammed into the Prince of Ning's stomach. The prince coughed up blood. Finally, he heavily crashed to the ground. You dare sneak attack me? Princess Ju and Yi Xian looked down at the fallen prince. Fear filled the prince's heart. I am the Prince of Ning. If you kill me, you will surely start a war between our 2 countries. Princess Ju said coldly. Really? She placed her foot on the prince's chest. The black-haired woman among the prince's entourage saw him defeated and was enraged. You dare kill my prince? Unforgivable. Killing intent erupted from her. Seeing that things were going badly, Yi Xian urged Bei Chen, don't kill her. The black-haired woman turned to look at her companion and Bei Chen. Bei Chen was speechless. Hey! Why are you hitting me? I'm busy with this bitch. The man replied seriously, the prince told me to hit whoever you're fighting. Bei Chen was stunned. The black-haired woman turned back to Yi Xian and Princess Ju, only to find they were gone. She roared in fury. You tricked me. I'll kill you. In a small bamboo hut at the edge of the forest, Princess Ju sat on the ground, weeping. That bastard gave me internal injuries. Knocking him to the ground was too good for him. She took out the book and looked at it. Yi Xian was puzzled. Your Princess Ju, a genius cultivator. Is an earth rank skill worth risking your life for? It's worth it. Princess Ju's expression was serious. For this, even if I die 1,000 times, I won't regret it. Yi Xian was even more confused. He asked, why? Princess Ju earnestly explained, do you know the current situation of Jiang country? The aristocratic families hoard spiritual energy and resources. Their disciples only know their families. not the country. Above the aristocratic families are the First Tower and Sangmu Academy, two behemoths that recruit vast numbers of talents for their own use. How many of those who join these powers are willing to serve the country? The First Tower also controls Jiang country's economy, monopolizing various industries. As a result, the national treasury is almost always in deficit. The country has tens of thousands of soldiers. They haven't been paid for 2 months. This earth rank skill is worth million gold taels. If we auction it, it can sustain the treasury for at least 3 years. Do you understand? I do. Yi Xian nodded heavily. With such a heart for her country, it's no wonder An Rancio treasures her so much. Yi Xian and Princess Ju were talking when they heard voices outside. It was Bei Chen. They can't be far. Check that main house. Then came the Prince of Ning's entourage. We agreed to cooperate. If you dare trick us, you'll lose your head. Yi Xian recognized their voices. Princess Ju cursed, that bitch is relentless. Let's fight our way out. Yi Xian stopped Princess Ju. You'll distract them. You find a chance to escape. Princess Ju refused. No, we go together. I promised Tai's audience. Besides, you're no match for the 3 of them. You've done enough for me. This time, let me do the same for you. Take care. He walked out and closed the door. Princess Jaya's eyes filled with tears. Idiot, don't say it like we won't see each other again. Night had fallen. The moon was full. The Prince of Ning's entourage urged Bei Chen to find Yi Xian and Princess Ju. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Ha! Bei Chen and the others saw it was Yi Xian and immediately gave chase. The earth rank skill was too tempting. Yi Xian, seeing the 3, started running, trying to find a way to lose them. After a while, Yi Xian saw a large rock ahead. In a flash, he hid behind it, picking towards his pursuers. He couldn't see Bei Chen and the others. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. Yi Xian broke out in a cold sweat. He turned to see a man carrying a wine jug. The man smiled. Relax, in Wenlu. Yi Xian smelled strong alcohol on him. The man hiccuped. Brother, do you know the way? He burped. Yi Xian had an idea. Some time later, the man was stumbling through the forest, holding the map Yi Xian gave him. A woman saw him and, thinking he was Yi Xian, gave chase. Hearing the sound, the man started running faster. Yi Xian watched from behind the rock, laughing. What a brilliant plan. After shaking off Bei Chen and the others, Yi Xian walked along a small path, intending to rejoin Princess Ju. Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Sly boy. What comes after the king offered a reward? You should know, right? Yi Xian stopped, his twin swords appearing. He turned to see a middle-aged man in a luxurious robe, his hair tied back. Yi Xian asked, Who are you? The man looked at him. You don't need to know. Just hand over the weapon, and you'll suffer less. This man was Wu Yunshan, the Marquis of Ning. Wu Yunshan looked at the wary Yi Xian. Why are you thinking of fighting? Perhaps I should show you my twin swords. Just let me go. Wu Yunshan laughed. Do you think that's possible? Yi Xian thought quickly. He weighed his options. Better to fight than wait for death. With that, Yi Xian drew his swords. One strike decides life or death. He lunged at Wu Yunshan. Wu Yunshan chuckled, and lightly rotated his right hand, then pushed forward. From his palm, a swirling energy instantly engulfed Yi Xian. Yi Xian watched Wu Yunshan effortlessly neutralize his attack. Here's a soul formation cultivator. This is bad. Wu Yunshan smirked. Show me any other tricks you have. I don't want to waste time here. Yi Xian roared, despicable. He unleashed another attack. Wu Yunshan easily dodged it. Is that all? I expected more from you. He flashed behind Yi Xian, his left hand outstretched, and blasted Yi Xian away with a surge of energy. Yi Xian crashed into a rock, cracking it. Wu Yunshan looked at Yi Xian with some admiration. A strong body and decent swordsmanship. Truly a talented cultivator of both body and spirit. It's a pity you were born in Jiang country. How about this? Come with me to Ning country and serve me. You'll spare your life. How about you come to Jiang country and be my watchdog? Wu Yunshan was enraged. Still talking back when you're about to die. You're courting death. He was about to strike when a loud slap echoed. Wu Yunshan went flying. As soon as the sound was heard, Wu Yun Mountain flew away. Good. This sudden scene startled Wu Yunshan. He turned and ran, touching his cheek. Damn it. Who hit me? He glanced around, but found no one. Wu Yunshan's expression turned serious. He cautiously looked around. Which senior is here? Please show yourself. No one replied. Back at the scene, Yi Xian floated in the air, injured. He moved slightly towards the steps, and Lanxiu and the ninth princess were both shocked. Seeing it was Yi Xian, they rushed over. Perhaps there's a misunderstanding. How could it be? At this moment, Lanxiu reached Yi Xian's side and supported him. Yi Xian looked at Lanxiu and asked, "Why are you here?" Lanxiu looked at Yi Xian as well. "Xiaoju sent me a message saying you were in danger, so I came back." Yi Xian felt embarrassed. "I've really troubled you all." The ninth princess spoke from the side. "Stop talking nonsense. What trouble? You're the one injured now. Let's take you to the military camp. There's a medical officer there." Lanxiu nodded. Thus, the two women supported Yi Xian and left. Bei Chen and his group also caught up. Bei Chen looked at Yi Xian and the others' backs. As expected, the ninth princess heard the voice, and looked back, immediately annoyed. "You damn old woman, you're really persistent." Bei Chen now understood. "So that kid didn't steal the earth step dance technique. It was you guys who played us at Tiger Roar Mountain, so what? I advise you not to oppose Sangmu Academy. Hand over the technique obediently." The ninth princess glanced at Lanxiu, who was placing Yi Xian against a wall. "Xiaoan, what do you think?" Lanxiu walked out, spear in hand. She declared loudly, "The technique is with me. Come and get it if you can." Seeing Lanxiu, Bei Chen's expression changed. "Huh? Why is she here?" Lanxiu asked, "Which one of you did it?" A man and a woman from Ding country charged forward. Bei Chen hurriedly shouted, "Don't go." With a sweep of her spear, Lanxiu repelled the man and woman before they could get close, the force of her attack pushing them back. Lanxiu sighed regretfully and instantly appeared in front of Bei Chen. The woman in green exclaimed, Lanxiu looked at them indifferently. "Who attacked him?" She pointed her spear at Bei Chen's throat. "Was it you, or was it all of you?" Bei Chen was covered in cold sweat, nervously explaining. "It wasn't me. I didn't do it." Lanxiu stared at him. "Really? I don't like liars." Seeing the spearhead pierce his skin, Bei Chen repeatedly assured her. "Really, it wasn't me." Lanxiu was about to strike again when a white-haired old man suddenly appeared in front of her. This man was Mo Song, one of the 3 Grand Deans of Sangmu Academy, and also Bei Chen's master. Mo Song bowed slightly. "Please wait, Lady An. The one who injured your friend wasn't from Might Sangmu Academy, but Marquis Wu Yunshan of Ning country. I implore you not to make things difficult." Lanxiu stopped. Mo Song continued, "If you don't believe me." Lanxiu turned to Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, is he telling the truth?" "Yes," Yi Xian replied. "The one who injured me was indeed not him, but someone from Ning country." He winced as his wounds ached. "Besides, you overestimate them." Lanxiu thought for a moment and agreed, "So that's how it is." She withdrew her spear. Lanxiu stopped as she was leaving. She turned back and warned Mo Song, "If I find out that Sangmu Academy colluded with Ning country, you'll face the wrath of Jiang country, remember that." Mo Song hastily assured her, "Rest assured, Lady and Sangmu Academy has always been loyal to Jiang country." "Absolutely." Lanxiu and the ninth princess took Yi Xian inside. The next day, at Sudong Inn, Chengjian Inn, Yi Xian was resting in bed. The ninth princess and Lanxiu were beside him. The ninth princess checked Yi Xian's injuries. Fortunately, his meridians weren't damaged. If his hand was crippled, I'd definitely. She turned to Lanxiu. "Don't worry too much. I gave him the Emperor's special medicine. He'll be fine." She suddenly changed the subject. "But this kid of yours is quite the charmer, isn't he? Has even captivated our Xiaoan." Lanxiu looked at Yi Xian. "He's a worthy friend. I haven't met someone like him in years." The ninth princess teased, "For our Xiaoan to say such a thing, this kid must be the first, right?" Lanxiu looked back at the ninth princess. "You're the first?" At this moment, Ling Lao walked in. "Miss, it's time to depart." Lanxiu nodded, indicating she understood. The ninth princess hadn't expected Lanxiu to be in such a hurry. Why not wait for him to wake up? Lanxiu shook her head. "No need. When he wakes up, tell him if he wants to find me, come to the Central Divine Continent. I'll be waiting for him there." The ninth princess joked again. "What for?" To talk about life, ideals, or maybe love. And Lanxia replied, anything is possible. This made both the ninth princess and Ling Lao laugh. Leaving Cheng Jianin, and Lanxiao and Ling Lao walked along a path. Ling Lao finally voiced his concerns. Miss, you're getting too close to Yi Xian. I'm worried those forces vying for our clan's favor might cause him trouble, and Lanxia's eyes turned sharp. With me here, who would dare? Ling Lao hesitated, then continued, but the clan leader has high hopes for you, miss. You know he wouldn't want you involved with someone mediocre like Yi Xian, let alone falling for him. That boy is not worthy, and Lanxiao looked back at Ling Lao. He's not mediocre, and he's worthy of me. Anyone who tries to trouble him will answer to me. This time, and Lanxiao didn't give him a chance to speak further. Her tone was sharp. Ling Lao, you've been with me long enough to know my temper. I don't want to hear you say such things again. Ling Lao bowed his head and softly replied, understood. Meanwhile, back at Chengjianin, Yi Xian had woken up. He held the golden scimitar the ninth princess had given him, a puzzled look on his face. This scimitar is a top-grade spiritual weapon. Are you really giving it to me? The ninth princess crossed her arms. I said I'd give it to you, so I will. Why? Yi Xian chuckled. You wouldn't be feeling guilty about me taking a hit for you, would you? The ninth princess, realizing her thoughts had been guessed, looked away awkwardly. So what? Anyway, you've touched it now. I'd rather die than take it back. Yi Xian examined the scimitar. Then thank you, ninth princess. The ninth princess waved her hand dismissively. Don't mention it. By the way, go to Zoetian Tower later. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Zoetian Tower. The ninth princess nodded. Yes, the earth step dance technique is being auctioned tonight. Yi Xian was confused. How come I didn't know? When did you arrange this? While you were sleeping, the ninth princess explained. You were out for 3 whole days. Get dressed and eat. Well, go after. She handed him his clothes. Yi Xian took the clothes. Slightly worried. There will definitely be a lot of powerful figures at this auction, all eyeing the earth step dance technique. Why don't you ask Lanxiao to come with you? With her there, I think no one would dare to touch it. Seeing Yi Xian getting dressed, the ninth princess turned her back. Xiaoan has a lot of responsibilities. She's already taken a lot of time to help you. I can't ask her for more. Yi Xian nodded. You're right. When I go to the Central Divine Continent, you'll definitely treat her to a good meal. Chengjian town was rather dilapidated, but Zoetian Tower, resplendent in gold and red, stood out in stark contrast. As the auction approached, a large number of guests entered Zoetian Tower. Inside, a well-figured woman in a black dress stood on the auction stage. She addressed the crowd with a slight bow. Welcome to Zoetian Tower. Chengjian branch. Im Shuqing, the manager. Tonight's auction will be. She glanced around and smiled. Tonight, we only have 3 items for auction. Though few, they will certainly not disappoint. Yi Xian ate while observing his surroundings. This place is truly bustling. I see quite a few people from Sangmu Academy. By the way, what price did you set for the earth step dance technique? The ninth princess sipped her tea. 50 million gold coins. Not a penny less, a disdainful voice came from the side. He'll give you 1 gold coin at most. The ninth princess, hearing this, pointed at the cloaked figure and cursed, ill. The cloaked figure didn't respond, further fueling the ninth princess' anger. 5. Now raise the sword heel. After that, wind round. This Alzheimer's poker, at fever, encourage acting, at fever, all the music. She stood up, about to confront the man. Forget it. He probably can't afford it. Sour grapes. Yi Xian quickly tried to calm her down. Don't be impulsive. This is your auction. Don't make a scene. Suddenly, a loud voice boomed from the auction stage. The auction officially begins. Shu Qing looked at the crowd. Without further ado, I believe everyone has seen the promotional materials. Well, follow the old rules. 3 items will be presented together. First, the Sky Splitter, followed by the Spiritual Energy Infused Blade, and lastly, 5 kilograms of Earth Essence. Just then, an attack descended from the sky, targeting the auction stage. Shu Qing's face paled, and she quickly dodged. The attack blasted the auction stage, leaving a crater. The ninth princess, seeing the chaos, exclaimed in shock. At that moment, the cloaked figure jumped down. This person was clearly an expert, or perhaps a thief. Yi Xian thought, that cloaked figure isn't going to steal something, is he? He hurriedly moved, but another attack came, blasting both the ninth princess and Yi Xian back. Yi Xian asked if the ninth princess was injured. She coughed, catching her breath. Fine. Find the earth essence. They looked towards the auction stage, which had now vanished, leaving only a large crater. People fled in panic. The ninth princess was furious. Those bastards. I was just about to. Her eyes suddenly focused on the boxes that had held the auction items, scattered on the ground. One of the boxes contained a white light. Yi Xian had a bold guess. Could it be that cloaked figure? Thinking this, he jumped down, calling to the ninth princess, "You'll go after him. You go find the people from Zuoxian Tower. They can't escape responsibility. Be careful, Yi Xian." The ninth princess shouted. "That person's cultivation isn't low." Yi Xian replied loudly, "Got it." And quickly chased after the figure. On the roof of Zuoxian Tower, an old man confronted Tuo Yang. The old man stared at Tuo Yang. "Who are you? Why are you disrupting my Zuoxian Tower?" Tuo Yang suddenly laughed, her voice strange and eerie. "Zuoxian Tower is so impressive. Why don't you show me?" The old man, enraged, raised his hands towards the sky, a powerful force emanating from his palms. Tuo Yang raised her right hand and pressed down, a bolt of lightning striking down from the sky. The next moment, Tuo Bian spat out blood. Her eyes, filled with an unreadable darkness, focused on Shen Hejing. Her lips parted slightly. "If you don't stop, you'll regret it." She then kicked the old man off the building. Vomiting blood, the old man screamed as he fell. Tuo Bian retreated into the building without a second glance. The old man crashed heavily onto the ground, attracting the attention of passers-by below. Yi Xian, watching this scene from his hiding spot, muttered, "Are all Zuoxian people like this? Boasting even at death's door?" Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "What are you waiting for? Chase her." Yi Xian turned to see the mysterious woman. "Senior, you're finally out." The mysterious woman urged, "Less talk, chase her. She has the Dao seed on her." The mysterious woman crossed her arms. "Not necessarily. I only sensed a faint Dao seed aura. We need to catch her to confirm." Yi Xian exclaimed, "You want me to catch her? Look at her skills, and look at mine. This is suicide." Ignoring his protests, the mysterious woman pulled him along. "Fortune favors the bold. Besides, with me here, no one can touch you." Yi Xian remained apprehensive. But still scared. Outside Two Realms City, Yi Xian ran with the mysterious woman, deep into the mountains. He heard fighting and explosions echoing from within. The earth and trees around them began to tremble. Hiding behind a rock with the mysterious woman, Yi Xian asked, "Does that woman also know about the Dao seed?" The mysterious woman replied, "I'm not sure, but she must have sensed the power of the earth." The rudimentary Dao seed power. Yi Xian grew more confused. What is rudimentary Dao seed power? The mysterious woman cut him off. "Now is not the time. We need to catch her first." As they spoke, Tuo Bian's fight had ended. She was slowly approaching them. The mysterious woman observed her. She's quite skilled to survive against two of Zuoxianless Shen Hejing experts. Yi Xian followed her gaze. "Senior, what are you looking at?" "There's nothing there. Let's rush her now." "Not so fast," a strange voice said from behind. "Your plan is a little too optimistic." A blade pressed against Yi Xian's neck. Yi Xian paled. "Senior." "What the?" This voice. He cautiously turned to see Tuo Bian. Yi Xian frantically looked around. "Senior, where are you? Don't abandon me." Tuo Bian pressed the blade harder. "Following me all this way, are you looking to die?" Yi Xian stammered, "What do you want?" Tuo Bian's words revealed her purpose. "Nothing much. Come with me to Ning country, and I'll spare you." Yi Xian noticed the bloodstains at Tuo Bian's feet. Her legs were clearly injured. An idea sparked. "I know I'm no match for you. But if I make a commotion, Zuoxianless Shen Hejing experts will come. In your state, you can handle them, can you?" Tuo Bian grew angry, then contemplative. Her anger subsided, replaced by calculation. "You're right, I'm not at my best. But dealing with you is easy. Within 50 meters, I can kill you without a trace. Want to challenge me?" "You're not ready," Yi Xian responded defiantly. "If so, then let's perish together." He summoned his spirit sword. Zhou Bian backed down, releasing him. I underestimated your courage. What will it take for you to come quietly? Yi Xian stated his conditions. First, I live. Second, return my weapon. It belongs to a friend. Third, tell me where you experienced the earth power. Hearing earth power, Zhou Bian's expression changed. How do you know I experienced earth power? Yi Xian didn't elaborate. It's irrelevant. Deal or no deal, Zhou Bian considered. Deal. Now follow me. Thus, Yi Xian journeyed with Zhou Bian towards Ning country. At the border, Yi Xian spoke, we're here. Go by yourself. Zhou Bian refused. The deal was to carry you into Ning country, not to the border. Carrying Zhou Bian on his back, Yi Xian panted. You're not planning an ambush, are you? Going back on your word isn't wise. Zhou Bian blew air into his ear. Don't worry, I won't kill or cripple you. And, she saw his sweat-covered face. You're quite heavy. Here's something for your troubles. Before Yi Xian could refuse, Zhou Bian slipped an unknown pill into his mouth. Sensing something amiss, Yi Xian flung Zhou Bian off his back. What did you give me? Zhou Bian laughed seductively. That's Ning country's famous everlasting pill. Keeps a man up all night. Such a pity, she feigned concern. Oh dear, I forgot. We're in the wilderness. Where would you find a woman? No women, but plenty of beasts, Yi Xian roared, you despicable villain. Zhou Bian looked back. I didn't kill or cripple you. Sensing danger, Yi Xian charged towards Zhou Bian. She taunted, go on, try. Idiot. With a swift movement, she vanished. The mysterious woman appeared, shouting, I hate people like you the most. Zhou Bian sensed the presence behind her. Turning, she was met with the mysterious woman's fist. The mysterious woman then unleashed 2 beams of light, pinning Zhou Bian to the ground. The light sealed Zhou Bian's meridians, disabling her. The mysterious woman glanced at Yi Xian. She drugged you. Take what you want. Yi Xian crawled towards Zhou Bian. Seeing his intent, Zhou Bian's expression shifted. If you touch me, I'll curse you. Ignoring her threat, Yi Xian began to undress her. The next morning, sunlight fell on Yi Xian's face. He opened his eyes and turned. He saw Zhou Bian. Oh no, what have I done? He remembered everything. The mysterious woman appeared. Yi Xian asked, Senior, why didn't you? The mysterious woman shrugged. How could I stop you from getting rid of the poison? Yi Xian asked wryly, what do I do now? The mysterious woman replied, you got what you wanted. What more do you want? Kill her, and let's go. Kill her. Yi Xian hesitated. The mysterious woman was displeased. What else? She's strong. If you don't kill her, she'll kill you later. Don't count on me. Last time took a lot out of me, and this time even more. I can last 1 day before I fall into a deep sleep. We must get that Dao seed within that day. Yi Xian's face grew serious. Senior, why didn't you tell me sooner? The mysterious woman chuckled. What could you have done? Yi Xian clenched his fist. At least I wouldn't have drained your energy. I would have handled it myself. Satisfied with his response, the mysterious woman said, I know you mean well, but I have my reasons. Look, you don't want to kill her, your first woman. What do you want to do? Glancing at Zhou Bian, Yi Xian nodded. Thanks, Senior. He looked back at Zhou Bian, who was now awake. Yi Xian felt awkward. You heard all that, right? Zhou Bian glared at him. You better kill me, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Yi Xian changed the subject. Tell me where you experienced earth power, and return my weapon. Zhou Bian scoffed. You humiliated me and still want something from me. Dream on, and do I have anything hidden on me? Shouldn't you know best? Now it was Yi Xian's turn to be embarrassed. Forget it. That's my friend's weapon. Give it back, the mysterious woman said, grabbing Yi Xian and pulling him away. Let's go. No point talking to her. It's not on her. Yi Xian was confused. How do you know? The mysterious woman explained, I searched her last night. Let's return to Two Realms City. I think I know where the earth power is. Yi Xian was surprised. The Dao seed is in Two Realms City. The mysterious woman nodded. If I'm not mistaken, it's in. Free from her restraints, Zhou Bian's expression darkened. Lightning crackled around her. The trees within several hundred meters instantly disintegrated. She raged, Yi Xian, I will make you die a horrible death. Back in Two Realms City, Yi Xian and the mysterious woman reached a certain location. Senior, she didn't say where she sensed the earth power. How do we know where to look? Yi Xian nodded and quickened his pace. After a while, Yi Xian commented, "It's getting hotter." "Senior, you hot?" The mysterious woman, illuminating the path with a flame in her hand, replied, "It's fine. Keep moving." They continued until they reached a deep cave. They stopped. Yi Xian looked inside. "Senior, what now?" The mysterious woman replied, "Use your sword to protect yourself." "Let's go down." Yi Xian nodded. After about an hour, they stopped. Before them was a lava lake. Yi Xian was about to speak when he noticed something floating in the center of the lake, a yellowish-brown object. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a lump of earth floating amidst the lava. The lava flowed around it, never touching it. Yi Xian asked, "Is this the Tao seed?" The mysterious woman answered, "It's the earth Tao seed. If you can subdue it, you'll have an endless supply of earth power as long as you're on the ground." Yi Xian continued, "And the second floor of the introduction tower. Does it depend on this?" The mysterious woman replied, "I'm not sure yet. But with this, you can control the first floor completely. You can store things there and even use it defensively." Yi Xian was ecstatic. "This is great. Tell me, how do I subdue it?" The mysterious woman cautioned, "Don't get too excited. It's weakened, but it will resist. Subduing it will be painful." Yi Xian nodded. "A little pain is fine. I can handle it." The mysterious woman said, "Good. Now, focus and follow my instructions. Slowly try to connect with it. Okay, you'll bring it out." Yi Xian closed his eyes and concentrated. After a while, he opened them. A small, illusory tower appeared above them. With a boom, the surrounding rock walls vanished. The earthen lump pulsed, then shot towards Yi Xian's forehead, entering his body. A searing pain erupted in Yi Xian's head, and his eyes filled with blood. His body trembled violently as waves of intense heat washed over him. "Senior, this isn't a little pain. This is agonizing." The mysterious woman yelled, "Endure. If you can't, then I overestimated you." He suddenly vanished. At the same time, a wave of earthen yellow energy enveloped his body. Yi Xian's body flickered, and in an instant, countless earthen yellow energy spheres continuously converged towards him, flowing upwards from his feet. With the influx of these energies, his originally mangled body miraculously began to heal. Clearly, the Tao artifact was helping him recover. Despite the Tao artifact's aid, the intense pain that racked his body still made Yi Xian grimace. After about an hour, the mangled skin on Yi Xian's body had completely healed. Moreover, his skin now had a faint golden hue. Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at his body, then his pupils constricted. Countless golden energies suddenly appeared around him, forming a golden armor that looked incredibly dazzling. Yi Xian was stunned. The mysterious woman was also somewhat surprised. She explained, "This is the earth armor, condensed from the power of the earth. As long as your feet are on the ground, you can condense this armor and gain the power of the earth. However, at your current realm, you can only maintain it for half an hour. After half an hour, if you don't relinquish the earth's power and the earth armor, you will suffer repercussions." Yi Xian blinked, then asked, "Senior, does this Tao artifact now belong to me?" The mysterious woman chuckled. "In your dreams. To truly subdue a Tao artifact, you must constantly cultivate and comprehend its essence. When your power is sufficient, you can fully utilize the Tao artifact's power. Now, you can only borrow an insignificant fraction of its power. An insignificant fraction of its power. However, this bit of power is enough for you to leap 2 realms and instantly kill a spirit void realm expert. Try throwing a punch." Yi Xian's expression turned serious. He hesitated, then said, "Leaping 2 realms. Isn't that too dangerous? Don't be afraid." Saying that, Yi Xian clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground. Upon impact, the ground within a radius of 30 feet around Yi Xian shattered, and countless cracks and debris spread outwards. Yi Xian looked at his right hand, his eyes filled with excitement. Such incredible power. This is the power of the earth. Now can I go look for a woman? He turned to the mysterious woman. "Senior, did you see? My power has changed completely." At this moment, the mysterious woman disappeared again. Yi Xian was taken aback. He shouted, "Senior, where are you going? Was my power too strong and it scared you away? With your measly cultivation, you want to hurt me? Keep dreaming for another 800 years. I've consumed too much power recently and need to recuperate. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on." The mysterious woman's voice echoed. 2 hours later, within the military camp, Jiang Ju was staring blankly at the broken weapon fragments. At this time, Yi Xian walked in. Jiangju asked, "You alright?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I'm fine, but your weapon I didn't manage to. I was in a daze." At this time, Yi Xian came in and asked Yi Xian if he was okay. Yi Xian shook his head and said, "I'm fine. It's just your weapon. I didn't touch it. It's not your fault. It's the responsibility of the first auction house." Yi Xian looked at Jiangju. "They should compensate you, right?" Jiangju shook her head. "Who knows?" Just then, a voice came from outside the tent. "Princess, someone from the first auction house requests an audience." Soon, Xu Qing walked into the tent. He approached Jiangju and bowed slightly. "Princess, I'm here today regarding the Earth Grade Upper Rank Technique Scroll." Jiangju smiled. "Oh? Has the first auction house retrieved the scroll?" Xu Qing's expression was unnatural. He shook his head. "Apologies, we haven't retrieved it. However, our first auction house has decided to compensate your highness with 1,000 gold coins." This statement shocked both Jiangju and Yi Xian. They both exclaimed, 1,000. Xu Qing's expression was stiff. 1,000 gold coins. That's the price set by my superiors. Of course, this may be unfair to your highness, but they've instructed that in the future. Within the Two Realms Mountains, our first auction house will offer more consideration to the princess. Hearing this, Jiangju grabbed Xu Qing by the throat. "That Earth Grade Upper Rank Technique Scroll is worth million gold coins. And now you only offer 1,000. Does your first auction house think I, Jiangju, am easy to bully?" Xu Qing, despite being choked, still managed to speak. "Princess, I suggest you take what you can get. Even if we don't compensate you at all, what can you do?" As he spoke, a silver needle appeared in his right hand, which he jabbed into Jiangju's shoulder. Jiangju lost her strength, her grip on Xu Qing loosened, and she stumbled backward. Yi Xian quickly caught Jiangju. "Princess, I've been poisoned by his hidden weapon. I can't move." Xu Qing sneered. "Consider this a lesson. Next time you offend the first auction house, it won't just be a silver needle." He turned to leave, but Xu Qing's eyes widened in shock as Yi Xian stabbed him through the chest from behind. "You dare act so arrogantly in front of her." Xu Qing coughed up blood. "The first auction house won't let you." With that, Yi Xian pulled out the blade. Xu Qing collapsed, lifeless. Yi Xian looked at Xu Qing's corpse. The scroll was stolen by someone from the Ning Kingdom. "You can send someone to investigate there." Jiangju was anxious. "Offending the first auction house will bring us endless trouble." Yi Xian turned to Jiangju. "I killed him. You'll handle it." Jiangju shook her head. "No." She pulled Yi Xian towards the exit of the tent. "Go back to the capital. You'll deal with the aftermath. If the first auction house finds out you killed their man, you'll be in danger." Yi Xian hesitated. "What about you? I can't just leave you here. I take responsibility for my actions. I'm not afraid of the first auction house." Jiangju glared at him. "Are you crazy? You can't afford to provoke the first auction house. Go back to the capital." Just then, a black-robed figure appeared outside the tent. This person was none other than Zhu Luzhu, the 9th branch master of the first auction house. Zhu Luzhu announced. "Princess, it seems you're in a hurry to." Jiangju glanced at the black-robed figure. "This must be the newly appointed 9th branch master of the first auction house." "It is I," Zhu Luzhu said. He glanced at the tent behind Jiangju. Xu Qing's soul jade shattered. "I've come to investigate. Does the princess know anything about this?" Jiangju met his gaze and stated firmly. "I previously bid on an Earth Grade Upper Rank Technique Scroll at the first auction house. It was stolen, but Xu Qing told me the first auction house refused to compensate and even threatened me. So, I killed him." Zhu Luzhu stared at Jiangju. "Princess, regardless of the reason, you killed a member of the first auction house, and you must give us a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, the Jiang Kingdom royal family will never buy anything from the first auction house again, including the talismans, weapons, and armor you need for war." Jiangju angrily questioned, "9th branch master, are you defying the royal family? Are you trying to start a war?" Zhu Luzhu scoffed. "Let me tell you, even if the royal family wasn't the Jiang family, the first auction house would still be the first auction house of the Jiang Kingdom. And we've never been afraid of the Jiang royal family." Jiangju was about to explode with rage. Suddenly, Yi Xian stepped forward, shielding Jiangju. "I killed Xu Qing. If you have any issues, come to me. But before that, take a look at this." He took out a purple card and presented it to Zhu Luzhu. Upon seeing the card, Zhu Luzhu's expression changed drastically. A purple card. In the first auction house. This was second only to a black card. Even he, the 9th branch master, wasn't qualified to issue such a card. At least a 5th branch master or above had that authority. Zhu Luzhu looked at Yi Xian with a deep gaze. May I ask your esteemed name? Yi Xian simply said, 9th branch master, I want to see your 3rd branch master. Now. Inform him immediately. Zhu Luzhu asked again, who exactly are you? Why do you have this card? Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively. You're not qualified to ask. Just go get the 3rd branch master. Outside, the moon had already risen, high in the sky. Inside the tent, Yi Xian sat calmly while Zhu Luzhu hesitated. 9th branch master, are you doubting the authenticity of my card? Zhu Luzhu broke out in a cold sweat. No, of course not. Please wait a moment. He crushed a black communication talisman. 3rd branch master, please come to the princess tent. There's a young man here with a purple card who wishes to see you. Seeing Zhu Luzhu send a message, Yi Xian inwardly relaxed. Despite his calm exterior, he had been nervous. Upon receiving the message, the 3rd branch master quickly arrived at the tent. He smiled at Yi Xian. Young friend, it's been a while. What can I do for you? Does it concern the first auction house? Yi Xian nodded. I previously entrusted Princess Jiangju to bid on an Earth-grade upper-rank technique scroll at the first auction house. However, there was an incident. And the scroll was stolen. Xu Qing told me I would only receive 1,000,000 gold coins in compensation and told me to be satisfied with that. I got angry and killed him. The 3rd branch master noticed Xu Qing's body on the ground. He inwardly groaned. 1,000,000 was no small sum. The 3rd branch master pondered for a moment before making a decision. Young friend, please don't be upset. This was our first auction house's fault. He turned to Zhu Luzhu. 9th branch master, why haven't you compensated young master Yi yet? Zhu Luzhu looked distressed. 3rd branch master, but it's 1,000,000. The 3rd branch master didn't want to waste time. He roared, no excuses. Pay him, pay him. Zhu Luzhu didn't dare hesitate any longer. He handed Yi Xian a golden card. This card contains 1,000,000 gold coins. Are you satisfied? Yi Xian took the card and said, thank you. The 3rd branch master said, you can withdraw the funds anywhere in Qingju, or at our first auction house. Is there anything else, young friend? If not, you'll take my leave. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Thank you, 3rd branch master. Farewell. After they left the tent, Zhu Luzhu immediately asked, 3rd branch master, why were you so respectful to that young man? Is there a powerful background behind him? The 3rd branch master whispered, do you know how Han Luzhu and Ba Luzhu ended up? Without waiting for a reply, he continued, they offended that young man's master. With just one move, they were defeated. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. If you want to offend him, ask yourself if you can withstand the wrath of his master. Zhu Luzhu was stunned. That young man's master was so powerful. Inside the tent, Yi Xian was looking at the 1,000,000 gold coin card with a smile. I knew mentioning senior would suppress these people. Jiangju looked at Yi Xian. Puzzled. Why didn't I know you had a master who makes the first auction house tremble in fear? Introduce me sometime, and he'll brag about it too. Yi Xian handed the gold card to Jiangju. Here? Jiangju stared at the card, her smile fading. This is 1,000,000 gold coins. You're giving it to me. Yi Xian simply said, it was yours to begin with. You need it for your army and to support your family. Jiangju was deeply touched, but maintained a composed expression. A gift is a gift. You can take it back. Yi Xian said, take it. I might need your help in the future. Who knows? Jiangju's eyes lit up as she realized the situation was resolved. You're truly a good friend. She accepted the card. Oh, I have something for you. Wait a moment. She rummaged through a nearby chest. Yi Xian asked, you're not giving me another golden knife, are you? We're good friends, you don't need to keep giving me gifts. After a while, Jiangju handed Yi Xian an ice blue box. Xiaoan told me about your sister's illness. This fire spirit pearl should help. Also, I've requested the emperor to send the best physician in the Jiang kingdom to the Kanglan Academy to treat your sister. You'll see when you get back. Yi Xian accepted the box gratefully. Thank you for helping Linga. You're welcome. Princess Yi Xian started, then corrected himself. Since we're friends, you don't have to call me princess. Just call me Jiangju. Yi Xian looked surprised, then smiled. Okay, Xiaoju. Just then, a loud boom shook the ground, violently. Yi Xian and Jiang Jia's expressions changed drastically. What happened? A soldier rushed in. General. Report, there's a fire on the mountain. Yi Xian and Jiangju rushed outside. A fiery red glow illuminated the sky above the Two Realms mountains. Jiangju frowned. Thief broken through the Zuolin Pass. The war is about to begin. Yi Xian was puzzled. War? Jiangju said seriously. Yes, war. With the barrier broken and the spirit energy restored, the Two Realms mountains will become a land of abundant resources. Many forces and clans from the mainland will come here. It will become a battleground, not just for the Jiang and Ning kingdoms, but also for other powerful nations. They won't let this place go. She turned to Yi Xian. Before the war breaks out, you should return to the capital. Yi Xian nodded. He didn't understand military matters and couldn't help much. Besides, he had been away for a while and it was time to go back. His priority was Linga's treatment. Yi Xian embraced Jiangju. If you need anything, just let me know. He'll come back to help you. Jiangju nodded. Be careful on your way back. Farewell. Yi Xian whispered, farewell. 2 hours later, Yi Xian boarded a cloud ship bound for the capital. Thanks to the purple card, he had a private cabin, a privilege, reserved for distinguished guests, and he could go to the VIP area, reserved for distinguished guests, reserved for distinguished guests. The year. Yi Xian began his cultivation journey, approaching closer. I might finally meet him. Yi Xian held the two spiritual artifacts, Ling Xiao and Ling Yu. After obtaining the power of the earth, my strength has increased significantly. If I can merge these two artifacts into one, you'll possess a renowned divine artifact. Then, you'll be even more powerful to protect Linga. Artifacts are categorized into mundane, spiritual, nascent, true, Tao, and unrefined artifacts. Spiritual artifacts possess a trace of spiritual essence, separating them from mundane objects. Nascent artifacts signify a further step, possessing a nascent spirituality. If spiritual artifacts are like embryos, nascent artifacts are like newly born spiritual foals. The essence is vastly different. Yi Xian combined the two swords. Suddenly, a soul-stirring wind flashed, reflecting in Yi Xian's astonished expression. The two swords had truly merged. Holding the luminous sword, Yi Xian felt its power. Mother Earth, it worked. Shenyang said it couldn't be done, but it worked. Absorb me. Yi Xian collected his thoughts. From now on, you'll call you Ling Xiao. Ling, from Yi Ling, and Xiao, from Shangnan Xiao. Imperial capital, Kanglan Academy. In front of the Kanglan Palace, Yi Lin sat on the ground, cradling a small doll, which was Yi Xian. Gazing intently, Yi Ling suddenly looked up towards the distant mountain. Brother, I miss you so much. Just then, Jiangji arrived beside Yi Lin and comforted her. Don't worry, your brother will be back soon. It's raining, let's go inside. You've been sitting here for hours. I'm not. Yi Lin shook her head, hungry. Suddenly, Yi Ling heard a faint voice from below. Hey, you. Jiangji looked up. On the steps below, a man stood with a dozen others. There, the man and the others wore the Tsangmu Academy uniform. Jiangji recognized the man guarding them. I sent that Fenju, one of Tsangmu Academy's two strongest disciples. Shock. Jiangji's expression drastically changed. Fenju. Why is he here? Fenju glanced at Jiangji and then at Yi Ling, hiding behind Jiangji. He's not here. Suddenly, Fenju punched Jiangji in the stomach. Since he's not here, we'll settle the score with you. So you knew. Jiangji coughed up blood midair, before landing. Fenju's voice appeared behind him again. He kicked Jiangji. Yi Ling watched in terror. Seeing Jiangji cough up blood, she was even more worried. Fenju shouted, while I was away, you Kanglan people killed my Tsangmu disciples. Who gave you the right? Jiangji, on the ground, said to Yi Ling, Linga, run. Fenju glared at Jiangji. You'll ask again. Where is Yi Xian? Jiangji cursed, he'll never tell you, you bastard. Fenju lifted Jiangji's head. Since you want to die so badly, Illinois, grant your wish. He raised his foot to strike. Just then, Yi Lin hugged Fenju's leg. Let him go, Fenju sneered, shoving Yi Lin away. Little girl, if you don't want to die, get lost. Behind him, a Sangmu student pointed at Yu Lin. Fenju, that's Yi Xian's sister. If she's here, he must be hiding nearby. Let her go. Fenju turned to Yu Lin, grabbed her shoulder, and lifted her up. Yu Lin cried, let me go. When my brother gets back, you're all dead. Fenju scoffed. Oh really? I'd like to see how powerful your brother is. Jiangji yelled anxiously, Fenju. Attacking a little girl is despicable. Aren't you afraid Sangmu Academy will become a laughingstock? Fenju ignored him, holding Yu Lin. Who dares laugh at Sangmu Academy? Tell Yi Xian to come to Sangmu Academy within an hour, or his sister will pay the price. Jiangji glared at Fenju. Bastard. The sky roared, with thunder and rain. Not long after Fenju left with Yu Lin, a figure raced up the mountain. It was Yi Xian. Laughing, he shouted, Liner, back. Reaching the summit, Yi Xian stopped. Jiangji lay there, severely injured. Yi Xian rushed to him. What happened? Where's Linga? Jiangji gasped. Sangmu Academy took Linga. Hearing this, a sharp sword cry resonated from Yi Xian. He glared at Jiangji. Who took her? Yi Xian's eyes blazed, with killing intent, shocking Jiangji. It was Fenju. Calm down, he'll be back soon. Then, the four of you should go together. Did you hear me? Fenju is one of Kangma's strongest. You'll die going alone. Yi Xian, consumed by rage, ignored Jiangji and rushed out. Seeing this, Jiangji's face paled. He knew trouble was brewing. Lightning flashed, the rain intensified. At the foot of Kang Mountain, Yi Lin was tied to a tree with black rope, her hands bound. She looked terrified. Before her stood Sangmu students, swords drawn. Yi Xian raced down the mountain. He reached the foot of Kang Mountain and saw Yi Lin. He froze. His mind went blank. Yi Lin saw Yi Xian. Tears streamed down her face. Brother, run! Rage exploded within Yi Xian. A student charged at him with his sword. Yi Xian's Lingxiu sword flashed. The student was bisected. The sword danced, a blur of deadly light. Everyone froze. Monster. This guy is a student urged the others. Attack together. Kill him. Avenged brothers were Li. Yi Xian swung the Lingxiu sword. A wave of sword energy ripped through the remaining Sangmu students, cutting them down. Just then, a middle-aged man appeared before Yi Xian. It was Li Xiu, one of Sangmu Academy's 3 vice deans. Li Xiu glared at Yi Xian. You dare come to Sangmu and kill our students? Yi Xian pointed at Li Xiu. Where is Fenju? Bring him out. The surrounding people gasped. Fear spread. Yi Xian's killing intent intensified. So be it. Yi Xian swung the Lingxiu sword, a blinding arc of light heading towards Li Xiu. Li Xiu hastily erected a defensive barrier. Just then, a figure descended from the mountain path. He boomed, Vice Dean, why bother with this ant? Let me handle him. Yi Xian demanded, You Fenju. The one who attacked my friend and kidnapped my sister. Fenju sneered. Yes, and what of it? Today, not only will I kill you, but I will also. Enraged, Yi Xian interrupted, You'll pay with your life. He swung the Lingxiu sword, another blinding arc of light aimed at Fenju. Fenju, incredibly fast, dodged the attack. Not bad, but too slow. Fenju appeared before Yi Xian, launching a flurry of attacks. Yi Xian stomped the ground, leaped into the air, and swung his sword. A single, devastating strike. Fenju's face changed. He hadn't expected such power. If Yi Xian's previous attacks were not bad, this one was terrifying. As Yi Xian's sword descended, a blinding wave of energy erupted, crashing down. A thunderous boom echoed. Fenju was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground. Yi Xian roared, That's what you get for hurting my sister. Yi Xian rushed to Yi Lin, his sword severing the ropes binding her. He held her close. Yi Ling sobbed in his arms. I'm sorry, I came too late. Yi Lin clung to Yi Xian. Brother, I was so scared. Yi Xian comforted her. It's all right, Linga. Don't be afraid. In here, just then, an old man appeared. Killed my Sangmu students and think you can just leave. Not so fast. It was Kumu, another of Kangma's vice deans. Yi Xian shielded Yi Ling, glaring at Kumu. What do you want? Kumu sneered. You killed on Sangmu grounds. Leave your lives here. A powerful aura emanated from him. Yi Xian's expression changed. Not good, he turned to Yi Ling. Suddenly, Kumu vanished. He reappeared beside Yi Lin. Let's start with your sister. He kicked at Yi Lin. Seeing Yi Ling in danger, Yi Xian shielded her with his body. Kumu's kick landed, sending Yi Xian flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Seeing Yi Xian injured, Yi Ling cried, "Brother, are you okay? You're bleeding." Yi Xian forced a smile. "I'm fine, don't worry." Lightning flashed, rain poured. Kumu sneered. "Touching, isn't it? Aren't you tough? Come on, fight me." He launched another attack. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the air, kicking Kumu away. Kumu crashed heavily into the distant mountains. The newcomer was none other than Ji Laoqiu, the dean of Kanglan Academy. He landed, removing a gourd from his waist, and took a sip. "Kumu, a duel between academies. Yet you resort to bullying juniors. Shameful, isn't it?" Kumu glared at Ji Laoqiu. "Aren't you supposed to be in seclusion?" Ji Laoqiu smirked. "And if I am? It's because of fools like you I can't stay in seclusion. Submit to me, or die." Kumu's face paled. He yelled to his men, "Get the dean. Hurry." Ji Laoqiu walked over to Yi Xian. "Lad, you all right?" Yi Xian simply replied, "Fine." Ji Laoqiu sensed Yi Xian's displeasure. "Good. Let's go home." Yi Xian stood and looked at Yi Ling. "Linger, need me to carry you?" Yi Ling shook her head. "No, brother, I can walk." Ji Laoqiu was speechless. "You're covered in injuries. Both internal and external. Focus on yourself." He offered to carry Yi Ling, but she refused. Just then, a voice called out, "Leaving so soon, Ji? Haven't even had a drink yet." Ji Laoqiu turned, his expression changing. The newcomer was Li Xuanchang, dean of Sangmu Academy. Beside him was Bei Chen, also from Sangmu Academy. The surrounding people bowed to Li Xuanchang. Yu Guchang, also known as Old Man Ji, looked back at him. "Invite me for tea. I think your true intention isn't the tea." Yi Xian looked at the man, realizing he was the Yu Chang of Sangmu Academy. His cultivation level seemed to be at the divine harmony realm. Li Xuanchang glanced at the burning corpse in the distance. "Not at all, I'm always reasonable." Suddenly, Old Man Ji looked at Yi Xian and Qi Yi. "But this time, your precious disciple must die." Old Man Ji wiped the rainwater off his face. "As long as these old bones are still here, you can forget about touching him." He then took a swig of wine from his flask, and tucked it back into his belt. "So, how do we settle this? Your entire Sangmu Academy against the two of us? Or, one unknown?" Li Zunchang's face darkened. Without further ado, he looked at Old Man Ji and said, "One unknown. If I lose, you can leave. If I win, you leave your precious disciple." Just as the fight was about to erupt, a grey-robed elder grabbed Li Zunchang's shoulder. "Stop. This is a matter for the younger generation. What are you two old geezers fighting for?" The grey-robed elder was Jiang Yuqian, the previous ruler of Jiang country, and one of the 4 Grand Dharma realm experts of Jiang country. Yi Xian was shocked. This was the former king, Old Man Ji's old friend. Old Man Ji bowed slightly. "You old fellow, why aren't you dealing with Tang country? What are you doing here meddling in other people's business?" Jiang Yuqian smiled wryly. 2 Grand Dharma realm experts fighting. If I don't intervene, do you expect this place to remain intact? He glanced at Li Xuanchang. "Xuanchang, things have escalated. I can't just stand by. How about this? Let me mediate. Let's end this here." Li Xuanchang sneered. "End it here? What about my men who were injured?" Jiang Yuqian patted Li Zunchang's hand. "Xuanchang, Jiang country is already facing external threats from Tang country. We can't afford another internal conflict. Besides, old Ji, don't you know him? He has nothing to lose. Hell dragged Sangmu Academy down with him if he has to. You shouldn't bother with him. You're expected to become a candidate for the head of Sangmu Academy headquarters. If Sangmu Academy is ruined because of this, do you think you still have a chance?" Li Zunchang's expression changed. "No one can stop my path to becoming headmaster." At this moment, Old Man Ji waved his hand. "Enough. Are we fighting or not? We don't have all day, eh?" Li Xuanchang, after a period of contemplation, finally made up his mind. Take your disciple back and discipline him properly. Next time he acts up, I won't hesitate to kill him. Don't blame Sangmu Academy for being ruthless. Yi Xian, hearing this, was furious. He raised his sword. You're twisting the facts. It was clearly Sangmu Academy who started it. Discipline them. Old man Ji pulled down Yi Xian's sword and replied to Li Xuancheng, you'll manage my people. You manage yours. Don't let me see them in Kanglan Academy again. Otherwise, Illinois, deal with them personally. After saying that, he pulled Yi Xian away. Jiang Yuqian laughed heartily. Old Ji hasn't changed a bit over the years. Still as fiery as ever. Li Zuncheng's face was gloomy. Fiery. He's just senile. At night, under the bright moon, back at Kanglan Academy, everyone was eating and discussing the night's events. That damned Sangmu Academy. This time it was Linga, next time who knows who they'll target. We need to teach them a lesson. They think we're pushovers. Mo Yunqi cursed angrily. If Bai Ji and I were there, we wouldn't have let that happen. Bai Zi declared. Next time, you have to take me. Yi Xian agreed. The three of us together, let them know how strong Kanglan Academy is. Strong, my ass. Old man Ji slammed his chopsticks on Yi Xian's head. If I hadn't arrived, you'd be dead already. Yi Xian protested, Linga was kidnapped. What else could I do but fight? Old man Ji drank from his flask. Sometimes, you can't just rely on brute force, especially not to prove your strength. So you're saying I'm brainless. Just say it, I'm not afraid of embarrassment. Even if it happens again, you'll do the same. I won't let anyone hurt Linga. Yi Linga was moved to tears and hugged Yi Xian tightly. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi envied Yi Xian's courage and loyalty. After a while, old man Ji looked seriously at Yi Xian. Sangmu Academy has issued a kill order against you. There are Sangmu Academy branches in Qingju. You're now facing danger from all branches. Are you confident you can handle them, eh? Even if I lack the strength and confidence, I have the courage to fight to the death to protect those I care about. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi were deeply moved by Yi Xian's words. Old man Ji threw his straw sandal at Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi. Courage is useless against true strength. Don't throw your lives away and don't underestimate Sangmu Academy's elite disciples. Especially those from the main academy. Any one of them could crush you. Mo Yunqi picked up the sandal. If they can recruit from other branches, why can't we? Are we just supposed to watch our own disciples get bullied? Old man Ji shook his head. Our Kanglan Academy headquarters is located in Middle-earth Divine Continent. There are branches in Kanglan Province alone. But we're the weakest of all Kanglan Academies. They look down on us, they don't even want to acknowledge our existence. Yi Xian and the others were stunned. We're the weakest. Mo Yunqi was indignant. Old man Ji, didn't you say I'd be recruited by headquarters and become a phoenix? Old man Ji feigned innocence. Did I say that? I don't think so. He then ignored the fuming Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi. Mo Yunqi, Bai Zi, go train. Yi Xian, come with me. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi were disgruntled. Old man Ji, why are you giving Yi Xian special treatment? Old man Ji turned to Mo Yunqi. Go fight the entire Sangmu Academy alone, and he'll give you special treatment too. Mo Yunqi immediately backed down. No thanks, I don't like special treatment. Yi Xian followed old man Ji to a small hill. It was the same hill Yi Xian failed to destroy before. Old man Ji asked, do you know what you lack the most? Yi Xian thought for a moment. Money. Old man Ji nearly choked. He slapped Yi Xian on the head. Money. I dragged you out here at night to talk about money. Do I look like I care about money? Yi Xian rubbed his head, feeling wronged. You lack momentum. An invincible aura and confidence that can suppress your enemies. Take this hill, for example. You need to treat it like garbage, something you can destroy at any moment. Yi Xian was confused. But it's not garbage isn't, that's a bit disrespectful. Old man Ji's face twitched. Ji, if you think of it as garbage, then it is garbage. Just like when you face an enemy, if you treat them like garbage, it will subconsciously boost your own aura. Yi Xian pondered this for a moment. I don't quite understand. I think when facing an enemy, you should first understand and acknowledge their strength, and then assess your own chances of victory. Confidence is no substitute for realistic assessment. Old man Ji was surprised. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian has some sense. Yi Xian looked at old man Ji. Am I right? Old man Ji kicked Yi Xian's backside. Knowing this, you still challenged Sangmu Academy. Where did you get your confidence? Yi Xian scratched his head. I wasn't confident. I was just resolved to fight to the death for Linga. Old man Ji took a sip of wine. Since you lack confidence, find it here. Don't go back to sleep until you do. Oh, and you can refer to Anlanxiu. Yi Xian was puzzled. Seriously. What can I learn from Anlanxiu by looking at this hill? He remembered Anlanxiu carving characters in the air. Yi Xian stroked his chin. She's confident because she's truly strong. My strength is limited. How can I compare to her? The mysterious woman's voice suddenly appeared. You don't need to worry about that. That old man is right to guide you to find your aura and confidence. It will make you stronger. But nothing is more important than understanding your own resolve. Yi Xian was confused. Senior, aren't you recuperating? The mysterious woman replied, don't be surprised. This is just a projection of mine. Yi Xian, don't overthink it. As long as you understand why you draw your sword, and the meaning behind drawing your sword, that's enough. Yi Xian seemed to grasp something. Why do I draw my sword? The meaning behind drawing my sword. He looked at the sword in his hand, the Lingxiu sword, and muttered, I see. Yi Xian looked at the Lingxiu sword in his hand. I draw my sword to protect Linga, to prove that I am not weak. As he said this, he swung the Lingxiu sword, the blade aimed directly at the small hill, cleaving it in two. A loud boom echoed as the hill crumbled. The mysterious woman smiled. Every sword stroke you make from now on must carry this conviction. This is your strength. Yi Xian bowed to the mysterious woman. I understand. A few days later, at the foot of Wang Yuan's snowy mountain, Yi Lin was gathering herbs in the forest. I wish I could find some matsutake mushrooms. Then I could make some chicken soup for my brother. Suddenly, the mysterious little girl appeared behind Yi Lin. Your brother almost died because of you. Yi Lin turned and recognized the girl who had given her the Tianhua warm jade. It's you. Why are you here? The little girl rubbed Yi Lin's cheek. I came specifically for you. I heard about your brother's fight with Sangmu Academy. He almost died for you, and you almost died for him. So I've decided to take you to Beihanzong. Yi Lin was confused. Beihanzong. What is that place? The little girl stood up straight, hands behind her back. It's my home. There, you can become independent, strong, capable of protecting yourself. You don't want to be a burden to your brother forever, do you? Yi Lin wondered, why do you want to take me to Beihanzong? The little girl explained, because you have a special Hanling physique. If you come with me, Beihanzong will devote all its resources to train you. To make you even stronger than Anlanxiu. Yi Lin's eyes widened. Can I really become stronger than Anlanxiu? After a moment of consideration, she nodded. All right. If you can make me strong enough to protect my brother, go with you. The little girl beamed. Don't worry, making you strong is my mission. Can we go now? Yi Lin shook her head. I want to stay with my brother for a little longer. The little girl was disappointed but nodded. All right. Seeing the little girl's sadness, Yi Lin quickly comforted her. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. The little girl nodded and then bid farewell to Yi Lin. Under the bright sun, 3 disciples from Sangmu Academy of Tang Country, led by an old farmer, arrived at the gates of Kanglan Academy. The man in the middle looked at the dilapidated scene and couldn't help but sigh. No wonder the main academy abandoned them. The man on the left scoffed. Let's see what kind of talent this dump can produce. The man on the right was even more contemptuous. He spat at the gate, a place like this producing a sword cultivator. Dream on. Just then, Yi Lin, the little girl who had been gathering herbs, returned. She looked at the 3 strangers and asked, who are you looking for? The 3 turned and saw just a little girl and immediately looked down on her. Xinsheng was frightened. Previously, at the earthen platform, the younger brother of the man placed a knife on Yelin's neck. Little sister Yi. Yeling looked at the 3 Sangmu Academy students, then turned toward the mountain and shouted, people of Sangmu Academy, you've come again. Just then, a man flashed down from the mountain. It was Yishuan. Yexuan's speed was incredible. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the foot of the mountain. Brother Wu. I'm sorry, I said, anyone from Sangmu Academy, kill on sight. You seem to have ignored my words. Seeing Yishuan, a sneer appeared on the corner of the mouth of the man leading the 3 Sangmu Academy students. He stepped forward, so you're Yishuan. I'm a student from the Tang Country branch of Sangmu Academy. Before he could finish, Yexuan's sword moved. A flash of sword light crossed the scene, and the speaking man's head suddenly fell from his neck. The remaining two, seeing this scene, were terrified. Yishuan pointed Lingxiu's sword at the two. You two, seeing that Yishuan was indeed a sword cultivator, the two resolved to fight Yishuan to the death. Before their knives left their sheaths, Yixuan's attack arrived. A direct sword strike broke their bones. Yishuan went to his sister. Linga, go home and cook. Yeling nodded, and the two left directly, not even looking at the corpses behind them. The news about Sangmu Academy reached the Azure Heaven Hall. Inside, Lixuan Chang sat in the main seat, with 2 rows of elders below him. The 3 bodies of the Tang branch students caused their hearts to tremble. All 3 were at the spirit void realm, yet none of them could withstand a single blow from Yishuan. What do you think? After a long silence, an elder stood up. This man's strength is probably second only to Nguosha. I suggest notifying those students coming from other branches not to challenge this person rashly. Hearing this, Lixuan Cheng cursed angrily. Nonsense. Let them continue to challenge Yishuan. The more people he kills, the more enemies he makes. 72 branches of Sangmu Academy in Qingju. Let him offend them all. Borrow a knife to kill someone. The elders in the hall understood Lixuan Chang's intentions. Lixuan Chang continued, for Sangmu, Yishuan must die. He must. Scene change. Inside the academy's main hall, old Ji sat on a chair, drinking wine and fishing, looking very comfortable. At this time, Yishuan walked over. Old Ji, I want to. Looking at Yexuan's determined expression, old Ji replied casually, charge. Want to charge? Go ahead. It's not about charging, Yishuan smiled wryly. It's like this, my physique is special. To advance to the spirit void realm, I need spirit stones. I know our Kanglen is poor. But I still want to buy spirit stones, could you? Before Yishuan finished, old Ji's snores were already echoing. Yishuan was a little anxious. Hey, old Ji. Don't sleep, wake up. Just then, Ji Anji's voice came. Stop shouting, he'll help you. Yishuan was a little surprised. You have spirit stones. Ji Anji only replied with one sentence. Protect your life. Ji Anji took Yishuan to a small shop. Yishuan looked up. 2 large characters hung above the shop. Divine shop. Ji Anji whispered, this was once the holy land of Kanglen Academy. The 9 divine pillars represent the 9 inheritances of the Central Divine State's main academy. Every year, strong individuals gain enlightenment from these 9 divine pillars. Yishuan was puzzled. A holy land. Are there spirit stones here? Ji Anji turned his head. Also, Yishuan, can you not interrupt me? Yishuan. I sent the issue whether or not to interrupt you. I found that there are no spirit stones here. Ji Anji was so angry he wanted to draw his sword. Seeing the burning rage, Yishuan quickly apologized and promised, you continue, I won't interrupt. Ji Anji walked to a pillar and struck. The pillar shattered, and many large green crystals appeared. Now on the ground, Yishuan was a little stunned. What are these? Ji Anji sheathed his sword. Top-grade spirit stones, from the 9 inheritance pillars. Each one should fetch a good price. They are our most valuable assets now. Sell them to exchange for spirit stones. Yishuan was a little reluctant. Ji Anji, selling such precious things isn't that a waste. He added. Ji Anji put away the spirit stones and turned to Yishuan. If you don't want them, we'll give them to Mo Yinchi. Hearing this, Yishuan immediately grabbed the spirit stones. No way. These are mine. Nobody touches them. Ji Anji chuckled. Look at you, still pretending in front of me. Drop the act. With the stones, Yishuan rushed to the first auction house. After showing his purple card, he was immediately ushered into a luxurious private room. The person who received him was an old man. Yishuan took out a small mountain of spirit stones. Esteemed sir, look at these spirit stones. How much are they worth? The old man picked up a spirit stone and stroked his beard. Top-grade spirit stones, about gold coins each. Yours can be sold for 5 million. Yishuan asked, how much does an average spirit stone cost? The old man glanced at Yishuan. Ordinary ones start at 3 million, and the price fluctuates. Hearing this, Yishuan smiled wryly. Then I can't afford it. Seeing Yexuan's distress, the old man said, you'll see what I can do. Please wait a moment, young Master Yi. Yishuan nodded. After the old man left, Yishuan looked out the window, his heart filled with disappointment. Suddenly, he saw a little girl on the street trying to throw a small wooden bird. She looked weak and struggled to throw it. It was a poisonwood bird. Just then, the old man returned with 2 boxes. "Young Master Yi, the spirit stones. My money shouldn't be enough for these 2 spirit stones, right?" The old man smiled. "Young Master Yi is a valued guest of our first auction house. We can make this exception. Please accept them." Seeing the sincerity, Yishuan could only say, "Then thank you for your generosity." After the transaction, Yishuan happily walked out of the first auction house. Yishuan walked outside, and the little girl was still throwing that wooden bird. Yishuan remembered that Lingo also liked wooden birds. He walked over to the little girl, squatted down, and asked, "What are you trying to throw? Can I help you?" The little girl looked at Yishuan and pointed to the distance. Yishuan looked up and saw a dark bird with only 1 leg. Yishuan thought for a moment and then started carving rapidly. Soon, a lifelike bird appeared in the little girl's hands. Yishuan gave the little bird to the girl. "Here you go." The little girl took the wooden bird, looked at it, then at Yishuan. Yishuan smiled. When carving, focus. The more distracted you are, the more mistakes you'll make. He said goodbye to the girl and walked back with his sword case. It was the poisonwood bird, which flew to the little girl's shoulder. The little girl asked, "Can you sense it?" The poisonwood bird shook its head. "No magic." The girl looked towards the sky. "A sword immortal has appeared in Jian country, and we, the guardians, are unaware." "How absurd." The one-horned girl looked in Yexuan's direction. "This person offended master. Should I kill him?" The little girl jumped onto the eaves. "No need. He has a kind heart and is worthy of nurturing. Don't touch him. Let him grow. In the future, if he remains kind-hearted, we can nurture him and bring another sword immortal to our realm." Yishuan, carrying his sword case, passed through a small alley when suddenly a figure flashed past him from behind. Yishuan immediately turned to check. A white-haired young man appeared before him. The young man said, "You're Yishuan. Today, we're taking your head, come and get it." At the same time, 2 more figures appeared behind Yishuan. One held a spear, the other held a long saber. Yishuan put his sword case down and said indifferently, "Kill me. Let's see if you have the ability." The spearman chuckled. "Truthfully, we're not your match individually. So we decided to attack together." Yishuan spread his hands. 3 half-step spirit harmony realm experts to kill me. Just how much does your Tsangmu Academy fear me? The spearman shouted, overthinking. Isn't it normal for young people to be arrogant? Saying this, he attacked Yishuan. Yishuan laughed. Isn't overthinking the same as being careful? Saying this, Yexuan's left hand also struck out. With a loud boom, the 2 attacks collided. The spearman spat out blood and flew backward. Yishuan mocked, "Didn't you say you'd attack together? Or are you too scared?" These words instantly enraged the other 2. They attacked Yishuan from both sides. Just as they were about to hit Yishuan, his figure vanished. The 2 inadvertently hit each other. Yishuan leaned against the wall, sighing. "That's why I said one at a time. Otherwise, friendly fire is inevitable." Suddenly, a black flying sword shot towards Yishuan. He barely managed to dodge, the black sword piercing his sword belt. Yishuan broke the flying sword and shouted, "Who's the coward attacking from behind?" On a distant rooftop stood a woman in black, holding a longbow. She stared at Yishuan. "No matter what, I will kill you to avenge my senior brother." She drew her bow, aiming at Yishuan. Another one. Yishuan was getting annoyed. Killed by me, and now it's revenge. You Tsangmu Academy people really don't respect life. He drew Lingxiu, kicked off the ground, and launched a sword beam at the woman. At the same time, the woman's arrow shot out. The sword beam split the arrow in 2, then continued towards the woman. The woman struggled to get up, thinking, so strong. No wonder my senior brothers were no match for him. She then ran away. Yexuan's face darkened. Half-step spirit harmony today, what next? Tsangmu dogs. One day, you'll make you pay for your stupidity, hey? Just as Yishuan was brooding, a voice called out from below. Enjoying the sunset up there. Yishuan looked down. It was Ji Anji, Mo Yunqi, and Bai Zi. The one who called out was Ji Anji. He chuckled. We got some good stuff upstairs, want some? Mo Yunqi picked up a long saber, his heart filled with joy. Such a good spiritual weapon. At least, gold coins. Bai Zi picked up a spear. Yeshuan and Jiangji looked at the two with their new weapons. Not bad, right? Top-grade spiritual weapons. Mo Yunqi laughed. Yeshuan, I finally understand why you like fighting. Fighting makes you rich. Bai Zi wholeheartedly agreed. Jiangji noticed Yeshuan still lacked a sword and asked, Are you alright? Yexuan's eyelids felt heavy. Of course. Before he finished, he fainted. Yeshuan. In Yexuan's room at Kanglan Academy, Mo Yunqi anxiously asked Old Ji, how is he? Old Ji checked Yexuan's pulse, then took a sip of wine. No poison. Has just lost too much blood, and exhausted. Everyone, hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief. Jiangji looked at Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi. Don't tell Linga. That crybaby will never stop. The two nodded in agreement. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Behind Kanglan Academy, Jiangji supervised Yexuan's training. Mo Yunqi complained, Isn't body tempering Bai Zi's thing? Why am I involved? Yeshuan felt even more wronged. I'm a patient, why do I have to train? Jiangji simply said, Stop complaining and train. Suddenly, a flying sword shot towards Jiangji. He dodged, and the sword split the tree trunk he was sitting on in half. Who's there? Jiangji shouted. A man and a woman emerged from the forest. The woman was the one who had attacked Yeshuan. She glared at Yeshuan. I spared you yesterday. With my senior brother here today, you can't escape. Yeshuan chuckled. You spared me. I remember someone running away like a scared turtle. Enraged, the woman drew her sword and attacked. The white-haired man looked at Yeshuan and said, Feng Yishio, chief disciple of Chu country's Tanhan Academy, ranked 19th on the Qingju top. Yeshuan replied, Yeshuan, Jian country. Kanglan Academy. Ranked first on the Qingju top. Mo Yunqi was confused. Yeshuan, when did you become first? Yeshuan, without turning his head, said, Last place isn't good enough, is it? His voice fell, and he raised his sword towards Feng Yishio. Feng Yishio remained calm. He extended his right hand, and a ball of blue mystical energy appeared in his palm. The ground beneath him cracked. Divine transformation. His sword fell, cleaving the earth. Witness this. Feng Yishio raised his right hand slightly, and the blue mystical energy shot towards Yexuan's sword. A loud boom resonated. The ground around them, within a radius of dozens of feet, cracked and shattered. Both were forced back dozens of feet. Before them was a chasm half a zhong wide. The surroundings were in ruins. Yeshuan looked at Lingxiu, then at Feng Yishio. Spirit harmony realm is indeed different. Feng Yishio looked at his right arm, which was now numb. He looked up at Yeshuan. Worthy of being a sword cultivator. Sword Chi possesses such terrifying power. Both Yeshuan and Feng Yishio felt that the other was not someone they could easily defeat. At this moment, an old man with a cane appeared. He looked at Feng Yishio. Yishio, are you here to demolish houses? Didn't I tell you to keep a low profile? Feng Yishio looked embarrassed. Master Shizuan, why are you here? The old man turned to look at Feng Yishio. Why am I here? I have to. He walked forward and hugged the old man, then chuckled. I wouldn't dare, master. Clearly, this disciple and master had a good relationship. The old man looked at Yeshuan. Young Yeshuan, I heard you wanted to join Jian country's Tsangmu Academy, but they rejected you. Yeshuan nodded. Foolish. The old man cursed. That idiot Lixuan Chang and his followers. How dare they reject you? This surprised Yeshuan and the others. The old man pulled Feng Yishio towards Yeshuan. Yeshuan, let me introduce you. This is my beloved disciple, Feng Yishio. You two fought, how about becoming friends? Yeshuan was silent. This old man's cultivation was unfathomable. Making me friends with Feng Yishio. What's the meaning of this? The old man continued, don't overthink it. We're sincere about wanting to be friends. Yeshuan was confused. You attacked me last night. And ambushed me today. Is this your so-called sincerity? The old man smiled slightly. No. He suddenly flicked his fingers, and 3 top-grade spirit stones appeared before Yeshuan. Mo Yunqi and Jiangji. Before Mo Yunqi appeared a pair of gleaming daggers. Before Jiangji appeared a long saber emitting fiery flames. Before Yeshuan, naturally, was a top-grade spirit sword. Clearly, the old man came prepared. He explained 3 top-grade spirit weapons. Blood sword, flying daggers, fire saber. These are our gifts to make amends. These 3 top-grade spirit weapons left Yishuan and the others speechless. After hearing the old man's explanation, all 3 began playing with their new weapons. Bai Zi looked pitiful, as if had been forgotten. Just when things seemed settled, Yishuan turned the tables. Do you think a few spirit weapons can erase your attempt on my life? I'm not that easy to appease. The old man was surprised. What would young Master Yishuan have me do to mend this grievance? Yishuan stated his condition, pointing at the woman. You apologize to me and my 3 friends. The woman was furious. You bastard. Don't push it too far. We were just testing your cultivation. You almost killed my senior brother, and now you want me to apologize to you and your master. Yishuan was equally blunt. He threw Xiaolin's sword on the ground. If you refuse, get lost. Trying to take my life isn't something a few apologies can fix. Feng Yishio and the woman were enraged and prepared to fight. The old man quickly stopped them, then turned to Yishuan. My disciple acted rashly without my knowledge. It was our fault. Please accept my sincerest apologies. He bowed deeply. Yishuan hadn't expected such humility and hurried forward to help him up. Elder, your sincerity is clear. I understand. Seeing his goal achieved, the old man leaned on Yishuan. Yishuan understood. If he really pressed the issue, this unfathomable old man could easily crush him. He asked, Elder, Sangmu and Kanglan are enemies. Why go to such lengths to befriend me? The old man smiled. I value talent, regardless of faction. Young Yishuan is a young hero with admirable character. Who wouldn't want to befriend him? Feng Yishio spoke up. Master Shizun values talent. He wants to befriend you because of your cultivation and reputation. If you refuse, we won't force the issue. In other words, it was a test. Yishuan looked at Feng Yishio. I, Yishuan, also enjoy making friends. But I'd like to ask, Feng Yishio, what is friendship? Feng Yishio replied. Shared ideals, mutual respect, a meeting of minds. Yishuan agreed wholeheartedly. He grabbed Feng Yixio's hand. Well said. Based on that, I consider you a friend. Feng Yishio was also pleased. Then, Bai Zi spoke up. Why does everyone have something but me? The old man looked at Bai Zi, hesitated, and then said, this young friend cultivates his physical body. I don't have anything suitable for you. How about this? I'll give you an extra bottle of body tempering pills. Bai Zi accepted the jade bottle and thanked him. After a while, the old man looked at Yishuan. Young Master Yishuan, we have matters to attend to, so we'll take our leave. If you have time, you're welcome to visit Chu country. Yishuan bowed in return. Farewell, elder. I won't see you out. The 3 walked into the forest. Feng Yishio asked, Master Shizun, why did you go to such lengths to befriend him? The old man looked at the sky. As long as I can build a relationship with Yishuan, even if it costs me all of Chu country's wealth, I'm willing. Because this boy will one day become the sky above us. Feng Yishio and the woman were stunned. Inside the tower, Yishuan sat cross-legged on the ground, before him 3 spirit swords. He slowly closed his eyes and circulated the invincible sword body technique. Moments later, he extended his right hand. The 3 spirit swords suddenly emitted sword light and merged into his body. His cultivation instantly surged. His Lingxiu sword also vibrated as the 3 spirit swords poured immense energy into it. A booming sound echoed, and a powerful aura surrounded Yishuan. He had successfully broken through to the spirit void realm. Suddenly remembering something, Yishuan grabbed Lingxiu and ran to the 2nd floor entrance. He shouted, good news. I just broke through to the spirit void realm. Now my Lingxiu sword has reached top grade. I think it won't be long before I can suppress you, and then you can be released from. Before he could finish, a crisp cracking sound echoed. He was sent flying out of the tower. Back in reality, Yishuan crashed to the ground. After a while, he climbed up, rubbing his face, and smiled wryly. He thought he could at least exchange a few blows after reaching Spirit Void Realm. Reality proved he was still weak. Yishuan cleaned himself up and went to the back mountain of Kanglan Academy, wanting to try sword flight. After several failures, he finally managed to stand on Lingxiu, slowly rising into the distance. He was overjoyed. I can fly. Soon, Yishuan flew to a waterfall, where Baizi was cultivating. Baizi looked up, startled. Yishuan stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Baizi with an air of superiority. From now on, call me Yixianren. He then turned and flew away. Baizi watched him go, and muttered, show off. In the Kanglan Academy courtyard, old Ji lay on a chair, as usual, reeking of alcohol. Suddenly, Yixuan's voice came from the sky. Old Ji. Old Ji, look at me. Old Ji opened his eyes, and saw Yishuan flying with his hands clasped behind his back. Old Ji, from now on, call me Yixianren. Old Ji spat out a mouthful of wine. He looked at Yishuan, then flicked his finger. A spirit stone landed before Yishuan. Hurry up and go check if your clothes are still on. Oh, right. Yishuan looked at the spirit stone, overjoyed, then flew off. Old Ji watched him and muttered, just spirit void realm, look how happy this fool is. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Old Ji, living the good life, huh? Old Ji turned and saw Lixuanchang. His face darkened. You're not welcome here. Spit it out and get lost. Lixuanchang wasn't angered. Just now, I saw Yishuan flying on his sword. Didn't expect him to break through to spirit void realm so quickly. Old Ji sneered, there's a lot you don't expect. Lixuanchang continued, a hidden realm was discovered in the Jade Mountain range of Ning country. It's believed to belong to Ning country's former strongest cultivator, Po Ba. That Po Ba had surpassed the law manifestation realm. There must be many treasures inside. Ning country is opening it to cultivators under from surrounding countries. Any spirit void realm cultivator can participate. How about it, Kanglan Academy? Interested? Old Ji replied decisively, not interested. Lixuanchang laughed. Not interested. You will be, Kanjiao said as he crushed the small fish with a red palm. Behind this strong wall, a grey-robed man was carrying a little girl. This little girl was, thank you, old man, she saw. Yi Xian, seeing Yi Ling captured, was extremely anxious. He stared at Li Xianchang. It seems that in order to kill me, your Tsangmu Academy has abandoned all sense of decency. Even dispatching 2 myriad laws realm experts to capture a defenseless child. A cruel smile crept across Li Xuanchang's lips. We don't care about decency, we only want Yi Xian's life. Tell him, if he doesn't participate, his sister will die in the mystic realm. Ji Lao's hands trembled with rage. If you dare to touch her, I swear I will annihilate every student in Tsangmu Academy. Li Xianchang sneered, if you dare to interfere, she will definitely die. Ji Lao knew Li Xianchang meant what he said. If he fought him, Linga would certainly be injured. For Linga's safety, Li Xianchang turned back to Ji Lao. Enough nonsense. In 3 days, I want to see Yi Xian in the mystic realm. Ji Lao couldn't help but say, you're courting death. Li Xianchang glanced at Ji Lao. You say he's courting death, but isn't Yi Xian doing the same by coming here? Just then, a furious roar suddenly came from the sky. Li, you old dog, release my sister. As the voice fell, a sword light slashed down. Li Xuanchang's lips curled into a sneer. He lightly tapped his right index finger forward, and the sword light shattered. Yi Xian was sent flying backward, crashing. Li Xianchang looked at Yi Xian. Want to save your sister? Come to the mystic realm in 3 days. He then turned and left. Yi Xian wanted to pursue, but Ji Lao stopped him. Yi Xian looked at Ji Lao. I never imagined that Li would use such despicable tactics. Yi Xian's eyes slowly closed. After a moment of silence, he suddenly turned. No matter what anyone says, I must go. Don't blame me for being weak, he said to Ji Lao, who sighed softly. At that moment, Mo Yunqi, Jiangji, and Baizi appeared beside them. Jiangji looked worried. What's wrong with Yi Xian? I saw him rushing towards the mountains with his sword. Since I am only a little worried, what happened to Yi Xian? I saw him rushing to the mountain with his sword in hand. Ji Lao sighed. He's going to the mystic realm. Mo Yunqi was confused. To the mystic realm. Why? Ji Lao explained, Linga has been taken hostage by that old dog Li and brought to the mystic realm. Hearing this, both Jiangji and Baizi looked worried. Mo Yunqi cursed angrily, those old dogs from Tsangmu Academy are truly disgusting. At the foot of Tanglan Mountain, Mo Yunqi and the others found Yi Xian. Yi Xian said softly, this is a trap set for me. You don't need to get involved. Mo Yunqi looked offended. Damn it, you saying you don't consider us brothers? Yiling is not only your sister, she's our sister too. We're family, aren't we? Jiangji added to Mo Yunqi's words. As family, we will absolutely not let you face this alone. Yi Xian hesitated, but Jiangji interrupted him. Enough talk, let's go. We're going to the mystic realm too. Looking at the three, Yi Xian felt a surge of gratitude. Finally, the four decided to go together. In a dark room within the Jiang Kingdom Palace, Jiang Yuqian sat in a chair, petting a small black dog. A middle-aged man appeared, bowing slightly. Your Majesty. Yi Xian has been forced into the mystic realm by Tsangmu Academy. Jiang Yuqian sighed. This Tsangmu Academy is truly formidable. He then gave his orders. Investigate the identities of the two black-robed figures beside Li Xianchang. Also, secretly escort Yi Xian. The middle-aged man nodded. Jiang Yuqian suddenly thought of something. I heard that the first tower also sent people to escort Yi Xian. It's true, Your Majesty, the middle-aged man confirmed. The ninth princess is personally involved. Jiang Yuqian burst into laughter. Princess Huayu. Interesting. This little friend has quite the temperament. The middle-aged man remained silent, not daring to comment. Jiang Yuqian continued, no need for shadows. I will personally escort Yi Xian. After all, he's acquainted with the ninth princess. At the foot of a mountain, a man suddenly appeared in front of a thatched hut. Kneeling, he reported, Master, Yiling has been captured by Tsangmu Academy and taken to the mystic realm. Which direction? Moments later, the thatched hut exploded. A small girl emerged, her face livid with rage. Tsangmu Academy, how dare they? If anything happens to Yiling, I will destroy Tsangmu Academy. Meanwhile, in the main hall of Tsangmu Academy, Li Xianchang slammed his fist on the chair in anger. Who is manipulating public opinion, spreading the news of my taking Yiling? This is an attack on Tsangmu Academy. Li Xiao, standing below, stepped forward. It seems to be the first tower, and possibly the Jiang Kingdom royal family. Li Xuanchang's eyes narrowed. They have no reason to oppose Tsangmu Academy. According to our investigation, when Yi Xian and the others headed to the mystic realm, the ninth master of the first tower personally escorted them. Furthermore, the previous king of the Jiang Kingdom is also involved. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned grim. This clearly showed they were siding with Kanglan Academy. Jiang Kingdom had three major powers. Tsangmu Academy, the first tower, and the Jiang royal family. Now, two of these forces were siding with Kanglan Academy. This was not good. Everyone looked at Li Xianchang. His eyes slowly closed. Li Xiao, did you truly investigate Yi Xian's background? Li Xiao nodded. He's from Qingchen Peak. Li Xianchang suddenly roared, tiny Qingchen Peak. How could it nurture a sword sage, let alone a grand sword sage? That boy was already a sword sage before joining Kanglan Academy. Meaning he didn't achieve that at Kanglan Academy. After returning from the Two Realms Mountain, his power increased dramatically, even slaying Fen Zhu. How could such a person be ordinary? Are you all incompetent fools? Li Xiao's face paled, and he knelt. It's my fault, Dean. Li Xianchang cursed, useless. He turned to Vice Dean Mu Song. How are the preparations? Mu Song respectfully replied, almost complete. King Tuoba Yang of Ning Kingdom has agreed to cooperate with us. Li Xianchang nodded. What about the students from the Great Cloud Empire? Mu Song hesitated, then said, they demand the heavenly connecting weapon. If we agree, they will send their students to assist us in killing Yi Xian. Li Xianchang didn't hesitate. Agree. Whatever they want, just agree. I want Yi Xian to become a target for everyone. Everyone in the hall was stunned by Li Xuanchang's decision. Li Xianchang continued, arrange for the Dark Realm as well. I want to see if Kanglan Academy, who dares to protect him, will dare to face the entire world. That night, Yi Xian and his companions arrived at the Ning Kingdom capital. Mo Yunqi looked at the bustling scene. I never thought the Ning Kingdom capital would be even more prosperous than the Jiang Kingdom capital. Jiangji sensed something amiss. A group of people wearing Tsangmu Academy uniforms surrounded them. One of the Tsangmu students sneered at Yi Xian. So you're that Yi Xian from Kanglan Academy? I heard your head is worth quite a lot. Suddenly, Yi Xian vanished. The next moment, the student's voice abruptly cut off. His throat was slit open, blood sprayed everywhere. Everyone's faces paled. Yi Xian truly was ruthless. Yi Xian held out his hand, and the Lingxiu sword flew out. A streak of sword light flashed through the air, weaving between the Tsangmu Academy students. Screams echoed, heads rolled. Not a single one was spared. Everyone was stunned. Jiangji and the others were also shocked. The aura surrounding Yi Xian was heavy, oppressive, as if he had become a different person. The Lingxiu sword gently landed in Yi Xian's hand. A drop of blood dripped from the tip. Yi Xian sheathed the sword and walked away. After 2 steps, he stopped. A middle-aged man stood before him, staring intently. This is Ning Kingdom, not Jiang Kingdom. It's not a place you can run wild. Yi Xian vanished, reappearing above the man. A sword flashed. Before the man could react, he was bisected. Yi Xian wiped the blood off his face and softly said, "I'm just here to take my sister home." He scanned the surroundings. Where is my sister? Suddenly, a sword flew towards him. Yi Xian easily dodged it. A black-clad figure landed on a nearby rooftop. Yi Xian roared, "Protectors, die!" He leaped into the air, the Lingxiu sword flashing, unleashing a flurry of sword attacks. Wherever the sword light touched, buildings collapsed. Everyone could see that Yi Xian was not in his right mind. Those around him stopped watching and fled. Just then, a furious roar came from the sky. An invisible pressure descended upon Yi Xian. He looked up. An old man stood in the air, staring down with undisguised killing intent. "I will make Ning Kingdom your burial ground, you little brat." "Old fool, I am Yuanxin, an elder of Tanglan Academy." Yi Xian's face darkened. Another dog from Sangmu Academy. He suddenly leaped into the air, thrusting his sword upwards. Life and death. The old man's expression changed drastically. He thrust his palms downwards. An invisible wave erupted from his palms, but the sword light easily pierced through it. The old man plummeted from the sky, his fate unknown. Everyone watched in terror as Yi Xian killed at Sangmu Academy elder with a single strike. They looked at him as if he were a demon. Yi Xian landed gently, looking towards the remaining Sangmu students. Their faces were filled with terror. They fled. Yi Xian wanted to pursue, but Jiangji stopped him. "Don't chase them, let's go to the mystic realm." Yi Xian reluctantly agreed. Jiangji looked at Yi Xian with concern. "I'm worried. If anything happens to Yi Ling in the mystic realm, he might completely lose control." Jiangji was determined to prevent Yi Xian from losing himself in the mystic realm. After reaching the entrance of the mystic realm in the Ning Kingdom mountains, the four quickly entered. Jiangji and the others tried to get Yi Xian to eat something, but he had no appetite. After a while, Bai Zi frowned. "Something's not right." They stopped. Bai Zi sniffed the ground. After a moment, he looked at the others. "I smell humans. More than one." Jiangji cursed, "That old thief Li Xianchang is relentless. Other forces are waiting for him on top of the mountain, and he's sending people after me here." Yi Xian's killing intent surged. "Don't worry, we'll take care of them. Just protect yourselves." He then ran up the mountain. Seeing this, Mo Yunqi and the others were shocked. Mo Yunqi rushed after him. "Yi Xian, wait." Just then, countless arrows rained down on them. Jiangji and the others quickly defended themselves. There were over 100 arrows, each tipped with green liquid. Clearly, it was poison. Mo Yunqi cursed, "Those bastards are despicable. When I get up there, we'll kill every last one of them." Bai Zi agreed. After this brief exchange, Yi Xian had already disappeared. Jiangji and the others quickly followed. When they reached the summit, the scene was a bloodbath. They stared in disbelief. These people, why would they provoke that lunatic? They are courting death. Jiangji pointed towards the entrance of the mystic realm. "Is Yi Xian going in?" He then made arrangements. "Bai Zi, your physique is strong. Stay close to Yi Xian and protect him. Mo Yunqi, you're the fastest. Find Yi Ling, you'll contact my grandfather and see if he can send reinforcements." Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi nodded. Meanwhile, at another vantage point, King Tuoba Yang of Ning Kingdom watched them with a puzzled expression. "You say Yi Xian came here knowing it's a death trap, just to save his sister. Is he stupid or what?" The old man beside him replied, "Your Majesty, Yi Xian's talent is undeniable. If he lives, he might very well overturn Sangmu Academy in the future." However, the old woman next to him interrupted, "I think you're overthinking it. She bowed to Tuoba Yang. Your Majesty, I believe Yi Xian is loyal and courageous. But true courage lies in knowing when to retreat. Will he really come? The old man's lips twitched. He didn't comment, but he muttered softly, if he comes, his friends will die in vain. Tuoba Yang sighed. Whether they die in vain or not is irrelevant. The question is, will he come? If he doesn't, and lets his sister die, even if he becomes a sword god in the future, he will not be a real man. A black-clad figure appeared behind Tuoba Yang, kneeling. Your Majesty, Dean Li Xianchang of Sangmu Academy asks why you broke your promise and didn't send anyone to assist him. Tuoba Yang glanced at the figure, ignored him, and turned away. After entering the mystic realm, Yi Xian found himself in a grassy meadow, surrounded by mountains, with a small river in front and a clear blue sky above. The mystic realm wasn't much different from the outside world. It was simply a separate space, isolated by mystic arts. Yi Xian was worried. Is Linga? Suddenly, a voice boomed, I'm here to take your life, Yi Xian. A man descended from the sky, thrusting his spear. Yi Xian dodged, the attack hitting the ground, leaving a large crater. Yi Xian's expression remained unchanged. You're not qualified to take my life. He flashed towards the spearman, the Lingxiu sword, slashing down. The spearman was cleaved in two. His body fell to the ground. Yi Xian looked down at his hand. It was a bloody mess. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he might have died, or at least been severely injured. The spearman's attack was not only powerful but also utilized an Earth-grade weapon, possibly even a mid-grade one. If the full power of that attack had been unleashed, he would have had to use the Earth Shadow Step to survive. Suddenly, a figure leaped from the river, attempting to ambush Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. One after another, he jumped back, dodging the attack. The ambusher was fast. Seeing his attack miss, he charged towards Yi Xian. Before Yi Xian could react, a fist slammed into his chest. Yi Xian staggered backward. The ambusher sneered. I heard you knew this was a trap but still came. I admire your courage, so I'll make your death quick and painless. Yi Xian grinned coldly. That's exactly what I was thinking. As his voice fell, Yi Xian vanished, reappearing above the attacker. The Lingxiu sword flashed downwards. The attacker raised a protective barrier, blocking the attack. A mere sword intent. Show me something real. Yi Xian vanished again. The attacker's face changed drastically. Yi Xian reappeared above him, delivering a powerful kick to his head. A sickening crack echoed. The attacker begged for mercy, but Yi Xian remained unmoved, kicking the man's head away. Suddenly, a cry came from nearby. Yi Xian thought it was Linga, but it was a strange girl in red. The girl looked at the corpse on the ground, tears streaming down her face. I will avenge you, brother. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The girl rushed towards the corpse in the river. She clung to it, sobbing. The sky began to rain. Yi Xian watched, slightly confused. You're just a little girl who knows a bit of martial arts. Why are you involved in this? The girl, recalling happier times with her brother, replied through her tears. Brother said that if we killed you, we wouldn't have to wander anymore. We could finally go home. I just want to go home with brother. Yi Xian felt a pang of sympathy. He pulled the girl away from the corpse. There are countless ways to make a living, but you chose the worst one. You're foolish. The girl retorted, brother was always right. Don't you dare insult him. Looking at her fierce expression, Yi Xian sighed. He tossed her a bag of money. This is enough for you to live comfortably. As for revenge, your cultivation is too weak. I killed your brother. If you have the ability, come find me in the future. With that, Yi Xian stepped into the newly appeared portal. He emerged in a valley. There was a house ahead, and Yi Ling was tied to a pillar. A man stood nearby. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes burned with rage. The man spoke, greetings, Yi Xian. I've heard so much about you. I am Gan Shisan of the Great Cloud Empire's Sangmu Academy. Yi Xian roared, I don't care who you are. Get out of my way if you don't want to die. He swung his Lingxiu sword, sending a sword attack towards Gansha-san. He dodged easily. The sword attack struck a nearby tree. Gansha-san smirked. Such a delicate little beauty tied up here, it's truly heartbreaking. Too bad you showed up. He then channeled his power, activating his heavenly connecting weapon. The Heaven and Earth Seal. A powerful force erupted from Gansha-san's fingertips. A massive, illusory energy seal appeared in the air, descending towards Yi Xian. The seal contained immense power, like a volcano erupting after millennia of dormancy. The force was so overwhelming that the ground beneath Yi Xian cracked. Yi Xian didn't dare underestimate it. He swung his Lingxiu sword, unleashing a powerful sword intent that soared towards the illusory seal. A loud boom resonated as the seal shattered the sword intent and slammed into Yi Xian, burying him beneath the earth. After a while, the dust settled. Yi Xian struggled to his feet. Gansha-san was shocked. Impossible. No one can break my Heaven and Earth Seal. No one. Yi Xian seized the opportunity, attacking with his Lingxiu sword. Gansha-san. Gansha-san finally realized, you're not a sword saint, you're a sword sovereign. He raised his left hand to block, but Yi Xian infused his attack with even greater power. A crimson light flashed. Gansha-san wore a look of disbelief. He couldn't believe he was dying at Yi Xian's hands. As his consciousness faded, his body slumped to the ground. After defeating Gansha-san, Yi Xian untied Yi Ling from the pillar. Yi Ling was weak. Yi Xian held her close, preparing to leave. Just then, a needle flew into Yi Xian's chest. He looked down. There was a red dot on his chest. He frowned. What is this? Jianji and the others arrived. Jianji answered, it's the blood curse mark. The blood curse mark. It's a life and death mark used by the Dark Realm, an assassin organization. Once marked, you become their target. Countless assassins will hunt you relentlessly. Jianji patted Yi Xian's shoulder. Let them come. We're not afraid. Baizi nodded. That's right. Just then, a young girl appeared. Yi Xian was stunned. It was the girl who had given Yi Ling the Skyfire Warm Jade. She said, give Yi Ling to me. You'll take her. Yi Xian hesitated, looking at the girl's determined expression. Mo Yunqi stepped forward. Where did this kid come from? Go away. The girl flicked her finger. Mo Yunqi was sent flying, crashing into the ground, creating a large crater. The girl repeated, give Yi Ling to me. Yi Xian shook his head. That's impossible. Linga will stay with me. The girl looked at Yi Xian. Can you protect her? Yi Xian said firmly, I will protect her with my life. The girl waved her hand dismissively. Your life is insignificant. Sungmu Academy has Myriad Law's realm experts. The Dark Realm has assassinated even those stronger than Myriad Law's realm experts. And there are countless other factions seeking revenge. What will you do then? You're surrounded by enemies. Keeping her with you will only lead to her death. If she comes with me to the Northern Han sect, we can protect her. Yi Xian's face darkened. Yi Ling suddenly whispered, brother, I want to go with her. Yi Xian's body trembled slightly, still wanting to object, even anxious at this moment. Sister, what are you saying? Your brother risked his life to save you. How can you leave with someone else? Mo Yunqi also disagreed. No, you can't go. Yi Xian looked at his sister and asked, Lina, do you really want to go with him? Yi Ling's tears immediately flowed down. She looked at Yi Xian, brother, I also want to become stronger. I don't want to be your burden anymore. And I don't want to be captured and used to threaten you. Brother, I want to become stronger. I want to be able to protect you in the future. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, then stepped forward and gently wiped away the tears on Yi Ling's face. Good Lina, don't cry. You look like a mess. If you want to go with him, I can agree. Yi Xian looked at his sister seriously, but remember, if you encounter any danger, understand. Yi Ling wiped her tears and nodded her head. Yi Xian pulled his sister and looked towards the little girl. He bowed slightly. Senior, Lina is gentle and doesn't like disputes. Take care of her. The little girl said, no one dares to bully her in our Northern Han sect. You should worry about yourself. Saying that, she pulled Yi Ling and soared into the sky. Yi Xian looked up at the sky and shouted, Linga, wait for me. Brother will definitely come back for you. Yi Ling also shouted, brother, take good care of yourself. He'll miss you. Yi Xian looked at the sky for a long time, until Yi Ling's voice completely disappeared. Regarding Yi Ling being forced to leave this time, Yi Xian knew in his heart that it was all due to his lack of strength. He clenched his fists tightly and determined. I want to become a Jian Zan, no, a Jian Huang. No, I want to become a Jian Xian. I want to be a Jian Xian. If I were a Jian Xian, all these problems wouldn't be problems. The others, seeing Yi Xian like this, felt uneasy. Mo Yunqi stepped forward and said, let's go, Yi Bandit. If we don't leave now, our pursuers will catch up. At this moment, the ground suddenly trembled. Soon, the surroundings began to distort. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's expression became serious. It seems this secret realm is about to disappear. Let's go. After he finished speaking, everyone immediately left. Outside the secret realm, Yi Xian and the other two appeared at the foot of the secret realm mountain. Mo Yunqi patted his chest. That secret realm was really dangerous. If we hadn't run fast, we would already be dead. Bai Zi nodded in agreement. Then he realized that someone seemed to be missing. Where's Yi Xian? Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi both exclaimed. Could that Yi Bandit have been trapped inside? Meanwhile, Yi Xian appeared in a mysterious cave. Not far in front of him sat a middle-aged man. The man was dressed in a white robe, looking quite elegant. However, he was translucent, not a physical being. Yi Xian looked around, then at the middle-aged man. Senior. The middle-aged man closed his eyes and smiled. Young man, Mo Huang. I just want to make a friend. I witnessed your fight earlier. Your skills are quite impressive. Yi Xian was confused, but senior, why did you bring me here? Who are you? The middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked at Yi Xian. Who I am is not important. What's important is your extraordinary talent. You cultivate both Jian Dao and Wu Dao. And have even reached the hidden realm. This hidden realm is different from the ordinary hidden realm. It truly shocked me. Could you tell me who you're? Yi Xian was wary. He didn't know what this old man was up to, asking about the mysterious woman. He asked, Senior, why are you asking about her? The middle-aged man smiled. Don't worry, I mean you no harm. I'm just curious about your master. If you don't want to say, that's fine. As for why I brought you here, it's because you're the only person I've ever seen who can cultivate 5 Daos and the Jian Dao simultaneously. You are a truly rare genius. I'm not proficient in TU, but I know a little about Wu Dao. If you don't mind, I can teach you a Zhong Yi technique. What do you think? Hearing this, Yi Xian was overjoyed inside. Teach me a technique. There's such a good thing. However, he maintained a calm expression. I wouldn't refuse, but I've never met Senior before. Why would you do this? The middle-aged man smiled. We haven't met, but we are destined. If my Ning country encounters trouble in the future, please help us if you can. Yi Xian asked. Senior said you are from Ning country. The middle-aged man nodded. What? You don't want to associate with people from Ning country? Yi Xian shook his head. Not at all. It's just... The middle-aged man didn't waste any words. He directly condensed a ball of light in his hand. Then, with a wave of his hand, the ball of light directly enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian cried out in pain. Then the middle-aged man's voice came, Zhong Yi. Condense your will into one. Gradually, Yi Xian's cries subsided. The sword in his hand trembled violently. In the next moment, a sword aura shot up into the sky, piercing through the bottom of the cave and into the clouds. Within the cave, a powerful aura surged out from Yi Xian. At the same time, a change occurred above the cave. The clouds in the sky suddenly converged towards the cave. Furthermore, a rainbow appeared across the sky above the cave. This was actually a heavenly phenomenon. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian with a complex expression. To achieve 5 Daos and the Jian Dao simultaneously, and even trigger a heavenly phenomenon. Just who is his master, to be able to teach such a... After a while, Yi Xian's body gradually calmed down, and he let out a sigh of relief. Then he said to the middle-aged man, Senior, my Jian Yi seems to have become stronger. The middle-aged man nodded. That's natural. If you hadn't become stronger, wouldn't my efforts have been wasted? Saying that, he handed Yi Xian a box. Yi Xian took the box and opened it. Inside was a dragon-shaped token with 2 golden characters. Ning Guo. Yi Xian was puzzled. Senior, what is this? The middle-aged man explained, this is a token of identity within Ning Guo. Although you're not from Ning Guo, it can still be useful. If you travel in Ning Guo, this token can protect you from unnecessary trouble. In addition, this token has another use. Inside it is a small formation called the Giant Dragon Formation. If you encounter an enemy in the future, as long as you have enough high-grade spirit stones, you can activate this formation and gain a trace of dragon's might. This can greatly enhance your physical strength and defense. It should be of great help to you now. Yi Xian accepted the token. Thank you, senior. The middle-aged man smiled. You entering my secret realm today is considered fate. Since we are fated, I naturally want to offer a favor. Young man, I hope we will meet again someday. After he finished speaking, his body gradually faded. Soon, the middle-aged man completely disappeared. Yi Xian nodded. Right, we'll meet again. Yi Xian's voice also disappeared. Where did he go? Yi Xian scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry for making you wait. Mo Yunqi said, somewhat jokingly, if you had. Bai Zi muttered, weren't you the one who was clamoring to go back? Mo Yunqi immediately changed the subject. Return home. Back at the Kanglin Academy, Old Man Ji lit 3 black incense sticks. A faint smoke drifted up. Soon, the illusory figure of a middle-aged man appeared in the smoke. The middle-aged man looked coldly at Old Man Ji. What is it? Old Man Ji cupped his hands. Qingju, Kanglin Academy, Ji requests an audience with the ancestor. Hearing this, the middle-aged man frowned and said coldly, so you are the Ji who left the main academy and demanded an apology from the dean. Old man, Ji remained silent. The middle-aged man sneered, so arrogant back then, why are you begging the main academy for help now? Where is your courage? Where is the arrogance you had when you left? Old man, Ji still remained silent. The middle-aged man said coldly, perhaps you don't know, you have been expelled from the main academy. You are no longer a member of Kanglin Academy. As for the Kanglin Academy in Qingju, I, on behalf of Kanglin Academy, warn you, our Kanglin Academy has never opened a branch in Qingju and will not recognize it. If you dare to open a Kanglin Academy here, you will face our wrath. After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Expelled Old Man Ji muttered in a daze. Suddenly, an attack came, directly blasting the Kanglin Academy's main hall into ruins. Old Man Ji looked up and saw several figures appear in the air. Someone, bring Yi Xian to me. Old Man Ji unleashed his full power and directly blasted those people away. At this moment, several other figures landed on the ground. A white-robed old man looked at Old Man Ji. Wanfa Jian, Feng Jin. I never expected to find such a strong person in this small Qingju. Beside the white-robed old man stood a young man. The young man was about 20 years old with a cold expression. Quickly summon reinforcements, Old Man Ji shouted. He looked at the white-robed old man. Da Yun Kangmu Academy. The white-robed old man nodded. Indeed. It seems I must eliminate you first before dealing with this Kanglin Academy. As he spoke, his figure disappeared from his spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of Old Man Ji and punched him in the stomach. Old Man Ji spat out blood and stumbled backward. He looked at the white-robed old man. You. The white-robed old man snorted, killing you is effortless. He then leaped into the air and struck downwards with his palm. A large crater appeared on the ground. Old Man Ji lay in the crater, life or death unknown. Just as Old Man Ji was severely injured, Yi Xian and the other 3 rushed over. The white-robed old man looked at Yi Xian. You must be that Yi Xian who humiliated the Kangmu Academy disciples in the secret realm, I presume. Yi Xian nodded. Indeed, it is I. The white-robed old man sized Yi Xian up. Your foundation is quite solid, and you cultivate both Jian and Wu Dao. No, your physical body can also be considered Ti Xiu. Someone like you is rare, not only in Qingju, but even in Da Yun. He then said to the red-haired young man beside him, go, spar with him. And avenge your senior brother. The red-haired young man nodded and stepped forward. 2 curved blades appeared in the young man's hands, and he prepared to fight Yi Xian. Yi Xian held his Lingxiu sword in front of him, ready to fight. The red-haired young man attacked first. He leaped forward, as heavy as a ferocious tiger. Yi Xian blocked the red-haired youth's twin blades with his sword. The force from their clash radiated outwards. Both of them retreated a few steps. Yi Xian looked at the young man opposite him. This kid's cultivation technique is completely unfamiliar. It's like some kind of Western technique. The red-haired youth sneered, not enough. Your killing intent is far from enough. Saying that, he charged towards Yi Xian, again. Yi Xian gripped his sword tightly. Is that so? Then ill Show you my killing intent. He then stepped forward and punched. The red-haired youth was sent flying, crashing to the ground beside the white-robed old man. The impact created a small crater. Yi Xian sneered, "Is this the killing intent you want?" The youth climbed up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He glared at Yi Xian. "You're a Wu Dao Grandmaster." Yi Xian chuckled. "What, are you afraid?" The youth was enraged. "I've never been afraid of anyone." He was about to attack again, when the white-robed old man beside him stopped him. "Tia Wu, stop. You're no match for him." The young man reluctantly retreated behind the white-robed old man. The white-robed old man looked at Yi Xian. "Now I understand why the Kangmu Academy wants you dead at all costs. Someone like you absolutely cannot be left alive. I'll send you to hell." His voice fell, and he raised his right hand and pressed down on Yi Xian. An invisible pressure instantly appeared above Yi Xian's head, about to crush him. At this moment, Old Man Ji suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. He pushed Yi Xian away and shouted, "Run! All of you, run!" Yi Xian was about to say something when a powerful attack descended from the sky and struck Old Man Ji directly. Yi Xian and the others were shocked. Their expressions changed drastically. Old Man Ji gritted his teeth. "I can't let them die here." The white-robed old man glanced at Old Man Ji, hint of mockery in his eyes. No wonder the Kanglan Academy has remained undisturbed for so many years. With a strong person like you protecting it, anyone who wants to touch it would have to think twice. However, you've made a grave mistake. He leaped into the air and punched Old Man Ji. Old Man Ji's scream echoed through the air. Yi Xian and the others, seeing this, were heartbroken. Seeing Old Man Ji injured, Yi Xian swung his Ling Xiu sword repeatedly, attacking the white-robed old man. Finally, he managed to create a small opening. Old Man Ji's body was sent flying. Yi Xian rushed forward and caught Old Man Ji. The others also rushed over. At this time, Old Man Ji was severely injured. Yi Xian hurriedly searched for healing pills. Old Man Ji grabbed his hand and said weakly, "I am dying. I can no longer protect you." Tears welled up in the eyes of Yi Xian and the others. Mo Yunqi cried out, "Old Man Ji, you'll be fine. There must be someone who can heal you." Old Man Ji looked at Yi Xian and the others weakly. "Don't cry. People from Kanglan Academy bleed, but they don't cry." He paused for a moment and looked at Yi Xian. "After I'm gone, you will be the dean of Kanglan Academy. Promise me, take good care of them. Don't let them be bullied." Yi Xian nodded. "I promise." Old Man Ji smiled faintly. He looked towards the distant sky. "Two things. First, bring back the students from that Sangshan branch. You are the dean now, you have this responsibility. Second, I come from the Shengtu Shenju, the main academy of Kanglan Academy. I'm not from Kanglan Academy, but I owe someone a favor. If you can, take me to the Kanglan Academy main academy and tell him, the old man, that I will repay his kindness in my next life." Yi Xian held Old Man Ji's hand and repeatedly assured him, "Okay, I promise you. I promise you everything." His voice was hoarse with grief. At this time, a sharp voice rang out, "How touching. But you don't have to worry about reuniting, as you'll all meet in the underworld soon enough." The speaker was the white-robed old man. He gathered his power, preparing to attack again. Suddenly, Old Man Ji stood up, and with a push, a powerful force enveloped Yi Xian and the others, sending them away. Old Man Ji was prepared to sacrifice himself. The white-robed old man was furious. He attacked Old Man Ji with full force. Old Man Ji's body was now filled with terrifying energy, as if he would explode at any moment. Seeing this, the white-robed old man's expression changed drastically. "Not good. Run, he's going to self-destruct." A loud boom echoed. Qinglong Yisheng. A powerful force erupted from Old Man Ji's body. This power was so strong that it instantly vaporized Old Man Ji. Those around him were also killed. The white-robed old man patted the dust off his clothes. To witness a Wanfa Feng self-destruct at this age is quite an experience. The red-haired youth behind him asked, "Master, you all right?" "Just a minor injury, nothing serious." As for Yi Xian, the white-robed old man paused, his face grim. "Chase him. He must die today." Meanwhile, Yi Xian and the others were teleported to the foot of Kanglan Mountain. They looked in the direction of Old Man Ji, tears streaming down their faces. Mo Yunqi clenched his fists. "No. I can't just leave like this. I want to avenge him. I'll kill that old dog. Yi Xian and Bai Zi shared the same thought. Suddenly, Jiangji shouted angrily, "Stop it! All of you, listen to me. Old man Ji saved us because he wanted us to live. Now you want to go back and die. Do you want his sacrifice to be in vain?" Yi Xian and the others froze. Yes, old man Ji sacrificed himself to save them. At this moment, two figures appeared before them. It was Jiang Yuqian and the ninth floor master of the Supreme Tower. Yi Xian was puzzled. "Ninth floor master, why are you helping us?" The ninth floor master explained, "The third floor master knew you were being pursued by the Kangmu Academy and asked me to protect you in secret." Yi Xian looked at Jiang Yuqian. "What about senior?" Jiang Yuqian said, "You are Jiao's friend and a rare genius of Jiang country. Protecting you is my duty." At this time, shouts came from the surrounding forest. "Chase them. Don't let them get away." Mo Yunqi became anxious. "Yi Xian, what do we do? They are catching up." The ninth floor master urged, "Young friend Yi Xian, hurry and leave. Don't waste any more time." Yi Xian had no choice but to agree. "Thank you, ninth floor master, for your help." The ninth floor master shook his head. "Don't mention it. Let's go." Their figures flashed and disappeared. After Yi Xian and the others left, Li Xianchang and a black-robed man arrived. Li Xianchang was furious. "That damn ninth floor master. Is he crazy? He actually sided with Yi Xian and dared to oppose our Kangmu Academy. Now that dozens of WANFA realm experts are after Yi Xian's life, the Supreme Tower actually dares to protect him. They must be prepared to face the consequences." He looked at the figures flying across the sky and sneered. "Very well. Since that's the case, well, just sit back and watch the show. Let's see if the Supreme Tower regrets it." He then disappeared along with the black-robed man. Tonight was destined to be a restless night. The ninth floor master brought Yi Xian and the others to the Supreme Tower. He went to the window and looked around. "All unrelated personnel, leave immediately." His voice boomed like thunder. Soon, those around the Supreme Tower fled. Yi Xian looked at this scene. "I'm sorry for causing trouble for the Supreme Tower." The ninth floor master shook his head. "If I was afraid of trouble, I wouldn't have brought you here. From now on, your enemies are the enemies of the Supreme Tower." Yi Xian nodded. "Thank you for your kindness. I will never forget it." The ninth floor master laughed. "You're too kind, young friend Yi Xian. It is my honor to have you, a person of great potential, as a friend of the Supreme Tower. Now, let's not waste any more time. Dealing with those Kangmu dogs is our top priority." Yi Xian replied, "All right." After clearing the area, the ninth floor master shouted, "Activate the formation." His voice fell, and a blue beam of light suddenly shot up from the first floor of the Supreme Tower, enveloping the entire building. At this moment, the entire Supreme Tower was encased in this blue light. Furthermore, countless fine golden runes appeared on the blue light, like tiny snakes, constantly circling the Supreme Tower. Inside the Supreme Tower, Jiang Yuqian watched the ninth floor master and Yi Xian. "I never thought the Supreme Tower would activate the Nine Heavens formation just to protect young friend Yi Xian. Truly unexpected." Mo Yunqi was curious. He asked Jiang Yuqian, "Senior, what's so special about this Nine Heavens formation?" Jiang Yuqian explained, "Activating the Nine Heavens formation once requires at least high-grade spirit stones. And maintaining it also requires at least spirit stones." Mo Yunqi was stunned. "So expensive. I never thought the Supreme Tower was so rich." The ninth floor master chuckled, "Material possessions are nothing. What's important is that we've gained the friendship of a potential Jianxian. Even spending millions of spirit stones is worth it." He then looked at Yi Xian and hesitated. "Young friend Yi Xian, when do you plan to go to?" Before he could finish, a powerful force suddenly struck the Supreme Tower. The entire building shook violently. Everyone turned to look. Outside the Supreme Tower, a group of people had appeared. The leader was the white-robed old man from Da Yun Kangmu Academy. Beside him were Li Xianchang and the black-robed man. Behind them stood a dozen more people. These people were all WANFA realm experts. A dozen WANFA realm experts. This kind of lineup was probably the first time it had appeared in Jiang country. Seeing this lineup, everyone inside the Supreme Tower turned pale. Even the ninth floor master's face was grim. "This doesn't look good." Outside the Supreme Tower, Li Xianchang shouted, "Ninth floor master, since your Supreme Tower wants to be our enemy, then let's all die together." His voice fell, and he rose into the air and struck the Supreme Tower with his palm. With a boom, the Supreme Tower shook violently, and cracks appeared on the light barrier. The ninth floor master shouted, "Attack!" Countless beams of light suddenly shot out from the light barrier enveloping the Supreme Tower. Each beam carried a powerful force. In the air, Li Xianchang narrowed his eyes. He turned to the white-robed old man and the others. "What are you waiting for? Attack together, just in case." The white-robed old man and the others exchanged glances. The next moment, they charged towards the Supreme Tower. The powerful beams of light almost instantly disappeared without a trace. At the same time, several powerful forces slammed into the Supreme Tower. With a loud crash, the entire Supreme Tower collapsed. Countless debris and rubble filled the air. Li Xianchang laughed. "This is the fate of those who oppose our Kangmu Academy." Amidst the rubble, Yi Xian and the others were buried. Suddenly, Li Xianchang appeared in front of Yi Xian and stepped on his hand. He sneered, "Yi Xian, let me tell you something. Not joining my Kangmu Academy was the biggest mistake of your life." Even at death's door, you still dare to talk back. Li Xianchang raised his left hand, and a powerful pressure instantly enveloped Yi Xian. With a groan, Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. Hearing Yi Xian's cry, Mo Yunqi and the others tried to help. Li Xianchang glanced at Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi beside Yi Xian. The next moment, his figure flashed. With two bangs, Bai Zi and Mo Yunqi were sent flying, hundreds of feet away. As soon as they landed, they both spat out mouthfuls of blood. Li Xianchang looked at Yi Xian, "Will make you watch your friends die before your eyes." He then kicked Jiangji away as well. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes turned bloodshot. He roared, "Let them go." A powerful fighting spirit suddenly erupted from his body. Not only fighting spirit, but also a Jian Yi. The emergence of these two forces actually resisted Li Xuanchang's pressure. The next moment, he charged towards Li Xianchang with all his might. Yi Xian used his strongest move, Annihilation. Li Xianchang scoffed. "This move again? I've seen enough of it." He raised his right hand and struck. Yi Xian was sent flying, crashing into the ground. Li Xianchang looked at Yi Xian and sneered. "What? Don't you have some other backer? Call them out. Call them." He kicked Yi Xian again. At this moment, a low hum echoed. Li Xuanchang's attack was blocked. He turned to look at the sky. Everyone looked towards the sky. In the distant sky, a bright moon hung high. Beneath the moon stood a woman in white. The woman had long black hair and her hands were clasped behind her back. Between her fingers were a black and a white dagger. The woman in white looked at Yi Xian. "To be beaten like this by such trash. You've embarrassed me." Yi Xian looked up and called out weakly, "Senior." Seeing the woman in white appear, the ninth floor master became excited. "She's here. She's finally here." Jiang Yuqian was puzzled. "Who is she?" The ninth floor master looked like a sycophant. Yi Xian's master, no way. At this moment, the woman in white suddenly extended her right hand. "Come." In an instant, all the trees in the city trembled. Then, the leaves of those trees shot up into the sky. In a blink of an eye, the entire sky above the city was filled with leaves. The next moment, these leaves converged into a single point, and formed a sword, which then gently landed in the woman's hand. "In the palm of my hand, everything is within my grasp." At this moment, a woman's voice echoed throughout the area, "No, his backer is here." As she spoke, her fingers flickered, and a green sword zipped through the air. In an instant, the heads of the surrounding myriad law realm experts dropped to the ground. The white-robed elder from Grand Cloud Sungmu Academy also. The sky was splattered with immortal blood, and the remaining disciples. Li Xianchang trembled with fear, his words slurred, "SSSSR. Senior. Please." He watched as the surrounding myriad law realm experts continued to die, his face tense, sweat poured from him. He turned to Yi Xian in the sky, "I didn't expect, there really is an immortal realm expert behind you. What have I done? I must join the immortal realm expert. Is there still a way out for me?" He thought, "Since I can't escape death, let's all die together." He then charged towards. At this moment, a green light flashed, and a protective barrier around Yi Xian was cut down. The woman in plain clothes appeared behind him. Weren't you going to surrender? Li Xianchang stared at the woman, then suddenly forced a smile. I can't be killed. No? The woman interrupted him. The green sword pierced Li Xuanchang's chest. Li Xuanchang's body fell straight down, but his soul was held in place by the green sword. As a soul, Li Xianchang looked at the woman in disbelief. Soul separation. How is this possible? The woman looked at Yi Xian. If you're not dead, get up and learn. Yi Xian, who was lying on the ground, twitched and slowly crawled up, covered in wounds. As he got up, the woman said, how does it feel to be bullied? Yi Xian replied hoarsely, not good. The woman said calmly, you will be bullied again in the future. Remember this. Temper is useless unless it's backed by strength. If you have a temper, it should be like mine. I can kill whoever I want. The woman's right hand flickered. The green sword pierced Li Xuanchang's soul. Li Xianchang completely vanished. At the same time, Ninth Elder looked at the woman in the sky and laughed. I knew it. I knew Yi Xian had someone backing him. And it's a damn immortal realm expert. He patted Jiang Yuishan's shoulder. Old Jiang, do you regret protecting Yi Xian? The woman looked at Yi Xian. Feel better? Yi Xian nodded. The woman said, this technique is called soul lock. As the name suggests, it targets the soul. If the opponent is a soul, its power increases several times. Even if it's not a soul, it can lock onto their soul. Many people have strong bodies but weak souls. Soul lock targets this weakness. It cultivates the formless. Yi Xian nodded. Learn it well. Yi Xian noticed the red-haired young man and asked, Senior, why didn't you kill him? The woman pointed into the distance, in waiting for him to call for reinforcements. As the woman finished speaking, powerful auras suddenly erupted from the distance. Two elders, one in black and one in white, appeared. The black-robed elder saw the corpse of the white-robed elder and his expression turned cold. He said, who killed my Grand Cloud Sangmu Academy? Elder. How dare you? The red-haired young man pointed at the woman. It's her. It's her. The black-robed elder misunderstood. He snorted, you're this Yi, whatever Xian. The woman interrupted, do I not look like an expert? Yi Xian was speechless. I don't dare answer that question. The black-robed elder sneered, you dare act like an expert in front of us, he'll send you to hell. He then charged towards the woman. The woman said, ignorant fool. She raised her hand, gathering a powerful force, then flung it into the air. The black-robed elder's face changed drastically. A green sword beam descended from the sky, piercing him. The white-robed elder saw his companion severely injured, and flew into a rage. He waved his hand, summoning a purple tornado, towards the woman. The tornado was incredibly powerful, and even Yi Xian was stunned. The woman shielded Yi Xian, then snapped her fingers. A sword seal appeared, and the tornado was extinguished. The remaining force sent the white-robed elder and the red-haired young man flying. The white-robed elder coughed up blood. Seeing the green sword, he realized his mistake and begged for mercy. The woman calmly asked, where is your academy? The white-robed elder pointed to the right. Senior, it's over there. The woman nodded. As the white-robed elder was about to speak, the green sword pierced him. She then pointed to the right. With a whoosh, a sword beam shot into the sky. The green sword carried the white-robed elder's corpse and vanished in the distance. The sword and the corpse traveled across the vast Grand Cloud Empire. That night, the tranquil Grand Cloud Empire was suddenly pierced by a beam of light. The beam, like a meteor, streaked across the sky. Finally, it arrived at the heart of the Grand Cloud Empire. Countless experts looked up at the beam in shock. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the sword carrying the corpse arrived at a towering mountain, the home of Sangmu Academy. The entire academy was in an uproar. Everyone looked up at the sword. The stronger experts of Sangmu Academy were terrified, but no one dared to interfere. Finally, the sword carrying the white-robed elder's corpse landed in front of the main hall on the highest peak of Sangmu Academy. With a boom, the entire mountain shook violently. A voice echoed from the sky above Sangmu Academy. If Sangmu Academy is, feel free to challenge me. I am invincible. We can fight whenever. They'll beat you till you crawl. Yi Xian's eyes widened. You'll crawl too. The woman looked at Ninth Elder and Jiang Yuqian, then flicked her fingers. Two beams of light entered their bodies. They both trembled. The woman said, this light can purge all impurities. Within a year, you will reach a new level. The two bowed, thank you. The woman then looked at Ji Anji and the others. Mo Yunqi had expected some reward, but the woman simply said, too weak. The three were disheartened. Senior, that hurts. The woman patted Yi Xian's shoulder. All right, I'm going back. Don't call me unless the sky falls. She vanished. Everyone quickly bid farewell to the woman. Yi Xian walked up to Ninth Elder and Jiang Yuqian and bowed deeply. Thank you, seniors. Yi Xian is eternally grateful. Ninth Elder and Jiang Yuqian hurriedly helped Yi Xian up. You're too kind. We should be thanking you. With your help, we will reach a new level in 6 months. This is a great opportunity for us. Jiang Yuqian nodded. What are your plans now? If you don't have any, stay at the Imperial Palace to recover. You and Xiaoju are friends, so it's convenient. Yi Xian shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, seniors, but I plan to rebuild Kanglan Academy. Ji Anji looked at Yi Xian. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi agreed, with admiration. Ninth Elder nodded. Xiaoju, rebuilding Kanglan Academy will require many resources. If you need anything, come to First Elder. We will do our best to help you. Jiang Yuqian also nodded. I'll handle the manpower. I'll send people from the Imperial Palace to help. Yi Xian bowed deeply again to both of them. Chipo and Yuan Lai were discussing current events. In the main hall of Grand Cloud Empire's Tsangmu Academy, sat a middle-aged man in a dark white robe, holding a book. He exuded an elegant aura. This was Mu Qingxian, the dean of Tsangmu Academy. On both sides of the hall stood 8 or 9 people. Men and women, all myriad law realm experts. The elders were engaged in a heated discussion. One elder said, the ancestral tablet of our founding dean is enshrined in this hall. How can we tolerate such desecration? Another elder retorted, it was Jian Xian. Jian Xian. The first elder continued, so what? He killed our Tsangmu Academy's protector and hung his body in our main hall. This is blatant disrespect. What is Tsangmu? The other elder continued to argue, no one in the empire can defeat Jian Xian. Attacking him rashly is suicide. Mu Qingxian finally spoke, enough. He Lao is right. If we don't kill Jian Xian, everyone will say that Tsangmu Academy is incompetent. Bai Lao is also right. Jian Xian is not someone we can deal with. What should we do? He sighed heavily. Suddenly, Mu Qingxian looked towards the entrance. A figure appeared. A man said, Dean Mu, I wonder if you're interested in joining forces. Seeing the man in black, the elders' expressions changed. They recognized him as An Jian, the leader of Qingzhi's most notorious assassin organization. Mu Qingxian stood up. I didn't expect the esteemed An Jian to grace us with his presence. An Jian didn't bother with pleasantries, he'll get straight to the point. Will you join forces or not? Mu Qingxian gripped his book. What are your terms? Even if we join forces, we may not be his match. An Jian chuckled. Dean Mu underestimates himself. He's just an injured immortal realm expert. Together, we can kill him. Especially since He's injured. Mu Qingxian narrowed his eyes. Injured. An Jian explained, if he wasn't injured, he would have come himself. He wouldn't allow us to gather here. Why would he appear in Qingzhou? There must be a special reason. He must be injured. Mu Qingxian said softly, this is just your speculation. An Jian sneered, he didn't just kill one of your protectors, he destroyed Tsangmu Academy's 1000-year reputation. If he lives, Tsangmu Academy will never hold its head high. Mu Qingxian clenched his fists. An Jian was right. Tsangmu Academy's reputation couldn't be ruined by him. After a moment, Mu Qingxian said, send word to the Azure Bamboo Sword Sect, Qingzhou, Jian Country, and Kanglan Academy. Kanglan Academy was now in ruins. Not only were the buildings destroyed, but half of Kanglan Mountain was gone. Yi Xian, Mo Yunqi, and Bai Zi arrived at the ruins. Yi Xian searched the debris and soon found a wine gourd. Ji Laeta's wine gourd. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi's eyes welled up with tears. Ji Anju lowered his head, his hands clenched tightly. Yi Xian held the wine gourd tightly. After a moment, he hung it up. He looked at the ruins and remained silent for a while, then knelt down. Mo Yunqi and the others followed suit. The 4 of them knelt before the ruins and bowed their heads in silence. Yi Xian gripped the wine gourd, his eyes filled with determination. Ji Lao, I will take care of them. I will also bring back the students from Kang Mountain Path, and I will take them to the Central Divine Prefecture's main academy, fulfilling your final wish. He stood up. Suddenly, without warning, Yi Xian's face pale turned. He collapsed to the ground. Mo Yunqi and the others were shocked. They rushed to Yi Xian's side. Some time later, Yi Xian lay in bed, his fingers twitching. Ji Anji rushed to his side. You're awake. How are you feeling? Yi Xian opened his eyes. Ji Anji was stunned. Your eyes. Yi Xian's eyes were completely empty. Yi Xian looked around, seeing only darkness. Is it still dark? Why can't I see anything? The woman's voice rang out. This is the price. Use your sword, as your eyes. Yi Xian realized the woman was beside him. He turned. The woman continued, every time I act, it puts a huge strain on the Jiayu tower. And this burden falls on you, its master. Yi Xian was silent for a moment. You mean? I am blind. The woman nodded, yes. The tower would have taken your life, but your body was strong enough to survive. However, your eyes were the weakest point. They couldn't withstand the backlash. Ji Anji asked, Senior, you're so powerful, why didn't you help him? The woman shook her head. I wanted to, but it's not that simple. If I interfere, I have to suppress the tower, and if I suppress it forcibly, the seal will shatter, and Yi Xian will die instantly. Ji Anji was worried, but he's blind now. How will he live? Yi Xian smiled. It's all right. I can still fight. The woman said, don't be so optimistic. I can give you eyes. Yi Xian's face lit up with hope. Really? The woman explained, you've lost your eyes, but you still have your sword. From now on, your sword will be your eyes. Cultivate sword eyes. Sword eyes. Yi Xian was confused. Ji Anji was also puzzled. The woman said, your body is a sword. Cultivating sword eyes is natural. A sword is your heart, a sword is your eyes. You will no longer see the world with your eyes, but with your heart. Only then will you see its true nature. You're not there yet, but you can start working towards it. With sword eyes, your eyes will be able to kill. Yi Xian understood. He still needed to find his sister, fulfill his promise to Anlanxiu, and rebuild Kanglan Academy. He had much to do. He couldn't give up. He bowed to the woman. Senior, please teach me. The woman said, the training is arduous, beyond what most can endure. Are you sure you can handle it? Yi Xian shook his head. I'm not afraid of pain, I'm afraid of never seeing the people I want to see again. The woman was silent for a moment. All right. I'll teach you a technique. Whether you succeed depends on you. She pointed at Yi Xian's forehead, and a surge of energy entered his mind. Yi Xian's consciousness, along with the woman's, appeared in a mysterious space. 2 scrolls floated before him. Senior, the woman said, the technique is soul lock, the sword is soul edge. The inscriptions on the scrolls seemed to come alive, and flew towards Yi Xian. As they approached, they transformed into 2 swords and pierced Yi Xian's eyes. He screamed in pain. Blood streamed from his eyes as if they were being sliced by knives. The woman watched, her face showing a hint of pity. If it's too much, tell me. If you give up, you'll stop. Despite the agony, Yi Xian remained firm. I won't give up. I won't. He gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. He screamed again. After a while, Yi Xian woke up. He opened his eyes and saw a blurry image of the woman. The woman looked at him. How does it feel to see again? Yi Xian realized he could see. A smile finally appeared on his face. The woman said, go and rest. But remember, the sealed experts in the Jiayu Tower are growing restless. To prevent them from breaking free, you must find the second Dao room quickly. Your path lies not only in the outside world, but within the Jiayu Tower. You must become stronger. The woman's voice faded away. Yi Xian clasped his hands. Don't worry, senior. After I rebuild Kanglan Academy, you'll set off to find the Dao Rune. You'll cultivate diligently and won't rely on you anymore. You'll become strong on my own. Because I know strength is everything. The woman simply replied, good, you'll be waiting. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi returned from hunting. They anxiously asked Ji Anji, Anji, is Yi Xian? Ji Anji was silent. Mo Yunqi became even more worried. What happened? Ji Anji slowly said, his eyes are gone. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi's faces fell. How? At that moment, Yi Xian opened his eyes. Ji Anji saw that his eyes were no longer empty but had regained their light. He was overjoyed. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi were equally relieved. Yi Xian explained, Master's method worked. Fine now. He got out of bed and playfully punched Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi. The three of them started to roughhouse. Yi Xian then led them outside. Jiangji watched them, tears streaming down his face. Qianqi, Grandpa, please protect them, protect Kanglan. Time passed. With the help of First Elder and the Jiang country imperial family, the reconstruction of Kanglan Academy progressed rapidly. Thousands of people worked tirelessly on the mountain every day, and First Elder covered almost all the material costs. They spared no expense to win over Yi Xian and his friends. Yi Xian naturally wouldn't refuse their goodwill. Having a friend was always better than having an enemy, and Kanglan Academy needed their support in Jiang country. On a giant rock on the mountain peak, Yi Xian and his three friends gathered around a pile of treasures. Most of them were high-grade spirit treasures, and some were even famous artifacts. They had obtained these from the myriad law realm experts they had defeated, as well as from the secret realm. Yi Xian said, choose what you need. Well, keep some of the best ones and auction off the rest. Mo Yunqi chose a pair of top-grade black boots. Bai Zi picked a pair of black armbands. The armbands were made of an unknown material and covered in runes. They were also top-grade. Mo Yunqi put on the boots and immediately floated into the air. Amazing. These will increase my speed by 3 or 4 times. Even a god would have trouble catching me now. Bai Zi put on the armbands. They tightened around his arms, and the runes began to glow as if they were alive. He looked excitedly at the others. There's rune power inside. These should significantly increase my strength. Yi Xian looked at Jiangji. What about you? Haven't chosen yet. Jiangji shook his head. Nothing particularly suitable. Yi Xian nodded. You'll find you a good sword later. Jiangji nodded. Yi Xian put away the remaining treasures and addressed the others. From now on, Jiangji will oversee the construction of Kanglan Academy. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi will go down the mountain to recruit students and establish connections. From now on, Kanglan Academy students must cultivate both their strength and their minds. Mo Yunqi raised his hands. Cultivate both strength and mind. Does that mean studying? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. We will not only train our students' strength but also their character and intellect. I don't want Kanglan students to be mindless brutes. Mo Yunqi nodded vigorously. Right. Not like those bastards from Sangmu Academy. Jiangji agreed. A strong heart and a sharp mind, that's what Grandpa always taught. Yi Xian turned to Jiangji. Angji, I have a favor to ask. Jiangji asked, what is it? Yi Xian said, I want you to choose a good location to build a memorial hall. Once it's built, well, bring back the students from Kang Mountain Path. They can't go home yet. Jiangji was moved and nodded. Half an hour later, Yi Xian left Kanglan Mountain and went to a First Elder branch. Inside, Ninth Elder was waiting. Yi Xian took out the treasures from the Jiayu Tower. Senior, I'd like you to auction these off. Ninth Elder was surprised. These are rare treasures. You need money. Yi Xian nodded. We can't rely entirely on First Elder and the Imperial family to rebuild Kanglan Academy. We also need cultivation resources, and those cost money. Ninth Elder thought for a moment, then nodded. These are not ordinary items. Some are extremely valuable. Auctioning them here won't fetch a good price. How about this? You leave them with me. You'll have our appraisers evaluate them, and then First Elder will buy them and send them to Qingju for auction. We won't cheat you on the price. If the auction price exceeds our offer, we'll give you the difference. How does that sound? Yi Xian considered, then nodded. All right. Thank you, Senior. Ninth Elder smiled. You're too polite. He took out a black card and handed it to Yi Xian. This is a gift from Second Elder. It's First Elder's highest level VIP card. With this, any Elder below 5th Elder must greet you respectfully. You can also mobilize our experts 3 times and receive a discount on all purchases. Yi Xian was puzzled. Second Elder. I've never met him. Why would he give me such a valuable gift? Our higher-ups know about your relationship with Lingyi. Him now, a 5th Elder. Yi Xian cupped his hands. Congratulations, Senior. And thank you for First Elder's generosity. I, Yi Xian, will certainly remember this. 10 days later, with the support of the Jiang country imperial family and First Elder, Kanglan Academy was rebuilt at an incredible pace. A magnificent main hall stood tall. Grandpa would be so happy to see the academy rebuilt, and so beautifully. Yi Xian nodded. He would be. Angji, from now on, this 1,000-year-old mountain behind Kanglan Academy will be called Jiyu Mountain. Jiangji was taken aback. her eyes sparkling. All right, Jiu Mountain. Mo Yunqi came over. Yi Xian, everything is ready. Should we leave now? Yi Xian looked into the distance. Let's go. Let's bring them home. Sangmu Academy will pay for Ji Lao's death. With blood. They headed straight for Sangmu Academy. Yi Xian and his friends left Kanglan Academy and headed straight for Sangmu Academy. They soon arrived at the foot of Kang Mountain. Yi Xian looked up and shouted, Sangmu Academy, come out and fight. An elder descended from the mountain. It was Mo Song, Sangmu Academy elder. He glared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian. You've gone too far. You'll have your life. Yi Xian chuckled. I never thought I'd be on the receiving end of such words. He flicked his wrist and lunged forward, with a burst of sword energy. Mo Song leaped down from above. In a single exchange, sword energy flashed. Mo Song's hands were severed. Mo Song stared at his severed hands in disbelief. Such power. Is this the strength of the immortal realm expert behind him? Just then, a figure flashed across the field. Mo Song's head flew off in an instant. Yi Xian, without even looking at Mo Song's corpse, directly led the other three towards Kanglan Academy. Soon, the four of them entered the Kang Mountain path. Beside the path, many corpses lay scattered. Looking at these corpses, Ji Anji's eyes welled up with tears. These are all heroic students of Kanglan Academy. In life, they were all promising young men. Now, they've been brutally murdered by vile people. Mo Yunqi cursed furiously, those damned bastards. They will pay for this sooner or later. You'll go and destroy their sect and bring their heads back. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi declared. At this moment, Yi Xian stopped them. Stop. I want that Sangmu Academy students to personally escort them back to Kanglan. Do as you wish. Your choice. Hurry. The four quickly ran up the mountain. After a while, Kumu arrived with a group of Sangmu Academy disciples. Yi Xian looked at Kumu and the others. Listen up, everyone. If you want to live, kneel down and escort the Kanglan students back. Otherwise, your fate will be the same as those on the Kang Mountain path. That Sangmu students' expressions changed drastically. Kneeling. This was utterly humiliating. Kumu roared, Yi Xian, if you seek death, then we shall fight. Yi Xian suddenly interrupted Kumu. Want to fight? Since you want to fight, then let's fight. His voice fell, and he charged forward. In an instant, Yi Xian arrived above Kumu's head. With a single sword strike, Kumu fell to his knees, his face filled with disbelief. Impressive, Yi Xian. I didn't expect the fate of Sangmu Academy to lie in your hands. Kumu didn't finish his sentence before he died. Seeing their dean die, the remaining Sangmu students thought of escaping. Just then, a Sangmu disciple shouted, kill Yi Xian. Avenge the dean. Other Sangmu students echoed the call. Yi Xian sneered. Seeking your own deaths. He unleashed a powerful sword attack. Numerous Sangmu students were instantly killed. However, one Sangmu student charged at Yi Xian. At this moment, Ji Angji appeared beside Yi Xian and killed him. Bai Zi and Mo Yunqi also joined the fight, slaughtering the Sangmu students. When all the stronger Sangmu disciples were dead, the rest were massacred. Heads flew everywhere. The scene was incredibly bloody. This day was a nightmare for Sangmu Academy. Soon, only 10 Sangmu students remained. Yi Xian walked up to them. Want to live? The Sangmu students nodded frantically. Yes, we want to live. Yi Xian pointed his sword at them. There are Kanglan students' corpses down the mountain. You will carry them home, kneeling. The last one to arrive, dies. The terrified Sangmu students scrambled down the Kang Mountain path. Yi Xian watched this scene. Sangmu Academy was finished. Ji Anji's face was filled with grief. This was the consequence of their ruthlessness. Mo Yunqi agreed. Then, Yi Xian turned to the others. Sangmu Academy is ours now. Everything inside is ours. Let's go and take it all. He headed inside, followed by the other three. They looted Sangmu Academy. When Yi Xian and the others returned to Jiu Mountain, that Sangmu students had also carried the Kanglan students' bodies back. Before Yi Xian and the others were corpses, each horribly mutilated. One could imagine the treatment they suffered at Sangmu Academy. Beside them were the Sangmu students. Yi Xian hadn't spoken, so they naturally didn't dare move to Jiu Mountain. Suddenly, Yi Xian said, get lost. The students scattered like frightened birds, fleeing down the mountain. Yi Xian stabbed his sword into the ground, creating a small pit. Bury them here. Let them accompany Elder Ji. He won't be lonely. Mo Yunqi nodded. He'll erect a tombstone with their names on it. Let everyone in Kanglan Academy remember them. Looking at the corpses, Ji Anji's tears flowed again. After so many years, father, elder Le, senior brothers, junior brothers, you can finally rest in peace. Night. Kanglan Academy's newly built Grand Hall. Inside, nearly 100 spirit tablets were arranged, Elder Ji's being the most prominent. Before the tablets, Ji Anji knelt. Just then, someone entered. It was Yi Xian. He sat beside Ji Anji, facing the spirit tablets. You've been kneeling here all day. Aren't you tired? Ji Anji shook his head. I'm not tired. I haven't eaten yet. Yi Xian sat on another cushion. You should still eat. You'll keep watch tonight. Ji Anji's mood was somber. It's thanks to you all. Otherwise, I wouldn't be alive. Yi Xian replied. It's thanks to Elder Ji who took me and Linger in. We'd still be wandering if not for him. He turned to Ji Anji. Sister Ji. Let's fulfill Elder Ji's wish together. Let's go to the Central Divine Prefecture Academy. Ji Anji looked at Yi Xian. Do you know how much effort and time it takes to get there? Yi Xian replied, I'm not afraid of hardship or bloodshed. My only fear is not being able to fight alongside you all. Alright, let's go together. None of us can be missing. One day, the owner of the first auction house arrived at Kanglan Academy. Kanglan Academy now had grand halls, far exceeding its previous scale. The former Kanglan Academy wasn't a proper academy at all. Only now, with this scale, could it truly be considered one. Inside Kanglan Academy, Yi Xian greeted the owner. Senior, please have a seat. The owner smiled. No need for formalities. Today, I've come to bring you something. He took out a golden card. Young Yi Xian, this is the proceeds from selling the Heaven and Earth treasure token you brought to the first auction house. Do you know how much is inside? Yi Xian shook his head. I can't guess. Senior, please tell me. The owner laughed. 360 million spirit stones. Yi Xian's hand trembled slightly. Million spirit stones. The owner smiled. Do you think it's a lot? Yi Xian nodded seriously. The owner shook his head. You're wrong. It's not much at all. Do you know how much it costs to advance to all-knowing realm and beyond? He held up 2 fingers. 200 million spirit stones for each level. Cultivation, weapons, and techniques all require massive amounts of spirit stones. Reaching the all-knowing realm requires a fortune that even a small nation can't afford. Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. It seemed his master's inheritance really was insufficient. The owner laughed heartily. Is Dr. An all right? Your master is truly admirable. He seemed to remember something. Oh right, young friend. The Qing Prefecture First Auction House sent me a message. Apparently, Jianxian and Sangmu Academy have joined forces to eliminate you. Yi Xian was startled. Even a sword immortal couldn't suppress them. The owner shook his head. They can suppress Great Cloud, but not the Central Divine Prefecture. Sword immortals are strong, but not invincible. So, be careful. Young friend. But don't worry. I've been instructed that if you need help, just say the word, and the first auction house will send all-knowing realm experts to assist you. Yi Xian bowed. Thank you for the warning, senior. If there's any more news, please inform me. The owner nodded in agreement. Great Cloud Realm, Qing Prefecture, Sangmu Academy, before the Haoran Hall. 2 elders stood silently, one in white robes, the other in black. They looked remarkably alike. Both were looking up at the green sword above the Haoran Hall. Behind them stood Mu Qingxian. After a long while, the white-robed elder softly said, this person's swordsmanship, although exquisite, lacks sword intent, or rather, the sword intent is hidden. This means he may not be a sword immortal. Mu Qingxian and the others looked up at the white-robed elder. Beside him, the black-robed elder nodded. We know almost all the sword immortals in the Central Divine Prefecture. We've never heard of this person. He shouldn't be a sword immortal. Mu Qingxian breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. If he's not a sword immortal, then we don't need to be so cautious. The white-robed elder suddenly turned. The person from Anjian is here. In the distance, an elder floated on a bamboo stalk. He wore a purple gold robe, surrounded by faint ghostly shadows, looking quite sinister. Soon, the elder landed before Mu Qingxian and the others. He glanced at the white and black-robed elders below the Haoran Hall and smiled faintly. So, it's the 2 elders of Sangmu Academy. The white-robed elder bowed slightly. Greetings, senior. The long-robed elder chuckled. You should know the rules of Jian. Only dead men know our names. The white-robed elder didn't ask further. Shall we depart now? The long-robed elder smiled. Wait a moment, the white-robed elder asked. For what? The long-robed elder looked at the sky. A sword immortal is coming. Hearing that a sword immortal was coming, Mu Qingxian was overjoyed. Excellent. With a sword immortal's help, that fake sword immortal will surely die. The long-robed elder suddenly said, if we successfully kill him, how will we divide the spoils? We are contributing a sword immortal. The black-robed elder answered, brother, how do you want to divide them? The long-robed elder smiled. And Jian only wants his body. The primordial golden elixir will belong to Tsangmu Academy. If he has other treasures, well, split them equally. How about that? The white and black-robed elders fell silent. Mu Qingxian was eager. As long as that fake sword immortal is killed, it will restore our Tsangmu Academy's reputation. I agree to your terms. The long-robed elder laughed. Good. Refreshing. Once the sword immortal arrives, well, set off. Qing Prefecture, Kanglan Academy, Back Mountain. At the foot of a mountain, Bai Ziyu was punching the cliff face. The bottom of the cliff was already battered beyond recognition. After about half an hour, Bai Ziyu roared and successfully broke through to the all-knowing realm. At this moment, Mo Yunqi's voice echoed through the mountains. He was moving extremely fast, like a phantom. Bai Ziyu suddenly shouted, Mo Furball, come down. A Grandmaster wants to challenge you. Mo Yunqi paused mid-air, looking around. Where was the Grandmaster? He suddenly had a bad feeling. Could Bai Ziyu have broken through to the all-knowing realm? At this moment, Bai Ziyu charged at Mo Yunqi and punched him. Caught off guard, Mo Yunqi was sent flying, but he managed to mitigate the force of the blow mid-air. His speed was astonishing. Suddenly, a figure appeared. Young friend, run. The voice was filled with urgency. It was the owner of the first auction house. Mo Yunqi was confused. Senior, what's wrong? The owner didn't answer directly. Where is young Yi Xian? Yi Xian opened his eyes and walked out from the woods. He looked at the owner. What happened? The owner's expression was grave. Young friend, the Qing Prefecture First Auction House received news. Experts from Tsangmu Academy and Jian have arrived in Qing Prefecture. They are likely from the Central Divine Prefecture. Yi Xian became tense. How many are there? The owner shook his head. I'm not sure. But they are likely only targeting you. As for the rest of you, you should hide if you can. Mo Yunqi became indignant. How can we do that? Senior got involved because of us. How can we abandon you? Well, fight them. We're not afraid to die. Bai Ziyu shared the same sentiment. Just then, a giant black vortex appeared in the sky. The owner's face changed drastically. They are here so fast. 4 figures emerged from the vortex. They were all-knowing realm experts. Yi Xian and the others were stunned. In the air, the white-robed elder of Tsangmu Academy looked at the owner. Owner of the first auction house. The owner looked at the white-robed elder. May I ask your name? The white-robed elder replied coldly. Why does the first auction house care? Is he under your protection? The owner hesitated. The first auction house wanted to support Yi Xian, but only if Yi Xian asked for their help. They wouldn't act rashly otherwise. Yi Xian stepped forward. Senior, you've helped us enough. We'll handle this ourselves. You can go back. The owner hesitated. Yi Xian said firmly, please leave. The owner sighed. If you need anything, young friend, just say the word, and the first auction house will lend its full support. He then vanished. Yi Xian turned to the 4 in the air. Listen up, Tsangmu Academy. If you want my master, you have to get through me first. In the air, the white-robed elder looked down at Yi Xian. His foundation is incredibly solid for his age. He has mastered both swordsmanship and battle techniques. And his physical body is incredibly strong. He's truly talented. With his strength, he could at least reach the top of the martial ranking. If he reaches the all-knowing realm, he might even reach the top. The black-robed elder nodded. He's rare in the Great Cloud Realm, even in the entire Qing Prefecture. His strength might surpass ours in the future. The Sword Immortal spoke. Let the child fight. I want to see what your master has taught you. Yi Xian felt insulted and roared. I said, get through me first. The white-robed elder didn't waste any words. Your master likes it when someone acts as a whetstone for him. Good. It'll help him refine his skills. He pressed his right hand downwards. A terrifying pressure, like a collapsing mountain, descended upon Yi Xian and the others. The three endured it, but their faces paled, and they could barely breathe. Their bodies felt like they were about to explode. However, they held on and refused to kneel. Yi Xian gritted his teeth. He wouldn't ask that mysterious woman for help so easily. He roared, and a power surged from within him, resisting the pressure. The white-robed elder was surprised. Two types of spirit energy. You confuse them so well. Good. I'll play with you. He pressed down again. The ground beneath Yi Xian and the others cracked. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi were struggling to hold on. Yi Xian roared, "Bastard! I'll kill you." He shot into the air. The white-robed elder smirked and gently pushed down. Yi Xian was slammed into the ground, creating a deep crater. How arrogant, the white-robed elder scoffed. The disciple is so weak, I wonder how strong the master is. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "You're looking for me." The white-robed elder and the others turned sharply. In the distance, a woman in plain clothes stood with her hands clasped behind her back. Two swords, one black and one white, floated beside her. Seeing her, the white-robed elder's expression turned serious. "A sword immortal," the woman in plain clothes scoffed. "Sword immortal? I'm worthy of such a title." She looked at Yi Xian and the others on the ground. "Watch carefully. This is true swordsmanship." Her voice fell, and she stretched out her left hand, palm facing upwards. The surrounding bamboo forest rustled, and the bamboo stalks shot up towards her, landing in her hand. Soon, a sword formed from countless bamboo leaves appeared in her hand. The white-robed elder and the others were shocked, especially the sword immortal. He had never seen or heard of such a technique. Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't know. She's very mysterious." Bai Zi nodded. Indeed, above the bamboo forest, the woman pointed her sword at the four people. "Come at me together." The sword immortal in the air suddenly said, "I've heard of every sword immortal in the Central Divine Prefecture." "And you?" the woman interrupted him. She flicked her wrist, and the bamboo sword shot towards the four. They moved to defend. The sword immortal drew his sword. He swung his sword, and countless sword beams and sword intent erupted like a volcano. This attack could shatter mountains and split the earth. Yi Xian and the others below were grim. If this attack landed on Jiu Mountain, the entire mountain would be destroyed. The sword immortal's attack collided with the bamboo sword, creating a deafening roar. The next moment, the bamboo sword pierced through the sword immortal's chest. Silence. The white-robed elder and the others were filled with disbelief and fear. A sword immortal was killed instantly. They finally understood that the woman wasn't a sword immortal. A sword immortal couldn't be killed so easily. Seeing the sword immortal killed, the long-robed elder's face darkened, and he attacked the woman. The bamboo sword flashed, piercing his heart. The white-robed elder and the bamboo-riding elder were terrified. Two green swords appeared before them, preventing them from moving. The woman asked, "Who wants to die first?" The white-robed elder said, "We admit defeat. We're at your mercy." The woman sheathed her swords. "Next time you send anyone above all-knowing realm against them, you'll show you what true power is. Get lost." The two elders bowed. "Thank you for sparing our lives." They then turned and fled. After they left, the woman called Yi Xian over. "Do you know why I didn't kill them?" Yi Xian thought for a moment. "Are you worried they'll seek revenge?" The woman looked at Yi Xian as if he were a fool. She glanced at the sky. "Every time I act, it's a huge burden on you. If I had killed them, that broken tower wouldn't be able to withstand it. And neither would you." Yi Xian bowed. "Thank you, senior." The woman chuckled. "Gratitude is useless. The path of cultivation isn't walked for you, nor is it paved for you. It's walked by you alone. You chose this path, so you can only walk it yourself." Yi Xian's gaze hardened. "Don't worry, senior. I will work hard." The woman nodded. Good. Also, that thing locked up on the second floor, you'd best make her willingly follow you. Otherwise, you're both dead. She then vanished. Yi Xian thought, is she talking about that giant eye monster? It hasn't moved recently. He then called Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi to go home. Suddenly, Yi Xian's face paled, and he collapsed, convulsing. He knew the backlash was coming. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi were shocked. Yi Xian. Are you alright? Yi Xian struggled to speak. Don't worry. I just need to sleep. He then passed out. The next day, at Kanglan Academy, Yi Xian stood before the mirror, adjusting his clothes. Yesterday's backlash made him realize he needed to improve his strength quickly. He wouldn't be able to withstand the backlash from Jianxian otherwise. Just then, Jianji rushed in, relieved to see him awake. Otherwise, he pulled Yi Xian's hand and walked directly outside. Kanglan headmaster said, someone has finally come. 3 young men stood in front of Yi Xian's group. All 3 were dressed in wooden white robes, the official uniform of the academy. The leader said with a cold expression, by the headmaster's order, you are forbidden from using the name of Kanglan Academy. From now on, the academy will not teach the techniques of Kanglan Academy. Violators will be killed without exception. Yi Xian's face darkened. Anything else? The leading man looked at Yi Xian disdainfully. And where did this stray dog crawl out from? Since that old dog is with you, have him roll out here. But the one who responded was Yi Xian. The leading man was furious. He glared at Yi Xian. Damn it, you dare to hit me. Yi Xian's hands were clasped behind his back. Why wouldn't I dare? For old Ji's honor. The man was enraged. He was about to attack, but Bai Zi kicked him, flying, crashing into a pillar. The remaining 2 trembled in fear. They didn't expect this bald man to possess such strength. Unacceptable. Yi Xian looked at the 3 and declared coldly, you are not welcome here. Either leave on your own, or I'll throw you out. The leader struggled to his feet. We 3 are from the Central Divine Continent's main academy. How dare you treat you like this? What about it? Mo Yunqi flashed before the man. So, what if I do? Do you even know where this is? The man retreated until he backed against a pillar. He stammered, what do you want to do? I'm telling you, if you dare lay a hand on me, the headmaster will definitely send someone to flatten this place. Mo Yunqi looked at him with disdain. Oh, really? Let them come. He launched a red fist towards the man. Just as Mo Yunqi was about to hit him, Yi Xian spoke. Mo Yunqi, Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi turned to Yi Xian in confusion. What's wrong? Yi Xian stroked his chin. Remember, we must lead with virtue. Mo Yunqi gave a dry laugh, inwardly scoffing. Lead with virtue. Who was the one who attacked first? But he still said, all right, lead with virtue. You demonstrate. Yi Xian looked at the 3 from Kanglan's main academy. Go back and tell the headmaster we don't need any help. Likewise, you cannot interfere with us. From now on, you are you, and we are us, understand? The leader snarled, you're using the Kanglan. Yi Xian grew impatient. That was left by old Ji. I won't change it. If you want to change it, have someone capable enough take down the plaque above the gate. Now, all 3 of you, get out. Facing Yi Xian's dominance, the leader's face was dripping with cold sweat. After a moment, he snarled, let's go. With that, the other 2 supported him and walked out. But as they left, the leader threatened, next time we meet, you all will pay. Mo Yunqi looked at their backs worriedly. Those guys will report back to Kanglan's main academy. They'll come looking for trouble soon. Yi Xian said softly, let them come. It's inevitable. What we need to think about is not whether they'll come looking for trouble, but how to become stronger. As long as the 4 of us are strong enough, no one will dare to bother us. Mo Yunqi and the others agreed. After all, if they had the strength of Su Qian, then any trouble wouldn't be a problem. Yi Xian sat back down and continued, enough small talk. We officially start recruiting in 10 days. Before that, I want to know when you 2 think you can reach the Tongyu realm. Mo Yunqi and Ji looked at each other. They both raised a finger, but with different meanings. Mo Yunqi meant 1 month, while Ji meant 1 day. Yi Xian looked at Ji in surprise. Ji, you're that close? Ji chuckled. I've always been close. Yi Xian shook his head and looked at Mo Yunqi. 8 days. I'll give you 8 days. If you don't reach the Tongyu realm, your chicken legs will all belong to Bai Zi. Mo Yunqi's face fell, while Bai Zi grinned. 10 days later, at the foot of Gu Mountain, countless people flocked towards Kanglan Academy, all hoping to join. Now, there was no Kangmu Academy in Jiang country anymore. For these young people who wanted to make a name for themselves, joining Kanglan Academy was undoubtedly a good choice. After all, joining the academy meant having someone to teach them and also meant access to cultivation resources. Yi Xian himself had become the idol of many young people. When Yi Xian's group looked down from the mountain, they were stunned. None of them expected so many people. Beside Yi Xian, Mo Yunqi suddenly exclaimed. Yi Bandit, there are so many people. Will we? Yi Xian smiled. More people is a good thing. It means we're famous. As for the test, you'll handle it, don't worry. Then, Yi Xian's expression changed. He saw a young girl among the crowd. The girl was about 17 or 18, dressed in a green robe. She had twin ponytails. Her hands were clenched, her teeth gritted, and sweat dripped down her face. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Why is she here? Jianji noticed Yi Xian's change and asked, what's wrong? Someone you know? Yi Xian said softly, Yixing Yi family elder Yi Qing, Qing's granddaughter. Jianji was puzzled. Didn't you cut ties with the Yi family? Or does she not know that you're the dean of Kanglan Academy? Yi Xian said indifferently. It doesn't matter. As long as she can get in on her own merit, it doesn't matter if she's a Yi. Soon, the time for Kanglan Academy's recruitment began. Yi Xian walked onto the platform and announced, welcome everyone to Kanglan Academy. I am the Dean, Yi Xian. Today, we will be recruiting 30 students. These 30 students will need to pass 3 tests. Those who succeed will immediately become students of our academy. Of course, if there are still others who can pass the tests after the quota is full, they can also join Kanglan. The crowd below cheered excitedly. Did this mean they were expanding enrollment? Joining Kanglan Academies, Yi Xian on the platform continued, alright, the first test will be overseen by our instructor, Mo Yunqi. Now, he will explain it to everyone. Mo Yunqi looked at the sea of faces below, nervously, sweating. Yi Xian patted Mo Yunqi's shoulder reassuringly. Don't be nervous. Just show them your usual bluster. Mo Yunqi was skeptical, but did as he was told. He took a deep breath, suppressed his nervousness, and addressed the crowd. Hello everyone, I am Mo. Mo. The crowd below instantly erupted in chatter. Mo what? Mo something Mo. Mo Yunqi shouted loudly, alright. Enough talk. The first test begins. It's a grand melee. Those who are seriously injured or fall off the platform are eliminated. Begin. As he spoke, a formation appeared in the sky, and countless chi swords rained down from above. The examinees quickly took out their weapons to defend themselves. Yi Xian watched Yi Xing's skillful movements, a look of emotion in his eyes. The little girl who only knew a bit of trigram cat kung fu is now so skilled. Just then, the Li family head, Li Yu, and the Zhong family head, Zhong Li, came to Yi Xian. Dean Yi, it's been a long time. Yi Xian was also surprised. Family head Li, family head Zhong, why are you here? Li Yu and Zhong Li bowed respectfully. Li Yu spoke first, we brought our family's younger generation to participate in Kanglan Academy's recruitment. Zhong Li added, indeed. Dean Ye's reputation is renowned throughout Qingcheng. The younger generation all see you as a role model. Yi Xian smiled modestly. You two overpraise me. If it weren't for you two protecting me during the Qingcheng Life or Death Arena battle, I wouldn't be here today. Seeing Yi Xian's humility, Li Yu and Zhong Li smiled wider. Dean Ye's abilities are extraordinary. It's no exaggeration. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth twitched. Right, which are your family's children? Li Yu pointed to 2 young men in the crowd. Those 2. They both want to join Kanglan Academy. Yi Xian nodded. All right, you'll remember them. But I can't guarantee their admission. Li Yu quickly said, if they can't get in on their own merit, then it's their own fault. Zhong Li also smiled, indeed. They admire you. If you give them special treatment, they won't want it. Yi Xian chuckled. The children of Qingcheng should have their own pride. Time passed quickly, and the examination was essentially over. A total of people had passed all 3 tests. In front of Kanglan Academy, Mo Yunqi led the people to Yi Xian and the others. The people bowed respectfully to Yi Xian and said in unison, "Greetings, Dean." Yi Xian nodded. "Welcome to Kanglan Academy. From now on, we are all family. We don't have dorms yet, but they will be arranged soon. Currently, there are only 4 instructors, the 4 of us. We will recruit more good instructors in the future. Now, everyone can choose their respective instructors based on your aptitude." The students below were immediately excited. Finally, they could choose their instructor. Just hang your nameplate on the person you choose. Upon hearing this, the students rushed towards their desired instructors. Yi Xian turned to Bai Zi. "Have those people arrived?" Bai Zi was about to speak when 3 figures approached from the distance. 2 elderly men and a woman. The woman sat in a wheelchair with white hair. Yi Xian recognized her. It was the national teacher, Lu Zhao Ji. Yi Xian arranged his clothes and then went forward to greet her. "National teacher Lu, you." Lu Zhao Ji smiled faintly. "Aren't you going to welcome me?" Yi Xian smiled. "Of course. But are you sure you want to be an instructor at Kanglan Academy? Let me tell you, the pay isn't very high." Lu Zhao Ji chuckled lightly. "No worries." She gestured to the 2 elderly men beside her. "These 2 are Senior Mo Yuan and Senior Feng Lang, both experts in academics." Yi Xian, Bai Zi, and the others bowed deeply to the 2. Seeing their courtesy, the 2 elders smiled. They also returned the greeting. Yi Xian said, "Seniors, National Teacher Lu, you will be responsible for the Academy's academic courses. As for what to teach, you can decide yourselves." Mo Yuan looked at Yi Xian. "I have a question. Why arrange academic courses? As I understand it, Kangmu Academy and Kanglan Academy have been martial academies for hundreds of years. Why academic courses?" Yi Xian replied thoughtfully, "A complete person shouldn't only focus on strength. Strength is important in this world, but being a good person is equally important." Mo Yuan and Feng Lang nodded. It's rare to see such thinking. Truly rare. The person National Teacher Lu values is indeed exceptional. Yi Xian smiled humbly. "You flatter me." Then he turned to Lu Zhao Ji to express his thanks. Lu Zhao Ji chuckled. "If you want to thank someone, thank the 9th princess. It's her request that brought me here." Yi Xian laughed heartily. "All right, you'll thank her another day." Late at night, the moon hung high in the sky. Yi Xian, who was walking, stopped. He turned around and said, "It's late. As a student, you should be resting in your room. Why are you following me, Dean? What are you trying to do?" Yi Xing looked at Yi Xian, clearly a little afraid. Her hands clenched. She remained silent. Yi Xian turned and looked at her. "Speak. You've been following me all day. What do you want?" Yi Xing lowered her head and walked to Yi Xian. Brother. Yi Xian shook his head. "Call me Dean." Yi Xing lowered her head further, her body trembling slightly. "Dean. Liner. I've been looking for him all day, but I can't find him." Yi Xian crossed his arms. "You bullied him so much before, why are you looking for him now?" Yi Xing gently tugged at Yi Xian's sleeve. "Here, I'm a student and you're the dean. We're still family. Just focus on your training." He finished, and walked away. Yi Xing looked up at Yi Xian as he left. As she watched, tears welled up in her eyes. "That brother and I are still family is already good enough." In the Jiang Country Imperial Palace, a middle-aged man arrived. On the throne, Jiang Yuan, the ruler of Jiang Country, looked at the middle-aged man and said with a smile, "Envoy, how is your ruler?" The middle-aged man snorted. "Thanks to your Jiang Country, His Majesty is not doing well at all." The officials of Jiang Country frowned and began to criticize the middle-aged man. "What nonsense are you talking about? How is our ruler's health related to our country? I think you're here to provoke us." The middle-aged man ignored the surrounding accusations and continued, "My ruler's illness is because of your Jiang Country." A Jiang Country minister immediately wanted to have him dragged out. But Jiang Yuan waved his hand. "Stop. Let him speak." The middle-aged man continued haughtily, "Our 3rd prince was killed by Yi Xian, the dean of your Kanglan Academy, in the Ning Country secret realm. We demand an explanation." Jiang Yuan's expression turned strange. "An explanation? What explanation? The secret realm is a place of life and death. Since your prince knew that, why did he go?" He went, got killed, and now you blame us. What kind of logic is that? The middle-aged man trembled with rage upon hearing this. So, your Jiang country is protecting him. Jiang Yuan's anger also flared. That's right. My Jiang country is protecting Yi Xian. What are you going to do about it? The middle-aged man glared at Jiang Yuan. For one, Yi Xian, is Jiang country willing to antagonize my Chu country, even to the point of war? Jiang Yuan's face darkened. My Jiang country has no intention of antagonizing Chu country. However, Yi Xian is a subject of my Jiang country. Anyone who touches him is provoking the might of Jiang country. The middle-aged man's face turned ugly. Clearly, Jiang country's open support for Yi Xian was unexpected. He sneered, very well, Jiang country. Let's settle this with war. He then turned and left. The officials in the hall erupted in discussion. One official said, is war a child's game? Doesn't your country have its own people? Does he not care about their lives? Another official worried, Zhao Tian is a tyrant. He doesn't care about the country or the people. If war breaks out, the people of Jiang country will suffer. Then, the Minister of Rights, Li Mu, addressed Jiang Yuan, Your Majesty, peace is paramount. The people's lives are precious. Jiang Yuan shook his head. I understand the importance of peace, but if there are no people, where is the country? Moreover, Yi Xian came to my country. And if I hand him over to Chu country, it would be a national humiliation. Seeing the ruler's anger, Li Mu, though afraid, still argued, Chu country and you country are allies, Your Majesty. The two countries have long coveted our land. This time, they will likely join forces against us. At this time, the marshal in armor, Lin Xiao, spoke. Let them come. If they want to fight, then let's fight. My Jiang country has never feared them. Li Mu shook his head. What if Ning country also joins them? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Li Mu continued, our army can withstand the forces of Chu and Yu. But if they persuade Ning country, or if Ning country takes advantage of the chaos to attack, where should we concentrate our forces? Ning country is only one city away from us, and their cavalry is powerful. The other officials nodded in agreement. Indeed. If Ning country joins the war, our chances of victory are slim. Even if it's just Ning country alone, our army will struggle. Jiang Yuan now had a headache. All right, you'll send someone to Ning country for negotiations. Just then, a voice suddenly came from nearby, you'll go. Everyone looked and saw it was Yi Xian. He was accompanied by Lu Zhao Ji. Yi Xian bowed slightly to Jiang Yuan. Your Majesty, let me go to Ning country. Jiang Yuan was worried. Ning country has always been at odds with Jiang country. I'm afraid for your safety. Yi Xian smiled. Your Majesty, rest assured. I can protect myself. Moreover, Ning country wouldn't dare to kill me openly. If they do, it would be a declaration of war. Jiang Yuan looked at Lu Zhao Ji for her opinion. Lu Zhao Ji nodded, he can handle it. Jiang Yuan thought for a moment and finally decreed, all right, Yi Xian, I appoint you as envoy to Ning country. You must succeed. Failure is not an option. If you fail, you will single-handedly face their army, as atonement. Yi Xian nodded, I obey. After leaving the palace, Yi Xian took the fastest cloud ship to Ning country. 2 days later, the cloud ship arrived in Ning country. Upon landing, Yi Xian disembarked and started looking for Lu Zhao Ji. Then, a thin old man caught his eye. Seeing Yi Xian, the old man hurried over and bowed. Greetings, National Teacher Yi. I have been waiting for you. Please, National Teacher Yi. Yi Xian shook his head, interrupting the old man, take me directly to the Ning country Imperial Palace. This is urgent. The old man didn't dare to say anything more and immediately nodded, leading Yi Xian towards the Ning country Imperial Palace. At the palace gates, Yi Xian and the thin old man waited for nearly half an hour, but no one came to receive them. Yi Xian felt something was wrong. He turned to the old man beside him. The old man was sweating profusely. I don't know why either. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, about to force his way in, when a woman's voice came from behind, who is making such a ruckus here? Yi Xian turned around and broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the person standing before him was Tu Bayan. Yi Xian's face dripped with sweat. He stammered, why, is it you? Did you follow me here? How did you get in? Tu Bayan, though somewhat amused, maintained a regal air. I walked in, of course. What are you doing here? Don't tell me you were following me. The thin old man recognized Tuo Bian and tugged at Yi Xian's sleeve. National teacher Yi, please don't say anything. Yi Xian, thinking the old man was afraid, reassured him, don't be afraid. We are here to see the Ning country ruler as envoys of Jiang country. No matter who she is, she can't do anything to us. Tuo Bian's eyes flashed with anger. She shouted, impudent. Simultaneously, she gathered her strength, preparing to attack Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian quickly backed away. Are you crazy? This is the Ning country imperial palace. He then also launched an attack. With a loud bang, their fists collided. The resulting shockwave pushed back the surrounding people. Ultimately, Yi Xian was no match. He stumbled back several steps. Yi Xian knew that although his strength had improved, he was still inferior to Tuo Bian. He needed to focus on the task at hand and not waste time fighting her. He made up his mind and grabbed the thin old man beside him. Take me directly to the ruler. The old man shook his head frantically. National teacher Yi, you've got it wrong. Yi Xian was about to argue, wrong about what? When Tuo Bian suddenly spoke, you can go back. I will not attack Jiang country, nor will I ally with Chu country. Yi Xian was stunned. He finally understood. Tuo Bian was actually the ruler of Ning country. You're the ruler of Ning country. I just fought with the ruler of Ning country. This plot twist is too much, even a mother couldn't write this. Yi Xian wanted to say more, but Tuo Bian interrupted him. Don't say anything more. You'll just tell you, Ning country will not be involved in any wars, and certainly won't ally with Jiang country. Yi Xian nodded. I understand, thank you. Tuo Bian shook her head. Don't thank me. I'm not helping you, I'm thinking of my own country. The conflict between your two countries benefits no one. A warring king brings suffering to his people. I cannot allow such suffering to spread. She added, by the way, as of this morning, the combined forces of Chu and you have arrived at the Jiang country border. They even have Grand Yun and Dark Realm experts hidden among them. With Jiang country's current strength, you cannot defend against them. Yi Xian didn't understand Tuo Bian's meaning. Then, Your Majesty, do you have any suggestions? Tuo Bian continued, in this region, there's a mercenary group whose members are all of Tongyu realm or above. If you have the money, you can hire them to bolster your forces. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving only Yi Xian and the thin old man. Yi Xian, without hesitation, thought of the mercenary group whose members were all at Tongyu realm and above. At the Jiang country border, was Broken Blade Mountain. Yi Xian's figure reappeared at the foot of the mountain. Suddenly, he stopped. Ahead, there were many thatched huts. A man was bandaging someone's wounds. Yi Xian walked up and asked, is this the Broken Blade Mountain mercenary group? The man continued his work as he replied, yes. Yi Xian didn't waste any words. He took out a black card and handed it to the man. The man took it and examined the black card carefully. He recognized it as the highest level card from the first bank. In other words, it was a symbol of status. The man was silent for a moment, then stopped his work and beckoned to Yi Xian. Follow me. Yi Xian followed the man, further into the mountain. The man led Yi Xian to a small waterfall where a woman was fetching water. The woman was about 20 years old, tall and attractive. The man bowed and said, we have a customer. The woman put down the bucket and sat on a nearby rock. What's the job? Yi Xian replied, bodyguards, as he summoned the Ling Xiu sword, preparing to test their strength. He swung the sword at the woman, using the one sword decides life or death technique, enhanced with sword intent. The woman kicked the nearby water bucket. With a flick of her left hand, the water from the bucket rose and blocked Yi Xian's attack. Both Yi Xian and the woman increased their strength, creating a stalemate. Suddenly, the woman shouted and unleashed a powerful force that sent Yi Xian flying, even knocking the Ling Xiu sword from his hand. Yi Xian smiled, stood up, and dusted off his clothes. Impressive skills. I want to hire your mercenary group for a month. What do you say? The man, seeing Yi Xian's strength, drew his dual blades, preparing to attack Yi Xian, but the woman stopped him. She looked at Yi Xian and asked, who is the target? Yi Xian replied, Grand Yun Realm, Kangmu Academy. The woman's expression remained neutral. Double the price. Yi Xian shook his head. 1.5, at most. Plus, he'll give you an Earth-grade weapon. How about that? Hearing Earth-grade weapon, the woman fell silent. After a while, she said, "Deal." With the woman's call, dozens of people emerged from the forest and gathered around her. Yi Xian looked at them, surprised to find that they were all experts above the Tongyu realm. The tall woman, seeing that everyone had arrived, asked Yi Xian, "Everyone's here. When do we leave?" Yi Xian waved his hand. "Wait a moment. I guess you guys rarely get a job, so I wonder if you need to prepare anything." The woman reached into her bosom, making Yi Xian's jaw drop. But she just pulled out a flatbread and started eating. Yi Xian was speechless. Why are women so? How come I'm so eager now? Finally, he drew a large circle on the ground. The Rat Kingdom is encroaching upon the Jiang Kingdom. This is a crisis, but also an opportunity. If you're willing, you can follow me and make a fortune. Bao, the tall woman, bit her pen and looked at Yi Xian. How? Yi Xian spread his hands. Robbery. Are we going to rob these countries' military bases and treasuries? Wen Yang and the other mercenaries exchanged glances. Robbing a country? Isn't that too dangerous? We've never done this before. Seeing their hesitation, Yi Xian said, "We all live on the edge. What's there to be afraid of? Well, split everything 50-50. If you dare, well, leave now." Bao's eyes lit up. "But from now on, you're in charge." Yi Xian readily agreed. "All right, we're going to the Tang Kingdom." Bao whistled. Soon, the small mountain village behind them stirred. Over a dozen black wolves, each larger than a cow, charged out. These wolves all had sharp fangs, and their fur gleamed. Each one seemed imposing and powerful. In the Jiang Kingdom, wild wolves were rare. Who were these people? Bao mounted a black wolf and looked at Yi Xian. "What about you?" Yi Xian scratched his head. "I don't have one. Can I have one?" Bao glanced at Yi Xian and whistled again. Another wolf rushed over and stopped in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't hesitate and jumped onto its back. Yi Xian spread his hands. To the Tang Kingdom. His wolf charged forward. Soon, the pack of wolves rushed down the mountain and disappeared into the wilderness. Tang Kingdom, Chuan City. Yi Xian and the others soon arrived. Chuan City was the Tang Kingdom's closest city to the Two-World City. It served as the logistics hub for the Tang army, and therefore, was heavily guarded. Bao, on her wolf, hid behind a tree, observed for a while, and then explained the situation to the others. Chuan City is heavily guarded. It's impossible to sneak in. If we start a fight here, the Tang army will immediately retaliate, and we'll all die. Yi Xian looked at Bao. "Do you know where their grain and medicine are stored?" Bao replied, "In the northern military camp within the city. It's also heavily guarded." Yi Xian nodded. "Good. Knowing its location is enough." Bao looked at Yi Xian. "So, what's the plan?" Yi Xian said, "You'll create a diversion. You all charge into the military camp and take the grain and medicine." "How?" Bao spread her hands. "What kind of diversion?" Everyone on their wolves charged out. Yi Xian activated his zero shadow technique and instantly appeared above the Chuan City gates. With a loud crash, the city gates split in two. The Tang soldiers were alerted, and a large number of them surrounded Yi Xian. Seeing more and more soldiers, a faint smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips. Just what I wanted. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, activating his Eye of Jian. Two beams of sword light shot out from his eyes. In an instant, dozens of soldiers in front of him were obliterated. And nearly 100 more were severely injured. Yi Xian didn't stop. His sword flashed as he charged forward, leaving no survivors in his wake. At this time, Bao and the others took the opportunity to rush into the city. When the Tang soldiers tried to stop them, Ling Han and others from the Broken Blade mercenary group blocked their path. Bao rushed into a tent where dozens of iron chests and 3 golden chests were placed. She opened an iron chest. Inside were gold coins. Bao twisted the ring on her finger. In the next moment, all the chests disappeared. She turned and walked out of the tent. By now, they were surrounded by soldiers, and more soldiers were coming. Bao glanced at the soldiers. In the next moment, she charged towards them, creating a path with her long blade. The soldiers in her path were sent flying. Bao and the others mounted their wolves, preparing to go and support Yi Xian. Yi Xian was still battling a group of soldiers. Every time he cut down a soldier, another one immediately took its place. "We can't break through." Suddenly, a female voice rang out. It was Bao. Bao and the others, riding their wolves, arrived. With their support, Yi Xian quickly broke free. Before leaving, he struck out with his sword, cutting a soldier in half. At the same time, he leaped onto Bao's wolf, sitting behind her. Just then, about 1,000 iron cavalry charged towards them. Seeing this, Yi Xian and the others' faces fell. Seeing the large number of cavalry, everyone was at a loss. Then, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Into the city. Well, go through the other side." Bao hesitated. "That would lead us deeper into the Tang Kingdom. It's not good for us." Yi Xian shook his head. "We're surrounded. We have no other choice. Let's go." Bao understood the urgency and waved her hand. "Go." She patted her wolf, which turned and ran towards the city. Behind her, everyone followed. As the cavalry were about to give chase, Pei Xiaohu, the commander of the Tang Kingdom's iron cavalry, stopped them. He glanced around and said coldly, "Immediately investigate their identities. Inform the king and request the Black Blades to intercept them. Also, recall iron cavalry and seal the surrounding borders. Don't let them escape the Tang Kingdom." Yi Xian and the others ran for about 2 hours before entering a dense forest. Everyone stopped. By now, everyone was injured. Bao took out her spatial ring. Soon, dozens of chests appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others. Bao said, "A total of 1,000,000 gold coins." The golden chests contain several class and artifacts. Each artifact is worth about million. Ling Han looked at the gold coins in the chests and laughed heartily. The other mercenaries did the same. Bao looked at Yi Xian. "You take half. The remaining half is ours." Yi Xian thought for a moment and shook his head. "Everyone contributed equally. I shouldn't take so much. Let's split it evenly." Hearing that Yi Xian wanted to split it evenly, everyone was stunned. Bao looked at Yi Xian. "Are you serious?" Yi Xian chuckled. "Jian Xiu never plays tricks." Everyone cheered, and their respect for Yi Xian grew. It was already night. Everyone started a fire in the forest, and ate dinner. Yi Xian was now getting along well with them, and the conversation became more casual. Yi Xian asked, "All the way from the central divine continent. Why did you come all the way here?" Bao glanced at him. "Hunting down a certain someone." She seemed to have thought of something and asked Yi Xian, "By the way, I still don't know your name." Yi Xian ate a cake and replied, "Yi Xian, what about you?" Bao's expression turned strange. "So you're the famous Dean Yi Xian of the Azure Academy. Nice to meet you. I'm Lu Ban's Huang of the Lu family in the central divine continent." Yi Xian was a little embarrassed. "You know me. So, someone sent you to find me, kill." Lu Ban's Huang chuckled. "Don't worry, I rejected their offer a long time ago. By the way, have you ever thought about going to the central divine continent? Your Azure Academy is making quite a stir over there." Yi Xian looked at the sky. "They have nothing to do with me. As for the central divine continent, I will definitely go. But I still have many things to do. After I'm done, you'll go and have a look." Just then, the black wolves in the sky howled in warning. Everyone understood that someone was coming and became alert. Hearing the sound, Yi Xian and the others jumped onto the trees and cautiously observed their surroundings. Then, a group of people wielding black bone spears rushed out of the forest. Everyone recognized these as the soldiers of the Great Cloud Empire. Ling Han looked at the scene and cursed, "Brother, you've made quite a name for yourself. The Great Cloud Empire actually sent so many Spirit Transformation Realm experts to kill you, and they are all peak Spirit Transformation Realm experts." Yi Xian shook his head with a wry smile. "I don't know what I did to deserve this." Just then, the people from the Great Cloud Empire noticed the fire ahead. It turned out that it was the Tang Kingdom's Imperial Guards who had discovered them. Lu Ban's Huang looked at Yi Xian. "Truly surrounded by enemies, what should we do?" A ferocious smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips. He held his Zero Shadow Sword and pointed at the people with bone spears in the distance. "Kill them all, kill every last one of them." Lu Ban's Huang looked at Yi Xian. "You have 1 hour. You must kill them all. You'll take people to block the cavalry behind you. Remember, you only have 1 hour." After saying that, she suddenly turned and rushed into the distance. "6 people with me." 6 people immediately followed Lu Ban's Huang. The remaining 5 people stood firmly by Yi Xian's side, no one retreating. Yi Xian's Zero Shadow Sword trembled slightly. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian suddenly roared. Let's go. Kill. His sword cry echoed. The 6 people charged towards the 30 or so black-clothed figures. As Yi Xian and the other 5 charged towards the black-clothed figures, over 30 silver bone spears shot towards them. Yi Xian suddenly stopped and shouted, "Behind me." The 5 people didn't hesitate and lined up behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian stomped his foot on the ground. With a loud boom, the earth cracked. In an instant, the power of the earth surged through his body. With the power of earth bolstering him, Yi Xian wielded his Zero Shadow Sword and slashed forward. A blinding sword light erupted. Ignoring the incoming bone spears, Yi Xian charged towards the enemy. At the same time, the 5 people behind Yi Xian also charged out. Yi Xian continuously attacked, his sword flashing. The number of casualties on the Great Cloud Empire's side kept increasing. Seeing the others retreating, Lu Banzhuang single-handedly forced them back. She looked at Yi Xian. "You really have a lot of enemies, and each one is quite powerful." Yi Xian chuckled. "What's there to regret? I choose my own battles." Lu Banzhuang fought while saying, "The Lu family never backs down." At this moment, Ling Han reminded everyone, "Big sister, they have reinforcements coming." Lu Banzhuang turned around. "How many?" Ling Han's expression changed drastically. "About 1,000. Hearing Ling Han's report, Lu Banzhuang knew that while they could hold their own against 10 times their number, they definitely couldn't fight against 100 times their number. She immediately decided, retreat. To the mountains. Everyone ran towards the mountains. The Black Blades wanted to pursue, but the masked man stopped them. "The terrain inside is not conducive to our advance. Our speed will be greatly reduced." A Black Blade said in a deep voice, "Then what do we do? They killed so many of our brothers. We can't just let them go." Just then, a man came to report, "Your Majesty, a powerful force is coming. They told us not to pursue." The masked man was puzzled. "What powerful force?" The man shook his head. "I don't know, but they said they could definitely kill that woman." The masked man stopped dwelling on the matter and asked, "Have you found out their identities?" The man replied, "The young swordsman leading them is Yi Xian, the dean of the Azure Academy in the Jiang Kingdom. The rest are only known to be from the central, divine continent." The masked man gripped his long saber tightly. "Yi Xian. I'll remember you. Next time we meet, I'll skin you alive." One morning, Yi Xian and the others sat by a stream, treating their injuries. The most seriously injured was Shang Yu, whose entire left leg had been severed. Shang Yu wanted Lu Banzhuang to end his life so as not to be a burden. However, no one was willing to do so. After all, they had been together for a long time and didn't want to abandon anyone. Yi Xian walked up to Shang Yu and took out a golden healing pill, about to give it to Shang Yu. Shang Yu shook his head. "Don't waste it." Yi Xian forcefully stuffed the golden healing pill into Shang Yu's hand. Then, he looked at everyone. "Are you afraid?" Everyone's faces showed expressions of defiance. Then, Lu Banzhuang spoke. "We've long forgotten what fear is. So, you don't have to worry about us. If you have anything to say, just say it." Yi Xian pondered. "Right now, we're surrounded by enemies, with pursuers behind us. We essentially have only 2 options. One is to cross the vast, unexplored desert ahead. But I know, that's not realistic. 2 is to fight our way out and break the encirclement. I think this is our only hope." Lu Banzhuang shook her head. "We can't break through. Those people are determined to kill us and won't retreat. Moreover, we're all seriously injured. Forcing a breakthrough will only lead to our deaths." Everyone fell silent. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared not far away. Lu Banzhuang was about to attack but was stopped by Yi Xian, because he recognized the clothes the old man was wearing. It was the attire of the first auction house. The old man quickly walked up to Yi Xian and bowed slightly. "Young Master Yi, I've been ordered by the 5th elder to assist you." Yi Xian quickly realized that it was the 9th elder of the first auction house in the Jiang Kingdom, who had now been promoted to 5th elder. Yi Xian told everyone not to be nervous. That he knew people from the first auction house. Then, he looked at the old man. "The situation is critical. I don't know how you can help me." The old man smiled faintly. "People from my first auction house will hold back the pursuers. Young Master Yi and the others just need to go to Guinan City. There will be someone waiting for you." Yi Xian looked at Lu Banzhuang. "Miss Lu, what do you think?" Lu Banzhuang thought for a moment. Guinan City is about miles from here. If we hurry, we should be able to outrun the pursuers. She stood up and looked at Yi Xian. Let's go, let's fight our way out. Then she whistled, summoning the black wolves. Yi Xian and the others mounted their wolves. The old man from the first auction house rode with Yi Xian. After everyone was ready, they charged out of the forest. On the way, they encountered numerous arrow attacks. The old man from the first auction house said that they would only charge forward, and the first auction house would handle the rest. As he spoke, experts from the first auction house used some kind of formation to block the arrows, which amazed Yi Xian. After a while, Yi Xian and the others suddenly stopped. A man blocked their path. The man wore purple clothes and held a long saber, looking arrogant. This mountain is mine, this tree is mine. If you want to pass, leave your toll, Lu Banzhuang sneered. Just a spirit consolidation realm saber cultivator. What's there to be arrogant about? As she spoke, she swung her long blade at the man. The man dodged the attack, stomped his foot, leaped into the air, raised his long saber, and slashed at Lu Banzhuang. Lu Banzhuang remained calm and swung her long blade again, sending the man flying. The man staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. He stared at Lu Banzhuang. You're not a martial artist. Lu Banzhuang chuckled. Martial artist? What's that? I only know power. After speaking, she attacked the man again. The man hastily raised his long saber to block, but this time he wasn't so lucky. He was sent flying into the air, spitting blood, his long saber gone. Lu Banzhuang shouted, who else dares to block my path? This is what happens. After speaking, everyone charged forward. No one dared to stop them. Yi Xian heard Lu Banzhuang say martial artist. He was puzzled. Why have I never heard of it? Ling Han explained, you don't know this. In the Qingju, there's the martial ranking, and in the Central Divine Continent, there's the Azure ranking. Those on the Azure ranking are all peak geniuses. Yi Xian looked at Lu Banzhuang. I didn't expect Miss Lu to be such a formidable figure. They continued on without further conversation. Soon, they arrived at Guinan City. Strangely, the city gates were closed, and the people from the first auction house hadn't appeared. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, everyone became wary. Just then, the city gates slowly opened, and an old man wearing the first auction house's attire appeared. Everyone followed the old man into Guinan City. Inside the first auction house, Yi Xian and the others started eating. After being chased for so long, they were starving. Ling Han looked at Yi Xian. I didn't expect the first auction house to treat us so well. Brother Yi, you close to them? Yi Xian nodded, very close. Ling Han became excited. The first auction house is very famous in the Central Divine Continent, no less than the Tsangmu Academy and the Azure Academy. They treat you so well, you're really something. Yi Xian smiled. Aren't you all also quite remarkable, aren't you? Ling Han wanted to continue chatting with Yi Xian, but Lu Banzhuang stuffed a bun into his mouth, silencing him. Just then, a middle-aged man walked in. The middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian and the others and then cupped his hands. Greetings. This humble one is B.A., the branch master of the first auction house in the Tang Kingdom. What can I do for you? Yi Xian stood up. Senior, please speak. Branch Master B.A. looked anxious. Young Master Yi, the Tsangmu Academy and the An clan have declared war on the Azure Academy in Qingju. 5 spirit transformation realm experts are heading this way, and the Great Cloud Empire and the Tang Kingdom's Black Blades are also on their way to Guinan. Lu Banzhuang nodded. We encountered these dangers 3 hours ago. Branch Master B.A. shook his head. But as far as I know, the Tsangmu Academy and the An clan have dispatched people from the Central Divine Continent. They are serious this time and are willing to do anything to achieve their goal. Ling Han looked at Lu Banzhuang. Big sister, if people from the Central Divine Continent are coming, I'm afraid we'll have to call for reinforcements too. Lu Banzhuang slammed her hand on the table, breaking it. Call for reinforcements. Ling Han hesitated. Big sister, should we call everyone from our 13 families? What about the Lu family? What about the Azure ranking? Lu Banzhuang waved her hand. Call everyone. The more experts, the better. I haven't had a good fight in a long time. At this time, Yi Xian suddenly said, Miss Lu, this is my personal matter. You don't have to get involved. Lu Banzhuang looked at Yi Xian. Who said it's your personal matter? Her voice turned cold. Your matter is everyone's matter. Everyone was deeply moved. After a while, Ling Han activated her communication jade. Then, a female voice came from the jade. Lu baby, do you miss me? Lu Banzhuang smiled. Jingju. Tang Kingdom were having a fight. After a moment of silence, the voice in the communication jade spoke again, coming right away. After the voice disappeared, the communication jade went silent. Lu Banzhuang sat down and looked at Ling Han and the others. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call your people. Everyone took out their communication jades, but they didn't call their elders. Instead, they called their own followers. For these proud geniuses, asking for help from elders was the most shameful thing. Lu Banzhuang looked at Yi Xian. Aren't you going to call for help? Or do you have no one to call? Yi Xian said, I've already sent a message earlier. Lu Banzhuang nodded. Good. This battle we cannot lose. Just then, an old man suddenly walked in. The old man said, Branch Master, our first auction house is surrounded by tens of thousands of Tang soldiers. What should we do? Hearing the old man's report, Branch Master Ba nodded. What's the composition of the army? Are there only soldiers? The old man shook his head. Not only soldiers, there are also some who look like assassins from the Yin clan. Besides, we've received intel that the Tang King has invited you to the palace. Branch Master Ba nodded. Tell them unless they withdraw their troops, there's no need to talk. The old man glanced at Branch Master Ba, nodded slightly, and retreated. After the old man left, Branch Master Ba turned to Yi Xian. Everyone must be tired. Please rest here for the night. Tonight, my first auction house will ensure your safety. Yi Xian and the others expressed their gratitude. After Branch Master Ba left, everyone in the room fell silent. Lu Banzhuang looked at Yi Xian. What's your plan? Yi Xian clenched his fists. Those who want to kill us are not just the soldiers outside. There are also the Tsangmu Academy and the Yin clan. We have no choice but to fight our way out. Lu Banzhuang nodded. Then let's do it. The next morning, the first auction house was surrounded by a sea of people. Tang soldiers had completely surrounded the first auction house. Branch Master Ba looked at the scene outside and said, My first auction house has mobilized spirit consolidation realm experts from various places. They will break through with you later. Please, be prepared for battle. Yi Xian nodded. Branch Master Ba continued, After you break out, you're on your own. Although I'd like to help more, my first auction house can only do so much. Yi Xian said, Thank you, senior. But with the first auction house's help this time, your business in the Tang Kingdom will suffer. Branch Master Ba waved his hand. It's nothing. Just a small price to pay. All right, everyone, get ready. Let's prepare to break through. Lu Banzhuang looked at everyone. Are you ready? If you have any questions, raise them now. If not, let's go. Everyone shook their heads. Then, Shang Yu suddenly said, Big sister, you guys go. I won't be going. Everyone looked at Shang Yu. Shang Yu took off his ring and placed it on the table. Take this back to my family. It should be enough for them to use for a long time. Lu Banzhuang grabbed Shang Yu. Nonsense. What do you mean you won't be going? I tell you, even if you die, you'll carry your corpse back. Everyone was deeply moved, ready to fight to the death. After half an hour, the gates of the first auction house suddenly opened. Then, 12 black wolves rushed out. Above the 12 wolves, the 30 spirit consolidation realm experts flew in the air. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed, like a clap of thunder. As the shout fell, countless arrows rained down on Yi Xian and the others. The spirit consolidation realm experts above Yi Xian suddenly soared into the sky. Then, powerful auras surged towards the incoming arrows. These powerful auras instantly shattered some of the arrows, deflecting the rest. Below, countless soldiers charged towards Yi Xian and the others. No one retreated. Yi Xian stomped his foot, leaped into the air, and slammed his hands down. Die. With a loud boom, dozens of soldiers were instantly obliterated by this attack. Help me write a circle. A gap was opened in the encirclement. Under the onslaught of the 30-odd gods and Jing Qiong experts from Suixianlu, Yi Xian and his group fought their way out and broke through the siege. The soldiers wanted to pursue Ba Lu Zhu, but the gods and Jing Qiong experts stopped them. Their power was considerable. After Yi Xian's group had escaped, the reinforcements from the Black Sword Guard arrived, and immediately gave chase. At this moment, a man with closed eyes rode up on a horse. Dao Tong looked indifferent. Who dares to run wild? The masked man looked at the rider. If you don't have military intelligence regarding fiery cavalry and yet you delayed this commander's important mission. This commander will have you beheaded. The man dismounted respectfully. Greetings, Commander. I am Jiang Guo's 9th princess. She suddenly launched a surprise attack. Liang Jiecheng is severely shorthand. The Black Plains region lacks strength. The Black Sword Guard will return to Liang Jiecheng to provide support immediately. This is His Majesty's order. The masked man's expression darkened. Damn it. At this critical juncture, Jiang Guo's 9th princess dares to cause trouble. A moment later, the masked man roared in anger. The entire army will turn back to Liang Jiecheng. Yuan Shuai, deputy commander of the vanguard. Hua Luo and Heidao Weiqi will lead the Black Sword Guard back. Yi Xian and the others ran without stopping. They only rested by a small river after making sure there were no pursuers. Lu Banzhuang held a cake in her hand and looked at Yi Xian. Your friends from Zuixianlu are quite reliable. They actually held back the Tang Empire's elite soldiers for us. Yi Xian chuckled. They always keep their word. They are people of action. At this moment, Ling Han's cries attracted everyone's attention. Big sister, Zhong Yuan, has gone. Lu Banzhuang's body trembled violently, tears welling up in her eyes. Nonsense. As his elder sister, I won't let him die. He can't die. Yi Xian looked at Lu Banzhuang's sorrowful state and patted her shoulder. Miss Lu, you stay here. Leave the rest to me. Lu Banzhuang kept crying while eating a large piece of cake, trying to numb the pain. Yi Xian examined Zhong Yuan's body. I thought it was excessive blood loss, but it seems he severed his own meridians. Lin Han was also overcome with grief. Tears streamed down his face. This fool, he was afraid we'd look down on him for being a burden. But how could we ever dislike our own brother? Yi Xian consoled him. It's all right. Let's give him a proper burial. We'll still be brothers in the next life. Ling Han nodded. Although he was foolish, I didn't dislike him. In the next life, I still want to be brothers with him. Everyone buried Zhong Yuan together, using the bow he used in life as his tombstone. Lu Banzhuang finally calmed down. Rest in peace. Leave everything behind to us. From now on, I will give this bow to your younger brother. Then, everyone bowed before Zhong Yuan's grave. After a while, Lin Han looked at Lu Banzhuang. Big sister, where are we going next? Yi Xian spoke up. Here in the Tang Empire, we only have less than gold coins left. Are you interested in going to Kang Mu Academy? Lu Banzhuang now wanted nothing more than to kill people from the Tang Empire. She turned to Yi Xian. Where? Yi Xian replied, Tang Empire, Kang Mu Academy. Meanwhile, on a mountainside, Xie Hu Dao Gui stood behind a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was Mu Qingxian, the dean of Kang Mu Academy in Qingju. Master, Xie Hu Dao Gui reported his findings. I've investigated. The group following Yi Xian are from the Middle-earth Divine Continent. The leader is someone from the Lu family, called Lu Banzhuang. They are affiliated with Yao Nai Bingshong. Mu Qingxian turned to Xie Hu Dao Gui. You mean you've offended the Lu family of the Middle-earth Divine Continent and those lunatics from Yao Nai Bingshong, without knowing their background? Xie Hu Dao Gui hurriedly lowered his head. It was my fault, Master. I didn't investigate their background before attacking them. I have embarrassed you. Please punish me, Master. Mu Qingxian sighed. Rise. Xie Hu Dao Gui stood up. Master, what should we do next? I've learned that Yi Xian and his group are heading towards Di Du. Mu Qingxian looked into the distance. Their enemy isn't just us. Kang Mu Academy and Jiang Guo will deal with them. We just need to wait. Someone will clean up this mess for us. Meanwhile, an elder was teaching students at Kang Mu Academy in Tang Empire. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. It was Yi Xian. He looked at these people and mocked. What diligent students! The elder shouted angrily, who dares trespass on Kang Mu Academy? Yi Xian smiled. It's you. The students of Kang Mu Academy were shocked when they saw Yi Xian. The great devil Yi Xian. The elder was somewhat disbelieving. Such arrogance. Just then, a whip suddenly lashed out from behind, wrapping around the elder's neck. It was Lu Banzhuang. Without a word, she tightened her grip on the whip. instantly killing the elder. The students of Kangmu Academy were stunned when they saw the elder being killed so quickly. They were about to inform the dean when Mu Qingxian walked out. He looked at Yi Xian and his group. Yi Xian, do you really think my Kangmu Academy is defenseless? Don't be so arrogant. Yi Xian pointed at Mu Qingxian, the dean of Kangmu Academy. Come at me then, come. Mu Qingxian clenched his fists, his face livid with rage. You insolent brat. If it weren't for that earth immortal backing you, I would have killed you 1,000 times over. Yi Xian rested the Lingxiu sword on his shoulder. Miss Lu, take our people to Kangmu Academy. Protect and take away anyone you can. If anyone dares to interfere, I will kill them. Lu Banzhuang nodded. All right, no problem. She immediately led Yi Li and the others straight to Kangmu Academy. Mu Qingxian roared furiously, how dare you? He glared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, don't push it too far. It was Jianguo's Kangmu Academy that offended you, not my Tang Empire's. Shut up. Yi Xian interrupted him impatiently. Just kill them. That's it. Mu Qingxian was about to retort when Yi Xian continued, if I spare you, you must change the name Kangmu to Kang Wan unwillingly. Become a servant in my Kang Wan. If you disagree, then, can you all shut up? The night election outside is still very popular. If I let you go, you can do it too. However, you have to change the word Sangmu to Kangwan. And, be willing to be a helper in my Kangwan. If you are not happy, then, it's your doom. Mu Qingxian was furious. You're insulting me. Yi Xian saw that Lu Banzhuang and the others had finished looting. He waved to Mu Qingxian. My offer stands. If you change your mind, come find me at Kang Wan. Farewell. With that, Yi Xian and his group departed under the furious glares of Mu Qingxian and the others. Mu Qingxian stared at Yi Xian's retreating figure, burning with rage. Yi Xian. You've ruined my Kangmu Academy. His furious roar echoed through the sky, lingering for a long time. After leaving Kangmu Academy, Yi Xian and his group found an abandoned mansion to divide their spoils. Everyone brought out the loot they had obtained from Kangmu Academy. Lu Banzhuang glanced over it all and said, there's a total of 1,000,000 gold coins, and around 1,000,000 worth of spiritual stones. Among them are 5 grade low-tier earth-rank spiritual weapons. 1 mid-tier earth-rank spiritual weapon, 1 high-tier earth-rank spiritual weapon, 36 ordinary spiritual artifacts, 15 premium spiritual artifacts. 1 low-tier heaven-rank spiritual weapon, and 3 cultivation techniques, all low-tier earth-rank. There are also some miscellaneous items worth around 1,000,000 gold coins. Yi Xian looked at the loot. As expected of the wealthy Tang Empire's Kangmu Academy, the rumors are true. Ling Han was overjoyed. Great. Cultivation burns through money. With this wealth, I can break through to the Divine Sea Realm. He turned to Yi Xian. Yi Xian, do you know anywhere else in the Tang Empire with treasures? Yi Xian didn't expect him to be so straightforward. What? Are you addicted to robbing? Ling Han chuckled. Don't be silly, Yi Xian. Who would think they have too much money? Yi Xian stroked his chin. I know a place. It's definitely the richest place in the entire Tang Empire. Lu Banzhuang and the others' eyes lit up. Where? The Imperial Palace. Interested? Lu Banzhuang shook her head. We can't rob the Imperial Palace now. Our actions have been exposed. All the experts in the Tang Empire are on guard. The Imperial Palace's defenses are impenetrable. Yi Xian nodded. That's right. That's what I'm worried about. He paused for a moment, then continued, although we can't go to the Imperial Palace, those princes, nobles, and their families must have a lot of valuables. Let's go borrow some money from them. Ling Han was immediately impatient. All right. Let's rob the princes then. My hands are itching. Yi Xian didn't expect Ling Han to be so eager. Lu Banzhuang sighed. Since we've decided, let's go. A moment later, the Tang Empire's capital was in chaos. Yi Xian and his group specifically targeted nobles, princes, and wealthy families. When they left, those nobles and families had been practically cleaned out. It was like a bandit raid. Soon, Yi Xian's name spread throughout the Tang Empire, becoming infamous. One day, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky. Inside the Tang Empire's Imperial Palace, Emperor Tang Nanxiai was reading a report. He slammed the table in anger. This Yi Xian plundered my army's supplies, robbed my nobles, is truly lawless. It's outrageous. He looked at the white-haired elder before him. Elder Hu, what do you think? The white-haired elder pondered for a moment. Yi Xian and his 12 companions are invincible under the Earth Immortal Realm. We must wait. Wait for the people from the Middle-earth Divine Continent to arrive. Until then, well, endure. Tang Nan Si nodded. Issue an order to close the city gates and deploy the Imperial Guards. The Jade Ring Army will be on standby. When the people from Kangmu Academy and the Middle-earth Divine Continent arrive, we will eliminate Yi Xian. The white-haired elder bowed. Your decree is my command. Meanwhile, in a cave in the wilderness, Lu Banzhuang said to Yi Xian, this kid Ling Han has only been with you bandits for a few days, and has already become a real bandit like you. Yi Xian chuckled. Are you complimenting me? Lu Banzhuang turned her head away. You're really good at flattering yourself. Just then, the communication jade pendant at Yi Xian's waist rang. It was a message from B.A. Lu Zhu of Zuixianlo. Young friend Yi Xian, a gold mine has been discovered in the Wanshui Mountains, 100 miles outside the Tang Empire's capital. If you're interested, you can go take a look. Yi Xian thanked him and then looked at Lu Banzhuang. Interested in making another fortune? Lu Banzhuang said, I think your main goal is to cut off the Tang Empire's gold supply, right? Yi Xian nodded. Both. So, are you going or not? Lu Banzhuang turned to the others. Brother Yi is taking us to rob a gold mine. Are you going? Lin Han and the others immediately replied, such a good opportunity. We must go. Yi Xian nodded. We must be quick. Let's go. With that, they disappeared from the spot. That night, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and rain began to fall. Yi Xian and his group quickly arrived at the gold mine. The soldiers guarding the mine paled when they saw Yi Xian and the others, but none of them retreated. Every soldier was ready to die. Yi Xian raised his Ling Xiu sword, hoping to persuade these soldiers to surrender, but a middle-aged general stepped forward with a determined look on his face. Fight to the death. Seeing that these people were unpersuadable, Yi Xian decided to attack. The middle-aged general charged towards Yi Xian, but Yi Xian easily dodged the attack and slashed the general's shoulder. Surrender. From the moment your Tang Empire invaded Jiangguo and slaughtered my people, I never intended to make you submit. Those who dare invade my Jiangguo will die. Seeing this, the other Tang Empire soldiers prepared to attack Yi Xian. Just then, an elder suddenly appeared. The elder looked at everyone and said, His Majesty has decreed that everyone stand down. Retreat. The soldiers below were stunned. The leading general looked conflicted. Elder, what is the meaning of this? Can't you see they are attacking us? The elder shook his head. General, don't waste your life. These 12 people have someone else to deal with. Yi Xian chuckled. This elder is quite perceptive. In that case, please, have your men step aside. The elder then repeated his order. Retreat. The Tang Empire soldiers reluctantly stepped aside. Seeing that the soldiers weren't attacking, Yi Xian and his group didn't attack either. When Yi Xian and his group rushed into the treasury, Ling Han and the others' eyes widened. The treasury contained dozens of chests filled with gold. Although this gold could be made into coins, there was no difference. This treasury contained enough gold to mint at least 2 billion gold coins. Lu Banzhuang immediately instructed everyone to collect all the gold. They swept everything into their storage rings. Ling Han grinned. If I can get out of here alive, not only can I break through to the Divine Sea Realm, you'll even have plenty left over. Who are you calling a fool? Just then, a flaming sword suddenly shot towards Lu Banzhuang. Lin Han grabbed Lu Banzhuang and dodged the sword. The sword struck a wooden chest, which instantly burst into flames. Lu Banzhuang and Ling Han looked at the scene, still shaken. Yi Xian frowned. Just as I thought. Lu Banzhuang exclaimed, not good, they're coming again. Several flaming swords shot towards Yi Xian and his group again. Everyone dodged. They finally realized that the Tang Empire soldiers had let them in so easily because they intended to burn them alive. In here? Yi Xian immediately told everyone to escape. But as they ran towards the exit, they found it had already been sealed by the Tang Empire elder and others. Jia Hu Dao Gui laughed. Elder, this Central Plains Divine Continent's Yi Xian is truly an eye-opener. The Tang Empire elder stroked his beard. War has always been a contest of both military might and strategy. Unfortunately, this Yi Xian only has strength, but no brains. Jia Hu Dao Gui nodded. Master is truly wise. Elder, you are indeed resourceful. I admire you. The Tang Empire elder said, now is not the time for flattery. Although this iron gate is made of premium xiantai, it doesn't mean it's indestructible. If they break out, we'll still have to rely on you, Kang Mu Academy, to stop them. Xia Hu Daogui clenched his fists. Even if he escapes, he won't escape my grasp. At this moment, the flames inside the treasury were spreading outwards, burning fiercely. With a loud bang, Yi Xian kicked the iron gate, blasting it open. Yi Xian and his group stormed out, their faces filled with rage. They pointed at the Tang Empire elder and his group and shouted, "Damn it! Which bastard did this?" Xia Hu Daogui's face darkened. "What nerve? How dare you call us bastards? It's a pity we didn't burn you thieves alive in there." Lu Banzhuang flew into a rage. She swung her whip at Xia Hu Daogui. Xia Hu Daogui raised his weapon to block, but he was sent flying, spitting blood. Just then, Mu Qingxian appeared and grabbed Xia Hu Daogui. "You're no match for them. Fall back." Then he stepped in front of Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, I am Mu Qingxian, the Dean of Kang Mu Academy. Your master killed my Kang Mu Academy's elder Jin Yu. Now it's your turn to pay." Yi Xian chuckled. "If you want me to pay, let's see if you have the ability." At that moment, Kang Mu Academy's Dao Bing arrived. Yi Xian and his group, already enraged, immediately launched an attack, slaughtering their enemies. Faced with the Dao Bing's attacks, Yi Xian swung his Ling Xiu sword, meeting them head-on. When the spear and the Ling Xiu sword collided, a powerful force erupted, causing the surrounding ground to explode. Both Yi Xian and the Dao Bing were forced back by the impact. Yi Xian stabbed his Ling Xiu sword into the ground, sliding back several meters before regaining his balance. As he steadied himself, Yi Xian coughed up a mouthful of blood. What a formidable force! Worthy of being a Dao Bing. At that moment, several Dao Bing charged towards Yi Xian. Lu Banzhuang appeared in front of Yi Xian. "Leave this to me." She slammed her whip onto the ground, unleashing her ultimate move, earth-shattering strike. The surrounding Dao Bing were sent flying by the powerful force, their fate unknown. Lu Banzhuang glared at them. "So what if you're Divine Sea Realm experts? We aren't afraid of you." She then looked at Yi Xian. "Brother Yi, you all right?" Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I'm fine." Just then, more Dao Bing swarmed towards Yi Xian and Lu Banzhuang. They surrounded the two. Lu Banzhuang grew impatient. "Damn it, they are like a pack of annoying dogs." Yi Xian asked Lu Banzhuang, "When are our reinforcements arriving?" Lu Banzhuang replied, "They should be here soon." Mu Qingxian, who was watching from the side, sneered. "Waiting for reinforcements? You think you can last that long? Dream on." With that, he gestured with his left hand, and a ghostly figure appeared above Yi Xian and Lu Banzhuang. Yi Xian's face changed drastically. "Oh no. It's a killer from the Hidden Sword Pavilion. What do we do?" Lu Banzhuang's face also paled. Just then, the ground began to tremble. A loud roar echoed from the distance. Mo Yunqi, riding a giant tiger, charged towards Yi Xian. Behind them followed a large group of Yao Shou. Seeing them, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. "Bai Zi, my brothers are here." Just then, Lu Banzhuang suddenly turned towards the horizon. A moment later, she whispered, "Our reinforcements are here too." As she spoke, a group of figures appeared on the horizon. The members of the 9th Cloud Ice Ring from the Middle-earth Divine Continent were flying towards them. The Tang Empire soldiers stopped. 3,000 elite soldiers and 3,000 Tang Empire Golden Scale Cavalry turned around, their faces grim. At that moment, Bai Zi, leading the Yao Shou group, roared, "Yi Xian, what do we do?" Yi Xian looked up at Bai Zi. "Kill them all." Bai Zi roared, "Kill them all." His voice boomed, and the Yao Shou group surged towards the Tang Empire soldiers. Just then, a group of Kang Yin suddenly appeared above everyone. More than 20 people jumped down from the Kang Yin. A burly man at the front roared and punched the ground. The immense force sent several people flying. At that moment, even the Kang Yin started attacking with their claws and beaks. With the arrival of Bai Zi, Mo Yunqi, and the Cloud Ice Ring, the tide of battle instantly turned. They were like a force of nature, slaughtering the Tang Empire soldiers and Kang Mu Academy students. This was true suppression. The difference in strength was simply too great. Yi Xian watched the scene, sighing. This is the strength of the Cloud Ice Ring from the Middle-earth Divine Continent. Truly terrifying. Mu Qingxian recognized these people as members of the Lu family from the Middle-earth Divine Continent. He grabbed a reluctant Xia Hu Dao Gui and left. Our fight is over, let's go. If we don't leave now, it'll be too late. The battle was nearing its end. After all, it was a one-sided massacre. Mu Qingxian and Xia Hu Dao Gui had no choice but to flee. Lu Banzhuang said with some regret, those two cowards ran pretty fast. Yi Xian nodded. It's good that they left. Their departure signifies that the Tang Empire's Kangmu Academy has retreated. He turned back to the battlefield. The battle was almost over. Just then, an elder appeared before Yi Xian. It was the elder from the Tang Empire's Imperial Palace. Yi Xian, the Imperial Elder, am here. The Tang Empire will retreat. At this point, Yi Xian walked towards the elder. You can retreat, but this matter isn't over yet. The elder shook his head and sighed. You are a cultivator, they are soldiers. You take pride in attacking soldiers as a cultivator, don't you? Yi Xian pointed his sword at the elder. I am a cultivator, but am also a citizen of Jianguo. I only know that if these soldiers entered Jianguo, countless people would suffer the same fate as these soldiers. Go tell your emperor, in 3 hours Yi Xian, will meet him. He doesn't need to prepare the best tea. The elder, staring at the sword pointed at him, could only shout, retreat. The Tang Empire soldiers retreated with the elder. The elder clenched his fists, his eyes filled with killing intent. Just you wait, with the people from the Middle-earth Divine Continent. Here, let's see how long you can last. Elsewhere, Yi Xian put his arms around Bai Zi and Mo Yunqi's necks and laughed. My good brothers, thanks to you. Bai Zi said apologetically, I was back at Tangwang Mountain, so I arrived late. Yi Xian shook his head. Not at all. But how did you Yao Shou get to the Tang Empire? Bai Zi explained, there are borders between countries, but not for Yao Shou. We can cross any mountain. We crossed the mountains to get here. Yi Xian nodded. In that case, I want to visit Tangwang Mountain too. Bai Zi and Mo Yunqi were amused. Why? Yi Xian looked into the distance. Not now. After we're done with the Tang Empire, well go. Mo Yunqi said, although I don't know what you're planning, Yi Xian, whatever you do, well, support you. Just then, the burly man said to Lu Banzhuang, Banzhuang, let's go home. Lu Banzhuang turned her head away. I'm not going back. The burly man sighed. Your anger should have subsided by now. Father has been irritable lately, often sitting alone in the courtyard, lost in thought. He must be regretting his actions. Come home. Lu Banzhuang shook her head. You know my temper. Don't make me repeat myself. Besides, I now have a reliable mercenary group. I won't leave my teammates. The burly man was a little helpless. Just because of these brats from the Lin and Yi families. Lin Han immediately retorted, brats. Who are you calling brats? Who are you even? Lu Banzhuang looked at Yi Xian. He and I are both mercenaries. Yi Xian looked confused. Lu Banzhuang explained, didn't you want to be the leader of a mercenary group? Yi Xian suddenly understood. Oh, that. I remember now. We formed a mercenary group. I'm the leader of the newly formed mercenary group. I'm the big brother. The burly man was still unconvinced. He looked at Lu Banzhuang. You, an elder sister, are willing to let him be your big brother. Lu Banzhuang nodded. And what about it? In the matter concerning my elder brother, Zhu Guang, the master of the house, sternly instructed, and the matter continued. Seeing the burly man wanting to fight Yi Xian, Lu Banzhuang immediately decided to take Yi Xian to the Tang Empire's imperial palace to cause trouble. Yi Xian didn't forget to call Tong to go together. Tang Empire capital. At night, a single person directly charged into the imperial palace. Soon, they reached the Tang Emperor. Yi Xian, holding the Lingxiu sword, looked at him. You are the one who ordered the attack on my Jian country's border. Now you have two choices. First, surrender to our Jian country and personally negotiate with our emperor. Second, I will kill you. The Tang Emperor retorted, surrender. I'm the emperor of the Tang Empire. You want me to surrender? Don't be ridiculous. Just then, Yi Xian suddenly thrust the Lingxiu sword. The strike was extremely fast, many in the palace didn't react. In an instant, the place fell silent. The Tang Emperor stared at Yi Xian, his eyes filled with disbelief. This was instant death. At this moment, a breeze blew, and the Tang Emperor's head fell from his neck, blood spurting out. Everyone was stunned. He really killed the Tang Emperor. Yi Xian waved his hand, beckoning everyone, come on, loot everything. Kill anyone who resists. Leaving the imperial palace, everyone was awestruck by this bandit-like behavior and began. At this time, there were still some loyal soldiers, shouting, avenge the emperor. Yi Xian simply killed these people. This violent act scared everyone in the palace. This lunatic really dares to kill. Yi Xian walked to the group of Tang imperial family members, choose a new emperor, then well continue. A eunuch whispered, the crown prince is dead. Only the 6th prince and 9th prince are eligible. At this moment, a young man stepped forward. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old. He was clearly afraid, but still stood firm. You'll do it. Yi Xian looked at him, what's your name? The young man was terrified, Tang Mu, the 6th prince of the Tang Empire. Yi Xian nodded, good. From now on, you are the emperor of Tang. Come with us to Jiang country. If anyone dares to harm you along the way, you'll kill them. The young man nodded immediately, all right, he'll listen to you. Just then, a group of soldiers suddenly appeared. The leader was a middle-aged man, the Tang Empire's Grand Marshal, Pei Xiaohu. Pei Xiaohu ordered his men to arrest Yi Xian, but Tang Mu stopped him. Grand Marshal, no. Pei Xiaohu was puzzled, 6th Prince, what are you doing? Tang Mu continued to persuade, Grand Marshal, listen to me. Our Tang Empire only has one choice, and that is to negotiate with Jiang country. I don't want to see any more Tang soldiers and civilians die needlessly. Pei Xiaohu was slightly moved. 6th Prince, do you understand? If you go to Jiang country, there won't be any negotiations. Whatever Jiang country says, our Tang Empire can only accept. Tears welled up in Tang Mu's eyes. Our Tang Empire has spoken. What we've said must come at a price. Pei Xiaohu, this iron-blooded marshal, was also moved to tears. Your Majesty, this price is too heavy. This old man can't bear it. Tang Mu stated, as long as there's life, there's hope. As long as we're alive, there's still a chance. Pei Xiaohu clenched his fists. Then allow this old man to accompany His Majesty. Hearing that Pei Xiaohu also wanted to go to Jiang country, Yi Xian set a condition. Pei Xiaohu and his troops would serve Jiang country until the Chu Yu and the two countries retreated. Otherwise, he would be killed. Pei Xiaohu was angered. You're humiliating me. Humiliating the Tang Empire. Yi Xian pointed the Lingxiu sword at him, agree, or not. Pei Xiaohu was about to refuse, but Tang Mu stepped in front of him. Agree. We agree to all your conditions. Pei Xiaohu was dissatisfied with Tang Mu's actions. Tang Mu said, as long as our spirit remains unbroken, our empire will not fall, perhaps. Yi Xian smiled. Your Majesty, it's your call. In the end, he waved his hand and took Tang Mu and Pei Xiaohu to Jiang country. Half a month later, Yi Xian and the others arrived at Liangjie city. As the city gates opened, countless people cheered, General Yi, General Yi. The war-weary soldiers welcomed Yi Xian home. Yi Xian was slightly embarrassed. Is this grand welcome really necessary? It's a bit embarrassing. Jiang Ju chuckled, you're the hero of Jiang country now. Soldiers and civilians alike adore you. My father has prestige, but not as much as you. Yi Xian patted Jiang Ju, for Jiang country, all of this is worth it. Night, Liangjie city. Yi Xian wiped the Lingxiu sword. I suppose my next opponent will be a divine integration realm expert. How can I defeat such an opponent? At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was the 9th elder of Jiang country, no, now, the 5th elder. Yi Xian asked, Elder, why are you here? The 5th elder sat opposite Yi Xian. I have good news. Chu Yu and the two countries have decided to withdraw their troops from Tang Empire. Yi Xian poured the 5th elder some tea. Even if they retreat, they must pay a heavy price for their foolishness. The 5th elder nodded. As expected of young Master Yi. However, be careful. I heard that the people sent by the Central Divine Continent have arrived. Do you have a plan? Yi Xian replied, I want to quickly reach the Divine Integration Realm with my companions. The fastest way is to use Divine Integration Pills. The 5th elder raised an eyebrow slightly. Divine Integration Pills. To quickly reach the Divine Integration Realm, Divine Integration Pills are indeed effective. They are extremely rare 5-star spiritual artifacts. If taken by a Harmony Realm expert, there's a high chance of breaking through to the Divine Integration Realm. But, he said with a wry smile, they are very, very expensive. One pill costs at least 100,000 gold taels. Yi Xian was also taken aback. 100,000 gold taels was no small amount. Even for the first-class families of Jiang country. It would be difficult to produce such a sum at once. The fifth elder pondered for a moment. But if young Master Yi needs them urgently, I can request 10 pills from headquarters. I can give them to young Master Yi. Yi Xian was slightly startled by the fifth elder's generosity. That's too much, elder. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm unworthy. How can I accept so much from you? The fifth elder shook his head. This is a small matter for the first immortal tower. It's just that if the first immortal tower encounters difficulties in the future, I hope young Master Yi can lend a hand. Yi Xian still wanted to refuse. After all, he had already received a lot of help. The fifth elder said, young Master Yi needn't worry so much. This old man is also being selfish. Hearing this, Yi Xian could only gratefully accept. All right, then I'll accept your offer, elder. One day, Yi Xian and Bai Zi rode a demon beast towards Mang Mountain. Yi Xian asked Bai Zi, how long will it take to get to Mang Mountain from here? Bai Zi replied, 3 months. We should rush back before nightfall. But my foster father isn't easy to talk to. Be careful. Yi Xian glanced at Bai Zi. Your foster father really is a 10,000 laws realm expert. Bai Zi nodded. Of course. Anyway, about the demon beast army, you'd better be careful. Yi Xian said, understood. Don't worry. I definitely won't mess it up. After some time, Yi Xian successfully met Bai Zi's foster father, the Mang Mountain Demon King. He was a middle-aged man with a tall and imposing figure, looking especially fierce and powerful. Yi Xian proposed the idea of wanting a demon beast army. The Mang Mountain Demon King immediately roared, enslave my Mang Mountain demon beasts. You must be tired of living. Bai Zi hurriedly explained, foster father, you misunderstood. I just want to recruit some demon beasts into our Kanglan Academy. After enrolling, they'll become students. Whether it's cultivation resources or learning resources, all students are equal. The Mang Mountain Demon King calmed down. He looked at Yi Xian, what you said earlier about the demon beast army, what was that about? Yi Xian explained, it's like this. The demon beast army can gain military experience while improving their combat abilities. But it's definitely not for them to become cannon fodder in wars. The Mang Mountain Demon King asked for Bai Zi's opinion. Bai Zi gave his own suggestion, believing that receiving systematic training at the academy would be beneficial for the Mang Mountain demon beasts. The outside world is very dangerous, so I want to become stronger. The Mang Mountain Demon King pondered over this matter. Receiving equal resources with humans seemed to be a good thing. Then he nodded, all right. I agree. Yi Xian and Bai Zi cupped their hands in gratitude. On the way back, Bai Zi laughed heartily. Bandit Yi, you really struck gold this time. All the demon beasts he let you take are Harmony Realm experts. He's really giving you face. You flatter me. It's all thanks to our friendship that your foster father gave me face. It's all your credit. Yi Xian smiled modestly. Just then, Yi Xian's communication talisman suddenly rang. Mo Yunqi's voice came from within. Bandit Yi, it's bad. The Great Cloud Empire sent an envoy, saying they want to take the 9th princess as a concubine. Yi Xian cursed angrily, damn it. Did they even ask me? He crushed the talisman and rushed back to the Jiang country camp. He stormed into Jiang Jia's tent, where she was meeting the envoy from the Great Cloud Empire. Jiang Ju saw Yi Xian. Yi Xian, aren't you supposed to be back tomorrow? The envoy from the Great Cloud Empire looked at Yi Xian. 9th princess, who is this? Yi Xian looked at the envoy's finger pointing at him. He knew he couldn't let them succeed. He had to make them abandon this idea. He made up his mind and grabbed the envoy's finger. I'm her fiancé. Go back and tell your emperor, if he wants war, then let's fight. Don't pull this crap. The envoy, who was actually a eunuch, yelled angrily, a mere commoner, how dare you speak to me like this? Throw him out. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he killed the envoy. The envoy's guards were stunned and started shouting. Yi Xian looked at them, your master is dead. You can take his words back. Remember, my name is Yi Xian. The guards turned and ran. After they left, Yi Xian looked at Jiang Ju apologetically, I'm sorry. Saying that might damage your reputation, but I couldn't think of a better way. You know, no matter how much we appease them, they won't stop attacking us. More importantly, I don't want you to go to Great Cloud as a concubine. Jiang Jia's face flushed. So that's why I overthought it. She forced herself to calm down and took out a small box and gave it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was puzzled. Jiang Ju explained, this is from the fifth elder of the first immortal tower. He asked me to give it to you. Divine integration pills. Yi Xian looked at the divine integration pills in his hand. Great. I didn't think he'd actually find them. Jiang Ju rolled her eyes. Please, there's nothing the first immortal tower can't find. But why do you need so many? What are you planning to do? Just then, Lu Banzhuang and Ling Han walked in. Ling Han smiled, Brother Yi, you're back. Why didn't you say anything? We've all been waiting for you. Yi Xian smiled faintly, waiting for me. Lu Banzhuang continued, waiting for you to discuss the demon beast army. I've already thought about the scope of implementation. In short. Yi Xian suddenly interrupted him, wait, let's not discuss this for now. We have more important things to do. Ling Han and Lu Banzhuang were puzzled. What? Yi Xian took out 2 divine integration pills and gave them to them. Use these to reach the divine integration realm. These are divine integration pills. They can quickly increase your cultivation. I spent a fortune to get them. Lu Banzhuang and Ling Han, hearing they were good things, immediately took the divine integration pills and swallowed them. Just then, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from outside the camp. Lu Banzhuang and the others turned their heads. Yi Xian recognized the aura. It was coming from the northwest. Hearing the commotion outside, Yi Xian and the others rushed out. The Jiang country soldiers outside were covered in blood, desperately trying to resist the enemy. A large number of enemies, including regular troops and mercenaries, were attacking. Jiang Ju recognized these people. They were the combined forces of Chu Yu and the 2 countries, including the Great Cloud's Shadow Guard and Kang Mu's Black Eye Army. Everyone, be careful. Lu Banzhuang didn't care who they were. Anyone who dares attack should be killed. He waved his hand, and a powerful force rushed out towards the allied forces. Instantly, a large number of enemy soldiers died. Yi Xian also charged in, slashing and killing. Finally, he blocked the attacks heading from Mo Yunqi and the others. He'll hold them off. All of you go cultivate. You must reach the divine integration realm. Lu Banzhuang looked at Yi Xian, you're really something, making them break through at this time. Yi Xian's expression was serious. This isn't for fun, it's urgent. We need everyone to improve their strength. At this time, Jiang Ju discovered that the main camp was also under attack. She hurriedly led people to defend it. Yi Xian said, don't worry about that. You'll defend the camp. You go to the tower. The leader of the Black Eye Army shouted, kill Yi Xian. Take his head. As the words fell, a large number of Black Eye Army soldiers charged at Yi Xian. Yi Xian sneered, I'd like to see if you have the ability. He brandished the Lingxiu sword, and several sword lights flashed. The Black Eye Army soldiers were slaughtered, corpses piling up, like a river of blood. Even the leader of the Black Eye Army was seriously injured. Yi Xian pointed his sword at him. Admit defeat. You chose the wrong side. Then, just then, behind Yi Xian, Lu Banzhuang's voice came, Brother Yi. He turned around and saw Lu Banzhuang doing flips in the air, shouting, damn it, this breakthrough is slightly off. Lu Banzhuang cursed, bastard. Ruining my cultivation. Just then, a man walked out. Miss Lu, it's been a while, you've grown. Lu Banzhuang looked annoyed and wanted to attack again. However, Yi Xian stopped her. Yi Xian looked at the man, did you eat shit? Your breath stinks so bad. He raised the Lingxiu sword. Suddenly, a woman with a whip appeared and slammed her knee into Yi Xian's chest. There was the sound of breaking bones. Yi Xian was sent flying, sliding several meters before stopping. He coughed up blood, cursing, damn, sneak attack. He glared at the woman, who are you? The woman only said, Tianyin sect, Jiangxi. Then she attacked Yi Xian again. Yi Xian gritted his teeth, wielding the Lingxiu sword, and charged towards Jiangxi. There was a loud bang as their attacks collided. Then, they were both sent flying by the force of the explosion. At the same time, Lu Banzhuang shouted, Li Lai Ren. I'm going to kill you. She charged at a man in white, Li Mulin. Li Mulin dodged the attack in midair, landing gracefully. Miss Lu, don't tell me, that's all you've got. Just then, a woman suddenly appeared. With a slap, Li Mulin coughed up blood, and was sent flying. Before Li Mulin could land, the woman attacked again, kicking him in the face and sending him flying once more. The woman declared, "How dare you touch my woman, you're courting death." Lu Banzhuang complained, "Why didn't you tell me, you were coming?" Ziyi, the woman, seeing Lu Banzhuang was angry, hurriedly went to comfort her, "My dear, did you miss me?" Then the two started arguing. Meanwhile, Jiang Ziyi grabbed Yi Xian and ran. Yi Xian, enraged, cursed, "Next time I see you, I'll kill you." Jiang Zhu saw Lu Banzhuang hugging a woman and was slightly embarrassed. So Lu Banzhuang likes women. At this moment, a figure rushed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian barely dodged. The figure said, "If you don't want Jiang Zhu to die, then come with me." Yi Xian's face changed drastically. Could it be that thief captured little Zhu? The figure turned and leaped away. Ziyi and Lu Banzhuang wanted to chase. Yi Xian stopped them. "You'll go? You stay here and protect them." Then Yi Xian chased after the figure. Ziyi looked at Lu Banzhuang. "Do we go after them?" Lu Banzhuang shook her head. "No need. Yi Xian would rather we stay here. This is his game." Yi Xian chased the figure to a wilderness. He was furious. "How dare you use little Zhu to trick me? You despicable bastards!" A large number of shadow guards appeared in front of him. "Surrender and let us capture you." Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. "Yi Xian, are you all right?" Yi Xian turned around and saw An Lanxiu. An Lanxiu said, "We'll talk later. I'll help you deal with these trash first." Yi Xian nodded. "All right, I'll leave it to you." The shadow guards, seeing another one come to die, immediately charged at An Lanxiu. An Lanxiu raised her head and swung her spear. The spear was extremely fast. The shadow guard leader tried to block it with his sword. There was a scream as the shadow guard leader was pierced through the chest, falling to the ground. He clutched his chest in disbelief. "I couldn't even block one of her attacks." The other shadow guards began to surround An Lanxiu. An Lanxiu snorted and pointed her spear at the ground. The next moment, she thrust it forcefully. The surrounding space seemed to distort. Li Mulin, seeing this, was shocked. "A spear master. She's actually a spear master." An Lanxiu stood among the corpses, her face cold. "Anyone else?" In the distance, Li Mulin looked at An Lanxiu with fear. "Who is she? Why is she helping Kanglan Academy? Does she also use shadow techniques?" An Lanxiu glanced at Li Mulin. "What, got a problem?" Li Mulin's eyes narrowed. "Do you know who you've offended?" "You've offended Kangmu sect." An Lanxiu pointed her spear at Li Mulin. "One-on-one or all together, take your pick." Li Mulin scoffed, "Just you." An Lanxiu held her spear and replied domineeringly, "Yes, just me." As her voice fell, the black-clad elder and a large group of people suddenly appeared. Li Mulin's face paled when he saw these people. 10,000 Laws Realm experts. "Who are you?" The elder simply said, "Get lost." Li Mulin was unwilling, but he knew he couldn't fight against 10,000 Laws Realm experts. He ordered his men to retreat and then left with the remaining people. After Kangmu sect and the shadow guards retreated, An Lanxiu looked at Yi Xian. "Are you injured?" The black-clad elder looked at Yi Xian warily. Yi Xian replied, "Just some external injuries. Nothing serious." "But little An, why are you here?" An Lanxiu just stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was a little embarrassed under her gaze and quickly assured her, "I'm really fine. It's just skin deep. A couple of healing pills will do." An Lanxiu said, "Let's take a walk." Yi Xian nodded. The two walked into the grassland. An Lanxiu spoke first. "Kangmu sect and the shadow guard targeting you has caused quite a stir in the central divine continent." Yi Xian smiled, "So, you came." An Lanxiu stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. "I didn't want to come." Yi Xian was stunned. An Lanxiu shook her head. "My coming will bring you trouble. This trouble is no less than what Kangmu sect and the shadow guard have brought you, perhaps even more." She continued walking. "Meeting you will bring many troubles. You're not ready to bear them, and I don't want you involved. But now, you have no choice. Yi Xian asked, your family? And Lan Xiao nodded. Mine, and others. She turned to look at Yi Xian. You'll leave now. After I leave, I will restrain my family as much as possible. But others, I cannot control. If you choose to associate with me, some things and troubles are unavoidable. Do you understand? Yi Xian nodded. I understand. I'm not afraid of trouble. And Lan Xiao shook her head. You don't understand. True aristocratic families value background and talent. It's complicated. Yi Xian was a little confused. You want to break ties with me? And Lan Xiao looked at Yi Xian. If I promise my family that I'll never see you again, Kang Mu sect and the Shadow Guard will disappear from this world tomorrow. But if I choose to associate with you, your enemy won't just be Kang Mu sect and the Shadow Guard. You'll gain a much more powerful one. And Lan Xiao turned and walked towards the black-clad elder. Her expression was calm. Just then, Yi Xian's voice came from behind her. I choose the latter. And Lan Xiao stopped. Yi Xian said, Little One, I know choosing the latter means facing many things, even death. But, I don't know what love is. I only know that meeting you has been the happiest thing in my life. For you, for our friendship, I'm willing to give my life. He walked behind and Lan Xiao. I'm not afraid of Kang Mu sect, your family. Or death. I'm only afraid of becoming strangers with you. And Lan Xiao was silent for a long time. Finally, she whispered, You're so foolish. Just then, the black-clad elder appeared behind Yi Xian. Miss, it's time. And Lan Xiao bid farewell to Yi Xian. I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Don't let me see you injured again. Yi Xian remained silent for a moment, then shouted, Little One, you must wait for me. The black-clad elder looked at Yi Xian coldly. For the Mr. Wait for you, you must first prove yourself worthy. Yi Xian smiled at the elder. Actually, I'm not bad. I'm already a peak harmony realm expert. It's as easy as cutting vegetables to kill a river realm expert. No one in Qingju is better than me. The black-clad elder looked at Yi Xian coldly. The black-robed elder suddenly arrived. Without a word, Yang Xianren declared, the true path is not my boasting. The Yin family can investigate me further. As long as you understand me, you will find that I am an excellent person. I'm not from the Yin family, Yi Xian replied calmly. He felt a bit hungry. This senior is not from the Yin family. The black-robed elder glanced at Yi Xian, undisguised killing intent in his eyes. Nevertheless, rest assured, we will thoroughly investigate you. He gave Yi Xian another cold look before turning to leave. Yi Xian watched him go, then shook his head. What the hell is this? A hostile welcome. After Lan Xiao left, Yi Xian walked back alone. I wonder how Xiao Ju and Miss Lu are doing. I should hurry back to the camp. He looked at the empty houses around him. I remember the first time I came here, it was quite lively. But now, it's become like this. Just then, a little girl tugged on Yi Xian's clothes. She wore worn-out straw sandals, the soles of which were almost completely gone. Her 5 little toes curled inwards to avoid the ground. The little girl looked up at Yi Xian with watery eyes. Brother Yi, thank you for saving me just now. Yi Xian stopped. Not far away stood several men and women, clearly the little girl's family. A middle-aged man stepped forward, knelt before Yi Xian, and kowtowed deeply. We were being chased by the Chu army outside the city. If it weren't for you, we would be dead. Thank you, kind sir. The others also knelt down. The little girl in front of Yi Xian also tried to kneel, but she was scooped up by Yi Xian before she could. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Tong Tong, get down. Don't dirty this gentleman's clothes. The little girl struggled to get down, but Yi Xian laughed. It's all right. Let me hold you. The little girl looked at Yi Xian. Brother Yi, is it late? Yi Xian gently pinched her cheek. Not at all. The little girl blinked, then gently pinched Yi Xian's cheek in return. Yi Xian laughed. Turning to the middle-aged man, he said, Please, get up. The man hesitated, then rose with the others, but their bodies remained slightly bowed. A sign of respect. Yi Xian asked, Do you have anywhere to go? The middle-aged man shook his head. We didn't know where to go before. Now we want to go to DI capital, hoping it's safer there. Yi Xian pondered. DI capital is far. And you have no means to protect yourselves. It's too dangerous. Why not stay in the city? But what about the Chu army outside the city? The man asked with a bitter smile. That will be resolved soon, Yi Xian said with a smile. I assure you, once this misunderstanding with the Chu army is cleared, you can safely stay in the east of the city. What do you think? The middle-aged man and the others exchanged glances, then knelt down again. The man bowed deeply. We believe you, kind sir, Yi Xian nodded. They chatted for a few more moments. After the little girl and her family left, Yi Xian smiled. He turned to face the river. Suddenly, he realized his thoughts could now decide the life and death of many. Evil thoughts could kill countless people, while good thoughts could change lives. As this thought crossed his mind, a boom echoed from within him. A powerful aura surged out. The river's surface before Yi Xian churned violently. Gradually, a strange phenomenon appeared. The left side of the river, covered by the aura, boiled furiously as if scalding water had been poured in. The right side, however, remained calm, with only gentle ripples. One aura, two extremes. This continued for an unknown time. Then, the aura on the river surface flowed back into Yi Xian's body, only to surge out again, rippling across the river. The left side continued to boil, while the right remained serene. After a while, the aura abruptly vanished. Yi Xian smiled faintly. So, a good thought brings peace, and an evil thought brings chaos. My aura is the aura of good and evil. He savored this newfound power. A thought struck him, and he pointed. A sword light flashed 30 feet away, snapping a branch. Yi Xian's smile widened. I can control my sword aura at will. I'm a true sword cultivator now. After a while, Yi Xian returned to the camp. He walked directly to Jiang Jai's tent and began bandaging his wounds. Xiao Ju, Yi Xian asked, you alright? Jiang Ju sat up. I'm fine, just some bruises. Xiaoan came by earlier. Although he retreated, that treacherous Li Mu won't give up easily. You have to be careful. Yi Xian nodded. He turned to Lu Banxiang. Miss Lu, how are Ling Han and the others? Lu Banxiang continued bandaging Jiang Jai's wounds. They are mostly fine, no serious injuries, no major problems. Yi Xian's face lit up with relief. That's great. Lu Banxiang looked at Yi Xian. I need to tend to Jiang Jai's wounds. Are you staying or? Yi Xian nodded. He stepped outside and saw Elder Wu of the first tower carrying a child. Elder Wu approached him with a bitter smile. Young friend, I apologize. The first tower has decided to withdraw from this matter. We are truly sorry. Yi Xian remained calm. No need to apologize, Elder. The first tower has helped me immensely, and I am deeply grateful. If you ever need anything from me, don't hesitate to ask. Elder Wu looked at him with a complicated expression. He shook his head. I was not mistaken about you. You are truly a loyal and righteous young man. He handed Yi Xian a box. These are 2 treasured swords from the first tower, a gift for you. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why is this? Elder Wu explained, it's a token of our gratitude, and a wish for your future endeavors. These swords are called Extreme Intent. They are not ordinary swords, but foresight swords. Crafted for those who possess foresight. Their power will be at least doubled in your hands. We have removed the first tower's inscription, so you can use them freely. Yi Xian looked at the box. He extended 2 fingers and gently tapped it. The 2 swords within flew out and hovered before him. Yi Xian stretched out his hand and grasped the hilts. With a flick of his wrists, the 2 swords shot forward, piercing a wooden post 30 feet away. Elder Wu watched with a hint of shock. He knew Yi Xian possessed foresight, but he hadn't expected his sword control to be so swift and precise. It was truly impressive. Yi Xian gently stroked the 2 swords. Extreme Intent, good swords. The 2 swords hummed softly. Yi Xian grinned, sheathed them, and bowed to Elder Wu. Thank you. Elder. Elder Wu laughed. You're welcome. I have one more thing for you. Elder Wo Yun of Kanglan Academy asked me to give this to you. He produced another box containing 12 small golden figures, each holding a golden sword. Yi Xian's eyes widened. What are these? Elder Wu explained, the 12 golden men were crafted from pure gold gathered from the 9 provinces by a wise emperor. Each contains a powerful formation. When activated, they can shake the 9 provinces. However, they were damaged and are now only at the Divine Harmony realm. Each activation requires 10,000 top-grade spirit stones. Yi Xian accepted the box. How powerful are they? Elder Wu smiled. Why don't you try them? He tapped the box, and a golden figure shot out, transforming into a giant, taller than Yi Xian. Yi Xian was surprised. It can get this big? Then let me test its power. He pointed, and a sword light shot towards the golden giant. The giant remained unmoved. The sword light struck, leaving only a small mark. Yi Xian's expression changed. My sword is a real sword. Elder Wu then bid Yi Xian farewell. Yi Xian stopped him. He took out a pouch. Elder, you've helped me greatly. I can't accept these gifts for free. Although it's not much, please accept this. Elder Wu saw Yi Xian's insistence and accepted the pouch. He then left. The next morning, Li Mu led the Tsangmu Academy and clan forces to attack Kaiyang City. Li Mu looked towards Kaiyang City. In half an hour, the Black Knight Army reinforcements will arrive. With 10,000 troops and your clan's support, taking this city will be a piece of cake. And Zhu echoed, didn't you say Yi Xian has a law enforcement realm expert by his side? Li Mu nodded. According to my intel, that person left last night. And Zhu frowned. What if Yi Xian escapes too? Li Mu sneered. Don't worry. He won't run. Although He's our enemy, He's not a coward. He's loyal and values relationships. He won't abandon his people. He definitely won't run. And Zhu still seemed worried. Even so, you seem to have forgotten someone important. Ling Aryu spoke up. Who? And Zhu looked at Ling Aryu, unsure if his confusion was genuine. Ling Aryu said, Yi Xian's master, the one who killed several of your Tsangmu Academy elders. Li Mu's eyes narrowed, his fists clenching. A cruel smile spread across his face. Then we'll kill him too. No matter the cost. Just then, a horn sounded. Li Mu saw everyone was assembled and waved his hand. Attack! Countless soldiers charged towards Kaiyang City. Yi Xian and Jiang Zhu knew this was a battle they had to win. For the soldiers on the city walls, this battle concerned their lives. For the entire Jiang kingdom, it was a matter of survival. If they lost this battle, seeing the Chu soldiers at the foot of the wall, Jiang Zhu stepped forward and yelled, Fire! A volley of arrows rained down from the city walls. The ground below was instantly covered in bodies. At the same time, the Chu archers returned fire. Cries of pain echoed from the city walls. Jiang Zhu sliced an incoming arrow in half with his long spear. Yi Xian continuously deflected enemy arrows. Seeing the heavy casualties among the Jiang soldiers, Yi Xian felt a surge of anger. This won't do. Ghostly black figures appeared and disappeared on the city walls, leaving dead Jiang soldiers in their wake. It's Li Mu's assassins. Jiang Zhu recognized them. Yi Xian drew his Lingxiu sword. You'll deal with them. You focus on the others. He charged towards the assassins, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. A Chu assassin yelled, We have orders to take Yi Xian's head. A wave of assassins charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian, filled with killing intent, swung his Lingxiu sword, creating a flurry of sword light that tore through the assassins' bodies. So weak. At the same time, Jiang Zhu saw a man with a long spear charging towards the city from afar. Jiang Zhi's expression changed. Not good. His target is me. The spearman moved incredibly fast, dodging the arrows with ease. He was almost at the wall. Suddenly, a streak of light flashed past his ear. Mo Yunqi descended from the sky, kicking at the spearman's head. The spearman leaped back, avoiding the blow. Mo Yunqi's staff slammed into the ground, sending debris flying. Mo Yunqi glared at the spearman. If you want to pass, leave your head. Although his words were arrogant, they were justified. The spearman chuckled. 5 moves. He spun his spear, and lunged at Mo Yunqi. He was incredibly fast, appearing before Mo Yunqi in the blink of an eye. Mo Yunqi leaped into the air, spinning like a top, his staff creating a blur of silver light. The spearman thrust his spear, aimed directly at Mo Yunqi. The spear crackled with energy. Mo Yunqi roared, bringing his staff down with immense force. The impact created a shockwave, forcing the spearman to his knees. However, Mo Yunqi stumbled, and the spearman seized the opportunity, kicking him into the city wall. Mo Yunqi wiped the blood from his mouth. Damn it, the spearman gave him no chance to recover. He walked towards Mo Yunqi. Hell is empty, and all the devils are here. And you are just another devil. He raised his spear. Suddenly, a sword light appeared behind the spearman. It pierced him, separating his head from his body. Yi Xian landed beside Mo Yunqi. Mo Yunqi stared at him in shock. If your sword had been a moment later, I would have been joining you in the afterlife. Yi Xian simply replied, can't be helped. I overslept. By now, Yi Xian and the others had thinned the enemy ranks considerably. Bai Zi helped Mo Yunqi up. Can you still stand? Of course I can. Mo Yunqi snapped. Are you doubting me? Bai Zi glanced at him. Look at this kid, having delusions before nightfall. Mo Yunqi muttered under his breath. Damn you. Yi Xian looked at the remaining enemies. Mo Yunqi, you rest. Leave the rest to me. Seeing Yi Xian emerge, a sinister smile spread across Li Mu's face. Finally. He waved his hand, and the elite Black Knight Guard charged towards Yi Xian. The Jiang soldiers on the city walls paled. Only Kang Bai remained calm. Yi Xian roared, come on. He charged towards the Black Knight Guard, his Lingxiu sword flashing. Suddenly, Yi Xian lunged at a Black Knight Guard, his sword aimed at the man's head with a swift, decisive strike. There were no fancy moves. Just pure power and speed. The swords clashed, and the Black Knight Guard's spear shattered. Yi Xian's sword continued its trajectory, slicing through the guard's helmet and head. The headless body flew backwards, landing several feet away. It twitched briefly before going still. Blood seeped from beneath the helmet, which remained intact, marked only by a faint sword scar. The other Black Knight Guards were stunned. One strike. Yi Xian was also surprised. Their armor is strong. Jin Ling whispered excitedly. Look at that armor. Imagine how awesome it would be if we had that. Before he could move, Lu Banxiang had already started collecting the armor from the dead guards. Jin Ling stared at her, dumbfounded. A female voice cackled, they are my precious. So strong, aren't they? This bizarre behavior bewildered everyone around them. Meanwhile, the Jiang soldiers on the walls erupted in cheers. Yi Xian killed a Black Knight Guard. Yi Xian held up the dead guard's body. Look. The Black Knight Guard are not invincible. We can defeat them one by one. The Jiang soldiers roared, Yi Xian. Yi Xian. Jiang Ju looked at Yi Xian with admiration. As expected of you. Suddenly, a man wielding a guzheng appeared. He looked at Yi Xian. I never imagined there would be another such talent in Qingju. Besides An Lanqiu. Truly surprising. Yi Xian looked at the newcomer. I remember there was a woman playing the pipa earlier. Are you together? The guzheng player's face twisted in rage. Don't compare me to that trash. She's not worthy. He strummed the guzheng, unleashing a sonic attack towards Yi Xian. The attack injured several Jiang soldiers in its path. Yi Xian's expression darkened. The attack grazed him, and his hand trembled, his grip on the Lingxiu sword loosening. The guzheng player sneered. 10 million spirit stones seems you're not worth it. He strummed the guzheng again, unleashing another attack. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. Whether I'm worth it or not is not up to you. He charged towards the guzheng player. A clang echoed, but this time, it wasn't Yi Xian who was sent flying, but the guzheng player. Li Mu stared in disbelief. Yi Xian is already at the sword-sent realm. Then I have to take things seriously. He decided to attack Yi Xian personally. Yi Xian dodged the attack, but the force of it still sent him flying. Yi Xian's expression changed. Not good. He's going for the city gates. A boom echoed as the gates exploded, sending the soldiers on the walls flying. Yi Xian stared in shock at Li Mu. He's at the law enforcement realm. Li Mu channeled his power into the city gates. Black Knight Guard, attack. The Black Knight Guard surged into Kaiyang City. Yi Xian stood before the broken gates, facing the oncoming army. He couldn't stop them alone. Normally, he would have fled. But not now. He had to protect Jiangju, Mo Yunqi, Bai Zi, and the people of Jiang Kingdom. He had to hold them off, even if it meant his death. Just then, Lu Banxiang, Bai Zi, and the others leaped down from the city walls. Yi Xian started to speak, but Lu Banxiang interrupted him. Yi Xian, this job pays well. Yi Xian, sensing their resolve to fight alongside him, grinned. He'll give you a raise. He swung the Lingxiu sword, and a white aura radiated from him. It wasn't a true white aura, but something similar. Li Mu's eyes widened in shock. Aura consolidation. Impossible. Only a sword emperor can do that. Yi Xian ignored him. He stepped forward and thrust his sword. There were no fancy moves, just a simple, powerful thrust. The aura around his sword intensified. Like a volcano erupting. The aura was destructive, annihilating everything in its path. The dozens of cavalrymen before him were instantly obliterated. The terrifying aura swept towards the remaining soldiers. Like a tidal wave, leaving a trail of bodies in its wake. In less than a breath, hundreds of soldiers lay dead, the ground stained crimson. One sword strike had achieved such carnage. The remaining Black Knight guards were terrified. Wasn't he just at the Sword Saint realm? This is not the power of a Sword Saint. Yi Xian was equally shocked. He hadn't expected such devastating power from his good intent aura. Without hesitation, he charged into the enemy ranks. A dozen Chu soldiers fell dead around him. Bai Zi stared in awe. Is this one man holding back an army? Ling Han's expression mirrored his. Looks like it. Suddenly, a powerful force struck the city walls. With a deafening boom, the walls crumbled, sending countless Jiang soldiers tumbling down. A cheer rose from the Chu army. The walls are down. Charge! The Chu army poured into the city. Bai Zi and the others rushed to defend. Yi Xian watched with a grim expression. Li Mu stared at Yi Xian. You're quite strong, aren't you? Keep fighting. He launched another attack. The attack struck the remnants of the wall, reducing it to rubble. Yi Xian raised his Lingxiu sword. Even if I die here today, I won't let you set foot in my Jiang kingdom. He remembered his promise to the refugees. He couldn't lose. Yi Xian sheathed the Lingxiu sword and drew the Jiaying swords. He pointed, and the two swords shot out. Like streaks of lightning, silent and deadly. Wherever they passed, heads flew. Li Mu roared, not enough. Still not enough. Focus fire on Yi Xian. A wave of cavalry charged towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's eyes hardened. 5 steps, he'll let one person pass. Lu Banxiang looked at Yi Xian. You've done enough. Don't push yourself. Jiang Ju also jumped down. Yi Xian, you go. He'll fight. Yi Xian turned to them, a smile on his face. Today, we fight together. Those who wish to retreat, do so now. Jiang Ju looked at Yi Xian. We can retreat, but if we decide to fight to the death, will you regret it? Ziyi shouted, hell no. I still have to visit the capital's brothels. She charged towards the cavalry. Yi Xian stared at her in speechless amazement. Lu Banxiang sighed in exasperation. Yi Xian shook his head. Can't let her steal the show. Let's go. They all charged towards the enemy. Yi Xian and the others cut down the cavalry around them, heads rolling on the ground. Li Mu sneered. I don't believe you can kill all 10,000 of my soldiers. Just then, a messenger arrived. General. Reinforcements from the Jiang kingdom are approaching. Li Mu's expression changed. Impossible. There are no reinforcements. He trailed off as he saw a large army approaching in the distance, their banners bearing the Jiang kingdom insignia. Leading them was a woman. It's Kingdom Lord Zhuo Baiyan. Li Mu's face contorted in fury. That damned woman. What's she doing? Why is she helping Yi Xian? She said she was neutral, and Zhu said, according to my spies, Yi Xian and Zhuo Baiyan have a close relationship. For her to personally lead an army against us means, this is personal. Li Mu roared, then well kill that bitch too. Zhuo Baiyan's army charged into the Chu ranks. Caught off guard, the Chu army was routed. Zhuo Baiyan's soldiers slaughtered the Chu soldiers, their blood staining the ground crimson. Zhuo Baiyan, her white robes untouched by blood, looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, his aura fading, saw Zhuo Baiyan's arrival and was slightly surprised. He hesitated for a moment, and in that instant, a group of Chu soldiers charged towards him. Just as they were about to reach him, Zhuo Baiyan intercepted them. her spear flashing, killing them all in a single move. Yi Xian looked at Tuo Bian. Tuo Bian turned to him. I won't be personally fighting this battle. Let's talk, let's kill Ling Mu. Yi Xian nodded and leaped onto the city wall. Follow me, they charged towards Ling Mu. Meanwhile, a large number of archers, Yi Xian and Tuo Bian cooperated tacitly, killing their way through without any danger. When they got close to Li Mu shouted, damn it. He immediately ordered his skilled archers to shoot Yi Xian. As his voice fell, a large number of elite archers from the Black Eye Army appeared. Hua Baiyan's face changed drastically upon seeing Yi Xian. There are too many of them, don't stop, keep moving. As he spoke, a powerful force emanated from his palm. All the incoming attacks were stopped. At this moment, a large number of elite Black Eye Army soldiers Xu Chunsha arrived. Yi Xian told Tuo Bian to lower his head. He swung the Lingxiu sword, moving the sword light. Those people. Yi Xian, trying not to fall, accidentally bumped into. Just as Yi Xian was explaining to Tuo Bian, suddenly, a slave soldier attacked him from behind, pulling Yi Xian off his horse. Yet, he dodged the attack. Afraid that Tuo Bian would fall to the ground, he looked back and saw hundreds of arrows shooting towards them from the sky. Every arrow shimmered with a faint light. Tuo Bian's eyes widened in shock. The Black Eye Army's arrows were unexpectedly terrifying. He had underestimated the power of these arrows. Can you perform a miracle? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly pulled Tuo Bian behind him and stepped forward. He pointed forward, and the power of the Three Cauldrons technique burst forth. The Three Cauldrons technique brought forth streaks of light, deflecting many of the arrows. But more arrows were incoming. Yi Xian stepped forward again. A wall of spiritual energy suddenly appeared in front of them. The spiritual energy condensed, forming a barrier. The barrier looked fragile, but as the arrows hit it, it shimmered and held. Not only that, a smile appeared on Yi Xian's lips. Yi Xian suddenly turned his head. Tuo Bian, it's late, run. If you don't run, how am I supposed to escape with dignity? At this time, Lin Mu suddenly appeared above the Black Eye Army. He looked down at Yi Xian. You still want to escape? I'm telling you, today is your death day. I will bury both the Jiang Kingdom and the Yin Kingdom with you. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the Black Eye Army charged towards Yi Xian and Tuo Bian. Yi Xian looked back at Tuo Bian. I didn't expect us to die together in the end. Tuo Bian cursed under his breath, crazy bastard. Then, he lightly pushed Yi Xian. Yi Xian was taken aback by the sudden push. At this moment, the pair of flying swords, one ice, one fire. Yi Xian pushed Tuo Bian behind him, then moved the Lingxiu sword, blocking the attack. Next, he smiled and clasped his hands together, then pulled them apart. A box appeared before them. The next moment, 12 golden lights flashed, and 12 golden figures appeared around Yi Xian. Tuo Bian was dumbfounded. The 12 golden figures slowly opened their eyes. 12 golden beams shot out from their eyes, accompanied by the sound of dragons roaring. Some of the Black Eye Army soldiers at the front were instantly blown away. Li Mu was completely stunned by this scene. What are these things? So terrifying. Yi Xian commanded the 12 golden figures to indiscriminately attack the Black Eye Army. Countless Black Eye Army soldiers died on the spot. The next moment, he seized the opportunity and pulled Tuo Bian away. Li Mu saw Yi Xian trying to escape and immediately decided to personally kill him. A powerful aura emanated from him. Yi Xian and Tuo Bian's faces paled upon seeing this. Lin Mu suddenly struck Yi Xian with his palm. With a loud boom, the ground was blasted into a crater. Yi Xian and Tuo Bian were sent flying. Yi Xian spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, Tuo Bian also. He and Tuo Bian. Tuo Bian said, you go first. This has nothing to do with you. Tuo Bian was a little angry. Are you crazy? Do you think I'm doing this for you? Don't you understand the principle of sacrificing one's life for righteousness? Yi Xian grabbed his arm. You didn't seem to think that way when you kissed me. Tuo Bian turned his head away. You're overthinking it. That's exactly what I meant. At this moment, Lin Mu's next attack arrived. Yi Xian pushed Tuo Bian away. Tuo Bian pulled Yi Xian back as Li Mu's attack blasted another crater in the ground. Rubble flew everywhere. Yi Xian and Tuo Bian looked at the terrifying scene with pale faces. This Li Mu is definitely not an ordinary Myriad Dharma realm cultivator. We have to be careful. Lin Mu saw that his attack had failed again, and his face turned grim. You adulterous couple. You must die today. He flew directly above Yi Xian and Tuo Yang. Lin Mu gathered his power again for another attack. Yi Xian swung the Lingxiu sword, using his most powerful attack so far. The two attacks collided with a deafening boom. The resulting force caused the ground to crumble. Yi Xian spat out another mouthful of blood. Li Mu stared at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, I admire your talent, but I must kill you. My heart aches, damn you. Tuo Yang looked at Li Mu. If you want to kill him, you have to go through me. A powerful lightning bolt struck Li Mu. Li Mu was unflustered. You two, Tuo Yang, must die today. Just as the lightning was about to hit him, a shield appeared in front of him. The shield deflected the lightning back towards Tuo Yang. Yi Xian rushed to Tuo Yang. Tuo Yang's face was pale, and his soul seemed unstable. He came. Yi Xian cursed angrily, stop bluffing. A large amount of white light appeared around him as he used the Lingxiu sword. Said goodbye. A shield appeared in front of Li Mu, blocking the attacks. The next moment, he appeared in front of Yi Xian and punched him. The punch sent Yi Xian flying. Lin Mu's figure vanished and reappeared beside Yi Xian, kicking him. Yi Xian crashed to the ground. Li Mu pursued, ready to finish him off. Just then, Tuo Yang appeared in front of Yi Xian. He pulled his hands apart, and a black lightning shield appeared. When Lin Mu's palm struck down, a powerful lightning bolt erupted from the shield. However, as Lin Mu's palm landed, the lightning vanished. With a boom, Tuo Yang and Yi Xian were sent flying hundreds of feet away. Where they landed, the ground within a radius of hundreds of feet cracked. Yi Xian spat out blood. He felt like his entire body was broken. He struggled to stand up and embraced Tuo Yang. Tuo Yang was coughing up blood. Yi Xian's mind went blank. Tuo Yang looked at him, seemingly wanting to say something, but as he opened his mouth, more blood flowed out. Yi Xian held Tuo Yang, gently wiping the blood from his lips. Why are you so foolish? That was a myriad Dharma realm expert. Tuo Yang looked at Yi Xian, blood still flowing from his mouth. His clothes were stained red. His aura was weakening. Yi Xian held him tightly, his body trembling. A complex look appeared in Tuo Yang's eyes. He weakly raised his hand, wanting to touch Yi Xian's face, but his hand fell. Yi Xian looked at the unconscious Tuo Yang, tears streaming down his face. After attacking, Lin Mu didn't continue but watched the scene coldly. However, he noticed that the expert he had been expecting didn't appear. Lin Mu suddenly relaxed and started laughing maniacally. He didn't appear. Ha ha. He didn't appear. You've been lying. Your master will never appear. I've been tricked by you. At this moment, Yi Xian gently placed Tuo Yang on the ground. He wiped the blood from Tuo Yang's lips and whispered, I'm sorry. He stood up and walked towards Li Mu's corpse. Yi Xian slowly approached the corpse, his right hand placed on his chest. After killing him, we'll go find the second Dao seed. Li Mu looked at Yi Xian's strange actions. Who is this kid talking to? Don't tell me Hez. He decided to kill Yi Xian immediately, not giving him a chance to call for help. Meanwhile, Yi Xian's body suddenly trembled. The next moment, he opened his eyes, revealing pitch-black pupils and sharp teeth. He grabbed Li Mu's neck. Li Mu felt Yi Xian's aura and was shocked. How is it possible to ascend to the Jade Void Realm in such a short time? Yi Xian let out a strange chuckle, then twisted Li Mu's right arm, breaking it. Li Mu's face changed drastically. You're not Yi Xian. Who are you? Yi Xian smiled coldly, a smile that didn't seem human. He didn't answer and punched Li Mu in the chest. Li Mu cried out in pain and tried to retreat. But Yi Xian's hand had already clasped his throat. Before Li Mu could beg for mercy, Yi Xian twisted his head, snapping his neck. Yi Xian chuckled eerily and tossed the body aside. He looked up at the sky. The feeling of freedom is so good. After casually killing Li Mu, this strange Yi Xian turned to Tuo Yang on the ground. This brat's wife is really troublesome. Brat, this is a gift for setting me free. He pointed at Tuo Yang, and a white light enveloped him. Tuo Yang's body trembled. A translucent figure rose into the sky and vanished in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian collapsed to the ground, his consciousness returning. That guy is not a good person. Tuo Bayang's voice came from beside him. Yi Xian sat up and hugged Tuo Bayang, stroking his cheek. That was so dangerous. Why did you take that hit for me? Tuo Bayang turned away. If I knew I would die, I wouldn't have done it. Stop being narcissistic, Yi Xian chuckled. You clearly knew how dangerous Li Mu was, yet you still protected me. I don't believe in being narcissistic, Tuo Bayang replied somewhat awkwardly. So what if I did? Yi Xian looked at Tuo Bayang seriously. Thank you, Tuo Bayang. Tuo Bayang was taken aback for a moment, then turned away and looked up at the sky. Those who dare to hurt me will pay a heavy price. He then turned to leave. Yi Xian watched him go. Will we meet again? How about I treat you to a drink next time? Tuo Bayang replied casually. You better not appear in front of me again. Early one morning, back at the battlefield, Yi Xian looked at Jiangju. Both the Chu Kingdom and the Yu Kingdom have surrendered. As for the Middle-earth Divine Continent, I think they won't send anyone for the time being. You should go back and rest. Jiangju looked at Yi Xian gratefully. Thanks to you. Without you, this war wouldn't have ended so soon. By the way, there are over 100 sets of elite armor from the Flying Flame Army. Take them back with you. Yi Xian was delighted. Really? I was just wondering how to ask you about that. Jiangju suddenly said, do you want to organize a Black Eye army? Yi Xian nodded. I really want to. Jiangju smiled knowingly. I knew it. You'll transfer some people from the army to help you form the Black Eye army. You'll make sure you get the best. Yi Xian was grateful. Great. Xiaoju, you're the best. At this moment, Mo Yunqi and the others walked over. Yi Quteng, the cleaning up is almost done. When are we leaving? Yi Xian nodded. Let's go now, Zi Nuzi said. Wait. Yi Xian looked at Zi Nuzi. I have something to say. Zi Nuzi pointed at Yi Xian. You, Yi Xian. How dare you bully my precious disciple, Kang, and don't think I don't know what you're up to. You must be attracted to his youthful beauty, and Yu Banzong couldn't stand it anymore and covered Zi Nuzi's mouth, dragging her away. Yi Xian, well, be going now. See you later in the Middle-earth Divine Continent. After bidding farewell to Yu Banzong and the others, Yi Xian returned to Kanglan Academy with Bai Zi, Mo Yunqi, and a group of subordinates. Mo Yunqi said as they walked. I bet Ji Jie has prepared a table of delicious food to welcome us back. Bai Zi shook his head. I don't dare eat Ji Jie's cooking. Yi Xian shared the same thought. Mo Yunqi chuckled. Don't be so picky. Ji Jie has been practicing her cooking lately, managing the academy and cooking. Her cooking skills are now comparable to Yi Quteng's. Yi Xian and Bai Zi looked at each other skeptically. We don't believe you. At this moment, a woman holding a folding fan stopped them. The woman was beautiful and elegant, and she was looking at them with curiosity. Which one of you is Yi Xian? Yi Xian puffed out his chest. I am. The woman's eyes lit up. Good. As her voice fell, she snapped her fan shut. The next moment, the fan in her hand transformed. Yi Xian was shocked. The woman was a sword saint. And the fan in her hand was a genuine saint-level sword. Or rather, a fan's word. Yi Xian didn't hesitate. A sword light suddenly appeared in front of him, forming a thick shield that blocked the woman's sword. Due to the powerful force, the woman was forced back 20 feet. After stopping, she looked at Yi Xian with excitement in her eyes. Sword Saint. You're a sword saint too? Yi Xian asked. You from Sangmu Academy? The woman snorted coldly and shook her head. I'm not from that stinky Sangmu Academy. Listen up, I'm Jian Jiao Jian Chu Chu. I heard you're a sword saint, so I came all this way to challenge you. But you're very strong. I can beat you, so how did you reach the sword saint realm? Care to share some tips? Yi Xian was stunned. This woman was so straightforward. Jian Chu Chu blinked. Can I? Yi Xian thought for a moment. Why don't you join our Kanglan Academy? Then we can exchange swordsmanship experiences. Jian Chu Chu agreed without hesitation. Yi Xian was speechless. You agreed too quickly. Just like that, Kanglan Academy gained another sword saint student. Jian Chu Chu then followed Yi Xian and the others, asking about Kanglan Academy. Mo Yunqi boasted, our Kanglan Academy provides food and accommodation. You'll definitely be satisfied. Soon, they returned to Kanglan Academy. Inside a room, a table was laden with dishes. Ji Jie looked at them with a smile. Do you like the feast I've prepared? Yi Xian and the others looked at the 5 plates of steamed buns with a look of despair. Ji Jie was still the same. At dusk, at the Kanglin Academy training grounds, Yi Xian gathered all the students. Mo Yunqi was puzzled. Yi Chuteng, what are you doing? Yi Xian didn't answer. He looked at the students below, then stretched out his hand, revealing a shining sword hilt. Want it? Many students' eyes lit up at the sight of the sword hilt. They nodded eagerly, but there were so many of them, and only one hilt. Could the dean want us to fight for it? Yi Xian smiled. You can have it. Whoever reaches the Divine Harmony realm first gets it. Some students' faces fell. Some of them were only at the Cloud Void realm. That's too difficult. It's a huge gap between the Cloud Void realm and the Divine Harmony realm. Yixing looked at the sword hilt in Yi Xian's hand, thinking, I must get this hilt. Then Tang Ji will definitely praise me. Yi Xian continued, in addition, there will be a monthly assessment. The top 3 will receive 5 skill techniques, and the first place will also get a high-grade famous sword. The students cheered. The dean is amazing. However, Yi Xian's next words poured cold water on their enthusiasm. The last place will be expelled from the academy. Everyone was stunned. Mo Yunqi and the others looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian explained, rewards and punishments must be clear. What I just said will be implemented from now on. Dismissed. The students' expressions turned serious. Being a Kanglin Academy student was now a great honor. Being expelled meant losing all that glory. No one wanted to leave. Instantly, the atmosphere in Kanglin Academy became tense. After the students dispersed, Mo Yunqi approached Yi Xian. Yi Chuteng, isn't this too cruel? Why didn't you discuss this with us? What if the students resort to scheming and killing each other for personal gain? Yi Xian looked at them. This is a world where the weak are prey to the strong. It's better for me to be cruel to them than for them to go out and become someone else's prey. Jiangji, you've seen the Taoist soldiers of Sangmu Academy, the 9th Legion of the Middle-earth Divine Continent, and the Black Eye Army of the Great Yun Empire. Compared to them, our students are like fish on a chopping board. You don't want to see our students die tragically again, do you? Jiangji fell silent. Yi Xian continued, I may be cruel to them today, but the enemy will be even more cruel tomorrow. So remember, trust me. Ji Jie calmed down. I do trust you. I'm just worried that they will become ruthless and vicious in their pursuit of personal gain. Yi Xian looked at Ji Jie. If there are such students, then they naturally can't stay in Kanglin Academy. Don't worry. Now, what we need to do is find a way to make them stronger. Ji Jie nodded. All right, you'll do as you say. Yi Xian then said, one more thing. Lao Nuo, Lao Bai, Ji Jie, your strength is still not enough compared to the true elites of the Middle-earth Divine Continent. You still have a long way to go. Work hard. I'll do my best to get you any resources you need. In short, we must improve ourselves in a short time so that we can withstand the enemy's attacks. At this moment, Jian Chuchu suddenly said, the Great Yun Empire is very powerful. I can crush you. I just calculated that if Kanglin Academy fights the Great Yun Empire head-on, Kanglin Academy has no chance of winning. And you still have 2 other enemies, Sangmu Academy and Jianan. If they join in, your chances of winning are even slimmer. Mo Yunqi was dissatisfied. We won before. Doesn't that mean anything? Jian Chuchu looked at Mo Yunqi. One victory doesn't prove anything. Don't you know? If Yi Xian reaches the Divine Harmony realm, it means that the Middle-earth Divine Continent will have another myriad. Dharma Realm Expert. As far as I know, Kanglin Academy doesn't have a single myriad Dharma Realm Expert. Yi Xian and the others' faces darkened upon hearing Jian Chuchu's words. Jian Chuchu looked at their gloomy faces and thought, I can't let them feel discouraged at this time. She put her arms around Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi's necks. Don't worry. What we need to do now is cultivate. Cultivate diligently. Don't be so discouraged. We will definitely improve. That night, in the Kanglin Academy's Hero Hall, Yi Xian sat on the floor, muttering to himself, Jia Long, I came here today to tell you that Kanglin Academy is getting better and better. And the students are getting stronger and stronger. I'm also preparing a Taoist army. You'll make them the strongest Taoist army in the Middle-earth Divine Continent. Yi Xian poured wine on the ground as he spoke. Let the Kanglan Academy of the Middle-earth Divine Continent know that our Jiang Kingdom's Kanglan Academy is no worse than theirs. You'll take care of Jie for you. Rest in peace. The hero hall was brightly lit. Yi Xian's low voice echoed within. After some time, he fell asleep. The next morning, in the capital, as the sun rose, Yi Xian woke up. He was covered with a thick quilt that carried a faint fragrance. Yi Xian stretched lazily. Jiang Jia's voice came from the doorway. You slept soundly. I've been waiting for you all night. Yi Xian turned to look at her. Xiaoju, when did you arrive? Jiang Ju glanced at him. In the latter half of the night. I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you. I brought you breakfast. Yi Xian got up immediately. Of course I have to see it. He walked out of the hero hall with Jiang Ju. Outside, 70 people were standing. Jiang Ju introduced them to Yi Xian. This is the Taoist army I formed for you. The oldest is 30, and the youngest is 20. They are all experienced warriors. Yi Xian looked at them. These 70 people emanated a murderous aura, clearly seasoned veterans. He smiled with delight. Great. You've helped me tremendously. Jiang Ju smiled as well. I'm glad I could help. Attention, soldiers. She shouted to the group. From today onwards, you are members of Yi Guoxi's army. The 70 people knelt down in unison. We greet Yi Guoxi. Yi Xian was. Rise. From today onwards, you are students of Kanglan Academy. I will give you the best resources and the best equipment to make you the strongest force in the Qingju region. 70 elite soldiers stood up, looking at Yi Xian. A glint of hope shone in their eyes. You're welcome, Yi Xian continued. However, the training you will undergo will be extremely harsh. There will be a monthly assessment, and the bottom 3 will be eliminated. Everyone's expression turned serious. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian turned to Jiang Ju. Every month, you'll need 3 more soldiers to replace those eliminated. Jiang Ju nodded. Consider it done. Good. Yi Xian continued, they will be discharged from the Imperial Army, no longer under the royal family's control. From now on, they will only obey my orders. Jiang Ju frowned slightly. The Imperial Army, her army. Jiang Ju looked at Yi Xian. Is that all right? Faced with Yi Xian's question, Jiang Ju looked troubled. Don't you trust me? Are you worried that in the future, you'll seize your achievements? Yi Xian placed a hand on Jiang Jia's shoulder. No, I trust you. But this troop is for my Kanglan College. I want any authority concerning them in my hands. Jiang Ju shrugged off Yi Xian's hand. So, in the end, you still don't trust me. After saying that, she turned and left. Zuo Jiang has this to scoff at. You're really unpleasant now. Yi Xian's heart chilled. He grabbed Jiang Jia's arm. What's wrong? Let go. Jiang Ju said loudly. Yi Xian, let me tell you, Jiang Ju, am not that kind of despicable person who would take credit for others' hard work. In the future, regarding this troop, I will never interfere. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Although this troop will be separated from the Imperial Army, I hope you will lead them. Jiang Ju was stunned. Yi Xian continued, Xiaoju, the purpose of creating this elite troop is to protect and strengthen Kanglan College, not to make them the nation's war machine. I don't want to betray my original intention, but truly, I do not distrust you. Jiang Ju looked at Yi Xian. Really? Yi Xian nodded. Naturally. You're skilled in battle and proficient in military strategy. Isn't that right? I'll entrust this army to you. They will definitely become very strong. Jiang Ju punched Yi Xian's chest. You're sly. Wanting them separated from the royal family, yet having me train them. You're quite the schemer. Yi Xian looked a little embarrassed. Will you do it? Jiang Ju asked seriously. Rest assured, this elite troop will only belong to Kanglan College. The Jiang Kingdom's royal family will never interfere. This is my promise. Jiang Ju nodded. I can rest assured about that. She then looked at the soldiers. Besides me, you must have arranged for others to train them, right? Yi Xian nodded. Yes, there are indeed other candidates. Later, inside the hall, Yi Xian and Jiang Ju sat on chairs. In front of them were Feng Lan, Mo Yuan, and Lu Jioge. After some time, Mo Yuan suddenly said, You want the 3 of us to train the elite troop outside? Yi Xian nodded. That's right. In Kanglan College, only the three of you. Feng Lan continued, training an elite troop is a huge undertaking, let alone one that can rival Dayun and Kangma's Imperial Army. Mo Yuan agreed with Feng Lan. Indeed. And Ding, do you know how much money it takes to train an elite troop? Yi Xian smiled. I do. As for the money, you'll take care of it. Mo Yuan and Feng Lan looked at Lu Jioge. Lu Jioge, a peerless military strategist, pondered for a moment. He then looked at Yi Xian. I will have them cultivate a cultivation technique, the Shaoqi Ju Zibo technique. This is what peerless soldiers cultivate. However, this will be costly. For one soldier to cultivate this technique, the cost will be at least 1,000,000 gold coins, and that's not counting other expenses. Yi Xian nearly fainted. 50 million per person. This is simply exorbitant. At this time, Lu Jioge continued, however, in the future, they will be the most formidable elite troops in Qingju, no, in the entire Qingtsang realm. Of course, that's assuming you're willing to spend the money. If your financial resources aren't sufficient, you'll have to take it slow. Hearing Lu Juji's words, Yi Xian clenched his fists. Take it slow? No. Kanglan College doesn't have time to take it slow. Sangwu, Dayun, and Anjia won't give us time to develop slowly. At this time, Jiangju spoke. Kanglan needs to develop rapidly. If your funds are insufficient, I can help you. Lu Jioge shook his head. The royal family has just gone through a war. The treasury isn't full. Therefore, Kanglan College must be self-sufficient so that it can support itself. Yi Xian and Jiangju were both startled. Profitable. Lu Jioge continued, it's not realistic for you to support the entire college alone, nor should you do so. Kanglan College is now a major force in the Jiang Kingdom. It can be profitable. Yi Xian looked troubled. For the new students, we haven't charged any fees because we don't want to become like Sangwu College, driven by profit. In that case, how should we profit? Suddenly, a female voice rang out, isn't making a profit. Very simple. Jian Chuchu and Mo Yunqi walked in. Mo Yuan said, Lady Chuchu, what brilliant ideas do you have? Jian Chuchu smiled. It's not that brilliant, just some practical experience. First, charge tuition fees. Charge the students for their daily living expenses. Of course, for those who are particularly poor, give appropriate discounts or waive the fees entirely. But for those from wealthy families, don't be lenient. She raised 2 fingers. Second, open Kanglan College to the public. Anyone in the Jiang Kingdom, as long as they pay, can enter the college for a visit. And even watch the students cultivate. Of course, we need to control the number of visitors. She raised another finger. Third, develop the gold mine behind Kanglan College. If there isn't one, we can send Kanglan College students to search to those unclaimed mountain ranges. Once they find a suitable location, we immediately claim it and then send people to mine it. Yi Xian and Jiangju were stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Jian Chuchu paused here, and Yi Xian hurriedly asked, what else? Please continue. Jian Chuchu looked at Yi Xian and smiled. Have Kanglan College students form teams to go down the mountain and take on mercenary missions. Let them earn their own cultivation expenses. This will not only provide practical training but also enhance Kanglan's reputation. Yi Xian was excited. I think these methods are all excellent. Jiangju also nodded. Indeed, excellent. Lady Chuchu, Lanshu, Mingqing, and Jiangju agreed that the proposed methods were excellent, barring any unforeseen circumstances. The young lady continued, her lips curving into a sly smile, the most lucrative venture for the major factions is. The assembled crowd shook their heads, completely baffled. All present, including Princess Jiangju, despite her position, lacked familiarity with such matters due to her military background. Jianchu observed the group's clueless expressions and offered a solution. Feng Lan voiced concern, protection fees. That doesn't sound right. It could damage Kanglan Academy's reputation. Mo Yuan echoed her worry. Jiangju turned to Yi Xian for her opinion. Yi Xian contemplated, while the method is sound, imposing protection fees before consolidating power wouldn't be wise. My plan's based on my experience, Yi Xian explained. Well, partner with them. For a fee, their children can study at Kangfeng Academy. It's not official enrollment. But excellent performance will pave the way for future acceptance. This will make those powerful families eager to collaborate, Yi Xian concluded. Yi Jun hesitated, then consulted with Xiongdu, Zhu Jiyi, and others. Zhu Jiyi stated, well, handle the teaching. You manage the rest. Jianchu cautioned, it's feasible, but we need to proceed cautiously. A reckless approach could ruin Kanglan Academy. Lan Shu agreed, I concur. We must maintain a balance, control enrollment numbers, and carefully manage expectations. Suddenly, Yishan declared, Jianchu, I appoint you Kanglan Academy's chief financial officer. Manage all financial matters. Jianchu blinked in surprise. Yishan continued, all earnings are under your care. Of course, the academy's needs come first. Jianchu pondered the weighty responsibility. Yishan added, in return, you'll receive of the profits, plus insights into my financial strategies. Jianchu's eyes widened at the prospect of such significant earnings. Yixian was about to speak when Jianchu slammed his hand on the table. That's settled. Jianchu's decisiveness thrilled Yishan. Kanglan Academy's financial future was secure. Jiangju breathed a sigh of relief. Zhu Ji declared, once the funds arrive, we begin training. Training commenced immediately. Soon we'll have an unparalleled force, Yixian and Zhu Ji agreed. Yixian appointed Jianan to manage the academy's internal affairs, reminding her to balance responsibilities with cultivation. Jianan readily agreed. Mo Yunqi spoke up, what about Bai Zi and me? Before Yixian could reply, Jianchu intervened. I know what you two should do, Jianchu stated. Mo Yunqi was confused. What? Jianchu smiled. Form a team to recruit exceptional talents from across Qingju. Those who wish to join Kanglan Academy are welcome. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi realized Jianchu wanted them to scout for recruits. Bai Zi expressed reluctance. Recruitment wasn't his forte. Yixian pondered the task. Yixian then placed a hand on Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi's shoulders. For Kanglan Academy, let's do as Jianchu suggests. You can always consult me if needed. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi nodded in agreement. After Yixian departed, the fifth master of the Bai Tower greeted him, smiling, congratulations, young friend. Yixian replied politely. The fifth master explained that the attack was in response to Yixian's victory over the Daeyun Empire and his academy's rise. Yixian clarified that his academy and Jiangguo posed no threat. The fifth master understood the situation, cautioning Yixian against provoking a larger conflict. The fifth master advised Yixian to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Yixian acknowledged that provoking stronger opponents would invite retaliation. The fifth master approved of Yixian's caution. Yixian planned to further improve his cultivation and expand Kanglan Academy. The fifth master warned Yixian about the potential threat from the Zhu Kangyuan Academy. Yixian understood the fifth master's concern regarding Kanglan Academy's growth and potential rivals. The fifth master reiterated the need for caution, emphasizing the significant threat posed by other powerful academies. Please continue. Jianchu smiled slyly. Do you know what is the most profitable business for major forces? Everyone shook their heads. They were all quite naive. Although Jiangju was the Jiang Kingdom's princess, she spent most of her time in the military camp and rarely bothered to understand these things. Jianchu looked at them and said, collecting protection fees. Feng Lan looked doubtful. Collecting protection fees. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? I feel like it would damage Kanglan's reputation. Mo Yuan also shook his head. Indeed. How is that different from Sangmu and Anjie? Jiangju looked at Yixian. Yixian pondered. The method is good, but it's against the rules. Before, it didn't comply with Ji Lao's rules for my Kanglan College. Jianchu rolled her eyes. Fine. Let's change the approach. You cooperate with them. Every year, as long as they pay a certain amount, their children can come to Kanglan College to study. Of course, not as official students, but just to learn. If they perform exceptionally well, Kanglan College can make exceptions for them. In my experience, if you do this, those mercantile families who want backing, as well as major forces, will be very willing. Yixian hesitated, then looked at Lu Jioge and the others. What do you think? Lu Jioge said, we are only responsible for teaching. As for other matters, you handle them yourself. At this time, Jianqi spoke. It's not impossible, but I think we need to control the scale. It could potentially ruin Kang Lan's reputation. Jianchu nodded. I agree. Everything needs to be within reasonable limits. We cannot be insatiable, and we need to control the number of students each year. Not too many. This way, we can maintain quality. Yixian suddenly turned to Jianchu. I now appoint you as Kanglan College's chief financial officer. These matters will be handled by you. How about it? Jianchu blinked. Chief financial officer. Yixian nodded. The money earned will be managed by you. Of course, if Kanglan College needs money, you have to provide it. You understand. Jianchu thought for a moment. Managing money is not an easy task. What are The benefits. Yi Xian smiled. I'll ensure your safety, and I'll share my business insights with you. In addition, every year, you'll receive of the profits you earn. Jian Chuchu's eyes lit up. She could already see mountains of gold. Before Yi Xian could say anything else, Jian Chuchu slammed her hand on the table. Deal. Hearing Jian Chuchu's agreement, Yi Xian was overjoyed. Now Kanglan College's income was guaranteed. Jiang Ju also smiled. Yes, the big rock I've been carrying can finally be put down. Lu Jioga said, once the funds are in place, we'll start training the elite troop. I believe it won't be long before we have an invincible elite troop. Lu Jioga nodded. It definitely will. Yi Xian looked at Ji Anji. Ji Jie, regarding internal affairs, you can recruit people. All internal affairs of Kanglan College will be managed by you. Of course, don't forget to cultivate. Ji Anji nodded. Okay. At this time, Mo Yunqi spoke. What about Bai Zi and me? Give us some tasks, at least. Before Yi Xian could speak, Jian Chuchu said, I know what you two should do. Mo Yunqi looked puzzled. Do what? Let me tell you, we won't do the work in the shops. Jian Chuchu smiled. Nonsense. I think you two can form a small team. The main task of this team is to travel all over Qingju to find talents. Those exceptionally talented individuals. If you find them, and they are willing, you can recruit them into Kanglan College. Mo Yunqi blinked. So, you want us to go out and recruit? Yi Xian asked, what do you think? Bai Zi looked reluctant. Recruiting is what I'm worst at. Do we really have to do this? Yi Xian stroked his chin, thought for a moment, then patted Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi on the shoulders. For our Kanglan, let's do as Chuchu suggested. If you have any difficulties, feel free to find me. Mo Yunqi and Bai Zi nodded in agreement. After leaving Kanglan College, Yi Xian went to the Zuixian Lu. The fifth-floor master personally greeted him. Looking at Yi Xian, the fifth-floor master smiled. Young friend, congratulations. Yi Xian was puzzled. Congratulations. Senior, what do you mean? The fifth-floor master led Yi Xian to a seat. As to why I congratulate you, it is because you defeated the Dayun Empire, Sangmu College, and Anjie. Yi Xian shook his head. Senior should know that they haven't been defeated. And my Kanglan College and the Jiang Kingdom haven't won either. The fifth-floor master looked at Yi Xian and said softly, young friend, you understand this well. However, for now, young friend, you should try not to break through to the Saint Convergence realm. Yi Xian nodded. Yes, I know. If I reach the Saint Convergence realm, they will send Saint Transcendence realm. Or even World Bane realm experts against me. I certainly won't let them succeed. The fifth-floor master put down his teacup. That's good. Young friend, what are your plans next? Yi Xian clenched his fists. I want to take this opportunity to consolidate my own strength and also develop Kanglan College. The fifth-floor master looked at Yi Xian. Good. But there's one thing I must remind you of. Be wary of the Central Divine Continents, Kanglan headquarters. Yi Xian frowned. Senior, do you mean they might target me, and Kanglan College of the Jiang Kingdom? The fifth-floor master nodded. Before, Kanglan College of the Jiang Kingdom was insignificant, so the Kanglan headquarters naturally looked down on it. But now it's different. Kanglan College of the Jiang Kingdom is showing promise. If it continues to develop like this, it will surely become a superpower. Faced with a superpower, they will inevitably be envious. In short, young friend, you must be careful. Don't work hard to cultivate, only to have others reap the benefits. Yi Xian's face darkened slightly. I understand. They shouldn't have such thoughts. If they do, I don't mind having another enemy. He then turned to the fifth-floor master. Senior, I have a request. This card contains million gold coins. I need 5 special flying arrows, the kind imbued with primordial spirit. The fifth-floor master took the gold card. All right. Leave this to me. Yi Xian bowed deeply. Thank you. After leaving Zuixian Lu, Yi Xian returned to Kanglan College. However, while passing through a street, a black-clad old man suddenly blocked his path. He recognized this old man. It was the same black-clad old man who had been with Anlancio. The black-clad old man looked coldly at Yi Xian. This isn't an ordinary fight, this old man that's targeting Yi Xian. I admire your courage. The old man sneered. Courage. Yi Xian, don't think that just because you have a saint behind you, you can act recklessly. Let me tell you. The Yin family is a 10,000-year-old clan. Misun has the 5 gods bloodline. A mere saint is nothing in their eyes. If you continue to approach Misun, you will only bring destruction upon yourself. Yi Xian crossed his arms. I believe Xiaoan is not someone who values these things. She just happens to be born into a powerful clan. And Guangping will never make me leave Xiaoan. The old man seemed to be angered. He flew to Yi Xian. Do you really think I wouldn't dare touch you? Lightning flickered in his hand. Yi Xian was startled. Senior, you're being unreasonable. Xiaoan, what are you doing? The black-clad old man's face turned grim. Don't you dare use Miss to pressure me. I don't buy that. As his voice fell, his right hand was already clenched. A terrifying aura instantly burst forth. Just then, an old man in plain clothes with long, flowing hair and a goatee appeared on the right side of the street. What's going on here? Seeing the plain-clothed old man, the black-clad old man's eyes narrowed. After a moment, he coldly glanced at Yi Xian. If you don't do as I say, disaster will befall you soon. He then vanished. Yi Xian bowed deeply to the plain-clothed old man. Thank you for your help, Senior. May I ask who you are, Senior? The plain-clothed old man replied, I am from the Yin family. Yi Xian rubbed his nose. Then Senior is here to assess me. I think him quite outstanding. When you return to the Yin family, could you put in a good word for me? The old man smiled and shook his head. Your thick skin truly surprises me. You should know that the Yin family values not only talent but also bloodline and background. Yi Xian said, that's your Yin family's business. It doesn't represent Xiaoan. The plain-clothed old man looked at Yi Xian. Frankly, you are not bad. But for my Yin family, you are not enough, far from enough. Because geniuses like you are not rare in my Yin family. As for your background, you seem to have none. If you're talking about the saint behind you, let me tell you. My Yin family has 4 saint patrons. I hope you'll back off. I don't want to make things difficult for Miss. You better behave yourself. After saying that, he turned and vanished. On the street, Yi Xian remained silent for a long time, then smiled. Xiaoan is under a lot of pressure. He looked down at the Lingxiu sword in his hand. After a moment, he suddenly laughed. Screw the clan. I have no background, no clan. But I have a sword. With the 3-finger breeze in my hand, I can walk sideways anywhere. Xiaoan, wait for me. With that, Yi Xian disappeared from the street. After Yi Xian's departure, a woman suddenly appeared on the street. Dressed in white, this woman was An Lanxiu. Looking at Yi Xian's receding figure, An Lanxiu smiled faintly, a captivating smile that seemed to make the world lose its color. All right, we'll wait for you. She then turned and walked away, quickly disappearing into the distance. Inside the Kanglan College Hall, Yi Xian, Mo Yunqi, and others were training with the students. Jian Chuchu brought the local commoners to visit. She introduced, this is where our dean and students cultivate. If you join Kanglan and become our students, you'll also have the opportunity to cultivate with the dean. The visiting adults and children were excited. They had met their idol. A middle-aged man immediately decided that no matter the cost, he would have his son enter here and cultivate with Yi Xian. The child beside him hurriedly said, Thank you, Dad. I definitely won't disappoint you. A green-clad man nearby scoffed. What's so great about the Zhong family having an empty shell? The middle-aged man glared at the green-clad man. Mr. Chen, everyone gets a fair chance. Your Chen family hasn't even outbid the Zhong family. Saying this now is premature. Just then, a yellow-clad man joined in. Stop arguing. No one can outbid my Ouyang family. Jian Chuchu watched them bicker with a faint smile. The more you fight, the more Kanglan benefits. After a while, she announced, we still have a few pieces of fertile land at Kanglan. We'll take you to see them. Hearing this, the children of the mercantile families were ecstatic. If they could build a house near Kanglan, the benefits would be immense. In the evening, inside the Kanglan Hall, Jian Chuchu reported the day's earnings. Today, we sold 5 plots of land, each for 1,000,000 gold coins. After deducting my share of 1,000,000, today's land revenue is 1,000,000. Yi Xian and the others were ecstatic. Chuchu, you're amazing. Mo Yunqi massaged Jian Chuchu's shoulders. We earned so much in just one day. Incredible, Lady Choo Choo. Jian Choo Choo looked smug. This is only the revenue from the land, not including the college visit fees and collaboration fees. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Choo Choo, how is the gold mine? Jian Choo Choo looked at Yi Xian. The gold mine has been found. It is estimated that it can produce billion gold coins. Jian Ji, Bai Zi, and Yi Xian were stunned. Jian, Xi's eyes widened. We're rich. We're rich. We're going to be filthy rich. Jian Choo Choo said, this is just the beginning. Look at how inexperienced you all are. You'll earn even more in the future. Just you wait. Yi Xian bowed to Jian Choo Choo. Then he'll have to trouble you, Choo Choo. Jian Choo Choo nodded. No problem, leave it to me. Yi Xian returned to his room. A knock on the window interrupted him. A figure appeared outside. Yi Xian asked, who is it? The figure replied, young friend, it's me. Yi Xian recognized the voice. Fifth floor master, please come in. With that, the fifth floor master walked in, holding a box. Young friend, I've brought you a surprise. Yi Xian looked at the fifth floor master. Then I am very much looking forward to it. The fifth floor master opened the box. Inside were 5 gleaming flying arrows. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. Great. These 5 arrows, whether in terms of craftsmanship or spiritual power, are no less than the primordial spirit arrows. Fifth floor master nodded. Naturally. He then produced a sword hilt. This is the primordial spirit sword hilt. With it, the power and speed of the primordial spirit sword technique can be increased by at least. This sword hilt is worth billion gold coins, or rather, million great spirit stones. Do you want it? Yi Xian rubbed his hands greedily. I want it, but I don't have that much money. The fifth floor master smiled. I know. So we offer an installment plan. An installment plan. You can do that. The fifth floor master laughed. Others can't, but you can, young friend. Of course, it depends on whether you need it or not. If you do, you'll have to pay Zui Xianlu at least million great spirit stones every month, and you must pay off the entire amount within 3 years. This is the best Zui Xianlu can do. Can we begin? The man in black was somewhat doubtful. The headmaster, Wang Shen, could he really stop that heartless fiend? The Qingju scroll shows that the Great Yun Empire was the undisputed hegemon of Qingju. But after its peak, it declined. Just as the empire was about to crumble. It was King Lian Wan who saved it. Such a powerful individual could he not deal with, that Yi Xian. The flying man nodded. It seems this time, Yi Xian, the Taihe Hall, Great Yun Imperial Palace. Only 2 people were inside. A young boy 11 or 12 years old, wearing a dragon robe, his head adorned with a golden glow. The boy sat upright, his expression serious. Standing beside him was a woman, dressed in a long black dress, adorned with a lifelike phoenix. Its wings spread, head held high. This noble woman was King Lian Wan. The young boy looked at the woman. Sister, speaking of this, what do you think? Lian Wan has changed his mind. He will distance himself from our Great Yun Empire. There is no conflict of interest between him and the Great Yun Empire. Why should we be enemies? This doesn't suit the interests of the Great Yun Empire. Lian Wan walked to the young boy. Our Great Yun is not afraid of any kingdom, nor do we consider them worth our attention. He then pointed to the map in front of the boy, showing the region of Qingju. Who do you think is the biggest threat to the Great Yun Empire? The young boy thought for a moment. The 2 allied nations. Lian Wan shook his head. They are insignificant. The young boy looked at Lian Wan. Then who? Lian Wan listed Qingxiao, Sangmu Academy, the Dark Realm, and the Jian Kingdom. Young Nanhai frowned slightly. Why did Lian Wan agree to Sangmu Academy and the Dark Realm's attack on Yi Xian of the Jian Kingdom? The Great Yun has already lost hundreds of Black Eye Flag soldiers. Lian Wan stood beside the boy. The Black Eye Flag soldiers are no longer the same. They were once loyal to the imperial family. But they have been infiltrated by Sangmu Academy and various powerful families. Their true allegiance isn't to the Great Yun imperial family. So, for the Great Yun, we haven't lost anything. Instead, we've removed an unstable factor. As for Yi Xian of the Jian Kingdom, this person shouldn't be underestimated, the boy thought. Here's a man willing to share the fate of his nation, a top-tier talent. If we ally with him, he is trustworthy and worth relying on. If we make him an enemy, we should eliminate him at all costs. Lian Wan gently ruffled the boy's hair. Do you want to be his enemy, or his ally? The boy thought for a while and said, an ally. Lian Wan smiled. Why? The boy replied, the Great Yun Empire has no mortal enmity or conflict of interest with him. Being enemies is not in the Great Yun Empire's interest. Being allies, we gain a trustworthy friend and access to his powerful forces. For the Great Yun Empire, it's in our best interest. Lian Wan nodded. Well said. The boy said, since Lian Wan agrees, then let's choose friendship. Finally, he pointed a finger. Pass the order, immediately. Understood. The land of Jinnan. Lian Wan suddenly continued the boy's words. Eliminate Yi Xian. This startled young Nanhai. As he spoke, the soldiers below began to move in a coordinated manner, and eventually withdrew from the hall. Their target was the Jinnan wasteland. Mu Qingxian and the Dark Lord were present. Both their gazes fell upon the place where the light shone. Mu Qingxian smiled faintly. The Dark Lord suddenly leaned. I have confidence. Mu Qingxian calmly said, that formation will restrict his artifacts, preventing him from using his sword. While his body is strong, without his sword, his power will be reduced by at least. Then killing him won't be difficult. Even if we fail, no matter, that magical sword will give him a great surprise. The Dark Lord laughed. As long as we can bring him to his death, we won't forget the resources and effort we spent creating this great formation, including the manpower brought from the central plains. Mu Qingxian looked at the Dark Lord. Now, let's combine our forces. My men have already tracked down Yi Xian's whereabouts. He isn't far. Soon, well, at this moment, a figure in black suddenly entered the wasteland. The black-clothed figure had his head down, his face covered by a black mask. He was heading towards the location of the light. Seeing this man in black, Mu Qingxuan's eyes narrowed. He's here. He nodded slightly, quietly retreating. 100+ figures stood ready, prepared to strike. Their eyes were filled with gravity, for their target was Qingzhi's most promising young talent. The man in black approached the light, but suddenly stopped. Mu Qingxian was stunned. Why not move? The man sat down and began to meditate. Mu Qingxian frowned slightly. This guy, what is he doing? Time passed slowly. The man in black showed no signs of moving. After about an hour, the Dark Lord suddenly appeared beside Mu Qingxian, saying, something's not right. Mu Qingxian stared at the man in black below. Send someone to probe. The Dark Lord nodded. At that moment, the man in black suddenly removed his mask. Seeing the man's true face, Mu Qingxian and the Dark Lord's expressions turned grim. The man was not Yi Xian, but Mo Yunxi. Mo Yunxi looked up at Mu Qingxian and smirked. Surprised, Mu Qingxuan's face was now incredibly grim. The Dark Lord looked at Mu Qingxian. That guy is Yi Xian's confidant. What do we do now? At that moment, the space in front of Mu Qingxian shimmered slightly. His face changed, turning pale. Immediately retreat. Everyone returned to Sangmu Academy. He and the Dark Lord vanished instantly. Their speed was incredible. Great Yun, Sangmu Academy foothills. A black-robed figure, the mysterious sword cultivator, faced a group of Sangmu Academy disciples. The black-robed figure didn't attack. The Sangmu disciples dared not move, because before them stood Yi Xian. The black-robed figure casually killed that Sangmu disciple. Don't want to die? Then get out of the way. The Sangmu disciples gritted their teeth in anger. Yi Xian, you're courting death. Then let's see who dies first. A large number of Sangmu Academy disciples charged. The black-robed figure chuckled. I don't want to kill you, but you're asking for it. The black-robed figure moved like lightning, effortlessly cutting through the Sangmu disciples. At that moment, Mu Qingxian and the Dark Lord finally returned to Sangmu Academy. Mu Qingxian breathed a sigh of relief. Before he could do anything, the black-robed figure suddenly removed his mask, revealing his true face. The moment Mu Qingxian saw the black-robed figure's face, he felt a thunderbolt strike him. His face turning pale. The man wasn't Yi Xian, but Ji Anji. Mu Qingxian clenched his fists. Yi Xian. Where is he? What are you playing at? Ji Anji smiled. Tonight, I am Yi Xian. Mu Qingxian seemed to have realized something, his face dramatically changing. He turned abruptly and yelled, Go! Retreat! Go now! As the words fell, the black-robed figure had already disappeared. Mu Qingxian stared ahead, his expression grim. It seems we've underestimated them. Meanwhile, in the Jinnan wasteland, after Mu Qingxian and the Dark Lord escaped, the people beneath the ground broke the formation and rushed out. They were about to return to Tsangmu Academy when a man suddenly looked up, spotting a tall, dark figure in the distance, approaching them. As the figure drew closer, the man recognized Yi Xian. Upon seeing Yi Xian, the man was shocked. Wasn't Yi Xian in Tsangmu Academy? What's going on? The formation's broken, we can't stop him. Someone shouted, everyone, unleash your full strength. Attack, kill him. Others roared, charging towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened a box, revealing 5 golden statues. Instantly, a powerful aura filled the area. A shocking sight, an unstoppable force. Then Yi Xian grabbed a man by the throat. He snapped his neck. The Tsangmu disciples were terrified. That was a transcendent expert, easily killed. Such terrifying power. Yi Xian looked at the remaining disciples. Get out of my way, or you'll be next. The Tsangmu disciples, terrified, began to flee wildly. Yi Xian watched this scene with a cold smile. Yi Xian, your methods are truly. After the Tsangmu disciples fled, Yi Xian, with the 5 golden statues, entered the ruins. Deep within the ruins, on a sacrificial altar, a celestial arrow floated. Around the altar, 4 bolts of lightning were bound to the arrow like iron chains. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The celestial arrow. Yi Xian approached it. But as he neared the altar, a wave of sword energy suddenly struck him. Yi Xian frowned. A moment later, a cold light pierced the air. A thunderous sound echoed, and the sword energy shattered. And Yi Xian himself. The altar suddenly shook violently. Yi Xian didn't waste time and immediately sent the 5 golden statues forward. Another wave of sword energy struck, but the 5 golden statues blocked it. Soon, the 5 golden statues attacked. The golden statues broke through the 4 bolts of lightning surrounding the celestial arrow. Seeing this, Yi Xian didn't show joy, but his expression darkened. While the 4 bolts of lightning had been broken, the celestial arrow was still held by one of the golden statues. At that moment, Yi Xian stepped onto the altar. He didn't touch the arrow, but ordered the 5 golden statues to bring the arrow to the Abyss Tower. Yi Xian smirked, in the Abyss Tower, I think you can't escape. The number 7 golden statue released its grip on the celestial arrow. Then, it suddenly flew at an incredible speed within the first floor, releasing sword energy that attacked the tower walls. Clearly, it was trying to escape. At this moment, the tower suddenly trembled. The celestial arrow in the center of the tower began to glow. In an instant, the entire Abyss Tower fell silent. The celestial arrow shone brightly. Yi Xian showed a relieved expression. I knew it. The Abyss Tower could even contain the celestial arrow. How could it hold the dragon's chain? Impossible. Ah-Fei appeared from the Abyss Tower. Outside, Mo Yunqi was sweeping the battlefield. He walked towards Yi Xian. Upon seeing him, how did it go? Mo Yunqi shook the bag in his hand. The battlefield has been cleared. We obtained over rare artifacts, million gold coins, and about assorted items. The loot seemed impressive. Yi Xian nodded. Good harvest. Let's go. Mo Yunqi was extremely excited. This battle was exhilarating. We completely outmaneuvered the Tsangmu Academy disciples. Yi Xian chuckled. Next, we have even more fun. The two quickly disappeared. Not long after Yi Xian and Mo Yunqi left, Mu Qingxian and the Dark Lord appeared above them. Seeing the emptied battlefield, both their faces fell. Mu Qingxian descended. At that moment, the sacrificial altar was empty. Mu Qingxuan's face was pale. His hands trembled, his body shaking slightly, a stark contrast to his usual calmness. Mu Qingxuan's heart sank. The celestial arrow was gone. That arrow was a priceless artifact brought from the Central Plains. Even if they sold Tsangmu Academy. At this moment, the Dark Lord suddenly said, perhaps there's another reason, or another explanation. Mu Qingxuan's eyes widened, realizing. He closed his eyes, his hands forming a seal. Gu Yi's hand moved swiftly, flipping the space before him. The lingering power dissipated. It's unknown how long passed. Mu Qingxuan's brows furrowed deeply, his expression grave. Don't act rashly, Chen Sheng, the Dark Lord said. He should still be formally subduing that item. Once he subdues it, he will definitely use it. At that time, you unleash your sword technique. That item's countermeasure will be enough to slay him. Mu Qingxian shook his head, a hint of complexity in his eyes. We've underestimated him. He must be deeply moved by something we don't know. It wasn't as formidable as before. Without the formation suppression, his power was unrivaled in this quiet place. While at Sangmu Academy and Anjia suffered a crushing defeat, Yi Xian and Mo Yunqi were riding black wolves across the wasteland. After a while, Yi Xian's black wolf stopped, turning to Mo Yunqi. Take the spoils of war back to the capital and give them to Lu Guosha for distribution. What about you? Mo Yunqi asked. Yi Xian smiled slyly. Let the great Yunjing be still. Mo Yunqi's expression turned serious. Yi Xian, you're acting recklessly. Now is the time to cultivate yourself. Strength is paramount. Thief repeatedly targeted me because they think him easy to bully, that he'll endure. But this time, I won't. I'm afraid that if I continue to endure, I will suffer gravely. Mo Yunqi was worried about this decision. It's too risky. Yi Xian pointed towards the front. Our previous passivity was due to the Kanglan Academy. Now that it's on the right track, it will function even without me. Mo Yunqi tried to say something more, but Yi Xian interrupted him. Don't worry, you'll be back soon. This trip to the Great Yunjing is not for resources, opportunities, or cultivation, it's to kill. With that, he rode his black wolf and vanished into the distance. Mo Yunqi, along with the construction department and Mo Yuan, were at Tanglan Academy. Now, Lu Jioge looked at everyone. Regarding the academy head's journey to the Great Yunjing, what are your thoughts? Mo Yuan thought it was impulsive. The most urgent task is developing Tanglan Academy and improving our individual strength. Going to the Great Yunjing now is reckless. Lu Jioge chuckled. What do you think of him? No refusal, no conflict, no compromise. Lu Jioge took a sip of tea before speaking clearly. We're now in a life-or-death struggle with Sangmu Academy. If the academy head had fallen, there might have been room for negotiation. But since he hasn't, and considering our head's personality, reconciliation is impossible. Sangmu Academy also knows this. Hence, there's no possibility of reconciliation. He looked at Mo Yuan and Feng Lan. Don't entertain the thought of reconciliation. Otherwise, for Yi Xian, there will be no future. Sangmu Academy also knows this. Mo Yuan sighed. Rest assured, I won't repeat the mistakes of the past. We must fight again if necessary. Lu Jioge nodded. He looked at Mo Yunqi and the others. Except for Mo Yunqi, your strength is insufficient. You've fallen behind him considerably. If you don't close that gap, you'll only fall further behind. Understood? Mo Yunqi sighed. This guy's growth is alarmingly fast. We're helpless. Lu Jioge shook his head. From now on, except for Mo Yunqi and you, I will incorporate you both into the Kanglan Academy to train together. Mo Yunqi and Bai Dowen were surprised. We need to train together. Lu Jioge nodded. The entire academy's combat power needs to be raised. And one more thing. Our Kanglan Academy will be developing the Great Yun Sword. Lu Jioge smiled. The Great Yun Sword is the goal of the Great Yunjing. The reason we're entering the Great Yunjing is because our academy head is entering. Once he enters, the Great Yunjing will change. We must be ready to support him. A cloud ship. Inside the tower, Yi Xian stood in a corner of the first floor. Before him was the heavenly connecting device, still trembling violently, clearly bearing the marks of the recent battle. Yi Xian's expression was extremely grave, not because of the device, but because of the tower itself. What kind of tower was this? I won't absorb you now, because I don't have the ability yet. But when I find a way to break the countermeasure, you will be mine. Until then, you'll have to endure here. With that, he turned and left. After leaving the tower, Yi Xian arrived on the deck of the cloud ship. He went to the bow, where he could feel the vast sky, the distant mountains, and the boundless ocean. As he felt all this, Yi Xian's cultivation progressed. He cultivated vision, insight, and understanding. At that moment, a voice came from the side. Friend, are you headed to the Great Yunjing? Yi Xian, breaking from his thoughts, turned. Before him stood a woman in a water blue dress. Her beautiful hair cascading over her shoulders. She was elegant and graceful. Yi Xian nodded. Those on this cloud ship are probably all headed to the Great Yunjing, aren't they? The woman smiled gently. The Great Yunjing is the most prosperous place in Qingju. It's only natural to experience it, especially you, a young man like you. Yi Xian smiled. Perhaps. Yi Xian stood on the cloud ship. He enjoyed this environment because it allowed him to calm down. At that moment, 3 cloud ships appeared on the horizon, approaching them rapidly. The people on the cloud ship also noticed the man. Look towards the 3 approaching ships. An old man suddenly appeared on their cloud ship. He was the steward of this ship. Upon seeing the 3 cloud ships, the old man's face paled. The Blood Wolf mercenary group, all hands on deck. The voice fell, and several guards appeared. Upon seeing the 3 cloud ships, their faces turned deathly pale, and they fled in terror. The Blood Wolf mercenary group was infamous for their brutality and atrocities. The 3 cloud ships closed in, surrounding Yi Xian's ship from 3 directions. Let the killing begin. A man walked to the bow of one of the ships, his eyes fixed on Yi Xian, grinning. This harvest should be good. Perhaps it's rather unfortunate that in going to the Great Yunjing to kill, and then I run into robbers. At that moment, the man opposite him leaped onto their cloud ship, wielding a saber. He walked towards Yi Xian, or rather, towards the woman beside him, and addressed her directly. Big sister. The woman smiled gently. Kill the men, spare the women. Yi Xian was stunned. He never expected to hear those words from the woman beside him. He didn't know her, but she appeared elegant and kind, certainly not someone who would say such a thing. The contrast was too great. After hearing the woman's words, Yi Xian looked at her. Why? You don't seem like a bad person. The woman straightened, turning to look at Yi Xian, smiling. Someone who seems exceptionally good isn't necessarily good, and someone who seems exceptionally bad isn't necessarily bad. Do you understand? If not, it's fine, there's still a chance. Yi Xian remained silent for a moment, then nodded. I've learned something. The woman looked at Yi Xian. To remain calm and collected under such circumstances is remarkable. But goodbye, you will still die. Yi Xian smiled faintly. Do you have the ability? Before the woman could respond, one of her subordinates angrily shouted, You fool! How dare you talk back to our big sister? He then charged forward. At that moment, Yi Xian made a slight movement, and a sword light instantly took the man's life. The woman stared at Yi Xian, shocked. Who are you? The man she had killed was a divine realm expert, and yet, he was killed so easily. Yi Xian walked to the woman. She smelled faintly of perfume. Yi Xian shook his head. You're quite beautiful. Why do you resort to robbery? The woman sighed. Life has forced me to. Yi Xian nodded. He'll give you a chance to live. Are you sure? The woman smiled coldly. I have 20 divine realm experts behind me. Will you really give me a chance to live? Are you certain? Yi Xian was surprised. How would you have these people? The woman pointed at Yi Xian. Kill her. Those behind her began to attack. Yi Xian pointed to the right. On a cloud ship to the right, a man's head was sent flying. The others on the ship were completely stunned. The woman before Yi Xian was in shock. Who are you? Yi Xian didn't answer directly. Who I am is irrelevant. One last time your chance to live. The woman smiled coldly. You may be a peerless expert, but you seem to underestimate people. With that, she suddenly moved, faster than lightning, simultaneously releasing a shadowy energy. Yi Xian barely reacted, but this shadowy energy was shattered by his swift sword strike. At the same time, another shadowy energy appeared 100 meters away. The woman was suspended in midair, impaled by an arrow. She stared blankly at the distant sky, fast. The remaining members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group rushed towards Yi Xian with their weapons. They were nothing more than cannon fodder. A sword light instantly obliterated the remaining members of the Blood Wolf mercenary group. Those on the cloud ship cheered. Amazing. He instantly killed a group of divine realm experts. At that time, the steward of the cloud ship approached Yi Xian. Regarding those 3 ships, what are your intentions? Yi Xian casually asked. Approximately how many people are on one ship? The steward thought for a moment, then replied. About 100. If you want to buy them, I could probably sell you 3, for the price of 1. Yi Xian was surprised. 100. I didn't expect these cloud ships to be so valuable. He nodded. Consider them as my payment. Convert them into credits and give them to Jian Guwu. Tell them it's a payment from me. The steward nodded. Understood. While Yi Xian and the steward were talking, a messenger arrived. Steward, we've reached the Great Yun Empire. The steward nodded. Good. Prepare to disembark. After disembarking, Yi Xian walked directly into the bustling streets of the Great Yun Empire's capital city. It was bustling with activity. A man accidentally transmigrated and obtained a heavenly mandate system. Points could be exchanged for anything. No need for the heavenly mandate system. You're already incredibly powerful. For some reason, the weather was unusual. The system forced him to explain the heavenly mandate clearly, otherwise, he would face dire consequences. It had been some time since he arrived in this world. The heavenly mandate system required points to operate, so he sought out geniuses. He used the system several times and had to complete mandatory tasks. He had to give 3 fortune-telling readings daily. This would usually be easy, but he couldn't take initiative and had to wait for people to come to him for readings. His first customer of the day was a bald man. Nothing unusual happened, and the readings were ordinary. After informing the customer of his fortune, Jiang Yu obtained a jade pendant. He still needed 2 readings to complete his daily task. He decided to change location. On the other hand, Tu Yao was carrying a string of peach blossoms. He discovered the whereabouts of the Wan Yao fruit's treasure, and also learned about the Heavenly Lord's Ascension Day. He even recognized Jiang Yu as an ancestor from the past. From the moment Jiang Yu arrived, Tu Yao wanted to fight him. He wanted Jiang Yu to give him a reading. Jiang Yu could see that he was no ordinary person. In truth, Jiang Yu really didn't want to be involved, especially if it meant giving a bad fortune. If he had to tell someone about a negative prediction, his life wouldn't be safe. But the system's 3 daily readings were unavoidable. He needed to get something in return. Jiang Yu started by asking for a large sum, +1. Tu Yao was shocked. That's a huge amount. +1 was a large amount for him. But when he thought about the upcoming Heavenly Lord's Ascension Day, Tu Yao agreed, but he didn't have any money, so he produced a high-grade magical artifact. Jiang Yu had the system appraise its worth. The system indicated it could be exchanged for points. Jiang Yu gained an extra points. He readily accepted the artifact and let Tu Yao leave. Wanting to write random characters, after writing, the system prompted him. He urgently needed to tell fortunes, costing points. With confirmation of the encounter, his painful life also appeared in his mind. One look and it was incredible. Tu Yao stole the Heavenly Demon Lord's treasure, and the Heavenly Demon Lord's video recordings were also minimized by him. Xiong Yu was dumbfounded. If he revealed this, he would be implicated. But if he concealed it, the system would punish him with death. What a joke. What should he do now? Note. Must support asking him to tell my fortune. Suddenly, Jiang Yuing honestly said. A dead person talks about what future? As soon as the words fell, if you don't want your hand split, just die directly. In front of Jiang Yu, surrounded by the crowd, these 2 were about to flee. Gane Yi Gudwa started to move. In an instant, these people suffered the same fate. Then, a stunningly beautiful woman with extraordinary feet, accompanied by her subordinates, walked over. She was the younger sister of the Myriad Demon Kingdom, Heavenly Demon Lord, Tu Shan Nan. Tu Shan Nan ordered her subordinates to say, I will find the divine medicine of fortune-telling, after which, she found her lost treasure. At this time, Wu Nanja, who was harmed by Tu Yao, came to him for a fortune-telling. Tu Shan Nan arrived in front of Jiang Yu and asked, Little mister, can you tell my fortune? Jiang Yu immediately rolled away the divine halo behind him, indicating that he was just a passerby, and didn't actually know fortune-telling. Then he planned to leave. Jiang Yu realized that Tu Shan Nan must have heard his conversation with Tu Yao. He shouldn't have said that dead person remark. Now Tu Shan Nan was seeking him for fortune-telling. Her subordinates, under her command, directly captured Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu sighed. Young man, be careful with your words, so that we may meet again in the future. Tu Shan Nan said. But I need my fortune told. Seeing no way to pretend, Jiang Yu claimed his fortune-telling fee was very expensive, trying to dissuade Tu Shan Nan. Tu Shan Nan said, It's fine, I have plenty. Then Jiang Yu used various methods to make Tu Shan Nan give up. However, the persistent Tu Shan Nan insisted, Tell my fortune or die. Jiang Yu, forced by the situation, obediently agreed. He asked her to write some words. He had to agree. However, when he received Tu Shan Nan's writing, the system prompted that he needed level to be able to tell a complete fortune. Jiang Yu was speechless. Where would he get so many points? Seeing his helpless look, Tu Shan Nan presumed he couldn't tell her fortune. I thought you could break through life and death, a capable person, but unexpectedly, you're so useless. The crisis escalated, ordering her subordinates to kill Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu hurriedly said, I can tell your fortune, but I'm afraid The Heavenly Demon Lord, you can't afford it. Tu Shan-nan asked, then what price do you want? Jiang Yu said, I want the entire Myriad Demon Kingdom as my reward, then I can tell your fortune accurately. Tu Shan-nan thought he was playing with her, and was about to have her subordinates attack, when Jiang Yu said, I can first tell you a part of the future. Heavenly Demon Lord, don't you want to know what will happen 1,000 years from now? Tu Shan-nan stopped her subordinates. Are you sure you can tell my future 1,000 years from now? Jiang Yu nodded. Absolutely. He first needed to perform the ritual, closing his eyes and starting to deduct 1,010,000. Regarding future matters, Tu Shan-nan was indeed very powerful, directly revealing the scene to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu chose to tell Tu Shan-nan about that period of time 1,000 years later. When the scene appeared in his mind, he looked at Tu Shan-nan and then actually started to laugh. Seeing that smile, Tu Shan-nan looked puzzled. She saw a gentle and motherly figure. This made Jiang Yu even more amused. A great demon lord, acting so blissful. And at the end of the vision, he laughed even harder. Tu Shan-nan's husband was actually Jiang Hu, meaning himself. Jiang Yu couldn't understand what was going on. How could he be married to a demon 1,000 years from now, and even have children? Young man, traveling to the immortal shrimp market, starting by telling the true future. And giving birth to my children. Jiang Yu was shocked when he deduced Tu Shan-nan's future and couldn't help but admire himself. It seemed he was quite charming to be able to capture the heart of Tu Shan-nan, this fierce demon lord. However, in a flash, Jiang Yu calmed down. Although he would marry Tu Shan-nan in the future, right now he was telling her fortune. According to the system, if he told the truth, he would be torn to pieces by Tu Shan-nan. But heaven never seals off all exits. Jiang Yu found a way out in the system's 3 rewards. He chose Guang Huan and Pei to break the situation. Sure enough, Jiang Yu chose correctly. Next, the system presented the explanation of Yu Pei. This is a half of Guang Huan and Pei related to Tu Shan-nan's secret. As long as someone holds it, they can unconditionally ask Tu Shan-nan to do one thing. Tu Shan-nan, who had waited impatiently, stared intently at Jiang Yu. Mister, can you tell my fortune today? Jiang Yu, having found a way to break the situation, didn't delay any longer and directly revealed Tu Shan-nan's results. Demon Lord, 1,000 years from now, you will marry a remarkable man and have 2 sons and 2 daughters, each with extraordinary talent. Your youngest daughter will even possess the heaven-destined emperor's phase. Having spoken, Jiang Yu wiped away his sweat nervously. Tu Shan-nan looked at him suspiciously. Do you know the consequences of speaking nonsense? Jiang Yu confidently stated, I would not dare deceive the heavenly demon lord. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of lightning appeared in the sky, as if a warning. It really could not be deduced. This was the heavenly Tao's hint. Seeing this, Tu Shan-nan softened her tone. Since that's the case, mister, do you know what kind of man could make me willingly marry and have children? Jiang Yu calmly pointed to himself. It is this humble one. Tu Shan-nan now believed even more that Jiang Yu was talking nonsense, and was about to get rid of him. Jiang Yu quickly took out the half of Yu Pei. The moment she saw it, Tu Shan-nan exclaimed, how did you get this? Jiang Yu didn't explain its origin, but asked, Demon Lord, you should know that whoever possesses this can make the Demon Lord unconditionally agree to one thing. If I ask you to marry me, will you agree? Tu Shan-nan readily agreed. This caught Jiang Yu off guard. He hadn't expected her to agree so unconditionally. Tu Shan-nan smiled. Little mister, your fortune-telling is still incorrect. I can agree to marry you, but on our wedding night, you can die. Seeing the sinister smile on her face, Jiang Yu was dumbfounded. The plot was wrong. This wasn't how the story was supposed to go. With this, his only option was to flee. Jiang Yu used his only remaining life-saving talisman, leaving behind a sentence. This confused Tu Shan-nan. Wasn't this the old dragon Ryu Horn's technique? Who was this person that the old dragon would draw a talisman for him? Finally, Tu Shan-nan ordered her subordinates to find this person. At the first level of the Jiang Temple, Jiang Yu was transported here. He was truly activated. Wasn't that the escape talisman he had painstakingly obtained from the old dragon? Just one use and it was gone. At this moment, Jiang Yu had already decided to get even with Tu Nan. He had to settle this score. However, thinking about how he would marry that demoness in 1,000 years and have 5 children with her, his heart filled with mixed emotions. Thinking about her domineering demeanor, Jiang Yu wavered again. It was best to quickly cultivate and change this destiny. He only wanted to live for 700 years. After that, Jiang Yu went to Sisho. Time flew by. Half a month later, a refined Jiang Yu was about to leave the mountains. During this time, he finally learned that this place was a prefecture-level area. Thinking about how the Myriad Demon Kingdom was nearby, Jiang Yu became numb. He had to get away from that female demon lord even faster. At this moment, Ji Yu Yao asked, "Mister, where are you going next?" Jiang Yu thought he couldn't go back to his previous location and decided to go to the Qin Kingdom. However, he didn't have a way to cross the Yuhuajiang River. How could this be solved? Ji Yu Yao said, "Don't worry, mister, I have a way to help you cross." Saying this, he led Jiang Yu towards the Yuhuajiang River. Xiong Yu spent his life with him. As for Hu Yaowei, he respected Jiang Yu so much because, for the past few months, Jiang Yu had been helping the spirits within the mountain range to cultivate. He not only helped many spirits, but also let them know their future, that the Tiannan mountain would be under the jurisdiction of the true God and formally incorporated into his domain. Ultimately, they could enjoy a peaceful existence. Therefore, they gave Jiang Yu such faith. He was also curious about who this true God would be. Perhaps, after the Tu Nan incident blew over, he could stay here and see. A moment later, Jiang Yu asked Ji Yu Yao how to cross the Yuhuajiang. Ji Yu Yao didn't say anything, but extended his hand towards the river. Instantly, the river started churning. The next moment, a giant turtle appeared before Jiang Yu. This gentle-looking giant turtle was actually the notorious and murderous Gui Yao. Hu Yao Hu Wang couldn't help but be shocked. This enormous and invincible Gui Yao was extremely dangerous. However, seeing that it was Hu Yao and someone recommended by him, Gui Yao seemed to have grasped Jiang Yu's identity. He also knew that recently the Tiannan mountain spirits were cultivating because of this person, so to show respect to Jiang Yu, he personally came to greet him. Jiang Yu, seeing this scene, returned Ji Yu Yao's greeting. A moment later, Gui Yao asked where Jiang Yu was going. Jiang Yu said, "To the Qin Kingdom." He secretly added that the female demon lord was terrible, and he needed to escape. Hearing Jiang Yu's destination, Gui Yao advised, "Mister, these days, it's best not to go to the Qin Kingdom." Jiang Yu asked why. Gui Yao mysteriously replied, "Mister, since you're skilled in fortune-telling, why don't you take a look at the Qin Kingdom's situation yourself?" Jiang Yu couldn't reveal that he relied on the system for these things. He relied on the system for everything. Gui Yao thought so too. In his understanding, heavenly secrets shouldn't be casually discussed. He then described the current situation in the Qin Kingdom. The Qin Emperor was infatuated with a medical maiden, and for her, he abolished the virtuous empress. After that, he became obsessed with alchemy and neglected state affairs. It was said that the palace had even built a 9-layered meat palace. In short, the situation in Qin wasn't good. It was best not to go there. Jiang Yu thanked him for the advice, but he still had to go. After all, staying here wasn't safe either. The female demon lords, people were still searching for him. Then, the old turtle asked many irrelevant questions. Jiang Yu felt that he seemed to want to ask something, but didn't. Just as they reached the middle of the river, a group of guards suddenly appeared around them. Jiang Yu was startled, thinking they were here to cause trouble. Fortunately, the old turtle said these were his turtle disciples and grandchildren, who specifically came to seek a chance encounter with the mister. Of course, if the mister didn't like it, he would have them leave. Hearing they were the old turtle's people, Jiang Yu didn't refuse. He just happened to have 3 quotas left to fulfill. It turned out that the old turtle's purpose in stopping him was to ask Jiang Yu to tell his fortune. As expected, no one could escape this fate. Jiang Yu asked the old turtle, what was his difficult question? The old turtle explained that he had lived for over years and had always been kind and virtuous, never harming any living creatures. He even had many villagers build temples for him on both sides of the Yuhuajiang, and had gained some merits. However, despite being over 1,000 years old, his cultivation had not progressed, and he couldn't transform into a dragon. Therefore, he wanted to ask Jiang Yu to calculate whether he could transform into a dragon. Hearing this, Jiang Yu felt something was wrong. If he was about to reach the dragon realm, the old turtle should have shown signs of dragon transformation. But besides being larger, he showed no such signs. He also had a bad premonition. But he couldn't refuse. This old turtle was a 1,000-year-old demon. If he refused, he would probably be thrown into the river. Of course, he wouldn't agree easily. He directly asked for tails of gold. The old turtle readily agreed. To him, this was a trivial amount. But for the sake of transformation, he paid the price. He said this was a 10,000-year ginseng and asked if it was enough. Jiang Yu used the system to appraise it and found it could be exchanged for points. He immediately changed his tune. Enough, enough. Then he began the deduction. He found out that Wu Beijiang, the old turtle's real name, had lived his life by devouring the essence of living people to cultivate. Those temples were not built voluntarily by the villagers, but by mortals he had enslaved to gain merits. And that demon flood in the Qin kingdom was also caused by him. Seeing this, Jiang Yu was shocked. He knew this wasn't simple. Then, the system still gave the option to tell the truth, and 3 lies. Jiang Yu silently chose the lie of predicted doom. Wu Beijiang anxiously asked, "Mister, will I have the opportunity to transform into a dragon?" After choosing the lie, Jiang Yu had no hesitation and directly said all of his misdeeds. Wu Beijiang's expression darkened. "I only asked about the opportunity to transform. I advise you not to meddle in other matters." Jiang Yu laughed. "Hey, let me help you seize the opportunity. Since that's the case, he'll help you seize the opportunity, and see if you dare to accept it." Then, Jiang Yu used the divine prediction technique and directly seized Wu Beijiang's opportunity to transform. Wu Beijiang was finished. The reason he didn't dare to seize it himself was because he knew his cultivation was based on evil methods and had a high failure rate. Once he failed, he would kill Jiang Yu. However, Jiang Yu had seized the dragon transformation opportunity. If he killed him, Wu Beijiang would surely die. Although enraged, he still calmed down. Jiang Yu then told him a method, telling him to jump into the river. At this time, the predicted doom was successfully cast. He successfully learned the predicted doom technique. Then, he told Wu Beijiang to jump into the river. Wu Beijiang's transformation finally began. The young man just watched Wu Beijiang jump into the river. Seeing his calm and composed manner, the young man's admiration for Jiang Yu grew. At this moment, the old turtle, forced by Jiang Yu, could only choose to face it head-on. Fortunately, he had cultivated for many years, accumulating a significant amount of power. However, at the critical moment, Jiang Yu used the jade water technique, narrowly escaping death, shrinking down to a point and emitting a blinding light, directly blinding the old turtle. In an instant, the old turtle's protective barrier was broken. The old turtle spat out a mouthful of blood. Without incense offerings, he was already doomed. The old turtle, enraged, shot out a tree root, attacking Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu hurriedly jumped into the river, trying to dodge the attack. However, the old turtle laughed triumphantly. "This root has locked onto your soul. You can't escape. Just die with me." A few days later, a large ship was sailing on the Yuhua Jiang. A dying Jiang Yu was pulled aboard. A few days later, when Jiang Yu woke up, he hurriedly reached for the talisman within his chest. As expected, he was saved by another precious life-saving treasure. Jiang Yu was speechless. How many life-saving treasures had he collected? Now, in just half a month, he had used 2. Jiang Yu lamented. Since he had transmigrated, he had encountered powerful opponents every step of the way. Coupled with this damn system that forced him to tell the truth, this was simply bringing him endless trouble. Whether it was offensive or defensive methods, he chose life-saving techniques. This was how he escaped from that treacherous old turtle's attack, but Jiang Yu still felt uncomfortable. Could it be that the old turtle's attack had lingering effects? After a thorough examination, he found no injuries. But he still felt a vague sense of unease. Suddenly, Jiang Yu remembered the infamous heavenly tribulation. Then the system finally reminded him that his danger came from the heavenly tribulation, because he had failed to perform the daily 3 deductions for 3 days. The small tribulation would soon arrive. Jiang Yu was speechless. He was just a small fry. Even a small tribulation was beyond his ability to handle. Then he started to think about how to escape this danger. Normally, joining a faction could help avoid the heavenly tribulation, but that was too difficult to achieve. The system suddenly notified him that because he had eliminated the evil member Wu Beijiang, he was rewarded with tens of thousands of merit points. Now Jiang Yu's merit points had reached over 100,000. The system also released the immortal god. Although this god met the requirements of a fortune-telling Mr. He was still a child. A handsome young man walked over. Jiang Yu realized this should be the legendary figure. Then, the heavenly tribulation arrived. He immediately changed his attitude. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation of Tian Yu appeared, stunning the young man and others. Just a moment ago, the sky was clear. How did it suddenly start storming? Seeing Jiang Yu jump into the water, the young man was even more shocked. He was truly a capable person. Jiang Yu used the jade water technique to refine his body, forcibly opening his heavenly eye, to observe the surroundings, looking for a place with dense spiritual energy and water to hide and avoid the heavenly tribulation. But after searching for a long time, he still couldn't find a suitable place. He was too far from Ryu Lake, otherwise he could have sought help from that old dragon. At the critical moment, Jiang Yu found a glimmer of hope. He saw a dense aura of fortune on the ship. He realized, this young man must have immense luck. He returned to the ship to get to know the young man better so that he could use his luck to avoid the heavenly tribulation. Time quickly passed, and half a month had passed since the small heavenly tribulation. Because he was by the young man's side, Jiang Yu safely avoided the tribulation. However, the downside was that even if he had the ability to overcome the tribulation, he could only. Jiang Yu stayed by Gong Zixiao's side. During this time, he also learned about the imperial tutor's plan. Naturally, Gong Zixiao's laughter was a report from his own country's ruler. The seventh prince was originally an idle prince. Only after the ruler was bewitched by Yao Fei, he was summoned by the imperial tutor. During this time, countless grains were being distributed. At this moment, Gong Zixiao remembered something and glanced at Jiang Yu. He then looked at Qi Yun whom he had seen earlier and discovered that Gong Zixiao and Qi Yun were both in the form of spirits. However, this spirit form was incomplete. The way it reflected his qi suggested that it belonged to a woman. No wonder Jiang Yu's conversation with him felt so strange. Perhaps he was a woman disguised as a man. But women could also become kings. It seemed that this palace held many secrets. In that case, Jiang Yu definitely couldn't get involved in this matter lest he be implicated. He decisively refused. Gong Zixiao saw the look of pity in the other party's eyes just now. He probably realized that his life might not be easy if he stayed, so he didn't insist and then invited Jiang Yu in. Jiang Yu naturally agreed. He was planning to intervene anyway. They went to a secluded place to discuss. Afterward, the two talked about the ongoing disaster relief efforts. It turned out that a large amount of money was missing from the relief funds. Gong Zixiao's return to the court this time was to question what was going on. Jiang Yu knew it was a matter of corruption. Not only was there a problem with the ruler, but corruption was also severe now. Speaking of which, the flood in Yuhua River also had something to do with him. He had to help, otherwise, the suffering of the people would be on his conscience. Subsequently, he brought up the topic of the water demon, who was the cause of the Wu Guidu Jie incident. Hearing this, Gong Zixiao was shocked. No wonder many people had gone missing in recent years, so it was this demon at work. Jiang Yu felt something was wrong. He had already mentioned the old house rules and Yao Fei, so why was Gong Zixiao determined to return to the capital? On the other side, Wushan came to the Sun and Moon Lake and faced the cold lake. He waited for the old Dragon King to emerge. A moment later, a golden dragon flew out and transformed into the human form of Ao Xian. Wushan didn't beat around the bush and directly took out the portrait of Jiang Yu. He asked if Ao Xian had seen this person. Ao Xian had naturally seen him and was quite familiar with him. After all, Jiang Yu had stayed at his place. The old Dragon King politely asked, "Can you give me a reason?" Wushan talked about the water demon incident. The old Dragon King sighed and said that Xiao Yuming was unlucky. However, Tian Mo's mother protected him, so he wasn't completely doomed. "You're overestimating us," the Dragon King said. "It's not that I want to help him, but because this young man is destined for greatness. He's destined to rule the world," the old dragon continued, shaking his head slightly. "I'm quite optimistic about this young man. He has quite the talent." "That's good. Only extraordinary talent is worthy of being a Fushu." The Dragon King suddenly patted his head. "What am I doing? I'm not supposed to be looking for trouble with him, am I?" Meanwhile, Jiang Yu followed Gongzi Xiao to Xianyang City. Seeing the almost deserted streets, he opened his divine eye and saw the unbelievable sight. The national fortune, which had transformed into a giant dragon, was already frail. Therefore, the country was on the verge of collapse. Jiang Yu still decided to enter the city. After all, his heavenly tribulation still depended on Gongzi Xiao. If he really got involved, at worst, he could take the opportunity to escape. Arriving at the seventh prince's residence, Gongzi Xiao seemed to want Jiang Yu to become an official in the palace. But Jiang Yu knew very well that the Qin kingdom's national fortune was almost gone. Becoming an official at this time wasn't that suicide. He decisively refused. At night, while he was sleeping, the fourth tribulation suddenly entered Jiang Yu's mind. He saw the national fortune dragon again. It turned out that when Jiang Yu checked the national fortune during the day, the dragon had already noticed him. This time, the dragon wanted to ask Jiang Yu for help. In its understanding, Jiang Yu was clearly appointed by destiny and could definitely save the Qin kingdom's fortune. After some understanding, Jiang Yu also learned that Yao Fei came from Wan Yao kingdom, and was a jade stone that had transformed into a human. The reason she came to the Qin kingdom was to overcome the heavenly tribulation. Jiang Yu realized that Yao Fei was probably a greater cultivator than the interdimensional group. Thus, he was even more unlikely to provoke her. The dragon, however, said that it wasn't asking him to deal with Yao Fei, but to help it find the human emperor's tablet. For this purpose, it handed Jiang Yu two treasures, Yushi and Duanzue. It only hoped that Jiang Yu could find the human emperor's tablet and awaken the human emperor's soul within. Yushi could help Jiang Yu enhance his soul power. Duanzue was a sharp weapon. Seeing these two items, Jiang Yu was shocked. This was like entrusting the entire fate of the Qin kingdom to him. The dragon also knew that it was a bit much, so it finally said, "If you are unwilling, it's fine. It is the Qin kingdom's fate. But if you are willing to help, the remaining national fortune of the Qin kingdom will be given to you. From now on, you will be the ruler of the Qin kingdom." After saying this, the red dragon disappeared. Jiang Yu woke up from the dream and suddenly saw the two items beside him, realizing that the scene just now was real. Moreover, his heavenly tribulation chi had also disappeared. It seemed that it had been resolved by the red dragon. Jiang Yu thought, since the heavenly tribulation was gone, why not just cultivate? After all, Yao Fei was in the earthly realm, far stronger than him. But thinking of the red dragon's trust in him, Jiang Yu decided to give it his best. If it became too dangerous, he would just run away. Half a month later, the Qin kingdom's ruler, Qin Anjing, received a gift, a beautifully crafted box. Someone requested an audience outside. Upon seeing the box, Yu Suxian was stunned, then calmed down and told Qinan that it was his family who had come. Yu Suxian went to meet the black-clad person outside. The attacker said, "Yusu clan pays respects to General Xian Jun." The newcomer was one of his subordinates. Seeing that Xian Jun had come, he immediately presented a scroll with a portrait. As soon as the portrait was unrolled, Xian Jun's expression changed dramatically. The portrait depicted Jiang Yu. Xian Jun asked him to use all his resources to find this person. Yu Suxian naturally had no objections. His original intention in coming to the Qin kingdom was to cause chaos. Now that there was an opportunity to gain an advantage, he definitely wouldn't miss it. This Jiang Yu was